Sword God Chapter 200 to Chapter 250. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. The Sky Martial Arena was bustling with people. Many disciples of the Sky Martial Academy were sitting on the stairs. In the center of the Sky Martial Arena was the Sky Martial Arena. It was 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 1 meter tall. A figure flew over 10 meters like a great rock, spreading its wings, and landed on the Sky Martial Arena in a steady manner. He looked around, his eyes shining brightly as if they were real. I am Xianxia, an elder of the True Martial Alliance. The elder had his hands behind his back. His voice was loud and powerful. Today, I will be the host of the True Martial Diagram of Enlightenment. Now, those who are participating, please step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 people walked out from each of the 4 academies. 7 people. This was the maximum number of people that the 4 academies had agreed on after much discussion. They were striving for perfection. The other powers also had a limit of 7 people. However, those powers were unable to gather 7 people. For example, the Xianxia family, which had declined during the Kingdom era, only Xianxia Liani was qualified to participate. However, the opportunity to fight with a genius was very rare, especially under the circumstances where they couldn't kill. Therefore, the Xianxia family gathered 3 more people besides Xianxia Liani, making a total of 4 people. The other powers were the same. 3, 4, 5, and some even gathered 7 people. There were 73 people in total. Qianzong noticed that there were a few gazes on his face. They were very sharp and had undisguised hostility. They were from the Sky Martial Academy and the Giant Blade Academy. Among you, there are some who have reached the 8th cycle of the Qi refining realm. There are some who have reached the 7th, 6th, and even 5th cycle. Elder Qin Mo's eyes were sharp. With a sweep of his gaze, he saw through everyone's cultivation. However, when his gaze landed on Qianzong, he revealed a trace of surprise. He couldn't see his cultivation level. Can someone who has reached the 5th or 6th cycle of the Qi refining realm be a match for someone who has reached the 7th or 8th cycle of the Qi refining realm? Elder Qin Mo suddenly asked. Immediately, many people's expressions changed. This time, there are only 5 spots. This means that 68 of you won't be able to get a spot. I can't be sure who will get a spot in the end, but I can be sure who won't get one. Elder Qin Mo continued, I know of your intentions. You want to make use of this opportunity to spar with the geniuses and train yourselves. Under normal circumstances, I should give you this opportunity, but I don't have that much time. I have to end the competition as soon as possible. The moment Elder Qin Mo's words left his mouth, many people's expressions changed. Was he planning to eliminate them from the competition? However, I'm not that heartless. Elder Qin Mo changed the topic. Go up the strength testing pillar. Soon, someone carried a strength measuring pillar up. 5th and 6th refinement state cultivators only have one chance to attack the strength measuring pillar. If they can hit the 70th scale, they will be qualified to participate in the competition, Elder Qin Mo said. Qianzong studied the strength measuring pillar carefully. It looked the same as the one he had seen before, with a scale of 100. However, from Elder Qin Mo's words, he could tell that it was different from the previous one. I'll go first. A 6th refinement stage martial artist strode forward. He stood 2 meters away from the pillar. He gathered his strength and concentrated his inner strength. Tiger roaring in the wilderness. His shout was like a ferocious tiger's roar. He punched out fiercely. The shadow of a tiger's head appeared under his fist. The tiger opened its mouth and let out a shocking roar. The aura of a 6th refinement stage martial artist spread out. With a bang, the pillar trembled slightly. Red light shot up from the base. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 60 marks. It continued to rise but stopped at 68 marks. The martial artist's expression changed. He was unwilling to give up. 10 marks represents the 1st refinement stage. 10 to 20 marks represents the 2nd refinement stage. In that case, 70 marks represents the 7th refinement stage. Qianzong came to a realization. This meant that one had to have the attack power of a 7th refinement stage martial artist to be qualified to fight for a spot. It made sense. The sixth refinement stage belonged to the middle stage of the refinement stage, while the seventh refinement stage belonged to the late stage. The difference between the two was obvious. "I forfeit," a fifth refinement stage martial artist said. He knew that even a sixth refinement stage martial artist couldn't hit 70 marks, let alone a fifth refinement stage martial artist. Out of the 73 people, 3 had reached the 8th cycle of the Gene of Training realm. The Tianwu Academy had 3, the Giant Blade Academy, the Ferocious Blood Academy, and the True Sword Academy had 2 each, making a total of 9. As for the 7th cycle of the Gene of Training realm, there were a total of 22, and the remaining 42 were all in the 5th and 6th cycle of the Gene of Training realm, including Chenzong. "I'll go." A 5th refinement stage martial artist probably wanted to try his luck. He strode towards the pillar, gathered all his strength, and performed the killing move of his martial arts. His legs seemed to be able to crush a 10,000-pound boulder as it fiercely hit the pillar. With a bang, chi overflowed. The pillar trembled as if it was about to shatter. The red light shot up and broke through 50 marks, heading straight for 60. When it reached 61, it trembled slightly and stopped. For a 5th refinement stage martial artist to be able to attack a 6th refinement stage martial artist was indeed not bad. However, there was still a large gap between him and 70 marks. Eliminated. One by one, they went up to take the test and unleashed their strongest attacks. However, the one with the best result was only a hair's breadth away from reaching 70 marks. Just a hair's breadth was enough to disqualify him from this competition. "Headmaster, Chenzong should be able to hit 70 marks, right?" One of the 2 elders of the True Sword Academy was worried. The difference between the 6th refinement stage and the 7th refinement stage was obvious, as was the difference between 69 marks and 70 marks. "Don't worry," Enlightened Master Huan Yun said with a smile. Enlightened Master Huan Yun was very clear about Chenzong's strength in the past 3 months, so he wasn't worried at all. However, Enlightened Master Huan Yun wasn't sure if Chenzong would be able to obtain a spot in the competition. After all, there were 9 8th refinement stage martial artists, and every one of them was a genius. Their strength wasn't something a normal 8th refinement stage martial artist could compare with. However, even if he couldn't obtain a spot in the competition, he could still spar with these geniuses and train himself. Chenzong didn't go up until he was the last one. So he hasn't reached the 7th refinement stage yet. I can't tell. I thought he had already reached the 7th refinement stage. Seeing Chenzong walk up to the strength measuring pillar, many people were shocked. After standing 3 meters away from the pillar, Chenzong focused his eyes and took out his sword. The sword light was like a shooting star shooting across the sky, flashing and disappearing in a flash. It was also like a lightning bolt shooting out a dazzling light, tearing the air apart. Peak 6th refinement stage. In that instant, Chenzong's inner force spread out, letting everyone know his cultivation level. Lightning sword technique, lightning skimming. The red color immediately shot up from the pillar and reached 60 marks in the blink of an eye. 61, 62, 63, soon, the red color reached 69 marks and was approaching 70 marks. Enlightened Master Huan Yun was calm, but the 2 elders stared at the pillar with their eyes wide open. Lin Hao, Lu Zhe, Xianxia, and Yu Jianzi were also staring at the marks on the strength measuring pillar. Like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, the red color rushed to the 70th scale in an instant. It swayed up and down slightly, then stopped at the 70th scale for 3 seconds. Not bad. Elder Qin Mo nodded. Although he was only at the peak of the 6th refinement stage, he was able to display the attack power of the 7th refinement stage. It was indeed impressive, even if he had just reached the threshold of the 7th refinement stage. I knew Chen Shidi would be fine. Lin Hao smiled. The peak of the 6th refinement stage was still in the middle stage, while the early stage of the 7th refinement stage was in the late stage. The difference between the two was obvious. Looking at the martial artists before him, they were all talented, but none of them could reach the 7th refinement stage. "What's your name?" Elder Qin Mo looked at Chenzong and asked in an amiable manner. "Chenzong. I've heard of your name." Elder Qin Mo smiled. "Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to participate in the true martial painting of enlightenment. As for you all, you can only be eliminated." Elder Qin Mo glanced at the martial artists who had undergone the 5th refinement stage and 6th refinement stage and said bluntly, "And the 32 of you have a chance to obtain one of the 5 spots." Very quickly, someone came up and carried the strength measuring pillar away. Then, a black metal box was carried up. The next competition is the advancement competition. The 32 of you will draw lots. Number 1 will fight number 2, number 3 will fight number 4. The winner will advance to the next round, and the loser will be eliminated. Elder Qin Mo's voice was neither loud nor soft. After 2 rounds of advancement, it will be the final competition. Come and draw lots. Following Elder Qin Mo's words, the crowd walked towards the black metal box and reached in through the circular opening at the top to take out their number plates. Chen Zong got number 9, and his opponent was number 10. Your cultivation is at the peak of the 6th refinement stage, but you have the attack power of the 7th refinement stage. Not bad, but unfortunately, your opponent is me. Shangguan Liani looked at the number plate in his hand and then looked at the number in Chen Zong's hand. It's too early to say who will win and who will lose. Chen Zong smiled faintly. Haha. Shangguan Liani laughed. He felt that Chen Zong was overestimating himself. Number 1 and number 2, get ready to fight. The rest of you, get off the sky martial arena, Elder Qin Mo announced loudly. His body floated up and glided backward. Number 1 was Xianxia from the True Sword Academy, and number 2 was a 7th refinement stage disciple from the Blazing Blood Academy. Before the fight even started, the outcome of the battle could be predicted. You are no match for me, Xianxia said calmly. His eyes were drifting, and no one knew where he was looking. Who knows? The Blazing Blood Academy disciple grinned and dashed out like the wind. He pulled out his scimitar and slashed at Xianxia from the side like a crescent moon. Unexpectedly, it was just a shadow. The real scimitar shone with cold light and appeared behind Xianxia at an unbelievable angle. It slashed at the back of his neck. Xianxia didn't move until the scimitar was about to touch him. He swung his sword and easily blocked the scimitar. At the same time, he twisted his wrist, and the sword and scabbard circled around the scimitar. The head of the sword hit the Blazing Blood Academy disciple's chest. With a bang, the Blazing Blood Academy disciple was pushed back a few meters. Xianxia took a step forward and hit the same spot on the Blazing Blood Academy disciple's chest again. I admit defeat. The Blazing Blood Academy disciple realized that the difference in strength between him and his opponent was too great. Number 3 was one of the Giant Blade Academy's 9 heavenly blades, Battle Axe Sky Blade Tai Zhongyue. Number 4 was a dark-skinned youth in his early 20s, younger than Tai Zhongyue. His aura was surging, indicating that he was at the peak of the 7th cycle of the Gene training realm. Hee, aren't you going to admit defeat yourself? I don't know how to control my strength. Tai Zhongyue grinned, his bald head reflecting the sun's rays, giving him a ferocious look. That's what I wanted to say to you. The dark-skinned youth also grinned. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He stretched his body and opened his arms. One hand became a tiger's claw, and the other an eagle's beak. His powerful aura spread out and surrounded his body. The wind seemed to freeze. You talk big. Tai Zhongyue rubbed his bald head and chuckled. The others also laughed, especially the people from the Giant Blade Academia, who laughed even more exaggeratedly. After all, Tai Zhongyue was at the 8th cycle of the Gene training realm. As one of the 9 heavenly blades of the Giant Blade Academy, his strength was far above the average 8th cycle of the Gene training realm. On the other hand, the dark-skinned youth was at the peak of the 7th cycle of the Gene training realm. Come. Tai Zhongyue waved his hand. Number 4's body flashed. He was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. His tiger claw swelled into a giant claw. Looking closely, the dark-skinned youth's tiger claw didn't change. What changed was his aura. He was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. This proved that he had a deep understanding of the essence of the tiger. Tai Zhongyue felt that the one rushing towards him wasn't a person, but a ferocious tiger. His claw slammed down. The pressure was so strong that he couldn't breathe. You have some skills. Tai Zhongyue was surprised, but he didn't pull out the 2 axes on his back. Instead, he struck out with his palm. The aura of the 8th cycle of the gene training realm spread out. The dark-skinned youth's tiger claw suddenly flashed, brushing past Tai Zhongyue's palm. He grabbed Tai Zhongyue's shoulder. At the same time, the eagle's beak on his left hand pecked at Tai Zhongyue's head. Exquisite martial arts. Elder Qin Emo nodded silently. Tai Zhongyue hurriedly retreated, and pulled out his axes. The axes flashed with a cold light, and in the blink of an eye, chopped towards the dark-skinned young man. If the young man insisted on continuing to attack, he would be chopped by the axes, and it would be hard to say whether he would live or die. At the critical moment, the dark-skinned youngster leaped into the air like an eagle soaring in the sky. He dodged the chopping axe and pounced in the air. A sharp eagle cry pierced through the air. Tai Zhongyue's eyes narrowed, and he swung both his axes at the same time. The dark-skinned young man's body was directly sliced apart, but it was just an afterimage. His real body appeared behind Tai Zhongyue, and without a sound, his tiger claws and eagle beak attacked Tai Zhongyue's back. Tai Zhongyue spun around, his twin axes bringing about a terrifying storm, destroying everything in their path. To be able to fight with Tai Zhongyue to this extent at the peak of the 7th cycle of training, he is indeed very strong. Another amazing combat genius. Genius was a general term, and it was very general. Carefully categorized, there were some geniuses who were good at training, which meant that their training speed was faster than others. Others would need a year to train, but they would only need half a year or less. Another type were the comprehension geniuses. Maybe their training speed was not outstanding, but their comprehension ability was better than others, and they could comprehend martial arts faster and better. They could grasp the essence of martial arts, and fully display the power of martial arts. The third type were the combat geniuses. Maybe their training and comprehension of martial arts were not outstanding, but they were good at fighting. They could display their own strengths to the extreme, and defeat the strong with the weak. There were also other geniuses, such as alchemy, forging, and so on. Of course, there were also geniuses who had 2 or 3 types. This dark-skinned young man was obviously a combat genius, and he was good at defeating the strong with the weak. Moreover, the martial arts he displayed were exquisite, and he had grasped the essence of the 3 types of martial arts. The twin axes in Tai Zhongyue's hands were like tigers in the wind, and the whistling sound was ear-piercing. Even from tens of meters away, people could feel their scalps tingling. That kind of sharp and violent axe light seemed to be able to tear people apart. Gradually, Tai Zhongyue also became angry. With his cultivation of the 8th cycle of the training state, he could not defeat his opponent cleanly. Instead, it was a tug of war, and he could not bear it. Crazy Demon 18 cuts. With a shout, Tai Zhongyue took the lead to use his ultimate skill. The twin axes brought a terrifying light, and like a raging storm, he continuously chopped 18 times. The cold light was dazzling, and it came from all directions, cutting off all possibilities of dodging. Tiger Demon Stone Splitting. The dark-skinned young man seemed to have transformed into an ancient demon tiger. He stretched out his claws, and his internal strength surged. His palm directly turned black, as if it was made of black iron. It fiercely shattered the cold light, and blasted towards Tai Zhongyue. This kind of qi? Qinzong narrowed his eyes, and he was a little surprised. That kind of feeling was like the qi of an ancient demon beast, but it was very faint, like an illusion. No one else, including the true martial realm warriors, noticed it. Qinzong had this kind of feeling because he had merged with the blood of a demon beast before. In that drop of blood, there was a small amount of the blood of the ancient demon beast, the golden saber-toothed tiger. Could it be that this person? Whether it was an illusion or not, Qinzong stared at the dark-skinned young man's every move, and he became more focused. Maybe the opponent was a warrior of the Black Demon sect. But, didn't they all have their blood tested? If he was a warrior of the Black Demon sect, it could only be said that the Black Demon sect's methods were too shocking. In the arena, who knew how many warriors of the Black Demon sect were hiding? Crazy Demon conquers the world. Tai Zhongyue used his ultimate skill again. This time, it was even more powerful. The twin axes could not be seen at all, and even he was drowned in the light of the axes. The terrifying power cut the surface of the arena, leaving shocking scars. Tiger Demon Devouring Corpse. After another collision, the dark-skinned young man attacked with his left hand. Eagle Demon Claw. He directly grabbed Tai Zhongyue's shoulder. Tai Zhongyue's whole body shook, and his internal strength burst out. He forcibly resisted the attack of the Eagle Demon Claw and escaped, but his shoulder was torn a few times. Crazy Demon Chop. The violent internal strength poured into the twin axes, and a light filled the air. It fiercely chopped out, turning into a terrifying light. It was like a crescent moon breaking through the sky. The arena was directly split open, leaving a terrifying gully. The external manifestation of internal strength was the sign of entering the middle stage of the Qi refining realm. In the later stage, the internal strength could be released outside the body, and it could be released outside the body, and it could be released outside the body to form a longer range attack. However, the external manifestation of internal strength at the 7th stage of the Qi refining realm was still very weak, and did not have much of an effect. But at the 8th stage of the Qi refining realm, it was very obvious, especially when using a killing move. Chen Zong's heart trembled. Tai Zhongyue's crazy demon chop was very powerful, and he had no confidence in resisting it. Tiger Eagle Double Form. With a tiger claw in one hand and an eagle claw in the other, the dark-skinned young man's body jumped up, like an eagle soaring into the sky, but also like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. With the combination of the two forces, the shadows of a black tiger and a black eagle appeared behind his back. The black tiger leaped up, and the black eagle spread its wings. When the two forces collided, they turned into a black eagle with a tiger's head. It was full of demonic energy. The killing moves collided, and the internal strength was like a storm. The hard ground of the heaven martial arena was torn apart, and pieces of it flew up. Tai Zhongyue was continuously pushed back, and the dark-skinned young man landed on the ground, but once again rushed out. He had the courage of a fierce tiger, and the courage of an eagle. Both of his hands turned into countless tiger claws and eagle beaks, attacking Tai Zhongyue from all directions without mercy. Tai Zhongyue tried his best to block, but he was still hit. The first hit was followed by the second, and then the third. He was continuously hit in the chest, and the sound was like a beating drum. He was continuously pushed back until he was knocked out of the arena. He lost. Everyone was dumbfounded. Someone at the peak of the 7th cycle of gene training could defeat someone at the 8th cycle of gene training, but the problem was that Tai Zhongyue, who was at the 8th cycle of gene training, couldn't be compared to an ordinary 8th cycle of gene training. He was actually defeated. For a moment, everyone looked at this dark-skinned young man in a new light, and those who had undergone the 8th cycle of gene training also regarded him as a strong opponent. After all, after this battle, they felt that their strength wasn't much different from Tai Zhongyue's. "What's your name?" Elder Qin Mo asked with a smile. Wu Mo, the dark-skinned young man's voice was loud and clear, and his eyes shone brightly. He glanced over, and his fighting spirit was astonishing. "Wu Mo, this elder will remember this name." Elder Qin Mo nodded, but Wu Mo didn't feel flattered at all, as if it was a matter of course. Next, it was number 5 and number 6. Both of them were at the 7th cycle of gene training, and were about the same level. One of them practiced leg techniques, while the other practiced palm techniques. In the end, number 6's technique was better, and he defeated number 5. The final battle between number 7 and number 8. Both of them were at the 7th cycle of gene training, and in the end, number 7 seized a fleeting opportunity to defeat number 8. Number 9 and number 10. Number 9 was Chen Zong, and number 10 was Shangguan Liani from the hidden royal family. "Palace Master, Chen Zong should be able to win, right?" An elder asked. "Yes." Immortal Huanyan nodded, and his tone was calm but full of certainty. In the past 3 months, Immortal Huanyan was very clear about Chen Zong's strength. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Immortal Huanyan had suppressed his strength and fought with Chen Zong at the same level. At the beginning, Chen Zong naturally lost, but he improved very quickly, and not long ago, he was able to gain the upper hand. Immortal Huanyan didn't dare to say that Chen Zong could defeat someone at the 8th cycle of gene training, but most of the 7th cycle of gene training were no match for him, unless it was a genius like Wu Mo. Shangguan Liani pulled out his long saber. The blade was long and narrow, as cold as frost, and dazzling. He pointed it directly at Chen Zong, and a trace of faintly discernible sharpness locked onto Qianzong from afar. "I'll give you a chance to attack first," Shangguan Liani said, "because once I attack, you won't have any chance." It wasn't arrogance or conceit, but confidence in himself, unparalleled confidence. "Brother Liani, you're the best." The disciples of the Shangguan family shouted one after another, cheering for Shangguan Liani. Everyone also looked at Qianzong, wondering how he would fight. "Take this." The two words sounded as if they were carried everywhere by the wind and entered Shangguan Liani's ears from both sides. A cold light flashed in front of his eyes like a meteor streaking across the sky. It was also like a wisp of cool breeze that blended into the air. This was the sword move of the Severing Wind swordsmanship. It had transcended the original restrictions and formed its own style. As the saying goes, the layman only enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. Good swordsmanship. Elder Qin Mo, who was standing at the edge of the sky martial arena, immediately said in a low voice. "Your swordsmanship is indeed good. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak, so you can only stop here." One of the Sky Martial Academy lords shook his head. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but everyone could hear him. "So fast." Shangguan Liani's pupils shrank as he hurriedly drew his blade. The long and narrow blade cut through the air as if it was going against the current. Under the blade, invisible ripples spread out. In the middle of the air, it changed from cutting to stabbing. The speed of the blade increased by more than 30%. It was going to reach Qianzong first. On the tip of the blade, there was a white inner strength that turned into a blade light. It was the upper-class Earth-realm swordsmanship passed down from the Shangguan family. Qianzong's blade light flashed and turned into a bolt of lightning. Its speed increased rapidly, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the clouds. Its power was overbearing and its momentum was unparalleled. Lightning swordsmanship. In the past 3 months, Qianzong had improved the lightning swordsmanship under the guidance of the immortal Huanyun. After sparring with the immortal Huanyun many times, his understanding of the lightning swordsmanship had reached a deeper level. It had broken away from the original restrictions and completely became his own swordsmanship. He had comprehended the realm of truth and integrated it into the extreme flash thunder killing sword, making it even more powerful. It was as if Qianzong wasn't holding a sword, but a bolt of lightning and thunder. Its light was dazzling and shocking. Its power was also terrifying. The shocking sword pressure made Shangguan Liani feel suffocated and numb all over. So he didn't use his full strength when he hit the strength-testing pillar. Is this his true strength? He is indeed not weak. Each of the Qi refining stage 7 martial artists had a solemn expression on their faces. They felt that the strength displayed by Qianzong was enough to threaten them. Under the thunder light sword technique, Shangguan Liani immediately felt that his hands and feet were tied. His opponent's sword was extremely fast and powerful. The strength of his opponent's inner strength was not weaker than his own, and it was even more condensed. When they clashed head-on, the inner strength covering the saber showed signs of collapsing. When Xiaoqian executed the reverse flow saber technique to its limits, it was like a saber light shooting up from the bottom of a waterfall. The greater the resistance, the stronger the might and the faster the speed. "I want to win. I must win." Shangguan Liani clenched his teeth and mobilized all his internal strength. There was a faint pain between his muscles and bones, which was caused by overloading his internal strength. Counter wave splitting. With one strike, an overloaded inner strength covered the blade. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split apart a huge wave. The entire heaven martial arena seemed to be split apart. This was the killing move of the reverse saber technique. Shangguan Liani knew that he couldn't maintain this state of overload for long, so he had to decide the winner as soon as possible. A flash of blade light was reflected in his pupils. He shook his wrist, and the long sword broke through the air. 13 consecutive strikes. Severing Wind 13 strikes, the 13 strikes hit different parts of the blade light. However, the blade light paused for a moment and then collapsed. Qianzong saw through a flaw in the counter wave splitting, and used the characteristics of the Severing Wind sword technique to perform the Severing Wind 13 strikes. He expanded the flaw and defeated it. Shangguan Liani was stunned when his killing move was broken. He didn't have time to react, and the sword light in front of him bloomed again. "I won." A warrior at the peak of the 6th turn of training force defeated a warrior at the 7th turn of training force. Another fighting genius. Wu Mo looked over. When his eyes met with Chen Zong's, he grinned. His white teeth reflected the sunlight, which seemed to be a bit ferocious. I lost. Shang Wanliani looked at his hands. His long saber fell to the side. His face was full of depression and loneliness. His eyes were dim, as if he had nothing to live for. The world of warriors was so cruel. They could be proud for a while, but they couldn't be proud for the rest of their lives. Only by overcoming, being unyielding, and advancing bravely could they go on. Chen Shidi, well done. Lin Hao smiled. In the following matches, Xian Jianzi also defeated his opponent. Lin Hao lost by a slight margin after a fierce battle. Lu Zhe was even more unfortunate. His opponent was Dai Juanhe, one of the top 10 warriors of Tianwu Academy. He was defeated in a few moves. After the first round of matches, only 3 people from the True Sword Academy advanced to the second round. The other 3 were eliminated. Draw lots now. The second round will begin, Elder Qin Mo said. Out of the 32 people, only 16 were left. Other than Wu Mo, all the other disciples were eliminated. The rest were from the 4 academies. This time, Chen Zong drew number 3. His opponent was number 4, a warrior at the 7th turn of training force. Number 1 and number 2 were facing off. Number 1 was one of the 8 war generals of the Ferocious Blood Academy, the Beast Warrior, Guahai. Number 2 was one of the top 10 warriors of Tianwu Academy, the Black Spear Warrior, He Lianyu. In terms of reputation, they were on the same level. In terms of cultivation, they were both in the 8th turn of training force, so they were on the same level. Victory or defeat depended on one's fighting ability and a little bit of luck. Guahai wore a short robe made of beast skin. His muscles bulged like steel, giving him a wild aura. The Ferocious Blood Academy's disciples had strong survival skills and were good at killing. Guahai had walked through many life and death situations. His killing intent surrounded his body and mixed with his aura. It was like a strong wind whistling. He crouched down slightly, like a fierce tiger or a ferocious wolf, ready to pounce at any time to attack his prey. He was good at fighting, which was why he was a war general. He was good at imitating beasts, which was why he was a beast warrior. He Lianyu's expression was cold, like cold steel. He held a black spear in his hand. The spear was covered with spirals, and the tip of the spear was as bright as snow. It was as if he was facing an army of thousands of men and horses. He gave off an aura that could break through 1,000 men's army, pressing forward with indomitable will. Before they made their moves, the auras of the 2 sides collided. A formless sound seemed to be heard. Their auras overflowed, bringing about gusts of wind. The 8 war generals against the 10 martial heroes, the muscles of the beast warrior Guahai's legs bulged in a strange way. A tyrannical force was transmitted to the soles of his feet, shattering the arena. He pounced out like a cheetah with the ferocity of a ferocious tiger. He raised his palm and fiercely slapped toward the black spear warrior He Lianyu. It was like a giant bear swinging its paw, powerful and heavy, like a mountain crashing down. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. He was very surprised. From this attack, he could see that Guahai's martial arts were exquisite. He had mastered the essence of the cheetah, tiger, and black bear, and even used them together. He Lianyu's hands trembled. His spear pierced through the air like it could break through 1,000 men's army. This spear was fierce and powerful, able to break through all obstacles. When Guahai's palm landed, it suddenly changed from a violent force to a tricky one. It was as if a black bear had turned into a poisonous snake. His arms were soft as if they had no bones. Under the twisting, he changed the direction of the incoming spear. His left hand followed the momentum and struck out. The joints of his fingers protruded like the fangs of a ferocious wolf. He Lianyu spun his spear and used the end of the spear to face Guahai. Exquisite martial arts, rich combat experience, and outstanding combat techniques. Guahai and He Lianyu each used their own methods. It was too much for the spectators to take in, making them exclaim in admiration. Guahai lived up to his title as a beast warrior. He had mastered the essence of all kinds of demonic beasts, including tigers, wolves, leopards, bears, snakes, and eagles, and merged them into his attacks. His style was constantly changing. When facing him, one had to be prepared for the opponent's style to change at any time, exhausting their mind and body. However, Lianyu's spear had an indomitable aura that could break through 1,000 men's army. Guahai's right palm was like a tiger's claw, grabbing the spear. His left hand was like a wolf's fangs. Lianyu immediately shook his spear. The spear trembled, wanting to break through Guahai's right palm. However, he was one step too slow and got hit in the chest. With a groan, the spear left his hand and the end of the spear fiercely swung toward Guahai, injuring him. It was only a minor injury. The two did not stop and continued to fight. This battle concerned whether or not they could enter the final point competition. They could not afford to be careless. 8 Ultimate Beast Warriors. Guahai executed his killer move. His figure changed, violent, brave, swift, domineering, crafty, and all sorts of transformations. As he waved his arms, countless illusions appeared. There were bears, wolves, tigers, leopards, and so on. It was as if 8 beasts had gathered and surrounded him, all of them charging towards Lianyu. 1,000 Army Spear? Army Destroyer. Lianyu's inner strength surged. His spear emitted a dazzling light that was forceful and overbearing. With a thrust of his spear, the light of the spear moved unhindered, as if it could open up a bloody path among the thousands of men and horses. It could even defeat the thousands of men and horses. Their collision caused the arena to shatter inch by inch. It collapsed and shot out violently. The two figures were both sent flying backwards. Guahai stood at the edge of the stage. His hands were like claws, grabbing onto the stage. He pulled out a few meter-long scratch marks and forcibly stopped himself. Lianyu's spear stabbed into the stage and also used it to support himself. He stopped at the edge of the stage. There was a 3-meter-long hole in the center of the stage. Both of their faces were pale and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Their eyes carried a trace of fatigue, but their battle intent was astonishing. However, the collision of their killing moves caused both of them to suffer heavy injuries. Now, it was time to see who would be the first to collapse. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, Lianyu's expression changed greatly. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. Guahai grinned. He had won. Number 3, Zhenzong. Number 4 was the Tianwu Academy's 7th Revolution Realm disciple, named Wu Qing. However, the battle between the two of them still had to wait for a while. Because the Tianwu arena had been severely damaged after so many battles, it needed to be repaired first. After a while, the Tianwu arena looked brand new. Zhenzong, you killed my Tianwu Academy's disciple. It's time to settle this debt, Wu Qing said in a low voice. His eyes were cold and sharp. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I will only break your limbs as punishment. Breaking my limbs? Okay, I'll remember that. Zhenzong nodded and slowly pulled out his sword. It was a simple conversation, but it made people feel that something extraordinary was going to happen. Everyone was looking forward to this battle. Wu Qing chuckled and put on his boxing gloves. His figure rushed forward like the wind. His right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. There was the sound of an explosion as he punched out. It was like a long spear piercing towards Zhenzong's shoulder. He wanted to break his shoulder blade with one punch. The afterimages of his kicks and fists covered the entire area, covering the sky and the earth. Even though they were dozens of meters away, they still felt like they were being sealed and suffocated. Suddenly, a beam of dazzling light with shocking sharpness tore through the clouds and shattered the afterimages. It was as if nothing could stop it. Slash, a sword slashed out from Wu Qing's endless attacks. It was like a floating light in the sky, strong but not dazzling. It made Wu Qing feel like he couldn't dodge it. Soon, in the blink of an eye, the sword light flashed and seemed to split into two. One was shattered by Wu Qing's fists, but that was just an afterimage. The other pierced into Wu Qing's shoulder and pierced through it mercilessly, causing a string of blood to spurt out. Wu Qing clenched his left fist and punched the other shoulder. A cracking sound was heard. That was the sound of the shoulder blade breaking. Stop. Dai Juanhe, one of the top 10 martial heroes of Sky Martial Academy, rushed over. His long sword was swift, piercing towards Qinzong. If Qinzong still attacked Wu Qing, he would be stabbed by this sword. Aren't you looking down on this elder too much? Elder Qin Mo frowned and flicked his finger. 2 finger winds broke through the air. With a clang, Dai Juanhe's long sword flew out of his hand, while the other finger wind shot towards Qinzong's long sword. It was extremely fast and impossible to dodge, but it wasn't strong enough. It caused Qinzong's sword to deviate, making it impossible for Qinzong to continue attacking. Wu Qing took advantage of this opportunity and quickly retreated. One of his shoulder blades was shattered and collapsed, while the other was pierced through. Blood dripped down, and he couldn't even raise his arms. His face was pale, and he looked at Qinzong with eyes full of hatred and fear. Qinzong's sword almost pierced through his legs. You have already won. Elder Qin Mo looked at Qinzong, frowning slightly. Qinzong knew that with Dai Juanhe and Elder Qin Mo's interference, his plan to cripple Wu Qing's legs had fallen through. However, with his arms crippled, he would have to recuperate for a period of time before he could recover. Qin Shidi is really strong. He won again. Lin Hao smiled. It is indeed very powerful. Lu Zhe smiled as well. Even though both of them had lost, it was still within his expectations, so he wasn't too upset. Yu Jianzi and Xian Jianzi couldn't help but take a few more glances at Qinzong. If he won, Qinzong would enter the point competition and have a slight chance of winning one of the 5 spots. Of course, this chance was very slim. Qinzong, I'll teach you a lesson in the competition. Dai Juanhe picked up his long sword and glared at Qinzong. He gnashed his teeth. His voice was like a cold wind, and his eyes were cold and threatening. I'll be waiting. Qinzong's expression remained unchanged. The competition continued. Number 5 fought against number 6. The battle was intense, and number 6 won in the end. Number 7 against number 8, and number 7 won. Number 9 against number 10, and number 10 won. Number 11 versus number 12. Number 12 won. Wu Mo was number 13, and his opponent was a 7th Transformation Realm warrior from the Giant Blade Academy. He used a serrated broadsword. Tai Zhongyue, who had undergone the 8th Transformation Realm, was defeated by Wu Mo, let alone a 7th Transformation Realm warrior. Within a few moves, Wu Mo sent his opponent flying out of the arena. Number 15 against number 16, and number 16 won. The second round of the competition ended. There were 8 winners, but 5 spots. The Fast Sword Warrior Dai Juanhe and Cloud Warrior Duan Han of the Sky Martial Academy's top 10 martial heroes. The Giant Blade Academy's Battle Halberd Sky Blade Ji Yonglu. The Fiery Blood Academy's Beast Warrior Gua Hai and Wave Breaking Warrior Xing Jianglong. The True Sword Academy's Yu Jianzi Wei Yufeng, Qinzong, and finally, Wu Mo. Among them, the one with the lowest cultivation was Qinzong, who was at the peak of the 6th Transformation Realm. Next was Wu Mo, who was at the peak of the 7th Transformation Realm. The other 6 were all at the 8th Transformation Realm. The rules of the elimination competition are as follows. Each of you will fight against the other 7. If you win, you will get 1 point, if you draw, you will get 0 points, if you lose, you will get 0 points. In the end, the top 5 will be chosen based on your total points, and each of you will get one of the 5 spots. Elder Qin Mo said, now, draw your number cards. You can challenge anyone starting from number 1. You can admit defeat, but you can't challenge the same person consecutively. There must be at least one interval. Qinzong is definitely going to lose. Yeah, his previous opponents were all at the 7th Transformation Realm. That's why he was able to win and enter the elimination competition. Now, even Wu Mo is at the 8th Transformation Realm. Qinzong is definitely going to lose. It's true that he lost, but he was able to fight his way out of dozens of warriors at the later stage of the Qi refining realm and enter the competition. It's already very impressive. If he was at the peak of the 7th turn of the Qi refining realm like Wu Mo, he might be able to get a spot. When the number cards were drawn, the crowd started to discuss. Soon, the number cards were drawn. Yu Sword Warrior Wei Yufeng was number 1, Wu Mo was number 2, Fast Sword Warrior Dai Juanhe was number 3, Wave Breaking Warrior Tsing Jianlong was number 4, Chen Zong was number 5, Beast Warrior Guahai was number 6, Skyblade Warrior Ji Yong Lu was number 7, and Cloud Warrior Duan Han was number 8. Starting from number 1, Yu Sword Warrior Wei Yufeng started to challenge. Wei Yufeng stood on the sky martial arena. His sharp eyes swept over everyone's face slowly, and he chose his first opponent. There was a certain level of skill involved in choosing an opponent. It would be best if the opponent's strength was not as good as his, so he could defeat him more easily and get 1 point. After all, this was a competition for a spot. Whoever had more points would have a higher chance of winning. If the opponent was at the same level and they were all geniuses, the choice would be even more specific. It would be best to choose an opponent that he could restrain. After a glance, Wei Yufeng did not hesitate. His eyes landed on Chen Zong's face, as if he wanted to choose Chen Zong as his opponent. However, after 2 seconds, his eyes moved away and landed on Fast Sword Warrior Dai Juanhe's face. I practice sword, so do you. Let's fight. Yu Jianzi said. His voice was neither loud nor soft. Okay. Dai Juanhe jumped up and landed on the sky martial arena, facing Yu Jianzi from afar. Both of them pulled out their swords and stepped forward, thrusting towards each other. Dai Juanhe was known as the Fast Sword Warrior because his sword was very direct and very fast. His sword seemed to leave a straight line in the air, thrusting towards Wei Yufeng at an astonishing speed. Wei Yufeng's stab was completely different. It was like a snake slithering around, giving people a feeling of unpredictability. No one knew where the sword would stab in the end. Everyone watched with their eyes wide open. Being able to enter the elimination round meant that they were very strong and had great potential. Furthermore, both of them used swords, making it even more interesting to watch. Shwa shwa shwa. In the blink of an eye, Dai Juanhe thrust it out more than 10 times. It was like a rain of swords, thrusting towards Yu Jianzi. Yu Jianzi moved left and right, dodging Dai Juanhe's swords one by one. At the same time, the long sword in his hand followed his footsteps, passing through the gaps between the swords and counterattacking. Take my fast line sword technique. With a low roar, Dai Juanhe's sword speed increased once again. Every sword strike, be it a stab or a slash, left a straight line in the air. One by one, the lines crisscrossed, covering the surrounding void. It was as if he was holding a brush and using the air as a canvas, constantly writing. Swimming dragon sword technique. A resounding sound rang out like a dragon's roar. The long sword in Yu Jianzi's hand was like a dragon that had just woken up. It soared up and swam around. Not only was it agile, but it was also graceful and contained a tyrannical might. Regardless of whether it was the fast line sword technique or the swimming dragon sword technique, they were both peak earth grade martial techniques. However, they were both incomplete. The fast line sword technique belonged to the Tianwu Academy. The swimming dragon sword technique was Wei Yufeng's family martial technique. Naturally, he would not hand it over to the True Sword Academy. Wei Yufeng's sword was like a swimming dragon, and his body was like a python. No matter how fast Dai Juanhe's swords were, they could not hit Wei Yufeng. Instead, Wei Yufeng dodged them all. Chen Zong could not take his eyes off them. If he were to fight with the two of them, ignoring the factor of cultivation, it would be a battle of pure sword techniques. Speaking of which, due to the limitation of cultivation, Chen Zong wanted to get a spot, but the possibility was very small. However, he could fight with these geniuses and temper himself. It could be considered a gain. Furthermore, if he was lucky, he might be able to get a spot. No one could say for sure. Sword. Sword, Dai Juanhe continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, he had attacked more than 20 times. At the same time, he took the opportunity to retreat and break Yu Jianzi's ultimate move. I admit defeat, Dai Juanhe suddenly said. Yu Jianzi also stopped. Dai Juanhe had his own reasons for admitting defeat. First of all, it had been proven that it was very difficult for him to defeat Yu Jianzi. If he continued to fight, the chances of him being defeated would be even higher. At that time, he would exhaust even more energy, which would not be beneficial for the subsequent challenges. There were many challenges, and the points he could obtain were not small. Instead of exhausting himself in the first battle, he might as well save some of his strength and wait for the subsequent battles to earn more points. Dai Juanhe admitted defeat, and Yu Jianzi received 1 point. Wu Imo was number 2, and it was his turn to issue a challenge. Wu Imo spread his wings like an eagle and landed on the Tianwu arena. His gaze swept across the arena. Yu Jianzi had just issued a challenge, and Dai Juanhe had just been challenged. Wu Imo could not issue a challenge to these two, so there were only 5 people he could challenge. Wu Mo's gaze swept across the arena with slight pressure. Many people thought that Wu Imo would choose Chen Zong. After all, Chen Zong's cultivation was the lowest, and his strength was also the lowest among them. He would be the easiest to defeat. You, come and fight with me. Wu Mo's gaze moved away from Chen Zong's face and pointed at the beast warrior, Guahai. As you wish. Guahai stood up and walked towards the Tianwu arena in big strides. He was like a lion running in the wild, and with a light leap, he was as agile as a cheetah. Let's see if your beast warrior is more powerful than my tiger-eagle technique. Wu Imo grinned. He looked very arrogant, but no one dared to laugh at him or look down on him. After all, he had defeated Tai Zhongyue. You will see. Guahai's voice was calm, and his expression was cold. He bent his body slightly and assumed the posture of a ferocious tiger. He immediately emitted a domineering aura, as if he was the king of the forest. He was eyeing Wu Imo covetously, treating him as a fat prey. All right. Wu Imo seemed to be very excited. He stretched his legs forward and back, bent his body slightly, and extended his right claw forward. He was like a ferocious tiger that was about to come down from the mountain. This might be the reason why Wu Imo chose Guahai as his opponent. 8 unique beast martial arts. Tiger and Eagle. The beast warriors Guahai and Wu Imo both used their killer moves. The battle was intense, and everyone was showing off their skills. The audience was mesmerized and had a deeper understanding of Wu Mo's strength. Below the arena, Tai Zhongyue's face was cold. Lion, tiger, leopard, wolf, bear, snake, deer, and eagle, 8 unique beast martial arts. 8 figures condensed from inner strength flew out. In the middle was Guahai himself. Both of his hands struck out. This move was as if 9 people were attacking the same target at the same time. Moreover, there were differences in strength, speed, and angle of attack. The dominance of a lion, the ferocity of a tiger, the agility of a leopard, the ferocity of a wolf, and so on were all fully displayed in this attack. It could be seen that this attack was more complete and more powerful than the one he had used in the battle with the Black Spear martial hero. Behind Wu Imo, the Black Demon Tiger and the Black Demon Eagle appeared out of nowhere and intertwined to form a monster with a tiger's head and an eagle's body. Its ferocious aura was like a surging tide. It rushed up to the sky, and with Wu Mo's body, it dived down again. Its arms, which were like tiger's paws and eagle's claws, stretched out, and could shatter mountains and tear steel apart. The airflow was violent, and it tore the arena apart. A figure was sent flying out, and it was Guahai. During the battle with the Black Spear martial hero, Guahai had suffered internal injuries. Although he had taken some pills, he hadn't fully recovered in a short time. During the battle with Wu Imo, his internal injuries were aggravated, and he was sent flying because he didn't have enough strength. Wu Imo wasn't in a good condition either. After landing, he kept retreating. His legs were heavy, and he stepped on the stone floor, causing stone chips to fly everywhere. I admit defeat. Guahai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and he said helplessly. He still had the strength to fight again, but with the aggravation of his internal injuries, the possibility of winning was very small. Moreover, it would further aggravate his internal injuries, which would affect the following battles. He should take the opportunity to admit defeat and recover his internal injuries. He should try to recover fully before the next battle, so that his strength wouldn't be affected. Hearing Guahai admit defeat, Wu Imo chuckled. His tightened muscles relaxed. He had used all of his power to defeat Guahai, which was not a good feeling. There were many more battles to come, so it was necessary to conserve more power. Number 3 was the fast sword warrior, Dai Juanhe. Standing in the sky martial arena, Dai Juanhe's sharp gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Chen Zong's face. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. Chen Zong, come here and face your death. Dai Juanhe pointed at Chen Zong and said in a cold voice that contained a terrifying killing intent. Chen Zong only smiled. He stood up and lightly jumped onto the heaven martial arena, about 7 to 8 meters away from Dai Juanhe. Chen Shidi is in danger. Lin Hao frowned and said worriedly. Chen Zong's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th transformation of the Qi refining realm, while Dai Juanhe was at the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. Moreover, he was also a genius. Chen Zong had no chance of winning this battle. On the other hand, judging from Dai Juanhe's attitude, he would not kill Chen Zong, but he would not show any mercy. I won't kill you. Dai Juanhe smiled coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. But I will pay you back double for what you did to my Sky Martial Academy's junior brother. Then come, Chen Zong said calmly and unsheathed his long sword. The blade of the sword was like water, gliding through the air, emitting a hint of coldness. Elder Qin Mo stared at Chen Zong. He wanted to see how Chen Zong, who was at the peak of the 6th transformation of the Qi refining realm, would surpass the 7th transformation of the Qi refining realm and challenge a martial artist at the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm, even though it was impossible. Dai Juanhe smiled coldly. His eyes were sharp as he unsheathed his sword. The light of the sword streaked across the air, piercing towards Chen Zong, leaving a clear one in the air. So fast. Chen Zong's pupils contracted. When he was watching from below the Sky Martial Arena, he felt that Dai Juanhe's sword was very fast. But after experiencing it personally, that feeling was even more obvious. In the blink of an eye, as soon as the sword was unsheathed, it was already in front of Chen Zong. A cold light flashed, bringing with it an extreme coldness. It spread throughout Chen Zong's body, causing him to feel numb. The force of the thunderclap sword surged, but Chen Zong reacted quickly. He executed the 8 directions 4 extreme steps, and at the same time, he swung his sword towards Dai Juanhe. At the moment of collision, he borrowed the rebounding force and stabbed towards Dai Juanhe. The eyes of Elder Qin Mo and the others lit up slightly. They were surprised by Chen Zong's quick reaction. This was a natural talent for battle. It was an innate talent, not something that could be obtained through hard work. For people with natural talent for battle, as long as they were nurtured, their growth would be even faster. Elder Qin Mo couldn't help but think about recruiting Chen Zong. But now wasn't the right time. He had to wait until after the competition for the quota was over. Dai Juanhe was also a little surprised that Chen Zong could dodge his sword and even counterattack. His face darkened, and the speed of his sword suddenly increased. Each sword was like a rainstorm, stabbing towards Chen Zong from all angles. Each sword contained the inner strength of the 8th turn of the training state. It was very scary. Once hit, even Chen Zong's strong body would be directly pierced through. Each sword was filled with inner strength. When it brushed past him, Chen Zong could feel the coldness and sharpness, as if it was going to cut him into pieces. Severing wind 13 strikes, the sky was bright and the clouds were surging. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong drew his sword with his right hand and the long sword at his waist with his left hand. Each of them performed a different sword move. Dual swords. It seems that his second sword isn't a backup. Seeing Chen Zong use his second sword and perform a different sword move, everyone was immediately shocked. A smile flashed across Spiritual Master Huan Yun's face. He knew very well that Chen Zong knew how to use dual swords, because they had fought many times in the past 3 months. Not simple, Elder Qin Mo said in a low voice. Using dual swords or dual knives was actually not a difficult thing to do. After all, martial arts required the use of dual weapons. But that was the requirement and limitation of martial arts itself. There were also some warriors who could use 2 weapons. For example, Tai Zhongyue used dual axes. However, these dual axes could only be used to perform the same martial arts, or make the same attack. Even if the attacks were different, it would still be very simple. Like Chen Zong, when he used his dual swords, he performed 2 different sword moves. Moreover, they were the ultimate and killing moves. Moreover, they gave people a feeling that they were independent of each other, as if 2 people were using their swords. It was very, very difficult. This was a kind of talent. It was not a kind of profound skill that could be mastered through hard work. Dai Juanhe's face darkened. Chen Zong didn't use his full strength before. But now, under the dual swords, he was a little difficult to deal with. Fast straight-line sword technique. Dai Juanhe's sword was like a flash of light, and his speed increased again. He was so fast that he didn't hold back at all. Every sword move emitted a terrible sword pressure. Before the sword reached Chen Zong, the sword pressure made it hard for him to breathe. He felt like he was going to be pierced and torn into pieces. The dual swords shook like a pair of wings, bringing up countless sword shadows. They were completely different, like a mighty wind or a torrent in the sea, and attacked back. When the two swords collided, a terrible power surged. The strength overflowed, and countless dazzling sparks sputtered. Chen Zong's hands were numb, and the numbness gradually spread to his arms. The power of the inner strength at the peak of the 6th cycle of the gene training realm was not inferior to that of the 7th cycle of the gene training realm. This was Chen Zong's advantage and also one of the reasons why he was able to defeat many 7th cycle of the gene training realm martial artists. However, when compared to the 8th cycle of the gene training realm martial artists who practiced the earth-level ultimate technique, the difference was obvious. Dai Juanhe performed the fast straight-line sword technique to the extreme. Every time he attacked, countless sword lights cut across the air, and didn't disperse for a long time. They were densely packed, and together with his agile and swift footwork, they surrounded Chen Zong. From afar, Chen Zong looked like a hedgehog. With agile footwork and swift dual swords, Chen Zong kept defending against Dai Juanhe's sword attacks. He felt like he was running for his life and was very tired. The difference in cultivation is too obvious. My speed and strength can't keep up. My cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th transformation realm. Now, I'll try to break through with the help of Dai Juanhe's pressure. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. He made up his mind and got rid of all distracting thoughts. His whole body seemed to emit a unique aura, and his strength was twisted into one. He waved his dual swords and defended against every attack from all directions. The terrifying impact of the inner force made Chen Zong's arms numb and his whole body tremble. If it wasn't for the mixed yuan body and the amazing strength of his body, he would have been defeated long ago. Even so, Chen Zong didn't feel good. Martial arts level. Elder Qin Mo was the closest to him, so he felt it the most clearly. He immediately recognized Chen Zong's state. He was in the first stage of the martial arts level. It seemed that he hadn't just entered it, but was very familiar with it. Elder Qin Mo's heart was surging. Excluding the 3 heavenly sons, there were very few martial artists in the middle stage of the training force realm who could comprehend and master the first stage of the martial arts level. Even in the real martial arts alliance, where geniuses were as common as clouds, there were only a few. Moreover, he was still young, only about 20 years old. For a moment, Elder Qin Mo's evaluation of Chen Zong improved a lot. His inner force seemed to be constantly attacked and tempered by the impact. There was only a fine line between the peak of the 6th transformation realm and the 7th transformation realm. It was like a thin piece of paper that could be torn apart with a little force. However, Chen Zong knew that if he cultivated normally, it would take at least half a month to a month. After all, the 6th transformation realm belonged to the middle stage, while the 7th transformation realm belonged to the late stage. The breakthrough from the middle stage to the late stage was not only about the strength and purity of the inner force, but also about whether the inner force could be released. This was a qualitative change. Many martial artists were stuck at the peak of the 6th transformation realm for years or even decades. It was not strange. Dai Juanhe's face grew darker and darker as he continued to attack but was still unable to defeat Chen Zong. Relying on the first stage of the martial arts level and his own strength, Chen Zong resisted Dai Juanhe's attacks with brute force. However, he did not counterattack. Instead, he used the pressure brought by Dai Juanhe to train himself and break through. The strong martial artists in the real martial arts realm seemed to have seen through Chen Zong's intention. However, those below the real martial arts realm, even the genius disciples like the 10 martial arts warriors, thought that Chen Zong was just holding on. Stupid. Instead of fighting to the death, it's better to admit defeat as soon as possible. This way, he can preserve his strength and avoid serious injuries. They could not understand Xianxia's actions. This junior is really interesting. Very courageous. Several strong martial artists in the real martial arts realm said secretly. Not bad. His talent is outstanding. He can wield 2 swords, and he has mastered the first stage of the martial arts realm. He is also so courageous. His potential is amazing. Swift sword storm. The sword light was like a raging storm, endless, and all of them pierced towards Xianxia in an extremely violent manner. In an instant, Xianxia was like a small boat in the middle of a raging storm, and could be torn apart and destroyed at any time, turning into powder. With this move, Xianxia felt an intense sense of danger. His entire body was trembling, reminding him of the fact that his hair was standing on end. The shadow of death permeated the air as danger enveloped him. Elder Qin Mo's eyes shone with a sharp light as he channeled his true qi into his palms. He was already prepared to act at any moment to save Xianxia at the critical moment. By doing so, not only could he save Xianxia's life, but he could also save Xianxia's life. Xianxia's pure yang blood and qi surged as the thunderclap sword force gushed forth, roaring unceasingly. It was as if a raging torrent had broken through a dam. A feeling of breaking through shackles permeated his entire body. The speed of the thunderclap sword force abruptly increased by 2-fold. Xianxia's entire body seemed to be inflated with air. Skylight breaking clouds, the extremely strong sword light seemed to tear the sky apart, making it hard for people to look at it directly. The 2 swords arrived at the same time, and the incomparably intense sword light swallowed and spat out, as if it could destroy all obstacles in front of it. There was nothing that could not be broken, nothing that could not be destroyed. Kacha 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 sounds continued, and the sword light was shattered one after another, scattering in all directions like fireflies being released from a bag. The 2 swords clashed with Dai Juanhe's long sword, and a terrifying force exploded. Invisible waves spread out from the 2 swords, blowing their long hair and forcing them to retreat. Your inner force. Dai Juanhe stopped in his tracks, and his eyes widened. He exclaimed, 7th transformation of the gene training state. The others also widened their eyes. This was completely unexpected. Good boy, you actually used the momentum to break through. Elder Qin Mo muttered to himself as he dispersed the true energy in his palms. Spiritual Master Huanya nodded silently, and subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. When Xianxia was at the peak of the 6th refinement stage, he was able to defeat most of the 7th refinement stage martial artists. He could even hold his own against those at the 8th refinement stage. Now that he had broken through to the 7th refinement stage, his inner force was even more vigorous and pure. Feeling the surging thunderclap sword energy in his body, the corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. He had finally broken through. Perhaps for other cultivators, after breaking through, they would need a period of time to adapt to their new strength, but Xianxia didn't need to. With his incomparably solid foundation and astonishing control over his own strength, he could quickly adapt to his new strength and display it to the fullest. Holding the 2 swords tightly, Xianxia could better control his own strength under the first level of the martial arts realm. So what? You're still no match for me. Dai Juanhe said angrily. His long sword pierced towards Xianxia again, faster than before. The sword light flashed, and the sharp sword pressure was about to pierce through Xianxia. However, after breaking through, Xianxia didn't find it hard to bear anymore. Both swords struck out like 2 lightning bolts, attacking from different angles. The 7th refinement stage allowed Xianxia's sword to be faster and more powerful. Xianxia's inner force was much purer than other warriors of the same level, and he also practiced the earth-level ultimate skill. Now, he wasn't inferior to Dai Juanhe at all. The thunderclap sword technique was performed. Every strike was like a bolt of lightning, powerful and domineering. The thunderclap was not only fast, but also contained amazing power, which made Xianxia's sword speed slightly lower than Dai Juanhe's. The power contained in every strike was exactly the same. In addition, Xianxia was performing the first level of the martial arts realm, so he could better use all his strength. Once again, he sped up his sword speed, which surpassed Dai Juanhe's. Linear quick sword. Wu Mo stared at Xianxia, his eyes shining. Before, he didn't take Qianzong seriously at all, because in his opinion, Qianzong was just a lucky guy who made it to the top 8, but he was no match for him. Now, it was different. Qianzong, who had broken through to the 7th refinement stage, was enough for Wu Mo to take him seriously. Licking his lips, Wu Mo grinned, seeming to be very excited. He clenched and loosened his hands. The other Qi refining stage 8 martial artists who had entered the top 8 also looked at Qianzong seriously. Wind-cutting sword technique, skylight sword technique, thunderlight sword technique. Under Qianzong's 2 swords, the 3 sword techniques of different levels were used flexibly. The sword movements seemed to be disordered, and there was no distinction between them. They were fast, fierce, and illusory. Qianzong seemed to have become a master of art, and his sword movements had a kind of artistic beauty. Good boy. Immortal Huanyun was very surprised, because he could see that with the breakthrough in cultivation, Qianzong seemed to have broken the shackles of sword techniques. His attainment in sword techniques had also improved. Dai Juanhe felt it most directly. The 3 sword techniques were alive, and so were the 2 swords in Qianzong's hands. Every strike was so exquisite and unpredictable. Quick sword takes life. Dai Juanhe's internal force burst out, and one strike was followed by another. Every strike was continuous. This was the second unique move of the quick sword technique, which was different from the quick sword storm. One strike was followed by another, and every strike was extremely terrifying. Moreover, they were linked together, making it difficult for the opponent to resist the first strike, but not the second. Even if the opponent could resist the second strike, it would be difficult to resist the third. It was a very deadly sword move. As soon as they touched, Qianzong immediately felt the horrifying power contained in Dai Juanhe's sword. Strong, very strong, very strong. And the second strike was 3 times faster than the first. Thunderlight strikes wood. Passively taking a beating was not Qianzong's style. While blocking with one sword, he executed his ultimate move with the other sword and counterattacked. Quick sword kills. A horrifying murderous aura surged, and the killing intent was surging like a tide. All of his internal force rushed out and covered the sword. It was more than 3 inches long, and it was extremely sharp. It could penetrate all hard things, and it was invincible. His internal force was condensed to the extreme, and he activated the killing move of the quick sword technique. This move was not the original killing move of the quick sword technique, but it was modified by the Sky Martial Academy's headmaster many times. Only the top 10 martial heroes had the right to practice it. Once this move was used, there was no chance of survival. Ever since Dai Juanhe started practicing the quick sword technique, he had used this killing move to kill many strong opponents who were not any weaker than him. The horrifying killing intent was like a cold wave from the deep sea, and it covered Qianzong's entire body. Shouts of killing seemed to be ringing in his ears, each louder than the last, and each sharper than the last. It was as if his eardrums were about to be torn apart. Thunderlight shatters mountain. Qianzong took a deep breath. Under the first stage of the martial path, he performed the killing move of the Thunderlight sword technique. This move had been perfected by Huanyun and Qianzong himself, and its power had increased by more than 50%. It was not a sword, but a bolt of lightning that pierced through the air. The tyrannical bolt of lightning collided with the killing move of the sword. Qianzong's second sword pierced through the lightning and pierced through Dai Juanhe's right shoulder. When Qianzong pulled out his sword, a string of blood splattered. You actually stabbed me. Dai Juanhe covered his wound with his hand, and his face was filled with disbelief. When he saw Qianzong's sword approaching him, he quickly shouted, "I admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, Qianzong's sword stopped at Dai Juanhe's left shoulder. It had just pierced through his clothes and touched his skin, showing off his exquisite control over his sword. Dai Juanhe's face was slightly pale, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, he had shouted in time, or else he would have been injured again. Qianzong unexpectedly won and obtained a point. Next up was the wave-breaking warrior Xing Jianglong. He could not challenge Dai Juanhe, nor could he challenge Qianzong. He could only choose from the other 5. Xing Jianglong challenged the number 8 platoon martial hero Duan Han. Xing Jianglong's blade art was a superb earth-level martial art called the wave-breaking blade art. It was also incomplete, but the final killing move was also completed. The platoon martial hero Duan Han practiced a palm art called the platoon palm, which was also a superb earth-level martial art. It was also incomplete, but also completed. The two's cultivation and strength were similar, so the battle was very fierce. Blade light flashed, and palm shadows covered. The sky martial arena was once again destroyed. After this battle, it had to be repaired. Xing Jianlong's every slash seemed to split the waves, and its power was amazing. However, Duan Han's palm art was vigorous and mighty, like the continuous surging clouds in the sky, full of power. Gradually, Xing Jianlong felt like he was trapped in cotton, and his limbs were bound. Duan Han seized the opportunity and defeated him with one palm. Number 5 was Chenzong. The battle between Xing Jianlong and Dai Juanhe lasted for a full 15 minutes. During this time, Chenzong had recovered all his energy and inner strength. Moreover, after the battle with Dai Juanhe, he had completely mastered it and could use it to its fullest extent. Standing in the sky martial arena, Chenzong chose his opponent. When his gaze fell on Dai Juanhe's face, Dai Juanhe's eyes twitched. After 15 minutes, the wound had stopped bleeding, but it would not heal so easily. Especially the wound on his right shoulder, it directly affected his ability to use his sword. Dai Juanhe, come up and fight with me. Chenzong laughed. Despicable. Someone from the Sky Martial Academy shouted immediately. Taking advantage of the situation. I'm just a lowly person. Chenzong was not moved. Dai Juanhe was obviously not on good terms with him. Since that was the case, there was no need to show mercy. Moreover, in the top 8 competition, everyone had to take turns to challenge the other 7. Dai Juanhe had already challenged him, so it was only a matter of time before he challenged Dai Juanhe again. I admit defeat. Dai Juanhe's face was pale as he gritted his teeth. He had lost the previous battle. Although Dai Juanhe did not think that he was weaker than Chenzong, he was indeed at a disadvantage when he was injured. The reason he admitted defeat now was so that he could recover better. In this way, Chenzong obtained 2 points. Number 6 was the beast warrior, Guohai. Guohai's gaze fell on Wu Mo's face. Guohai was not convinced that he had been defeated by Wu Mo, so he wanted to fight again. You are not my opponent. Wu Mo grinned. He jumped up like an eagle and landed on the sky martial arena. We will know after we fight. Guohai was not angry. His body flashed, and he dashed forward like a fierce wolf. His 2 fists were one in front and one behind, like a tiger's claws or a wolf's fangs. The sound was like a drum as a figure flew out. After landing on the ground, he couldn't stop moving back. His heavy feet trampled the repaired Heaven Martial Arena into pieces again. He missed his last step and fell straight down the Heaven Martial Arena. It was the beast warrior, Guohai. With a muffled groan, Guohai couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He had suffered some internal injuries during the fight with the Black Spear martial hero and had yet to recover. Then, he fought with Wu Mo with all his strength. Wu Mo was indeed very powerful. Because of his internal injuries, Guohai was defeated in the last clash and his internal injuries worsened. Now that he was fighting with Wu Mo again, even if he tried his best, he couldn't avoid being defeated. His internal injuries worsened again and would obviously affect his strength. Number 7 was the halberd, Skyblade Ji Yong Lu. A pair of short halberds that were about 1.3 meters long shone coldly under the sunlight. They were both powerful and domineering. Ji Yongliu's body was lean, but his arms were thick and strong. It was obvious that he had terrifying strength. His opponent was number 4, wave-breaking warrior, Xing Jianlong. With the wave-breaking saber in hand, Xing Jianlong was unstoppable. Wave-breaking saber art, unparalleled halberd, the two engaged in an intense fight. Their basic moves collided again and again. Chenzong watched carefully. He absorbed the essence of Xing Jianlong's saber art and comprehended the mysteries of Ji Yongliu's halberds. Personally fighting with others was a form of tempering. Watching powerful people fight was also a form of tempering. Training was everywhere. The violent saber and the domineering halberd. The two were fighting head-on. Chop, chop. Chop. Xing Jianlong held the saber with both hands and slashed down continuously. Every slash seemed to be able to split a huge wave. The saber aura was ferocious and continuous. Ji Yongliu's halberds were like a dragon overturning the sea, stirring up waves in the sea. Saber light and halberd shadows were everywhere. Countless sparks were sputtering in all directions. The ground of the heaven martial arena was constantly being cut. Countless scars were everywhere. It was a shocking sight. Xing Jianlong took a deep breath and exploded his internal strength. He held the saber with both hands and slashed again and again. It was as if there was no end. Even if the recoil force kept hitting his arms, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Wave-splitting saber. With one slash. Ji Yongliu's halberd seemed to have turned into a wave and was about to be split in half. Wave-breaking triple attack. When Xiaoqian executed his second move, he executed 3 saber strikes in a row. The might of each saber strike was even stronger. Ji Yonglu was forced back again and again. The powerful impact made it so that he almost lost his grip on his halberds. Seeing Xing Jianlong's saber slashing down again, Ji Yongliu's expression changed. His arms went numb and he couldn't muster any strength. "I admit defeat," Ji Yonglu immediately said. His saber stopped in midair. The terrifying saber pressure brought about a strong gust of wind, parting the hair in front of his forehead and causing it to flutter in the wind. Xing Jianlong smiled and sheathed his saber. His hands trembled slightly. In fact, if Ji Yonglu had persisted, Xing Jianlong would have been defeated. After all, he had attacked in one go, which placed a great burden on his arms. Unfortunately, Ji Yonglu couldn't grasp Xing Jianlong's rhythm and was disrupted from the start. Number 8 was the platoon martial hero Duan Han. He could not challenge the wave-breaking warrior Xing Jianlong, nor could he challenge the halberd sky blade Ji Yonglu. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on the face of sword warrior Wei Yufeng. Roaming dragon sword art versus cloud-splitting palm. Chen Zong's sword was akin to a roaming dragon or a flying flood dragon. Every strike was not only nimble, but it also contained a terrifying might. His body was like a roaming dragon, and it seemed to have become one with the sword in his hand. Duan Han's strength was extremely tyrannical. His gloved iron palms struck out, bringing about an endless stream of qi energy. The qi energy was like floating clouds, revolving around the surroundings. Every piece of cloud seemed flexible and heavy, causing people to feel as if they had fallen into a swamp. Gradually, they would be affected and become restrained, thus affecting their ability to unleash their strength. This was the reason why Xing Jianlong, the wave-breaking battle general, had been defeated. Gradually, Yu Jianzi felt his sword being restrained. It was as if a flood dragon was being shackled. He kept struggling, but it was as if he had fallen into countless vines. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. Clouds formed by qi blocked his vision. Duan Han's palm suddenly pierced through. One palm knocked Yu Jianzi's sword aside and the other palm towards his chest. Yu Jianzi managed to dodge in time, but his shoulder was still hit. He felt numb. Duan Han took the opportunity and struck out with both palms. The whistling sound continued and forced Yu Jianzi to retreat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Based on the rules, Yu Jianzi didn't have to fight immediately. He started with number 2, Wu Mo. The arrogant Wu Mo glanced at Dai Juanhe, Xing Jianlong, Chen Zong, and Ji Yonglu. As for Yu Jianzi, he had already fought with Duan Han Gang, so he couldn't challenge him. The beast warrior Guahai had also been defeated by him, so there was no need to challenge him. In the end, Wu Mo chose Dai Juanhe as his opponent. After witnessing Wu Mo's 2 battles, Dai Juanhe knew that Wu Mo was very strong. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid to fight him. However, his shoulder was pierced and his injury wasn't light. Although the bleeding had stopped and it was healing with the help of medicine, it was still far from being fully healed. Once he fought, it might tear his wound apart and it wouldn't be good for his recovery. "I admit defeat." Dai Juanhe felt very helpless. His face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with hatred as they fell on Chen Zong's face. If it wasn't for Chen Zong's sword that pierced through his shoulder, he wouldn't have fallen to the point where he had to admit defeat before the battle had even begun. Up until now, he hadn't won any of the 4 battles. His points were 0. If this continued, he might not be able to get into the top 5. Wu Mo returned to his original position. Number 3 was fast sword warrior Dai Juanhe. He stood on the sky martial arena with a constipated look on his face. He could feel the pain in his shoulder that was pierced through. It was spreading throughout his body and his heart. I challenge. Dai Juanhe looked around and thought. Challenges were necessary. Even if he had to admit defeat, he had to choose an opponent first. Number 8, Duan Han, I admit defeat. The crowd burst into laughter. Dai Juanhe was on the verge of collapsing. He had already fought 5 battles, and his points were still 0. He had only lost to Duan Han, who was also a martial hero of the Tianwu Academy. At the very least, he felt better. Next, it was Yu Jianzi's turn. He had enough time to rest. Yu Jianzi, Wei Yufeng, looked at Ji Yonglu. Swimming dragon swordplay versus peerless halberd, Ji Yonglu immediately attacked as soon as he got onto the arena. He had learned his lesson from the battle with Xing Jianlong and didn't give his opponent any chance to retaliate. He attacked with both halberds. It was like a flood dragon coming out of the water. It was continuous and violent. The halberd itself was heavy enough. Combined with Ji Yonglu's strong arms, each strike was extremely powerful and fast. The combination of the two was terrifying. Furthermore, the tip of the halberd was extremely sharp. Under the combination of powerful strength and astonishing speed, it could penetrate and cause terrible tearing damage. The crescent blade of the halberd was not only sharp, but could also effectively block the opponent's weapon and cut it down. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to use a special weapon like the halberd. They had to have a certain level of talent and go through hard work. Ji Yonglu obviously had good attainments in this area. Yu Jianzi used the swimming dragon swordplay and swimming dragon steps. His body was very agile. Every attack was fast and powerful. When they collided, countless sparks flew. Peerless halberd was a martial art that was suitable for head-on battles. It was bold but contained fine details. However, the swimming dragon swordplay focused on swimming. Without a head-on battle, Ji Yonglu's battle tactics were weakened by more than half. In terms of strength, there wasn't much of a difference between the two. The key to victory was who could persist and find the opponent's weakness. Compared to the peerless halberd, the swimming dragon swordplay was easier to create weaknesses. Yu Jianzi seized the opportunity and luckily defeated Ji Yonglu. Xing Jianlong, the wave-breaking warrior, was very eye-catching with his wave-breaking blade technique. Chen Zong. Xing Jianlong pointed with his long blade. The blade was cold. Xing Jianlong unsheathed his sword. He held it with both hands and rushed forward. He used the wave-treading steps to the extreme. It was as if he was stepping on waves. Not only did he have his own strength, but he also had the force of the waves pushing him forward. He reached Chen Zong in the blink of an eye. He raised his long blade and slashed down with an aura that could split mountains and seas. However, the blade missed its target. A cold light flashed from the side. After watching the wave-breaking warrior's 2 battles, Chen Zong had a vague understanding of his fighting style. He was able to deal with it more easily. The wave-breaking saber technique focused on breaking the waves with one slash. It was an indomitable momentum without the slightest hesitation. Chen Zong was very clear about this point. On the other hand, Chen Zong's fighting style was never limited to one. He was flexible. With 2 swords in hand, he could perform the most common sword moves. He could also perform Severing Wind sword technique, Sky Light sword technique, and Thunder Light sword technique. Moreover, his mastery of each move was beyond the level of the sword technique itself. In this aspect, he was superior to Xing Jianlong. In terms of the power of his inner strength, he wasn't inferior to Xing Jianlong. The only difference was that his inner strength wasn't as vigorous. However, Chen Zong's strong body had greater endurance. He was also more flexible and could make more subtle changes. This was his advantage. Compared to the previous battle with Dai Juanhe, Chen Zong was more relaxed. He gave people the feeling that he was at ease. How terrifying. He has improved again. Those who could see it were all amazed. Not only was he talented in cultivation, but he was also talented in fighting. Moreover, judging from his mastery of sword techniques, his comprehension was also better than others. He was an all-around genius. If only he was a disciple of the Tianwu Academy, a Tianwu Academy elder said to himself. Elder Qin Mo was even more determined to recruit Shenzong. This kind of genius was extremely rare in the entire real martial arts alliance. If he was nurtured well, he would have a great chance of entering the real martial arts realm in the future. He would become a true martial artist. I hung up after finishing the website. I can't open it and can't update it. I'll make it up now. Wind cutting 13 strikes, cloud breaking skylight, the two swords struck out at the same time. Their respective killing moves immediately interrupted the rhythm of Xing Jianglong's saber technique and counterattacked. With the two swords in hand, under the first LV of the martial arts realm, the swords seemed to be connected with the arms. It was as if the swords grew out of the arms. One strike after another, the mysteries of wind-cutting swordsmanship were fully displayed. Although the power was limited by the level of the swordsmanship, it won in speed and the mystery of intercepting attacks. Gradually, Xing Jianglong felt that his bladesmanship was limited. The weight-breaking bladesmanship was about momentum. It was about moving forward and splitting mountains and seas. If that momentum was blocked, the power of the bladesmanship could not be fully exerted, and his strength would be weakened because of it. Xing Jianglong understood this point. He also knew that as long as his saber technique was strong enough, he could break through this obstacle. However, his cultivation of the weight-breaking saber technique was at this level. It was very difficult for him to make a further breakthrough. Thunder light strikes wood. Thunder light cracks mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Shenzong executed the lightning light sword art's ultimate move, attacking Xing Jianglong simultaneously. These two moves were extremely fast, and their power was even more tyrannical. Wave-splitting saber. At the critical moment, Xing Jianglong performed the killing move of the weight-breaking saber technique. He blocked the first strike, but he could not block the second strike and was directly sent flying. Shenzong's body and sword immediately approached. The two swords swept out like a storm and attacked like a rainstorm. The two swords were extremely accurate. They all hit Xing Jianglong's weight-breaking saber. The power of one strike was nothing, but under so many strikes, Xing Jianglong's long saber trembled and his hands became numb. He gradually lost strength and could not hold the long saber tightly. Shenzong's swords were too fast, especially under the first LV of the martial arts realm. They were extremely accurate. The two swords all landed on the same point of the long saber. I admit defeat. Xing Jianglong was very helpless. In fact, in terms of strength, he was not inferior to Shenzong. Unfortunately, Shenzong saw through his advantage and tried his best to avoid disrupting the rhythm. In the end, he defeated him. Shenzong was number 5. He had just finished a battle and was resting. The beast warrior, Guahai, would challenge him. Guahai was also somewhat helpless. He was suffering from internal injuries and his strength was limited. If he were to casually challenge someone, he would most likely be defeated. So, he simply looked at Dai Juanhe. Dai Juanhe's face twitched continuously, but he was extremely annoyed in his heart. This situation seemed to be treating him as a soft persimmon and wanting to pinch him. Guahai, you've suffered internal injuries. How much of your strength can you unleash? Aren't you afraid of aggravating your injuries? Dai Juanhe said angrily. Either admit defeat, or come up and fight. Guahai's words were concise and comprehensive. He had indeed suffered internal injuries and was unable to display his full strength. That was why he did not choose those who had not suffered any injuries as opponents. Undoubtedly, Dai Juanhe was his final opponent. Hearing Guahai's words, Dai Juanhe was about to explode. He gnashed his teeth and hated Shenzong even more. I admit defeat. Dai Juanhe's voice seeped out from the gaps between his teeth. It was filled with unwillingness and anger. It was obvious that Dai Juanhe did not have the determination to fight. Even if someone like him had outstanding talent, his achievements would be limited because he did not have a strong will. At this point, the beast warrior, Guahai, had finally obtained his first few points after losing 2 battles. As for Dai Juanhe, he had lost 6 battles in a row and had 0 points. At this rate, unless he was very lucky, he would not be able to obtain one of the 5 spots. The laughter from the surroundings was like a poisonous snake gnawing at Dai Juanhe's heart. He was on the verge of going crazy. He could not help but clench his fists. He wished he could draw his sword and kill Chen Zong, who was not far away. However, he did not dare to do so. Not to mention whether he could kill Chen Zong. Once he made a move, even if he was one of the 10 martial heroes of Tianwu Academy, he would still end up in a terrible state. Guohai had yet to obtain victory, and there was still not much time left. It was Ji Yongliu's turn first. I want to challenge you. Everyone looked at where Ji Yongliu was pointing. At first, they were stunned, but then they burst into laughter again. Dai Juanhe, it was Dai Juanhe again. Dai Juanhe's complexion changed again. He was so angry that it was frightening. He clenched his teeth so hard that they could shatter rocks. His entire body was trembling from anger. Indeed, Dai Juanhe, whose shoulder had not yet recovered, was a pushover. After all, he specialized in right-handed swords. Coincidentally, his right shoulder had been pierced, causing his right arm to be half crippled. It would be hard for him to display his full strength. It would be good if he could use 70% of his strength. Moreover, it would reopen the wound and worsen the injury. I admit defeat, Dai Juanhe said again, lowering his head. Next was number 8, the Cloud Platoon martial hero Duan Han. A strange smile appeared on Duan Han's face, causing one's heart to skip a beat. If Dai Juanhe raised his head, he would feel that something was wrong. That was because Duan Han's finger was pointing at Dai Juanhe. In this kind of competition that depended on winning points, why not take advantage of a pushover? Moreover, it would happen sooner or later. It did not matter. Dai Juanhe, who heard the laughter again, raised his head and saw Duan Han's finger pointing at him. He was stunned, and his eyes turned red. You're going too far. Dai Juanhe stood up abruptly and roared. The faces of the Tianwu Academy's people were also ugly. This was one of the top 10 martial heroes of their academy. Yet, he was being treated like a pushover. It was all because of Chen Zong's sword. For a moment, many of the Tianwu Academy's people looked at Chen Zong with unfriendly gazes. Duan Han, I challenged you to admit defeat on purpose because we are both disciples of the Tianwu Academy. Don't go too far, Dai Juanhe said angrily. Among the people I can challenge, you are definitely one of them. It will happen sooner or later, Duan Han said calmly. Duan Han spoke neither slowly nor quickly. Dai Juanhe was so angry that his entire body trembled. Even if what Duan Han said was true, challenging him now was not giving him any face at all. Duan Han looked at Dai Juanhe. Do you want to fight or admit defeat? Make your choice quickly, Elder Qin Mo urged. I admit defeat. These 3 words seemed to be filled with humiliation. Dai Juanhe sat down weakly. At this point, Dai Juanhe had lost 8 battles. Each of the 8 people had to challenge the other 7 people once. They also had to accept challenges from the other 7 people. In total, there were 14 battles. If they won all of them, they would get 14 points. Since Dai Juanhe had lost 8 battles, he still had 6 battles left. However, looking at the situation, he would probably lose a few of them. Basically, he had no chance of getting a spot. Next up were wave-breaking General Tsing Jianglong, Martial Beast General Guohai, and Halberd Skyblade Ji Yongliu. Each of them lost 2 battles and got 1 point. Wu Mo and Chen Zong won 3 battles and got 3 points. Currently, Duan Han had the most points, with 4. After the battle, it was Chen Zong's turn to issue a challenge. After eliminating Dai Juanhe, Tsing Jianglong, and Duan Han, Chen Zong could only challenge 4 people. After thinking for a while, he chose his opponent. Martial Beast General Guohai. No matter what, he had to establish his advantage first. Although Guohai had not recovered from his internal injuries, he was different from Dai Juanhe. He was not afraid to fight with Chen Zong. As soon as he got on the stage, Guohai emitted a strong and ferocious aura. He was like a tiger in the forest. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Chen Zong. His gaze immediately brought about a shocking pressure. Chen Zong was not afraid at all. He unsheathed his long sword and immediately attacked. 8 unique beast martial arts. Guohai actually used a killing move as soon as he attacked. His idea was simple. From what he had seen before, he knew that Chenzong was not weak at all. Even if he was in his best condition, he was not sure that he could defeat him, let alone now that he had internal injuries. Since that was the case, he had to use his strongest attack from the beginning. It would be best if he could defeat Chenzong. If not, he might as well admit defeat. The shadows of 8 kinds of beasts gathered around Guohai. They seemed to have merged into one and attacked Chenzong. In terms of momentum, Guohai was much stronger than before. With 2 swords in hand, Chenzong immediately entered the first level of martial arts. He stared at the 8 shadows of beasts around Guohai and attacked in the blink of an eye. Wind-cutting swordsmanship, wind-cutting 13 strikes, sky-light-piercing clouds. Under the continuous attack, the shadows of beasts around Guohai seemed to be about to disperse. Thunder light hitting wood, thunder light splitting sky, with one attack after another, the 8 shadows of beasts were immediately shattered. Guohai's arms attacked Chenzong's chest, but the shadows were shattered and he missed. Chenzong's 2 swords chopped at the right time. Guohai hurriedly crossed his arms to defend. The armor on his arms blocked Chenzong's 2 swords, but he was sent flying by the strong force. His qi and blood were turbulent, aggravating his internal injuries again. I admit defeat. Guohai was very straightforward. He couldn't defeat Chenzong even if he continued to fight, so he might as well admit defeat as soon as possible. At this point, Chenzong had 4 points, and Guohai was still at 1. It should be Guohai's turn next, but he had just fought with Chenzong, so he skipped it directly. It was Ji Yongliu's turn. Ji Yongliu challenged Wu Mo kill. With a shout, Ji Yongliu attacked Wu Mo with his 2 halberds. Like a furious dragon coming out of the water, he continuously stabbed at Wu Mo good. Wu Mo was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked excited. He put on his fists and connected them to a pair of arm guards. He immediately launched an attack with a terrifying fist pressure. It was as if a tiger was roaring, but also as if an eagle was crying. The gauntlets protected Wu Mo's fists. They collided with the 2 halberds without hesitation. Countless sparks sputtered out. The unparalleled halberd was a strong martial art that was good at attacking. It was very powerful in a head-on fight. Wu Mo's Tiger Eagle art was also a powerful martial art that was suitable for head-on fights. Both sides were fighting head-on. Gathering his strength, Ji Yongliu's arms seemed to have expanded a little. The 2 halberds kept stabbing out. Every attack felt like a giant crossbow that could break through a city wall. It pierced through the air again and again, forming 2 white streams of air that swept out endlessly. Wu Mo's 2 fists were like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain, but also like an eagle pouncing down. It not only contained terrifying power, but also amazing speed and sharpness. Fight, 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 the head-on fight made everyone's blood boil. They couldn't wait to fight to their heart's content. Wu Mo was like a ferocious beast in human form. Gradually, Ji Yongliu's 2 halberds slowed down. Because his arms were starting to feel numb, he couldn't exert his strength. Wu Mo seized the opportunity and attacked with his unique skill. He broke the halberds and punched his chest with his fists. With a muffled groan, Ji Yongliu's mouth was bleeding. He felt a burning pain in his chest. It was the beast warrior Guohai's turn to issue a challenge. His opponent was Yu Jianzi, Wei Yufeng. There were 5 people who had not been injured so far, and Yu Jianzi was one of them. Under the swimming dragon swordsmanship, Guohai, who had suffered internal injuries, was defeated in a short time. Then, it was Duan Han's turn to issue a challenge. I challenge. Wu Mo Duan Han's words made everyone excited. So far, among the 8 people, only 3 of them had a complete victory. Wu Mo and Duan Han were 2 of them. Moreover, these 2 people were not injured. They had displayed amazing strength in every battle, which naturally attracted more attention from the crowd. Their fighting spirit was amazing, and their momentum was soaring. Tiger Eagle skill versus Firmament Palm, like an eagle or a tiger, Firmament Palm. Clouds were ever-changing. Moving the clouds was like the wind in the sky. Although it seemed light, it actually contained a shocking amount of power. Soon, under Duan Han's palm, the clouds were densely packed. Every wisp of cloud was extremely flexible, stronger than steel wire. As they circled around, it immediately affected Wu Mo. Tiger Eagle's skill was overbearing, and Wu Mo's strength was even more powerful. However, under the power of Firmament Palm, he was also affected. Gradually, he felt like he was falling into a spider's web. Wu Mo knew that this was because of Duan Han's strength and palm skills. He had to use more strength to break this restraint and turn the situation around. Skywind Firmament Palm. Wu Mo attacked with both palms, and the clouds became denser. Wu Mo immediately used the ultimate move of Tiger Eagle skill to fight back, but he could not break through the denser clouds. Instead, he felt like he was trapped in a fog, and he could not tell his direction. For the first time since the battle started, Wu Mo felt troubled. He, who had won many battles in a row, gradually looked down on these so-called geniuses of the academy. He thought that they were not as good as him. Now that he met Duan Han and was defeated by him, he realized that he had underestimated his opponent. He attacked with all his strength, and countless clouds rolled up. However, he could not get rid of the clouds completely because Duan Han did not give him the chance. I have to defeat this person as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer the battle drags on, the worse it will be for me, Chen Zong said to himself. Some martial artists were good at outbursts of power, and each strike would often erupt with a terrifying power that could defeat the enemy. However, if they were unable to do so in a short period of time, they might be defeated instead. But there was another type of martial artist that excelled in protracted battles. They were extremely tenacious, like a pine tree on a cliff or a reef in the sea. No matter how their opponent attacked, they would still be able to persevere. Moreover, they would constantly attack, slowly changing the rhythm of the battle. The more advantageous it became for them, the more disadvantageous it would become for their opponent. When fighting against the second type of martial artist, one would either have to outlast him or defeat him from the start, not allowing him to display his advantages. The methods that Duan Han displayed made him one of the more difficult to deal with among the second type of martial artists. Wu Mo was like a flying insect that had fallen into a spider's web. He struggled hard but was unable to break free. Duan Han was also looking for a suitable opportunity to defeat Wu Mo. Since that's the case, I'll just have to grasp even more power. Wu Mo suddenly let out a long howl. His voice was like the roar of a tiger king in the mountains, and also like the cry of a goshawk in the ninth heaven. It was overbearing and powerful, and it turned into an invisible storm that swept through the entire sky-fighting arena. The faces of those with weaker cultivations changed drastically when they heard this terrifying voice. They felt as if their heads were being hit by an invisible sledgehammer, and they had a splitting headache. Fortunately, the howl didn't last long. Their faces turned pale, and cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. They felt as if they were about to collapse. Suddenly, a strong aura burst out from Wu Mo's body. With a roar, a terrifying internal force filled the air, and it was like a whistling tornado. He broke through. Elder Qin Mo's eyes widened. He actually broke through again in the middle of a battle. Before he broke through, Wu Mo's strength was already so terrifying. Now that he has broken through, he will only become more powerful. Duan Han was also shocked. Wu Mo, who hadn't broken through yet, already brought him a lot of pressure. He had to use all his strength to gain the upper hand, and it was difficult for him to find an opportunity to defeat Wu Mo. Now, Wu Mo was about to break through. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Wu Mo, otherwise, he wouldn't have another chance. Duan Han immediately attacked. His palms penetrated through the clouds, and with a shocking power, he blasted towards Wu Mo's chest. With a sharp roar, he showed no mercy. Wu Mo, who was in the middle of breaking through, quickly retreated, increasing the distance between him and Duan Han's palms. If he was hit, it was very likely that his breakthrough would be interrupted, and he would be seriously injured. This was absolutely not allowed. As he advanced and retreated, the aura on Wu Mo's body became more and more powerful. Suddenly, his body shook, and an even more powerful internal force swept through his body. Wu Mo let out a long laugh, and punched out with both of his fists. The momentum was shocking, and it was as if a tiger's roar from ancient times had spread all around. Wu Mo's fists collided with Duan Han's palms, and the intense shock tore the surrounding clouds into pieces, and they slowly dissipated. Duan Han retracted his palms and retreated 3 steps. On the other hand, Wu Mo's body only swayed a little before he stabilized himself. It's your turn. Wu Mo's eyes emitted a dense electric glow, and he grinned. The wild feeling he gave off was even more intense. He took a step forward, and like a tiger or an eagle, he closed in on Duan Han in an instant, and punched out with both of his fists. This attack was even more violent than before, and it carried the powerful internal force of the 8th cycle of the training realm. Heavenly wind dispels the clouds. Cloud dispels the city. Duan Han's internal force exploded, and he consecutively performed the 2 killing moves of the cloud-dispelling palm. Speaking of which, there was only one complete superior Earth-level martial arts in the Tianwu Academy that had the final killing move, and that was the cloud-dispelling palm and the cloud-dispelling force. It was a pity that Duan Han had not cultivated the cloud-dispelling force to the final stage, or else Wu Mo would have been defeated by him. Vast cloud-dispelling force. This was a killing move, and it belonged to the original killing move of the cloud-dispelling palm. It was not added by someone else, and its power was extremely powerful. This was also the first time Duan Han had used the killing move of the cloud-dispelling palm. The whistling sound was endless, and countless clouds surged. It felt as if the white clouds in the sky were pressing down, and it carried a terrifying momentum that could destroy mountains. Even though they were dozens of meters away, everyone could feel the majestic pressure from this move. Tiger Eagle Double Image. Wu Mo also performed the killing move of the Tiger Eagle technique. This move was also a killing move of the Tiger Eagle technique, and it was not added by someone else. Behind Wu Mo, a black eagle with the head of a tiger appeared. Its body was huge, and it turned from an illusory image to a real one. It emitted a trace of an ancient aura, but it was very weak. The black tiger eagle rushed out from behind Wu Mo, and it opened a pair of strange claws. It tore through the air, and also the vast clouds, and viciously clawed at Duan Han. Wu Mo followed closely behind, and his hands formed into claws, and clawed at Duan Han. Wu Mo, who had reached the 8th cycle of the training realm, was much more powerful than before. When the killing moves collided, Duan Han was defeated, and he flew backwards. He could not help but groan, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. I admit defeat. Duan Han unwillingly looked at Wu Mo and said. He had suffered some internal injuries, and he had to heal them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would affect the rest of the battle. Furthermore, Wu Mo was indeed very powerful, and he had no confidence in defeating him. Duan Han did not forget his goal, which was to fight for one of the 5 spots. Based on the current situation, one of the 5 spots would belong to him. Therefore, it was not a big deal to lose this battle. Brilliant. Indeed very exciting. Seeing the outcome of the battle, most of the spectators were extremely excited. After repairing the Sky Martial Arena once again, Yu Jianzi, Wei Yufeng, stood on it and looked around. Guahai. Yu Jianzi's voice was neither loud nor soft. The corner of Guahai's mouth twitched, and he felt a little helpless. However, he did not admit defeat, and still insisted on fighting on the arena. Until now, Guahai knew that his chances of getting one of the 5 spots were slim, and he might as well treat this battle as a form of training for himself. However, after this battle, Guahai had no choice but to admit defeat. Then, it was Wu Mo's turn to issue a challenge. The person he challenged was Chen Zong. Chen Zong was confident that he could defeat other people, but he was not confident that he could defeat Wu Mo, who had just broken through. However, Chen Zong was not afraid. With 2 swords in his hands, he instantly entered LV1 of the martial arts realm, and his strength was activated to the extreme. Wu Mo also attacked, and the terrifying fist pressure made Chen Zong feel suffocated. However, under the martial arts realm, Chen Zong's face was as cold as the deep sea, and there was no change in his eyes. Then, Wu Mo attacked again, and the terrifying fist pressure wreaked havoc. Fight, 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 Chen Zong successively performed wind-cutting swordsmanship, skylight swordsmanship, and thunder swordsmanship. Every move was refined to the extreme, and not only was it fast, but it was also flexible and powerful. However, Wu Mo's fists resisted Chen Zong's every move. The gap between their cultivations was too obvious. Chen Zong could feel the strength of Wu Mo's internal strength every time they collided, and it was obvious that Wu Mo's internal strength was stronger than his. Therefore, he had to perform his swordsmanship and footwork to the extreme, and use the pressure brought by Wu Mo's strength to train himself. Similar to Chen Zong, Wu Mo was also a fighting genius, and his application of internal strength had reached a level that many warriors could not reach. In addition, Chen Zong could also feel that Wu Mo's body was very strong, and it was not much weaker than his own. In this way, his advantages were weakened to the extreme, and there was a clear gap between their cultivations. However, it was difficult for Wu Mo to defeat Chen Zong in a short time. He had seen how difficult it was to deal with Chen Zong, who was even stronger than Duan Han. The two swords were too strong. After a quarter of an hour, the two were still fighting, but Chen Zong felt that his internal strength was seriously consumed. After another quarter of an hour, Chen Zong withdrew after he attacked with his two swords. "I admit defeat," Chen Zong said calmly. "Admit defeat." Wu Mo looked like he was not satisfied yet. Another one admitted defeat. "Wu Mo is too strong." Only a fool would continue to fight knowing that he is no match for Wu Mo. Chen Zong also had the same idea. Wu Mo was too strong. Maybe he had a chance to win if he used his last trump card, but the probability was not high, and he would expose his trump card. This was not a fight to the death. After fighting for so long, Chen Zong was confident that he could win a place, so it was not strange that he admitted defeat. Another round of laughter came from all around, which almost made Dai Juanhe explode. 8 rounds. He had already lost 8 rounds in a row. He only had 6 rounds left, but the wound on his right shoulder had not healed yet. This kind of wound was troublesome. Even with medicine, it would take a few days for it to completely heal. Moreover, he practiced the sword with his right hand. Dai Juanhe felt that this world was full of malice towards him. "I quit." Dai Juanhe said these 3 words with great difficulty. His face was livid, and his heart was bleeding. Everyone was shocked that Dai Juanhe was going to quit. "Are you sure you want to quit?" Elder Qin Mo asked. "Yes." Dai Juanhe nodded. Elder Qin Mo's question was like a knife stabbing into his heart, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Dai Juanhe lowered his head and walked away. He left the Sky Martial Arena without looking back. He was too ashamed to stay. After Dai Juanhe left, there were only 7 people left. Weight-breaking warrior Xing Jianglong issued a challenge. After that, Chen Zong issued a challenge. His opponent was Duan Han. As soon as Duan Han performed the firmament palm, Chen Zong immediately felt that there were restrictions everywhere. One after another, they wrapped around him endlessly and began to affect his 2 swords and body. However, under the first level of the martial arts realm, Chen Zong could clearly grasp the strength of the restrictions around him. Some were light, some were heavy, and some were light. Thus, he could move through them with ease. He performed the severing wind swordsmanship and cut through the restrictions according to the strength of the restrictions. The power of the severing wind swordsmanship was only average. It was powerful because it could cut off attacks and other things. Unfortunately, the firmament palm was slightly restrained. However, if the power was stronger, Chen Zong would not be able to restrain it. After cutting through the restrictions of the clouds, Chen Zong immediately performed the heavenly light swordsmanship and the thunder light swordsmanship. The 2 swords burst out a strong and dazzling light, which was difficult to look at directly. Realizing that his palms could not restrain Chen Zong, Duan Han immediately performed his unique skill, followed by his killer move. Chen Zong did not hold back either. He used all his unique skills and killer moves and fought to the end. Duan Han was pushed back and almost fell off the heaven martial arena. 2 dazzling sword lights were coming at him. "I admit defeat." Duan Han was reluctant to admit defeat, but there was nothing he could do. Chen Zong's swordsmanship was excellent, and he was improving with every match. Next was the beast warrior, Guahai, who issued a challenge. However, due to his internal injuries, he was still defeated. Next was the halberd heavenblade, Ji Yonglu. This time, he challenged the wave-breaking warrior, Xing Jianglong. His halberds went berserk, and in a head-on clash, he defeated Xing Jianglong and turned the tables. The battle continued without end. It was Duan Han's turn to issue a challenge. After that, it was Yu Jianzi's turn to issue a challenge. The battle between us is inevitable, Yu Jianzi, Wei Yufeng, said to Chen Zong. Chen Zong nodded. No matter what, a battle was unavoidable in this kind of competition. It was a matter of time, so both of them intentionally put it at the back. After witnessing Chen Zong's many battles, Yu Jianzi, Wei Yufeng, didn't dare to underestimate him. The roaming dragon sword art was unleashed, and it was as if a roaming dragon was riding on the wind. It was a battle between swords. Chen Zong was still using the wind cutter sword technique, the skylight sword technique, and the thunderlight sword technique. Thanks to Huan Yan's guidance, Chen Zong's every move contained many changes, making it even more difficult for his opponents to deal with. As for the first stage of the martial path realm, Chen Zong had the ability to defeat stronger opponents. Among the people present, even the talented Wu Mo hadn't mastered the martial path realm yet. After a while, Chen Zong seized the opportunity to defeat Yu Jianzi, Wei Yufeng, and obtained another point. Now, he had 6 points. In the previous battles, no one used any secret inner strength techniques. Although they weren't weak, they consumed a lot of inner strength. It wasn't until the later battles that people gradually started to use secret techniques such as the rushing technique or the explosive technique to increase the power of their moves. Match after match, with victory after defeat, everyone gradually knew who would be able to obtain one of the 5 spots. It was certain that one of the 5 spots would go to Wu Mo, because up until now, no one had been able to defeat Wu Mo, who had reached the 7th turn of the Qi refining realm, was really very strong. As for the other 4 spots, Chen Zong, Duan Han, and Wei Yufeng had a high chance of getting one. It could even be said that there was an 80 to 90% chance that the last spot would belong to someone else. Excluding Dai Juanhe, who had forfeited, among the remaining 7 people, Wave-breaking warrior Xing Jianglong, Halberd Skyblade, and Ji Yonglu had similar points. The only one that could be directly excluded was Beast Warrior Guahai, who had suffered internal injuries and wasn't strong enough. As the last battle ended, the final candidates were determined. Wu Mo, Chen Zong, Duan Han, Wei Yufeng, and Ji Yonglu. Elder Qin Mo smiled as he scanned the 5 of them. Congratulations, you've obtained a spot. Upon hearing Elder Qin Mo's words, the 5 of them broke out into smiles. This was their ultimate goal. Xing Jianglong and Guahai, who didn't get a spot, had bitter smiles on their faces. But there was nothing they could do. Thinking about Dai Juanhe, their hearts were filled with comfort. Good boy, you really got a spot. The elder of the Real Sword Academy laughed happily. Out of the 5 spots, 2 of them went to the disciples of the Real Sword Academy, 1 went to Wu Mo, who didn't belong to any of the 4 academies, 1 went to Duan Han of the Sky Martial Academy, and 1 went to Ji Yonglu of the Giant Blade Academy. As for the Fiery Blood Academy, they were completely wiped out. It could be said that the Real Sword Academy was the biggest winner. Spiritual Master Huan Yun was also very happy. Chen Zong, if you become a member of the Real Martial Alliance, I promise as an elder that you will be given the highest level of training. I will help you improve your cultivation as quickly as possible and break through to the Real Martial Realm in the shortest time possible. After Elder Qin Mo found Chen Zong, he didn't beat around the bush and directly tried to recruit him. Chen Zong was a little surprised, but he didn't agree impulsively. After all, he had offended Long Jiang of the Overlord Martial Alliance, and the Overlord Martial Alliance had a close relationship with the Real Martial Alliance. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Real Sword Academy. The Real Sword Academy had groomed him before. Thank you, Elder Qin. Please allow me to think about it. Chen Zong didn't refuse immediately. You. Elder Qin Mo was a little displeased. He was a real martial realm warrior and one of the elders of the Real Martial Alliance. Whether it was in terms of strength or status, he was far superior to Chen Zong. Even if Chen Zong had extraordinary talent, it was still just potential. Whether or not Chen Zong could surpass him in the future was still unknown. Think about it carefully. Elder Qin Mo waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Chen Zong knew that his tactful reply had offended this elder. He was too narrow-minded. However, Chen Zong didn't have the intention to chase after Elder Qin Mo to explain. There was no need for that. Thus, he gave up on the idea of joining the Real Martial Alliance. Chen Shidi, you have won great glory for the Real Sword Academy. On the way back to the Real Sword Academy, Lin Hao sat on the back of Scarlet-Eye Glazed Beast with a smile. Everyone's attitude towards Chenzong was completely different from when they first arrived. Along the way, they would occasionally chat and exchange their sword skills. Especially after they had seen Chenzong's sword skills, they were even more willing to exchange pointers. As fellow disciples of the Real Sword Academy, Chenzong wasn't stingy. During the exchange, he learned the corresponding essence from each other to improve his own sword skills. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Everyone safely returned to the Real Sword Academy. Not long after, the news of Yu Jianzi, Wei Yufeng, and Chenzong receiving a spot spread throughout the Real Sword Academy. Wei Yufeng receiving a spot didn't cause much of a reaction. After all, he was one of the 7 swordsmen of the Real Sword Academy. He had a high cultivation and was powerful. However, Chenzong receiving a spot shocked everyone. In total, Chenzong had been in the Real Sword Academy for less than 2 years. However, he had already surpassed many disciples. Not only were the disciples in the same batch left behind, but even those who had been in the Real Sword Academy for 5 or 6 years were also left behind. Lin Tianyu, who was originally one of the 2 geniuses alongside Chenzong, smiled bitterly when he heard this. He had only reached the 3rd transformation of the Qi refining realm. It wouldn't be easy for him to break through to the 4th transformation. As for Jiang Bailu, Hui Hong, and the others, it was needless to say. After returning to the Real Sword Academy, they didn't rest much before setting off again. This time, other than Huan Yun and the 2 LV6 true martial realm elders, only Chenzong and Wei Yufeng were leaving. After all, they were the ones who received a spot. The other disciples didn't get a spot, so it was useless for them to go to the Real Martial Alliance. The Real Martial Alliance was located in the main city of the Real Martial Alliance. The True Martial Dao Understanding painting was also located in the Real Martial Alliance. Riding on the scarlet-eyed glazed horses again, the 5 of them quickly set off for the main city of the Real Martial Alliance. This was the 2nd time Chenzong was going to the main city of the Real Martial Alliance. The first time was to fulfill Venerable Xianglong's last wish. This time, it was to comprehend the True Martial Dao Understanding painting. A few days later, Chenzong saw the outline of the main city of the Real Martial Alliance again. The tall city walls were modeled with vicissitudes of life. It was like a giant standing on the ground, protecting its home. "Let's go directly to the Real Martial Alliance," said Huan Yun. As a true martial realm cultivator, this wasn't the first time Huan Yun had gone to the Real Martial Alliance. He was familiar with the route. In fact, the Real Martial Alliance wasn't completely located in the main city of the Real Martial Alliance. It was located at the edge of the city. There was a mountain that was about 700 to 800 meters tall. It covered a large area, at least 300 miles. At the foot of the mountain, there was a black stone tablet that was 10 meters tall. It had a powerful aura. On the stone tablet, there was a large golden red word, True Martial Mountain. The blue stone stairs led straight up from the foot of the mountain. Chenzong stood at the foot of the mountain, which was named Martial Mountain. When he looked up, the blue stone stairs looked like a long blue stone python lying on the ground. The 5 of them started climbing the blue stone stairs. They climbed up quickly, step by step, like the wind. The True Martial Dao Enlightenment painting belongs to the Real Martial Alliance. Why should we give it to an outsider? That's right. Now, the 5 people who got the spots are here. Let's go and get them back. Let's go. Suddenly, a group of genius disciples from the Real Martial Alliance moved. Get lost. In Wu Mo's temporary residence, 2 figures were sent flying. When they landed on the ground, they kept stepping back. Their faces were pale and their hands were on their chests. Are you 2 okay? The others quickly surrounded them. Nothing serious, but this person is very strong. One of them took a breath and said, I've finished collecting the information. Of the 5 people who got the spots to study the True Martial Dao Enlightenment painting, 4 of them are in the 8th turn of the Qi refining realm. However, one of them is in the 7th turn of the Qi refining realm. He should be the weakest of the 5. Oh, which one is it? A guy named Chenzong. Chenzong, sounds familiar. Whatever, let's start with him. However, they were all rejected because Qianzong was cultivating in seclusion. After breaking through to the 7th turn of the qi refining realm and sparring with so many geniuses, Qianzong needed to calm down and digest his gains. He needed to further strengthen his foundation and improve himself. Moreover, Huan Yun and the others did not leave. The real martial alliance did not dare to cross the line. After all, they were the ones who agreed to give out 5 spots. If they openly interfered now, it would be a joke. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. It was time to study the true martial Tao Enlightenment painting. In a palace of the real martial alliance, many people gathered. There were elders of the real martial alliance, palace lords, and elders of various academies. The rest were disciples of the real martial alliance and the people who got the spots, such as Qianzong and Wei Yufeng. The other 5 people were geniuses of the real martial alliance. While Qianzong and the others were sizing them up, the 5 geniuses also looked over and sized up Qianzong and the others. Some of them looked calm, while others looked provocative and scrutinizing. "Who is Qianzong?" one of them asked. "Me," Qianzong answered unhurriedly. "I heard that your cultivation level is at the 7th cycle of the qi refining realm. Your talent is indeed not bad. However, to be able to obtain a spot with such a cultivation level, I can only say that your level is too low." The man spoke without any trace of politeness. While belittling Qianzong, he belittled the others as well. "Are your standards very high? Give it a try," Duan Han said coldly. He wasn't standing up for Qianzong, but rather, he didn't want to be belittled by others. A strong aura of the 8th turn of the qi refining realm spread out. It was as if the wind in the sky was blowing away the clouds. Compared to before, Duan Han's aura had increased significantly. At this moment, 2 figures strode into the palace, one in front and one behind. One looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, while the other looked to be in her early 20s. The 27 or 28-year-old young man walked in front with large strides. He looked like a general on the battlefield. His aura was vigorous. He wore a bronze full-body armor with dragon patterns on it. The armor looked very lifelike. His bronze battle shoes made a dull and clear sound as he stepped on the ground. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. This youth in the dragon-patterned armor seemed to be the center of attention wherever he went. He was strong and muscular, which made him look even more vigorous. Deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of dominance. After he walked into the palace, the first thing he did was to salute the elders of the real martial alliance. He didn't pay any attention to the palace lord or the elders of the academy. He didn't even look at them. Behind him was a young man in his early 20s, who looked to be in his early 20s. Soon, the young man in the bronze armor led the other young men to Qianzong and the others. "Greetings, Lord Dragon General." "Greetings, Lord Dragon General." The 5 geniuses of the real martial alliance saluted the young man in the bronze armor. "Dragon General." Qianzong was shocked. These 2 words left a deep impression on him. If it weren't for the many things that had happened during this time, the Dominator Martial Alliance would have already attacked him. Long Zhang's domineering and sharp gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Qianzong's face. A terrifying spiritual will passed through his eyes and pressed down on Qianzong, immediately bringing extreme pressure to Qianzong. Qianzong suddenly felt as though he was facing a flood dragon. It was as though he was being suppressed in all aspects. Even his willpower was being suppressed. He felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. Gradually, the pain spread throughout his head. His vision became blurry. The alarm bell rang. Qianzong quickly entered the first level of the martial path. He refocused his spiritual will to resist Dragon General's gaze. Dragon General was surprised that Qianzong could adjust so quickly. He could also see that Qianzong had truly mastered the first level of the martial path. That was why he could adjust under Dragon General's gaze and not embarrass himself. However, in Dragon General's eyes, it was only not bad. It was nothing. "Qianzong, hand over your quota, and I'll let bygones be bygones," Dragon General said. His voice was calm, but it contained an unquestionable dominance. It was as if whatever he said was the law and could only be obeyed. This was an extremely terrifying aura. Those who were not firm enough could only passively follow the other party's will under his words, not daring to have any thoughts of resistance. However, Qinzong's spiritual will was very strong. Although there was still a gap between him and Lan Jiang, when he entered the state of martial arts, the gap between them was infinitely closed. Lan Jiang's aura could not affect his spiritual will at all. "Whatever you want, I'll take it," Qinzong replied fearlessly. It was impossible for him to hand over his quota. Qinzong firmly believed that comprehending the true martial path enlightenment painting would allow him to comprehend more and go further on the martial path. It would not be impossible for him to enter the second level of a martial path. At that time, his strength would only be stronger. As long as he had more strength, all threats would become empty words. No matter what, the quota to comprehend the true martial path enlightenment painting was won by him after many battles. Unless there was a special circumstance, he would not be willing to hand it over to others. "Do you know what you're saying?" The young man behind Dragon General took a step forward and walked in front of Qinzong. His eyes were cold and his tone was cold, but there was also a sense of superiority. "Do you know that one sentence from you will offend the entire Tyrant Martial Alliance? The consequences are not something you can bear." Qinzong did not have the intention to pay attention to the young man. The young man's aura was fluctuating. He was a martial artist who had undergone the 7th transformation of the Qi refining realm. Looking at his age, he was about 21 years old. He was indeed a rare genius. However, Qinzong ignored him. His eyes met Dragon General's, showing no signs of weakness. "I never repeat my words a second time." Dragon General stared at Qinzong. There was no coldness in his eyes. Instead, there was endless pressure. "You have one more chance to make a choice." An even more terrifying pressure fell on Qinzong. Yu Jianzi, Wei Yufeng, and the others, including Wu Mo, were also affected. They felt the terrifying pressure and their expressions changed drastically. It was hard to imagine that they could feel such a terrifying pressure just by being affected. Then, what kind of pressure was Qinzong facing? Seeing that Qinzong's expression did not change at all, Wu Mo and the others only had admiration in their hearts. Dragon General Li Qianshan, the strongest martial artist in the Tyrant Martial Alliance who was below the true martial realm. He was also known as the #1 martial artist in the Qi refining realm in the real martial alliance. He was a terrifying existence that was unrivaled in the Qi refining realm. Other than martial artists in the true martial realm, he did not care about anyone else. Dragon General's reputation was well known to those who were somewhat knowledgeable and experienced. Furthermore, this person was vicious and merciless. It was very unwise to make an enemy of him. The Su family was an example. Now, Qinzong was undoubtedly going against Dragon General. It was likely that he would end up in a very bad situation. Even the real Sword Academy might not be able to completely protect him. However, Qinzong's relationship with them was very ordinary. It could even be said that they did not have a close relationship. No one would stand up for him. Otherwise, if they offended Dragon General, it would be terrible. Venerable Huan Yun was watching not far away. As long as Qinzong showed the slightest sign of weakness, he would immediately make a move. "You already know my choice." Under the pressure of Dragon General, Qinzong replied very calmly. Everyone was stunned. They were all dumbfounded. Even the arrogant young man who followed Dragon General in was the same. There was actually someone who dared to refuse Dragon General to his face. Moreover, he was only a martial artist in the Qi refining realm. Who gave him the courage? Arrogant and ignorant, Dragon General Li Qianshan's eyes flashed with anger. It had been a long time since someone dared to refuse him in front of his face and not give him any face. Even if it was some strong martial artists in the true martial realm who wanted to refuse, they would say it very tactfully. Now, a mere martial artist in the Qi refining realm who had undergone the 7th transformation actually dared to do so. A terrifying aura immediately spread out from Dragon General Li Qianshan's body and directly pressed down on Qinzong. This aura was different from the pressure of a gaze. It was the pressure of a person's cultivation level. It was the pressure of a person who had reached the peak of the Qi refining realm. There was the pressure of a person's spiritual will brought by a gaze and the pressure of a person's inner strength. The double pressure constantly fell on Qinzong's body. The pressure was not as simple as 1 plus 1. It was multiplied by several times. Qianzong only felt that the person he was facing was not a person, but a dragon monster. It was incomparably huge and emitted a shocking pressure. It was as if his bones were about to be crushed and his entire body was about to be crushed into meat paste. Under the first level of the martial arts realm, Qianzong fully mobilized his inner strength to fight back. However, Dragon General Li Qianshan had cultivated a complete top-grade Earth Realm cultivation method. He had also cultivated it to the highest level, the 5th level. It was terrifying and extremely powerful. Qianzong's thunderclap sword force was comparable to a martial artist in the qi refining realm. However, there was an absolute gap between him and Dragon General Li Qianshan from the Longjiang base city. This gap made Qianzong bear a terrible pressure at this moment. He felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed and his spine was about to be broken. Qianzong knew that Dragon General Li Qianshan's purpose was to crush him. It would be best if Dragon General Li Qianshan could make him kneel on the spot. Swords have bones and people have spines. You can't crush me. Qianzong, I'll remember you, Li Qianshan said. Seeing that his aura couldn't do anything to Qianzong, Dragon General Li Qianshan said with a murderous look in his eyes. His tone was calm, but it was threatening. Qianzong didn't answer. It wasn't easy for him to withstand Long Zhong's aura. Alright, the 10 of you, follow me, an elder of the Real Martial Alliance said as he led Qianzong and the others to the back of the hall. Huan Yun nodded. Long Jiang was very famous and talented. Huan Yun knew that Qianzong was able to withstand Long Zhong's aura even though there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. Once again, Qianzong showed amazing potential. Some people were like this. If they couldn't be crushed, they would become stronger. They followed the elder of the Real Martial Alliance to the back of the hall. They passed through one thick bronze door after another. After passing through 9 bronze doors, they arrived at a small hall. The hall was spacious. The walls were made of bronze and looked very hard. The true martial Dao understanding painting is inside. The elder pointed to a wall in front of him. There are 10 more chances to comprehend the true martial Dao understanding painting. Only one person can enter each time. Everyone else, wait here. Those who have finished comprehending can't leave immediately. When everyone is done, I will take you away. Remember, during the period of comprehension, no one is allowed to fight. Otherwise, no matter what the reason is, you will be disqualified. The elder's tone was very strict. Everyone was shocked and nodded. Originally, the 5 people of the Real Martial Alliance wanted to take this opportunity to teach Qianzong a lesson and make friends with Long Jiang. Now that they heard the elder's words, they didn't dare to act rashly. They were afraid that they would lose the opportunity to comprehend the true martial Dao understanding painting. That would be a loss. Not only did they put in a lot of effort to get this spot, but they also worked hard behind the scenes. They knew very well which was more important between comprehending the true martial Dao understanding painting and making friends with Long Jiang. Just remember it. The elder nodded, seemingly satisfied with their attitude. Shortly after, he pointed at one of them. It was a genius from the True Martial Alliance. You'll be the first to comprehend it. You'll be the second, soon. The elder arranged the order of the meditation. The 5 from the Real Martial Arts Alliance were the first to meditate. After they were done, it was Qianzong's turn. Qianzong was arranged to meditate last. However, as long as he could comprehend it, he didn't really care about the order. As the first person walked to the front, the wall suddenly split to the left and right, revealing a 1-meter-wide gap. It was pitch black inside the gap, and nothing could be seen. It was very mysterious and seemed to be emitting a mysterious aura. It was so attractive that Qianzong and the others couldn't wait to enter. After the first person entered, the gap in the door closed once more. The mysterious aura fluctuation also disappeared. How long do you think Jiang Hao will take? A genius from the True Martial Alliance casually asked. Should be half an hour, another person said. Qianzong and the others only listened, but they all knew one thing. The true martial Dao enlightenment portrait could only be perceived 99 times. Based on the previous 89 times, the conclusion was that the amount of time spent in meditation was often directly proportional to the amount of effort gained. It was said that the length of time one spent comprehending the true martial Tao enlightenment portrait was related to one's abilities. However, the specific aspects of one's abilities were rather vague. Some people said that it was related to one's talent, while others said that it was related to one's potential. Still others said that it was related to one's willpower, and some even said that it was a combination of all aspects. According to the previous 89 times, the shortest time was half an hour, which was 1 hour. Therefore, they said that Xianxia's meditation time would not be less than half an hour. After this meditation, Xianxia should be able to comprehend the first level of the martial arts realm. The 5 from the True Martial Alliance were all in the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. Moreover, they hadn't comprehended the martial arts realm yet. However, they were only one step away from the martial arts realm. As long as they meditated on the true martial Tao understanding painting once, they would most likely be able to immediately comprehend the first level of the martial arts realm and master it. Time passed slowly. Shenzong sat cross-legged. As he adjusted his breathing, he reflected on the previous battle. He tried his best to find his own shortcomings and improve them. Soon, half an hour passed. Just as they said, the door opened and Xianxia walked out. His state was a little strange. It was as if he was in a trance. He was even mumbling something. Shenzong could clearly feel the faint fluctuations of Xianxia's aura. It was intermittent. It was the aura of the first level of the martial arts realm. This meant that Xianxia already had 1 foot in the first level of the martial arts realm. He only needed to spend some time in seclusion. Then, he would be able to step into the first level and his strength would increase greatly. No one disturbed Xianxia. If they spoke to him at this time, it was very likely that they would interrupt his meditation at this moment. It was useless and would only cause enmity. Then, the second person got up and walked forward. Another crack appeared in the wall. About a moment later, Xianxia suddenly clapped his hands and showed an expression of sudden realization. The inexplicable aura around him seemed to have become stronger. I see. Xianxia repeated several times. His face was full of excitement. Soon, he calmed down and started meditating again. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour passed. The second person also came out. His state was the same as Xianxia's. He seemed to be in a trance. In fact, he was still meditating and mumbling. Then, the third person went in. This time was relatively long. He meditated for 1.5 hours before he came out. Shenzong keenly felt that the martial aura of this person was stronger than the previous 2. Sure enough, the longer one meditated in there, the better the effect. The fourth person went in. This person did not meditate for long. It was only about an hour. The effect was about the same as Xianxia and the others. Finally, it's my turn. The fifth person smiled. He got up and walked in big strides. His face was full of confidence. This person's confidence was not without reason. He stayed in there for at least 2 hours before he came out. When he came out, his mental state was completely different. He was in high spirits. His whole body was filled with a clear martial aura. It was obvious that he had stepped into the martial path. He was obviously better than the previous 4 people. This person was called Yi Yongping. He looked at Shenzong and the others. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Especially when he looked at Shenzong, there was a provocative look in his eyes. Shenzong had no intention of paying attention to him. He adjusted his breathing and waited to enter the true martial path understanding painting. After seeing the results of the 5 people from the True Martial Alliance, Shenzong became more and more excited about the True Martial Path understanding painting. The 6th person to enter was Duan Han from the Sky Martial Academy. After the entry battle, Duan Han's cultivation did not increase. However, his aura was more condensed. He had already reached the boundary of the martial path. Even if he did not meditate on the True Martial Path understanding painting, there was a high chance that he would step into the martial path after some time. In the blink of an eye, an hour and a quarter passed. Duan Han walked out. His aura was fluctuating. It was the aura of the martial path. Finally, it's my turn. Wu Mo laughed. He got up and strode to the bronze wall in front of him. Everyone was curious about how long Wu Mo could meditate. After all, the talent and potential he displayed were very shocking. He was even better than Duan Han and the others. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Wu Mo did not come out. After an hour and a half, Wu Mo still did not come out. Suddenly, the 5 geniuses from the True Martial Alliance were shocked. Among the 5 of them, 3 of them had meditated for an hour or more. One of them had meditated for an hour and a half, while the other had meditated for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Wu Mo still did not come out. Now, even Yi Yongping, the genius from the True Martial Alliance, was shocked. He had thought that he would be the one who could meditate for the longest time and gain the most benefits. Now, it seemed that he was wrong. Wu Mo could actually surpass him. I'm sure he can't hold on for long, Yi Yongping said to himself. He knew that the process of meditating on the true martial path understanding painting was not about how long one could hold on. That feeling could not be described with words. In the blink of an eye, after 2.5 hours, the door was opened. Wu Mo strode out. His aura was calm, and it was difficult to sense the aura of a martial path. However, his eyes were full of divine light. It seemed that he had gained a lot. Lucky bastard. Yi Yongping curled his lips and whispered. The 8th one to enter was Ji Yonglu. He was full of excitement. However, Ji Yonglu did not persist for long. He only lasted for an hour. Fortunately, he had also meditated on the martial path and had 1 foot in it, just like Jiang Hao. In the end, there were 2 people left. One was Wei Yufeng, and the other was Chen Zong. Wei Yufeng was the 9th one. Soon, it will be my turn. Looking at Wei Yufeng's back, Chen Zong took a deep breath and unconsciously clenched his fists. The anticipation in his heart grew stronger and stronger, and he was secretly excited. The true martial path understanding painting, especially when he thought of the origin of the true martial path understanding painting that immortal Huan Yun had told him. Based on immortal Huan Yun's words, Chen Zong could imagine the demeanor of that peerless master. Therefore, Chen Zong became more and more curious about the realm above the true martial path understanding painting. Unfortunately, even immortal Huan Yun did not know what realm it was and what secrets it had. Maybe I can learn something by meditating on the true martial path understanding painting, Chen Zong suddenly thought, but then he shook his head. The purpose of the true martial path understanding painting was to help warriors comprehend the martial path. If there was information about the realm above the true martial path understanding painting, it should have been known long ago. After all, the true martial path understanding painting had been meditated on 89 times in the past hundreds of years. 1.5 hours passed, and Wei Yufeng finished meditating. The bronze wall opened to the left and right, and the sound was powerful and heavy, like a bell ringing in his ears. It was deafening. Chen Zong focused his eyes and stared at the dark crack. He couldn't see anything clearly, but he felt a trace of mysterious aura emanating from it. He took a deep breath, and his expression became calmer. He strode into the darkness, and the bronze wall closed as if it had swallowed Chen Zong. The light lit up and dispelled the darkness in an instant, allowing Chen Zong to see everything in front of him clearly. The empty room was not big. On the front wall, there was a picture scroll, and in front of the picture scroll was a gray round futon. Chen Zong's eyes were directly attracted by the picture scroll. The Zhenwu Path Understanding Picture. A voice came from the bottom of his heart, telling Chen Zong that the picture scroll in his sight was the so-called Zhenwu Path Understanding Picture. However, when Chen Zong opened his eyes wide, he found that he couldn't see clearly what was on the picture scroll. He could only see a blur, as if it was shrouded in a cloud of fog. Chen Zong walked to the futon and sat down cross-legged. He concentrated all his attention, and his eyes were shining brilliantly. He stared at the foggy picture scroll in front of him without blinking. As he stared, Chen Zong felt that the fog on the picture scroll in front of him seemed to become blurred. It seemed to be shaking, as if it was alive, and the mysterious aura became more and more intense. The feeling of the sky and earth spinning, as if his mind was being absorbed. The momentary sense of weightlessness made Chen Zong very uncomfortable. He felt as if he was thrown into the sky by a huge force, but also as if he was thrown into an endless abyss and kept falling. This contradictory feeling, which seemed to be going up and going down, made Qianzong so sad that he almost vomited blood. He didn't know when it would end. It felt like a second had passed, but also like many years. He couldn't tell the concept of time. Suddenly, everything disappeared. He couldn't see his own body or anything, but he could feel his own existence. This feeling was very strange. What a clear feeling. Qianzong was astonished. In this strange state, it was as if he had broken away from all restraints and became unrestrained. He also eliminated all distracting thoughts. His entire mind became clear and transparent. With a thought, everything was under his control. It was incomparably mysterious. It was a rare opportunity. Qianzong did not waste any time and immediately started to comprehend. He had already mastered the first level of the martial arts realm and had reached the pinnacle of the first level. There was only a fine line between him and the second level. This was where his advantage lay. It was an advantage that most warriors did not have. Now, he had to expand this advantage and be more ahead of other warriors. The mystery of the second stage of the martial arts realm lies in the essence, qi, and spirit, Qianzong murmured to himself as he started to think quickly. In front of his eyes, a pale saber light tore through the fog, as if it had come from another space-time. It slashed past Qianzong and continued forward, as if it had entered another space-time. Graceful extermination saber. This was the powerful saber attack that an elder of the real martial arts alliance had used before. That saber attack contained many mysteries. Previously, Qianzong had only slightly comprehended it. In the past 3 months, under the guidance of immortal Huanyun, he had made progress in the martial arts realm. What was more important was the accumulation of martial arts knowledge. He had gotten rid of the identity of a rookie and truly entered the martial arts realm. Now, with the help of the true martial arts chart, the difficulty of comprehending that saber attack was greatly reduced. Qianzong could clearly see the mysteries contained in that saber attack. In terms of realm, this saber attack surpassed Qianzong's, but was not as good as immortal Huanyun's. In other words, the martial arts realm contained in this saber attack was just a little beyond the first level and barely touched the threshold of the second level. This level was the most suitable for Qianzong to comprehend at the moment. To put it bluntly, the profoundness of the true martial Tao understanding painting was that it allowed one to clearly feel the martial arts realm and thus comprehend it. If there was a direct reference object, then that reference object would be clearly displayed under the profoundness of the true martial Tao understanding painting. Moreover, it would be magnified, making it easier to observe. Qianzong's martial arts realm had already reached the limit of the first level. The gap between it and the second level was only a thin line. It was like a thin piece of paper that could be broken with a little force. Now, under the mysteries of the true martial arts chart, that flash of pale saber light allowed Qianzong to break through the thin paper and see the higher level of martial arts realm. Essence, qi, and spirit. With the guidance of immortal Huanyun, Qianzong had a deeper understanding of essence, qi, and spirit. However, understanding was one thing. Mastering was another. It was like knowing that birds could fly, but you could not fly like a bird. As soon as he broke through the barrier, Qianzong felt that his mind seemed to become clearer and many mysteries emerged. Essence, qi, and spirit. Essence represented the body and physical strength, which belonged to the body itself. Qi represented the body's power, such as qi and blood, internal force, or the higher level of genuine force. Spirit represented the spirit and will, which represented a mysterious power that could not be seen or touched. However, it was very important. Essence, qi, and spirit were the 3 treasures of the human body. To put it bluntly, the heart, the eye, and the hand were actually included in the essence of qi, and spirit. In essence, they were part of the essence. As soon as he stepped into the martial arts realm, qi, and spirit, which belonged to the second level of martial arts realm, Qianzong could feel the difference. Suddenly, immortal Huanyun's explanation and guidance of essence, qi, and spirit came out one after another. In the past, Qianzong could only feel that it was right but actually not right. It was difficult for him to get started. Now, as soon as he got started, the accumulation immediately transformed, as if his potential had been unearthed. 1.5 hours had passed. The 5 geniuses of the Real Martial Arts Alliance did not look good. Duan Han had been meditating for 1.5 hours. Wu Mo had been meditating for 2.5 hours. They had already surpassed the 5 geniuses of the Real Martial Arts Alliance. Now, 1.5 hours had passed, and Chen Zong still had not come out. Chen Zong, who was in the middle of meditating, did not feel the passage of time at all. His understanding of essence, qi, and spirit continued to deepen. His understanding of the second level of martial arts realm also continued to deepen. If divided according to the level, it could be divided into 4 levels: novice, small success, great success, and perfection. Now, Chen Zong had reached the novice level of martial arts realm. Now, on the basis of novice level, he was moving towards small success. It was very difficult to improve one's martial arts realm, especially the second level, which was far more difficult than the first level. It was at least 10 times more difficult. For example, Immortal Huan Yun was only at the peak of novice level of martial arts realm. If he wanted to reach small success, he would need at least several years of hard work if there was no opportunity. It was also possible that he would be stuck at the peak of novice level, unable to break through. Outside, 2 hours had passed, but Chen Zong still had not come out. Now, even Yi Yongping's face became very gloomy, because this meant that Chen Zong had spent more time meditating than him. It was very likely that Chen Zong had comprehended more than him. Yi Yongping was already very unhappy that Wu Mo had surpassed him. Now that there was another Chen Zong, it made him even more unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. It was this feeling that almost drove him crazy. Duan Han and the others were also surprised. They had meditated on the true martial Tao understanding diagram before, so they knew that meditating on the true martial Tao understanding diagram would bring about an invisible consumption of energy. This consumption would make them feel exhausted, and once they were exhausted to the extreme, they would automatically stop meditating. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed. This time, Wu Mo's face was also full of shock. His meditation time was 2.5 hours, which was the limit. Now, Chen Zong had reached the same level as him. Everyone stared at the bronze wall in front of them, imagining how it would be when it opened. However, the bronze wall did not move. Chen Zong still had no intention of coming out. Is he unconscious inside? Someone guessed maliciously. I remember that in the past, the longest time to meditate on the true martial Tao understanding painting was 3.5 hours. It was the record set by the leader of the Overlord Martial Alliance, Xianxia said, his face full of reverence. The longer one meditated, the greater the harvest. However, at the same time, the longer one meditated, the greater the invisible burden one had to bear. Those who could meditate for 1.5 hours were already elites among geniuses. Those who could meditate for 2 hours were geniuses among geniuses. Those who could meditate for 2.5 hours were even rarer. It could be said that in the past 89 meditations, less than 10 people had managed to meditate for 2.5 hours, and less than 5 people had managed to do so for 2.5 hours. Now, 3 of the 3 great geniuses of the Real Martial Alliance were directly accounted for. Now, Wu Mo was one, and Chen Zong was another. Looking at the situation, it seemed that Chen Zong had the potential to challenge for 3 hours. After all, only the 3 great geniuses of the Real Martial Alliance could meditate for 3 hours. The passage of time started to seem so slow. Every second felt like a day or even longer. The 9 people all stared at the bronze wall, but there was no movement at all. Even after 3 hours, there was still no movement from the bronze wall. It's been 3 hours. They were all shocked. Is he really comparable to the 3 great geniuses of the Real Martial Alliance? The geniuses of the Real Martial Alliance were shocked and jealous from the bottom of their hearts. For a long time, the geniuses of the Real Martial Alliance had always been the best. They were obviously better than the 4 great academies, not to mention the other forces. But now, they had been defeated. There was even a genius who could compete with the 3 great geniuses. It felt like a nightmare. He still hasn't come out. Jianghao was inexplicably shocked. Little did they know that Chen Zong had already broken through a bottleneck. Lower LV2 Martial Path Realm, this meant that Chen Zong had already surpassed Huan Yun's realm. It meant that Chenzong had taken a big step forward in the martial path realm. However, 3 hours had already passed. Chenzong began to feel tired. This kind of tiredness seemed to come from the spiritual level, but it also seemed to come from the physical level. The double tiredness was unbearable. This meditation should be over soon, Chenzong thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. If he could continue meditating, he might be able to go further in the LV2 martial path realm. It was not impossible for him to reach the advanced LV2 martial path realm. However, he was able to break through from the LV1 martial path realm to the LV2 martial path realm, and even reach the lower LV1 martial path realm in one go. The silver light, like a mighty divine light, came from the ancient time and covered Chenzong's whole body. If Chenzong could see it, he would find that the mighty and mysterious silver light was pouring into the true martial path understanding painting. The fog that was originally like the painting of true martial path understanding painting began to disperse bit by bit, revealing its true appearance. It felt like a short second, but also like a long time. The silver divine light disappeared and everything returned to normal. Chenzong felt like he was in a trance, as if he had been in a dream. If he had not broken through to the second level of the martial arts realm and reached the initial level, he would have been in a trance. It's amazing, Chenzong could not help but murmur. Immediately, he was shocked to find that the painting in front of him had changed greatly. All the fog had disappeared, and there was a figure on it. The figure stood on the top of the mountains, looking down at all the small mountains. With just a glance, it gave Chenzong an unparalleled mental shock. Is this the true appearance of the true martial path understanding painting? Is that figure the expert who left behind the true martial path understanding painting? Guesses immediately filled his mind. Although the enlightenment had ended, Chenzong was not in a hurry to leave. He continued to observe, feeling that there were more secrets. Staring at the figure on the painting, he concentrated all his attention. Unconsciously, he entered the second level of the martial arts realm. Suddenly, Chenzong felt that the figure in front of him was constantly enlarging and becoming clearer. It was as if he had been pulled into a new world. Chenzong saw the undulating mountains under his feet, winding in all directions. At the top of the mountains, there was a figure that he had to look up at. That figure seemed to be able to be seen clearly at a glance, but when Chenzong took a closer look, it became blurry again, as if it was covered with a thin veil. The mist was filled with mystery, and his back was facing Chenzong. Martial arts can strengthen the body. Martial arts can be reborn. Martial arts can go against the heavens. The voice spoke 3 sentences in a row. The first sentence sounded like a low murmur, and Chenzong could barely hear it. The second sentence was spoken in a normal voice, and it even sounded loud and clear. When it came to the third sentence, it sounded like a cry, a vow that came from ancient times. It was like a great bell that shook the heavens and the earth, and it shook Chenzong's mind. The 3 sentences had a unique charm and were very mysterious. It seemed to bring infinite inspiration to Chenzong, but it also seemed that he could not comprehend anything. Chenzong stared at the figure at the top of the mountain and listened attentively. He wanted to hear if the other party had anything else to say. Martial arts, Wu Zhen, you can achieve the Tao. The voice of this sentence seemed to be very resounding, reverberating through the heavens and earth. It was vast and boundless, yet it was also very low, as if it was whispering into one's ear and being blown away by the wind. Chenzong's heart skipping a beat. Martial arts, is practicing. Wu Zhen, what is that? Tao, what Tao? Martial arts? Chenzong seemed to understand something, but more questions popped up. However, Lightning's figure didn't say another word. Just as Chenzong was feeling very disappointed, the lightning figure suddenly turned around. His eyes, which were full of divine light, penetrated the infinite void and shot into Chenzong's eyes before he could react. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. In an instant, he was shattered into countless pieces and annihilated in the void. He could not hear anything. He could not see anything. He could not feel anything. It was chaotic and hazy. After a long time, Chenzong suddenly woke up as if he had slept. His mind was so clear that it surprised him. A message appeared in his clear mind. The content of the message stunned Chenzong. 3.5 hours have passed. Why hasn't he come out yet? I think he must have overestimated himself and fainted inside. The 5 geniuses of the real martial alliance said one after another, but they could not help but feel terrified. 3.5 hours. This was the longest time to comprehend the true martial path understanding painting so far. It was also set by the number 1 genius of the real martial alliance, the Conqueror Martial Alliance. They originally thought that no one could catch up with this record. Now, someone had done it, and it was not someone from the real martial alliance. Moreover, this person had no intention of coming out. Another half an hour passed. The door of the bronze wall opened. Everyone's expression changed. They looked at the dark crack of the door and saw a figure appear. He's finally out. It seemed that Chenzong was in a strange state. He seemed to be in a trance. However, no one felt any martial arts realm aura from Chenzong. Did he not gain anything? It's possible. Chenzong has already mastered the first level of martial arts realm. A few hours of comprehension will not help him make much progress. Chenzong, are you asleep inside? Suddenly, Yi Yongping spoke. His voice was sharp and sarcastic, but it made everyone's expression change. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that Chenzong was in a strange state and should not be disturbed. Yi Yongping directly targeted Chenzong, obviously to interrupt Chenzong. As expected, the blankness in Chenzong's eyes disappeared. He seemed to wake up and his sharp eyes fell on Yi Yongping's face. When Yi Yongping was about to continue speaking, he felt that Chenzong's eyes were as sharp as swords out of their sheaths. They pierced directly into his eyes. His spiritual will seemed to be torn apart. His whole head seemed to be split into 2 by an invisible sword. With a scream, Yi Yongping fell to the ground with his hands on his head. His whole body twitched, and blood oozed from the corners of his eyes. What happened? Chenzong, how could you do this? Everyone's expression changed. Some helped Yi Yongping up, while others questioned Chenzong with murderous intent. What? Chenzong seemed to have really woken up, and his face was full of confusion. In fact, Chenzong was in a state of comprehension. Yi Yongping's malicious disturbance interrupted Chenzong's comprehension, and it also triggered Chenzong's subconscious counterattack. Chenzong's spiritual will had become even stronger because he had broken through to the 2nd stage of the martial path. Moreover, he was in a special state of comprehension, so he could instantly counterattack. If Yi Yongping hadn't also stepped into the 1st stage of the martial path and strengthened his spiritual will, the consequences would have been even more severe. The noise here immediately attracted the elders of the Real Martial Arts Alliance, who immediately checked Yi Yongping. It's okay. Go back and rest for a while. The elder said, and then glanced at the crowd. His eyes were cold and sharp, and with amazing spiritual pressure, he said, What's going on? I've already said that no conflict is allowed here. It seems that you don't take me seriously. A tyrannical aura filled the air. Under the terrifying aura of this elder, everyone found it hard to breathe. Only Chenzong could truly resist. In fact, only a small portion of Chenzong's attention was placed on this elder. The other half was still analyzing the information in his mind. The mystery of the real martial arts realm. Chenzong knew what the real martial arts realm was from the last glance of the figure in the real martial arts painting of enlightenment. It could be said that all the real martial arts realm warriors in the whole eastern land could only be regarded as fake real martial arts realm warriors, not real martial arts realm warriors. Because of this, Chenzong was very shocked. Wuzhen, this was the requirement of the real martial arts realm. What was real? Truthfulness, and reality were all real. Truthfulness was also the representation of a kind of power, the essence of power. Only Wuzhen, who had mastered the essence of power, could be regarded as a real martial arts realm warrior. However, none of the real martial arts realm warriors in the Eastern Land had realized this. Or rather, they had not reached this step, and were still far away from it. Because the content of the message told Chenzong that the prerequisite for Wuzhen was to completely master the combination of essence, qi, and spirit. In the Eastern Land, it was to master the LV2 perfection of the martial arts realm. The prerequisite for Wuzhen was to master the LV2 perfection of the martial arts realm. It was a very high threshold. In the whole eastern land, there were very few warriors who had reached the LV2 perfection of the martial arts realm. Not every real martial arts realm warrior could reach it, and it was still unknown whether there were any who could reach the perfection. Even if there were, it was just a prerequisite, nothing more. In addition, according to the message left by the expert, the so-called combination of heart, eye, and hand, and the so-called combination of essence, qi, and spirit did not have a martial arts realm. It only represented the recognition and application of one's own power. Wuzhen was the real beginning of the application of one's own power. It was conceivable that such a message had a huge impact on Shenzong. It had overturned the ideas he had formed before. Fortunately, Shenzong's ability to learn and accept was strong. Moreover, this was not a complete reversal. It could only be said that he had improved on the original foundation, although the degree of improvement was a little scary. Shenzong gradually did not hear what the elder said. It seemed that the others also said something, but in the end, it was left unsettled. When Shenzong and the others left, he was still thinking about the message, and he was still shocked. In addition to being shocked, he was more surprised. As long as he carefully and repeatedly comprehended, Shenzong would be able to improve himself faster, master the combination of essence, qi, and spirit, and reach the perfection. The only pity was that the message did not explain how to achieve Wuzhen. Shenzong, how was it? When Immortal Huanyun saw Shenzong, he smiled. Not bad. Shenzong nodded. For a moment, he did not know how to answer Immortal Huanyun accurately. Should he tell Immortal Huanyun that he had mastered the so-called level 2 of the martial arts realm? Should he tell Immortal Huanyun that the so-called martial arts realm in the eastern continent was only the tip of the iceberg and the threshold of Wuzhen of the true force? God knew what kind of storm it would cause if such words were spread out. Shenzong could not imagine the consequences. He had to put it aside for now and wait for the right opportunity. Otherwise, the true force realm experts of the Real Force Alliance would not let him leave. In the end, it was still the restriction of strength. Shenzong and Yu Jianzi, Wei Yufeng, followed Immortal Huanyun and the two elders of the Real Force Academy back to the foot of the mountain. Under the sunlight, the colored glaze shone with 7 colors. 5 steeds galloped. Compared to the hurried horses in the afterlife, the scarlet eyes glazed horses' hooves seemed to be lighter and faster. Stop, Immortal Huanyun suddenly said coldly. Master. The two elders didn't know what was going on. Wei Yufeng was also confused. Shenzong frowned and became alert. Silence. The surroundings were too quiet. Let's go. Immortal Huanyun made a quick decision and drove the scarlet eyes glazed horse in another direction. No wonder you're Immortal Huanyun. Unfortunately, it's too late. The fleeting laughter was like the cry of an owl. It rang out from all directions, causing one's scalp to go numb. Many figures appeared from all directions. They seemed to have come out of the ground and had been waiting for a long time. 3 figures wrapped in black robes surrounded everyone. The tyrannical aura surrounding them made Scarlet Eye Luli, who was sitting under them, restless. The Black Demon Sect. Immortal Huanyun was no longer as calm as before. His eyes were cold and his voice was like a sword. Correct. The reward is to grant you death. The leader of the group laughed strangely. We don't know who will die yet. An elder of the True Sword Academy said angrily. The powerful aura of the 6th level of the true martial realm swept out like a storm. The bodies of the 3 black-robed Black Demon Sect martial artists trembled. Their long robes fluttered in the wind as a terrifying aura spread out. It was as if a storm was raging in all directions, causing the faces of spiritual master Huanyun and the 2 elders to darken. The 3 of them were all in the true martial realm. 2 were in the 6th level and 1 was in the 7th. Both sides had 3 warriors in the true martial realm. Then, more figures appeared. They were all warriors of the Black Demon Sect. Each of them had the aura of the late stage of the Qi refining realm. In comparison, Immortal Huanyun's side was obviously inferior. The Black Demon Sect had 15 warriors in the late stage of the Qi refining realm, which was far more than Shenzong's side. The warriors of the Black Demon Sect were more powerful than those of the same level. This trip boded ill rather than well. I'll stop them. You two find an opportunity to take Shenzong and Wei Yufeng away, Immortal Huan said to the two elders. Yes, Palace Lord. The two elders knew that the situation was urgent, so there was no room for hesitation. Chen Zong and Wei Yufeng, who had comprehended the painting of true martial understanding Tao, had unlimited potential. In the future, they would most likely become masters of the real martial arts realm. Especially Chen Zong. His future achievements would definitely be even higher. No matter what, they had to protect him. If he was killed by the Black Demon sect, it would be a huge loss. If he was captured, it would be more than just a loss. Don't even think about leaving. The martial artist of the Black Demon sect at LV7 of the true martial realm laughed strangely. He waved his hand and instantly shot out a palm. The black palm wind whistled and condensed into a black palm print. It was like a millstone that blasted towards Huan Yun with the weight of a mountain. This palm strike made Daoist Huan Yun feel threatened. At the same time, it also made the two LV6 true martial realm elders feel pressured. Cut. With a flash of sword radiance, the flowing cloud sword was unsheathed. The sword slashed down. It was as light as a feather and carried an astonishing sharpness. The cloud-white sword chi cut open the black palm print and shot towards the martial artist of the Black Demon sect. On the way, the sword chi exploded and turned into 5 smaller cloud-white sword chi, shooting towards the 3 true martial realm martial artists of the Black Demon sect. The two elders immediately moved. They grabbed Shenzong and Wei Yofeng's shoulders and used their body movements to quickly rush to the other side as fast as lightning. The sudden burst of speed made Shenzong and Wei Yufeng very uncomfortable. Stay. After the martial artist of the Black Demon sect broke out his true force and shattered the cloud-white sword chi, the leading martial artist of LV7 of the true martial realm continued to attack Daoist Huan Yun with his pitch-black palms. The black palm prints emitted a terrifying aura that was as heavy as a small hill. The other two martial artists rushed towards the two elders of the True Sword Academy respectively and intercepted them. You two, go quickly. The two elders put down Shenzong and Wei Yufeng and turned to face the martial artists of LV6 of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect. Shenzong and Wei Yufeng did not hesitate at all. A battle of this level was not something they could interfere with. Even though Shenzong had comprehended the so-called LV2 of the martial path to the great accomplishment realm and his strength had greatly improved compared to before, there was still an insurmountable gap between him and the true martial realm. The strong wind caused by the battle between the true martial realm martial artists could injure or even kill him. Daoist Master Huan Yun directly used the second stage of the martial path. Heart, eye, hand, essence, chi, and spirit merged into one. Every sword strike was more precise and the power of every sword strike was more tyrannical. When the sword light flashed, the clouds surged like flowing white clouds, but also seemed to be constantly changing. The sword art used by Daoist Huan Yun was the heaven-level medium-level fantasy cloud sword art. Compared to the drifting cloud sword, the fantasy cloud sword art was even more mysterious and unpredictable. Sword chi overflowed and countless clouds filled the air. Every cloud was an astonishingly sharp sword chi. It was soft and tough, but it could easily cut through steel. It was extremely terrifying. Ordinary martial artists of LV7 of the true martial realm could not resist Daoist Huan Yun's sword art. However, the martial artists of LV7 of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect were different. Although it was more difficult for them to comprehend the so-called martial path due to the influence of the demon beast bloodline, they had broken through the limit of their physique after integrating with the demon beast bloodline, which gave them more strength. 15 Black Demon sect late-stage chi refining martial artists surrounded Shenzong and Wei Yufeng from all directions. Their terrifying aura was extremely violent and oppressive. It was like a surging wave, continuous and unending. Kill. The sword was unsheathed. The sword radiance was like thunder and lightning, piercing through the void in an instant. This sword was the epitome of speed, accuracy, steadiness, and ruthlessness. With a ripping sound, it was as if something had been torn apart, or as if something had been pierced. A wisp of scarlet splashed out like red ink. Shenzong brushed past the first Black Demon sect late-stage training realm martial artist. The sword in his left hand left its scabbard and drew a beautiful arc in the air. Its trajectory was clear and unpredictable as it charged towards the second Black Demon sect martial artist. Wei Yufeng's sword was like a swimming dragon. After repelling the first martial artist of the Black Demon sect, he immediately attacked the second one. Each of the 15 martial artists of the Black Demon sect was at least in the 7th cycle of the Qi refining realm. Their strength was stronger than ordinary martial artists of the 7th cycle of the Qi refining realm. When they joined forces, they were even more difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, 2 of them were killed by Qinzong in an instant, which shocked and angered them. Demon transformation. The remaining 13 martial artists of the Qi refining realm of the Black Demon sect all transformed. Their aura became more violent, which brought more pressure to Qinzong and Wei Yufeng. Without any hesitation, Wei Yufeng immediately entered the first stage of the martial arts realm. Although he had just entered the first stage, he could already make his sword faster and sharper. Qinzong, on the other hand, had merged his essence, qi, and spirit. A feeling of controlling his own body and his surroundings spontaneously arose. Even without using his eyes, he could clearly feel everything around him. His body was extremely agile. He avoided the attacks from the side and the back, and his body took advantage of the momentum to spin. 2 sharp sword lights flashed by. In this state, even Wu Mo was no match for Qinzong, let alone 2 martial artists of the 7th cycle of the Qi refining realm. Qin Shidi, don't fight. Wei Yufeng quickly shouted after killing a martial artist of the Black Demon sect. Let's go. Qinzong also knew that the most important task now was to escape. Demon transformation. Seeing that he was entangled by Huan Yun's sword, and the other 2 were entangled by the 2 elders of the True Sword Academy, Wei Yufeng and Qinzong actually killed several martial artists of the Black Demon sect. He couldn't help but be furious, and immediately transformed into his demon transformation. The real target of the Black Demon sect was Qinzong and Wei Yufeng. Not only that, but the other martial artists who had comprehended the true martial Dao understanding painting were also on their list of targets. The martial artists of the Black Demon sect had very strong physiques, and they could transform into their demon transformation. Their strength was amazing. This was also one of the reasons why the Black Demon sect was able to destroy the 3 kingdoms hundreds of years ago. But in the end, the Black Demon sect was also destroyed. Those who were lucky enough to survive struggled at death's door for hundreds of years before slowly recovering. Now, they wanted to rise again. The martial arts realm was very attractive to any martial artist. Unfortunately, the martial artists of the Black Demon sect, even the most powerful sect leader, couldn't comprehend the martial arts realm because of the limitation of their bloodline. This was also one of the reasons why the Black Demon sect was so obsessed with capturing talented martial artists alive. This time, the Black Demon sect was very clear about the true martial Dao comprehension diagram. They didn't take any action during the selection process or on the way to the true martial Dao comprehension diagram. This was because they were waiting. They were waiting for the true martial Dao comprehension diagram to finish before taking action. As long as they could successfully capture the martial artists who had comprehended the true martial Dao understanding painting and make them merge with the bloodline of demonic beasts, the Black Demon sect would be able to use martial artists who had mastered the martial arts realm to make up for their shortcomings and strengthen the Black Demon sect. Compared to this, killing Huan Yun and the others didn't seem so important. The other 2 true martial realm martial artists of the Black Demon sect also transformed. After transforming, their auras became even more violent and their strength skyrocketed. The 2 elders of the True Sword Academy were immediately suppressed. They could only barely hold on and buy time for Qinzong and Wei Yufeng as much as possible. Qin Shidi, let's split up, Wei Yufeng said. If the 2 of them worked together, they would be stronger, but they would also be a bigger target. They wouldn't be as agile as if they were alone. The remaining 9 martial artists of the Black Demon sect immediately split into 2 groups. 4 of them chased after Wei Yufeng and 5 chased after Qinzong. No matter what, they had to capture them alive. Even if they couldn't, they had to kill them. They couldn't let them leave alive. Of the 5 Black Demon sect martial artists chasing after Qinzong, 3 of them were at the 8th revolution of the energy training realm, while the other 2 were at the 9th revolution of the energy training realm. Under the demonification, their strength was even more tyrannical. As for the 4 Black Demon sect martial artists chasing after Wei Yufeng, 3 of them were at the 8th revolution of the energy training realm, while 1 was at the 9th revolution of the energy training realm. Not long after, Wei Yufeng was hit in the shoulder and staggered. The second hit his chest and the third hit knocked the sword out of his hand. In the blink of an eye, Wei Yufeng was caught. On the other side, Chenzong was extremely fast. He rode the wind and stepped on the water. His body was extremely light and graceful. He wasn't inferior to an ordinary 9th cycle of the force training realm. Of the 5 martial artists of the Black Demon sect, only 2 of them were in the 9th cycle of the force training realm. The other 3 were gradually left behind. Thunder was the law of heaven and earth. The power of thunder and lightning was unparalleled. It could destroy everything in its path. The Thunder Light Sword technique was created by a master of the real martial arts realm by observing thunder and lightning. Although the Thunder Light Sword technique could not contain the real power of thunder and lightning, it was somewhat similar. The sword was like red thunder, sharp and domineering. It could cut the world in half, and it also seemed to cut everyone in half. The flying flowers were all broken, and the wisp of cold light that zigzagged and jumped to kill also seemed to take the initiative to send itself to the door, and it instantly collapsed. He didn't want to kill anyone, and he couldn't kill anyone here. At the moment when the red thunder sword was about to cut her, Chenzong turned his wrist and hit Zhao Ifu's shoulder with the body of the sword instead of the blade. The power of this sword was unparalleled with the power of the chaotic heaven energy shattering. With a bang, like the beating of a drum, Zhao Ifu's internal strength, which she hastily gathered on her shoulder to resist, was defeated. The body of the sword directly hit her shoulder, and there seemed to be the sound of bones cracking. The sharp pain made Zhao Ifu's face twist. She screamed sharply and flew backward. Zhao Ifu didn't roll down. She broke out all her cultivation in time and stopped abruptly. The robe on her shoulder was broken, leaving a swollen bruise and blood. It looked terrible, but in fact, it was only a minor injury. Fortunately, she broke out all her cultivation in time, otherwise, the sword would not be a minor injury, but a serious injury on her entire shoulder. She was too arrogant and had repeatedly mocked him. The last strike was even more merciless. If Chenzong couldn't resist it, he would not die, but he would definitely be in a bad situation. Dozens of disciples of the mountain overlook courtyard were stunned. Their minds were frozen, and they couldn't react at all. Lin Ji opened his mouth so wide that a fist could be stuffed in it. Mentor Lu also blinked, thinking that he had seen it wrong. There was a gap of a small level between their cultivation, but he could break Zhao Ifu's unique skill with one sword and hurt her. What kind of strength was this? Of course, such strength was nothing in Mentor Lu's eyes. It was just a little amazing. He could be regarded as a genius among the warriors of the Qi refining realm. Zhao Ifu's eyes were burning with anger and murderous intent. It was as if she was about to drown Chenzong. Immediately, she unleashed the power of the peak of the 9th transformation stage of the Qi refining stage. With the help of her terrifying inner force, her speed was as fast as lightning. The dagger in her hand sliced through the air and turned into a thin and sharp ray of light. Fast. Zhao Ifu, who had unleashed her full strength and showed no mercy, was simply too fast. Stop. Instructor Lu's expression changed. He immediately struck out with his palm, causing a gust of wind to blow Zhao Ifu to the side. His powerful aura landed on Zhao Ifu. Instructor Zhao, you've gone too far. Instructor Lu, get out of the way. He dared to hurt me. Today, I will let him know how powerful I am. Zhao Ifu's face was ashen as she screamed hysterically. Mentor Lu was enraged. His eyes were shining. Zhao Ifu felt a cold current spread all over her body. She woke up in an instant. No matter how powerful she was only in the Qi refining realm, while Mentor Lu was in the real martial arts realm. The gap between them was too big. She couldn't fight anymore. You'd better leave the mountain overlook courtyard and get out of the mountain overlook commandery. The farther the better, or... Zhao Ifu didn't finish her words, but everyone could hear the strong threat in her words. Then, Zhao Ifu turned and left. She had to treat the injury on her shoulder. Although it was not serious, it was not beautiful. Chenzong, you passed the assessment and are qualified to be a disciple of the mountain overlook courtyard. Mentor Lu turned to Chenzong and smiled. But you can choose whether to become a disciple of the Mountain Overlook Courtyard or leave. Mentor Lu, Ms. Zhao has a strong background? Chen Zong asked. There are 2 vice principals in the Mountain Overlook Courtyard. One of them is surnamed Zhao. Mentor Lu didn't say it explicitly, but Chen Zong immediately understood that Zhao Ifu was related to Vice Principal Zhao. They might even be relatives. That was why she dared to be so arrogant. Then, Mentor Lu, does the Mountain Overlook Courtyard belong to the Vice Principal? Chen Zong asked again. Of course not. The Mountain Overlook Courtyard belongs to the Marquis of Linshan. As long as a disciple of the Mountain Overlook Courtyard is in the courtyard, they will be protected by the Marquis of Linshan. If they perform well enough, they will be noticed by the Marquis of Linshan. As long as they are noticed by the Marquis of Linshan. Mentor Lu smiled as he spoke. His meaning was obvious. As long as they attracted the attention of the Marquis of Linshan, no one could touch them. If that's the case, I'll stay. Chen Zong said without hesitation. If he couldn't attract the attention of the Marquis of Linshan with his ability, who else could? This was confidence. If that's the case, I'll handle it for you. From now on, you're a disciple of the Mountain Overlook Courtyard. Mentor Lu smiled. His impression of Chen Zong had changed greatly. Chen Zong stepped into the Mountain Overlook Courtyard as he wished and officially began his cultivation in the new world. 6th Elder, 7th Elder, it's here. Senior Brother Bei pointed at the mountain wall in front of him and said quickly. His eyes were burning with hatred. Are you sure? The old man in a brown robe with a long saber on his back asked quickly. His tone was sharp and oppressive. I guarantee with my life that this is one of the caves left behind by the martial king of Huntian. There's also the peerless earth-level cultivation technique, Huntian origin breaking technique. Senior Brother Bei said solemnly. Then what are you waiting for? The 7th Elder said, let me try. After Senior Brother Bei returned to the Silver Saber Castle, he reported this matter to the higher-ups of the Silver Saber Castle. After all, a peerless earth-level cultivation technique was too attractive. Although one couldn't cultivate in the true martial realm, it could be used to cultivate in the energy training realm. The foundation of the energy training realm was more solid, and after reaching the true martial realm, one would be stronger. Moreover, if one could reach the peak of the energy training realm, one's future would be limitless. For any power, outstanding disciples were the pillars of the future. Whether or not a power could be maintained for a long time and whether or not it could continue to grow was closely related to the future disciples. A peerless earth-level cultivation technique could raise the overall strength of the younger disciples by a level. It was equivalent to raising the entire power's potential. If they could obtain the Huntian origin breaking technique, it wouldn't take a few years for the Silver Saber Castle to become the #1 power in the Mountain Overlook County. If they continued to develop, it wouldn't be an extravagant hope for them to expand their power to other counties. The 7th Elder circulated his true power and gathered it on his right hand. His palm was like a blade. The silver-white true power was like a blade, emitting a shocking sharpness. Chop. With a shout, the 7th Elder's palm chopped down. The silver-white true power surged and transformed into a long saber. It was as if it could split a mountain and split the sea. Senior Brother Bei couldn't help but retreat. This kind of momentum was too tyrannical. With a roar, the ground under their feet trembled. Countless silver lights splashed out. The mountain wall seemed to be broken, but when the silver light dissipated, the mountain wall was intact. Only a white saber mark was left on it, but it seemed to have been drawn there. Sure enough, only a transcendent realm master can do this. The 7th Elder was startled. Not only was he not angry, but he was also pleasantly surprised. With his cultivation of the 7th true martial realm, he couldn't do anything to the mountain wall. Only a transcendent realm master could do this. Let me do it. The 6th Elder said quickly. He impatiently took out an item from his bosom and imprinted it on the mountain wall. Suddenly, a black ray of light spread out. After a few blinks of an eye, the black ray of light condensed and formed a black door. The 3 of them entered and went straight to the stone room. Where is he? Senior Brother Bei shouted in disbelief. There was no one inside. As expected, Chen Zong's body wasn't there. Where is the secret art? The sixth elder and the seventh elder's focus was different from senior brother Bei's. They glanced around and saw that the four walls were bare. Beifeng Ao, where's the secret art? The sixth elder grabbed senior brother Bei's collar and lifted him up. Cultivation method. Isn't the cultivation method right there? Senior apprentice brother Bei pointed at the wall, only to realize that the wall that was originally filled with words was now completely empty. Senior apprentice brother Bei's eyes widened, then he closed them and blinked hard. When he looked again, it was still completely empty. Impossible, the cultivation method is clearly there. I know, it must be Chenzong. Chenzong erased the secret art. I don't know what method he used to leave here. Senior brother Bei seemed to have thought of something and quickly exclaimed. The sixth elder and the seventh elder's faces were gloomy. Originally, they thought that they would be able to obtain a peerless earth tier cultivation technique for the Silver Saber Castle and make a great contribution. Now, it was like drawing water with a bamboo basket. That huge disparity made them feel very uncomfortable, and it was difficult for them to vent their anger. Do you remember the secret art or not? The sixth elder shouted angrily. No, that despicable Chenzong attacked us because he wanted to take the secret art for himself. I didn't even have time to remember it. Senior brother Bei immediately pushed the blame to Chenzong. Trash. The sixth elder shouted angrily. He pushed senior brother Bei away and hit the wall far away. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After a while, the two elders calmed down. However, their faces were still gloomy and cold. A peerless earth-grade secret art is too important. We must get it. Go back to the castle immediately and inform the other elders and the castle master. It would be best if we could issue a Silver Saber arrest order. The seventh elder's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Senior brother Bei, who was crawling up, was startled. A Silver Saber arrest order. It sounded very ordinary, but it was the highest arrest order issued by the Silver Saber Castle. Once it was issued, it wouldn't stop until it was completed. In senior brother Bei's memory, the Silver Saber Castle had only issued a Silver Saber arrest order 5 or 6 times in the past 100 years. Each time, it was issued for a true martial realm martial artist who had a huge grudge against the Silver Saber Castle. This time, it was issued for a refining force realm martial artist. However, a peerless earth-grade secret art was very important. It was very important for any power. Let's go. The sixth elder and the seventh elder didn't care about senior brother Bei's life or death. The two of them quickly moved and flew out. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the black door. Then, the black door disappeared. Elders, wait for me. Senior brother Bei screamed. However, he didn't have time to chase after them. He could only watch the two elders' figures pass through the black door. In the next moment, the black door disappeared and he was trapped in the cave. What awaited him was starvation. When the first ray of sunlight streaked across the endless sky and fell on the earth, Chenzong had finished his sword practice and returned to his residence after having breakfast in the dining hall. The disciples of the mountain overlook courtyard lived in 2 small courtyards. Chenzong and Lin Ji lived in the same courtyard. They either went to the dining hall for 3 meals a day or made some dry food by themselves. The food in the dining hall was very rich and contained a high level of power, which was very good for martial artists. If ordinary people ate it, it was the most basic for them to strengthen their bodies. However, the food in the dining hall was not free. It was even expensive. 1 meal would cost at least 1 spirit shell. Chenzong didn't have many spirit shells, so he didn't dare to go there often. But today was the second morning after he officially entered the mountain overlook courtyard. It was not impossible to spend 1 spirit shell to have a delicious and valuable breakfast. After returning to his bedroom, Chenzong sat cross-legged, cleared his mind, and began to practice the origin breaking force to improve his cultivation. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Chenzong's voice was a bit cold. He hated to be disturbed when he was practicing. Brother Chen, it's me, Lin Ji. A voice came from outside. Chenzong got up and opened the door. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Chenzong said in a flat tone. Brother Chen, you are now famous in the mountain overlook courtyard. Lin Ji said with a smile, but you also caused some trouble. Because of that, Miss Zhao? Chen Zong asked. I asked around. Miss Zhao is the granddaughter of Vice President Zhao Qingshan. Lin Ji said with a wry smile. He didn't expect the disgusting Zhao Fu to have such a powerful background, but he didn't regret it. Although Vice President Zhao can't deal with you personally, many people want to please Zhao Fu. The implication was that there would be others who would deal with Chen Zong in order to please Zhao Fu. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. If you want to find trouble, you have to ask the sword in my hand. Chen Zong didn't take it seriously. Since he started to practice martial arts, he had encountered a lot of troubles. There were quite a lot of them, and many of them were related to life and death. Some of them had almost died, but they still made it through and became even stronger. Of course, some troubles were unnecessary. But now, there might be people coming to find trouble with him for the sake of Zhao Fu. If he could resolve this matter properly, he would definitely become famous and attract the attention of the Marquis of Linshan. The longer he cultivated, the more his way of thinking slowly changed. He was no longer just being hot-headed, but knowing how to judge the situation. When it was time to advance, he had to seize the opportunity to advance, and when it was time to retreat, he had to withdraw in time. Only by knowing when to advance and retreat would he be able to control himself freely. Of course, Chen Zong would not go on the path of scheming against each other. There was no need for that. Everything he did was to improve his cultivation and strength. As long as he had enough power, all schemes would be useless. But when he was weak, some preparations were necessary. The simplest example would be the Eastern continent. If not for Huan Yun, Chen Zong would not have been able to leave so peacefully. By the way, Brother Chen, I have another piece of news. Lin Ji hesitated for a moment before saying, it is said that Lord Marquis of Linshan's daughter has a good relationship with Zhao Fu. This time, Chen Zong was surprised. His goal had attracted the attention of Lord Marquis of Linshan, and Lord Marquis of Linshan's daughter had a good relationship with Zhao Fu. Didn't that mean that Lord Marquis of Linshan's daughter might also come to find trouble with him? But so what? No matter who it was, as long as they were against him, he would not easily compromise. Lin Ji admired Chen Zong's attitude. In fact, when Chen Zong defeated Zhao Fu with one sword, Lin Ji was full of admiration for Chen Zong. Perhaps Chen Zong's cultivation was not as good as his, but his fighting strength was very strong at the same level, completely above him. Brother Chen, if you have nothing to do for the time being, why don't you listen to some information about Linshan Courtyard? Lin Ji said after thinking for a while. He had made up his mind to build a good relationship with Chen Zong. For him, there was no harm in doing so. Please come in. Chen Zong said, motioning for Lin Ji to enter the room and sit down. After passing the examination and entering Linshan Courtyard yesterday, Chen Zong still didn't know much about it and needed time to understand. Since Lin Ji knew, it couldn't be better. Before I entered Overlook Mountain Courtyard, I did some research on it. After Lin Ji sat down, he went straight to the point. As far as I know, there are currently a total of 1,380 disciples in Linshan Courtyard. Every year, Linshan Courtyard recruits a new batch of disciples and also eliminates a batch of unqualified disciples. Lin Ji said, the purpose of this is to ensure the vitality and competition of Linshan Courtyard, so that no disciple dares to slack off in the slightest, or they may be eliminated. Speaking of which, there are still about 3 months before the new disciple recruitment this time, and the examination of the old disciples is also about 3 months away. I don't know if we will also have to participate in the examination of the old disciples. Lin Ji was somewhat worried. It was said that the examination of the old disciples was very strict. If they couldn't pass, they would be eliminated and could only leave Linshan Courtyard. There are more than 1,300 disciples in Linshan Courtyard. The youngest is 16 years old, but his cultivation has reached the early stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. The oldest is 22 years old, and his cultivation is at the peak of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining realm. His combat strength is amazing. 16 years old, early stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. Chen Zong was surprised. He was 19 years old, but his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. There was a gap of 3 years. It was really a place where geniuses gathered. Linshan Courtyard has a back mountain, which is 990 meters high and divided into 99 floors. Every 10 meters is a floor, and each floor has a cave residence called the mountaineering list. It corresponds to 99 places, and only the most powerful 99 disciples are qualified to be listed. It is said that if you are listed on the mountaineering list, you will be able to attract the attention of Lord Linshan and even receive some rewards. Lin Ji said. Hearing Lin Ji's words, Qianzong knew how to move forward. The mountaineering list, in the eastern land, the so-called list was really just a list, but Linshan Courtyard was different. A list was a mountain, which was quite strange. Moreover, a place represented a level. Climbing to the top of the mountain was equivalent to being above all the disciples of Linshan Courtyard. This feeling made one's blood boil. Warriors, who didn't want to reach the top? Who didn't want to be above others? Who didn't want to be invincible? Linshan Courtyard has the mountaineering list, Silver Saber Castle has the Silver Saber list, and Proud Sword Villa has the Proud Sword list. No matter which list it is, in fact, they are all imitating our Young Dragon list, Strong Dragon list, and Flood Dragon list. Qianzong didn't know about this. The Young Dragon list represents the ranking of the younger generation of the Qi refining realm warriors in a county. The Strong Dragon list represents the ranking of the younger generation of the Qi refining realm warriors in a province, and the Flood Dragon list represents the ranking of the younger generation of the Qi refining realm warriors in our Cloud Dragon dynasty. Each list also has 99 places. It's very detailed. Qianzong secretly said. Humans are a very strange thing. Only when there are distinct levels, enough pressure can be generated, and then transformed into motivation. Ambition and ambition are the root of promoting human progress. It was a small list. It looked simple, but it contained a shocking amount of meaning. Who didn't want to be on the list? Who didn't want to be famous? Who didn't want to be passed down for hundreds of generations? What about the real martial realm? What's the list? Qianzong asked. There are only 2 lists for the real martial realm, the Rising Dragon list and the Flying Dragon list. Lin Ji replied, but he didn't know much about the Rising Dragon list and the Flying Dragon list. Whether it's the Young Dragon list, the Strong Dragon list, or the Flood Dragon list, the age requirement is not more than 24 years old. Qianzong nodded. The contrast between age and cultivation represented a person's potential. The younger the age and the higher the cultivation, the better the talent and the more outstanding the potential. 24 years old seemed to be the standard to distinguish a person. It was the same in the Eastern land, and it was also the same here. However, did the martial arts of the Eastern land also come from here? Qianzong suddenly thought. It was possible. Maybe many years ago, some strong masters here crossed the 100 Beasts Mountain and left some inheritance. How many disciples are on the 3 lists in the mountain-facing courtyard? Qianzong asked curiously. As far as I know, there are many disciples on the Young Dragon list in our mountain-facing courtyard. There are as many as 26 disciples on the Strong Dragon list. There are relatively few disciples on the Strong Dragon list, only 5. As for the Flood Dragon list, there is even less. There is only 1 on the Flood Dragon list, and its ranking is relatively low. Brother Chen, you have the ability to fight above your level. As long as your cultivation reaches the peak of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining state, you are likely to be on the Young Dragon list. Maybe you even have a chance to be on the Strong Dragon list, Lin Ji said with a smile. Qianzong also smiled. He couldn't say that although his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining state, his strength was better than that of an ordinary warrior at the peak of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining state. No one would believe such words unless they saw it with their own eyes. Qianzong, get your ass out here for your master Ma Sanyuan. At this moment, an arrogant shout came from outside. Ma Sanyuan. Lin Ji was startled at first, then he frowned. Brother Chen, this Ma Sanyuan is one of the people who want to please Zhao. His cultivation is at the late stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining state. Let me get rid of him. No need. Qianzong said. He knew that Lin Ji was worried that he was not Ma Sanyuan's opponent. After all, the gap between the early stage of the 8th transformation of the qi refining state and the late stage of the 8th transformation of the qi refining state was not small. Moreover, every disciple of the mountain-facing courtyard was not comparable to ordinary warriors. He got up and strode outside with the red thunder sword. Lin Ji quickly followed. Several people were standing outside the courtyard. After glancing at Lin Ji, they focused on Chen Zong's face, as if they wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. Trivial early stage of the 8th transformation, you don't even have a 1-star battle strength, yet you dare to offend Teacher Zhao. I will give you 2 choices. First, kneel in front of Teacher Zhao's door and beg for her forgiveness. Then I will spare you. Second, let me break your legs and make you kneel in front of Teacher Zhao's door. The big-nosed Ma Sanyuan seemed to be looking at people with his nostrils. His voice was full of threat. The 1-star battle strength mentioned by Ma Sanyuan was a reference to one's strength. Through Luo Yonghao and Luo Yulin, Chen Zong knew that the so-called star battle strength division was exclusive to the true martial realm. After all, the gap between the true martial realm and the transcendent realm was too big. Some true martial realm cultivators continued to accumulate strength and become stronger, but they were still unable to break through to the transcendent realm. The emergence of the Star Battle Strength Division was to better distinguish the strength of those true martial realm cultivators. When the Star Battle Strength Division was popularized, it was also applied to the Qi refining state. As for the Qi and Blood realm, they were not qualified and did not need it. Fierce Sword Union, VIP Group, 546750207. Genuine Reading Group, welcome to join the group chat. Screenshot verification is required. Thank you for your cooperation. The combat strength of an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the 9th transformation stage was defined as 1-star combat strength. Of course, there were different levels of combat strength among those of the same level, which could be further classified. As for 2-star combat strength, it was said that those with 1-star combat strength could defeat those with 1-star combat strength within 3 moves. Those with 3-star combat strength could defeat those with 2-star combat strength within 3 moves, and so on. In a place like the overlooking mountain yard, 1-star combat strength was still a considerable number. Ma Sanyuan mocked Chen Zong for not having 1-star combat strength. In fact, he didn't have 1-star combat strength either. However, he believed that he was stronger than Chen Zong. It felt so good to bully the weak with the strong. There are always people who give me 2 choices, but I always choose the third one, Chen Zong said leisurely. So the third choice is to get out of the overlooking mountain yard? Someone beside Ma Sanyuan laughed. That makes sense. Getting out of the overlooking mountain yard is too easy for him. I think we should break his legs first, kneel down and beg for Mr. Zhao's forgiveness, and then get out of the overlooking mountain yard. This suggestion was quite vicious. These people were all at the middle and late stage of the 8th transformation stage. They thought that they were stronger than Chen Zong, so they were unscrupulous. Lin Ji's face was livid. He felt that these people had gone too far. Chen Zong, on the other hand, was calm. Are you sure you want to break my legs? Chen Zong asked with a smirk on his face. In the overlooking mountain yard, fights between disciples would not be punished as long as they didn't result in death or irreparable injuries. You don't talk nonsense. Ma Sanyuan sneered and waved his big hand. A strong wind whistled and smashed toward Chen Zong like a millstone. It quickly enlarged in front of Chen Zong's eyes. Lin Ji's face changed and he had difficulty breathing. Chen Zong didn't move at all, as if he was scared and couldn't react in time. Haha, a weakling. Ma Sanyuan's sinister laughter grew louder. His palm smashed out even faster, causing dust to fly everywhere. Just as Ma Sanyuan's palm was about to hit Chen Zong also struck out with his palm. A grayish-white inner force condensed in his hand and instantly collided with Ma Sanyuan's palm. Courting death. Ma Sanyuan laughed sinisterly, while the others had mocking expressions on their faces. A cracking sound rang out, extremely ear-piercing. His hand must be broken. You really overestimate yourself. While they were laughing, their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. What had happened was completely different from what they had imagined. Ma Sanyuan's face was contorted as he retreated. His left hand supported his right arm as it drooped down weakly. The 5 fingers on his right hand were curled up in a strange manner. Chen Zong took a step forward, appeared in front of Ma Sanyuan like a ghost, and kicked him twice in an instant. 2 consecutive cracking sounds rang out, which was extremely ear-piercing and made people's eyelids twitch. Ma Sanyuan screamed and knelt down on the spot. His legs were directly broken by Chen Zong. Chen Zong, what nerve you have! You actually dared to break Ma Sanyuan's legs. Immediately, someone shouted at him. Now, it's your turn. Chen Zong's reply made their scalps tingle and chills run down their spines. Let's join hands. Break his legs and feet. The rest of the people immediately attacked from all angles. As expected of the disciples of Mountain Overlook Courtyard, they showed great strength as soon as they made a move. Their use of inner force was quite brilliant. However, compared with Zhaofu, there was still a clear gap. Moreover, their cultivation was too low. Chen Zong's figure moved like a ghost, instantly avoiding the joint forces of several people. He shuttled back and forth between them as flexible as a fish in the water. He didn't use his sword, but only his hands and feet to deal with the enemy. The cracking sounds continued. This ear-piercing sound made Lin Ji's eyelids twitch, his muscles tense, and his palms sweaty. Ferocious, it was simply too ferocious. Brother Chen had broken the legs of Ma Sanyuan and the others. Not only was he brutal, but his strength was also frighteningly strong. The disciples of Mountain Overlook Courtyard couldn't be compared with the martial artists outside. Each of them had a solid foundation and outstanding skills. Moreover, their cultivation was in the late middle stage of the 8th transformation of the qi refining state, which was above Chen Zong's. Seeing that Chen Zong didn't use his sword and only broke their legs with a wave of his hands and feet, it meant that Chen Zong didn't use his full strength. Then, what level was Brother Chen's full strength? Was he at the peak of the 8th transformation of the qi refining state? Or was he at the early stage of the 9th transformation of the qi refining state? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Lin Ji's mind. Chen Zong, you're dead. You're completely dead. How dare you break our hands and feet? Martial artists had extraordinary perseverance and tolerance for pain. Otherwise, why would they practice martial arts? It was very painful to have their hands and feet broken, but they were still conscious. They screamed and threatened Chen Zong. Chen Zong wasn't threatened. With a smile on his face, he said unhurriedly, next time, bring some decent people. In other words, Ma Sanyuan and the others weren't presentable. Chen Zong not only attacked them physically, but also mentally. Ma Sanyuan and the others were so angry that they almost vomited blood, adding injuries to their injuries. Scram! Chen Zong said, then turned and walked into the courtyard. Lin Ji hurriedly followed, his heart in turmoil. High profile. Yes, here, Chen Zong was more high profile, unlike the Eastern continent who kept a low profile. Low profile was to protect himself. High profile was also to protect himself. One had to differentiate according to the environment and situation. In order to attract the attention of the Marquis of Mountain Overlook, entering the mountaineering list was obviously a direct method. It would undoubtedly be very high profile. Since that was the case, why not start being high profile now? Brother Chen, your strength. Lin Ji, who had caught up, didn't know what to say. Chen Zong just smiled. But Brother Chen, it's not just Ma Sanyuan and the others who want to curry favor with Zhaofu. There are many more. Moreover, their cultivation is higher and stronger. Some even have star-level combat strength. Lin Ji said worriedly. It's okay. Chen Zong said. He also wanted to know what level his current strength had reached. As for 1-star combat strength, it was nothing. Brother Chen, do you also have star-level combat strength? Lin Ji seemed to have thought of something and was inexplicably shocked. Without waiting for Chen Zong to answer, he shook his head. Impossible. I admit that Brother Chen's strength is outstanding, but cultivation is after all a shortcoming. It's impossible to have the strength of the peak of the 9th transformation at the early stage of the 8th transformation. Chen Zong just smiled and didn't explain further. Instead, he changed the topic and asked Lin Ji for other information. Soon, the news that Ma Sanyuan and the others' hands and feet were broken by Chen Zong spread. More people knew about it, and they were all shocked. The first thing they were shocked about was that Chen Zong's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 8th transformation, but he could break the hands and feet of Ma Sanyuan and the other martial artists at the late stage of the 8th transformation. It showed that his ability to challenge those at a higher level was very strong. Maybe he was a fighting genius. The second thing they were shocked about was that Chen Zong was cruel and merciless. He dared to do such a thing when he just came here. He was not an easy person to deal with. In the room, Zhao Fu, who heard the news, was so angry that she smashed the table and chairs in the room. She was a teacher. Even if she had a powerful background, she couldn't directly violate the rules of the mountain overlook courtyard and personally deal with a disciple in front of everyone. As such, she could only rely on the other disciples to deal with Chen Zong. Otherwise, with her 3-star combat strength, it would be as easy as killing a chicken to kill a martial artist at the 8th transformation. What he did not expect was that those few disciples were so trashy and were actually not Chen Zong's match. Don't think you will have an easy time. This is just the beginning. After calming down a little, Zhao Fu seemed to have thought of something. She sneered and her eyes were full of killing intent. Just as Zhao Fu had said, Ma Sanyuan and the others looking for trouble with Chen Zong was indeed just the beginning. This was because new trouble had already come knocking on their door. His name was Ma Xingyang, and his cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th cycle of training state. At the entrance of the courtyard, Chen Zong was more than 10 meters away from Ma Xingyang. He asked slowly, Ma Xingyang, are you Ma Sanyuan's brother? I don't have that kind of useless brother, Ma Xingyang said disdainfully. They were both surnamed Ma, but he and Ma Sanyuan were not relatives. Brother Chen, although Ma Xingyang's cultivation is at the early stage of the 9th transformation, I heard that he has killed some martial artists at the middle stage of the 9th transformation. Lin Ji reminded him in a low voice. You are no match for me. Let someone more powerful come to save me from being humiliated. Chen Zong's expression was calm, but what he said angered Ma Xingyang. Ma Xingyang's eyes were burning with rage as he roared and kicked. His red inner force surged and hot air rose. The shadow of his leg was like a giant whip as it lashed out. It seemed like even a small mountain would be crushed by this kick. Brother Chen, watch out. Lin Ji's face changed and shouted. With a bang, Chen Zong didn't move. He reached out his right hand and blocked Ma Xingyang's fierce kick. He clasped Ma Xingyang's ankle with his palm. It was as if his hand was made of steel. The pain from his ankle made Ma Xingyang's face change. He felt like his ankle was about to be crushed. Go away. Shocked and enraged, Ma Xingyang unleashed all of his power. He pushed his right leg that was locked, trying to kick Chen Zong away. However, he realized that Chen Zong's hand was like a mountain, unshakable. You are the one who needs to go away. Chen Zong said and waved his right hand. He lifted Ma Xingyang up and threw him dozens of meters away as if he was throwing a piece of trash. Ma Xingyang's internal force was scattered. He fell to the ground and rolled a few meters. He was in a mess. Hiss, hiss, the disciples who were watching the show were all shocked. Ma Xingyang was defeated, and in a very embarrassing way. The way he was defeated was even more shocking. Brother Chen. Lin Ji was trembling. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. Chen Zong, how dare you treat me like this? Ma Xingyang stood up. He was furious, but he didn't dare to step forward. I will not let you go. Ma Xingyang is going to ask his cousin to fight. Asking his cousin to make a move? Isn't he thinking highly of Chen Zong? Yeah. His cousin is a genius who is ranked 89th on the mountaineering list. He is only a 2-star warrior. It is a bit degrading for him to fight someone who is only at the early stage of the 8th turn of the qi refining state. Chen Zong heard all these people's words, 89th on the mountaineering list and a 2-star warrior. I hope he can surprise me. Chen Zong thought to himself. He was sure that his strength was definitely above 1 star. It was not surprising that he was a 2-star warrior. However, he wasn't sure if he was a 3-star warrior. He needed to use the appropriate methods to verify it. Congratulations to our book for the birth of the first guardian, Tingyu Xiaofeng. Applause. Everyone in the world gained fame and fortune. Those who gained fame and fortune often cherished their reputation even more. You are at the early stage of the 9th transformation realm, but you can't even defeat someone at the early stage of the 8th transformation realm. Don't you feel ashamed? Ma Jingyu scolded coldly. Ma Xingyang lowered his head and cowered. His cousin's aura was too strong, and it was suffocating him. Cousin. That person's inner strength is very strong. He might not be at the early stage of the 8th transformation realm. Ma Xingyang said. Oh, you mean he purposely hid his cultivation? Ma Jingyu asked. It wasn't impossible. Yes. Ma Xingyang thought of it on a whim, but the more he said it, the more he felt it was true. Sensationalist. Ma Jingyu sneered. This method would indeed attract more attention, but it was a clown's method. That's right. So cousin, you go and teach him a lesson. Ma Xingyang quickly said. Are you stupid? You want me to challenge him? Ma Jingyu said angrily, go find Wu Shilai and ask him to do it. Tell him I asked him to do it. Wu Shilai. Ma Xingyang was shocked, but he immediately became excited. He nodded and said, okay, cousin. I know. Wu Shilai replied coldly after hearing Ma Xingyang's words. Wu Shilai, remember, you must break his arms and legs. Ma Xingyang said excitedly. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Get lost. Wu Shilai's ferocious face scared Ma Xingyang. He quickly backed away, afraid of being attacked by Wu Shilai. This was a lunatic with a 1-star combat strength. Lead the way. His voice was filled with killing intent. Ma Xingyang's body trembled as he quickly led the way. This is your cousin? Chen Zong glanced around and his gaze landed on Wu Shilai's face. His skin was dark, his body was lean, and his body was filled with killing intent. His eyes were cold, and there seemed to be an inexplicable madness in them. This was a ruthless person. His name is Wu Shilai, 1-star combat strength. Ma Xingyang sneered, Chen Zong, kneel down and apologize to me. If you beg for my forgiveness, you might be able to keep your arms and legs. Not on the mountaineering list? Chen Zong couldn't help but feel disappointed. There were 99 names on the mountaineering roll. Even the lowest-ranked disciple had a 2-star battle strength. It was said that the highest-ranked disciple had a 4-star battle strength. He was also the only disciple in the mountain overlook courtyard who was listed on the Rising Dragon roll of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Hearing Chen Zong's words, Wu Shilai smiled like a wild beast, giving people a chilling feeling. He stomped his feet, like a leopard pouncing, instantly crossing more than 10 meters, and fiercely punched out like a wolf's fangs. Wu Shilai's fighting style reminded Chen Zong of the Eastern Continent's Fierce Blood Academia's beast warrior, Guohai. However, compared to Guohai, Wu Shilai's attacks were more ferocious and ruthless, and his strength far surpassed Guohai's. Before Chen Zong arrived, the terrifying pressure was like the roar of 10,000 beasts. Ma Xingyang, who was not far away, could not help but tremble. Lin Ji, who was behind Chen Zong, changed his expression and stepped back. This is bad. If Wu Shilai attacks, Chen Zong will be crippled even if he doesn't die. How dare he provoke someone like Wu Shilai? In the mountaineering courtyard, Wu Shilai was a ruthless person. He was ruthless to himself and to others. He was a madman. He liked to eat demon beast meat. Once he attacked, there would be blood. Many people were beaten by him. They had to rest for 10 to 20 days, which seriously delayed their cultivation. Even those on the mountaineering list didn't want to provoke him. In the blink of an eye, Wu Shilai turned into a bloodthirsty beast and rushed in front of Chen Zong. Both of his hands bombarded Chen Zong's arms with a terrifying and violent internal force. If Chen Zong was hit, his muscles would be torn. His tendons would be broken, and his bones would be broken in many places. However, in Chen Zong's eyes, Wu Shilai's hands were clearly visible. Compared to senior brother Bei from the Silver Saber Castle, he is weaker. Chen Zong thought to himself. If Wu Shilai knew that Chen Zong was still in the mood to compare himself to others in the face of his ferocious attacks, he would probably explode in anger. Before he changed to the chaotic energy breaking force, Chen Zong's strength was not inferior to senior brother Bei's. He could even compete with senior brother Bei when he used the secret method. After he cultivated the chaotic energy breaking force to the 5th level, his internal strength became more powerful and sharp. Its power also increased a lot, which led to an obvious increase in strength. Without drawing his sword, Qianzong wanted to test his strength. He struck out with a very ordinary move. Under the influence of the chaotic energy-breaking force, it was even more powerful. Wu Shilai was shocked to find that Qianzong's palm had blocked his attack directly. Then, he grinned with a ferocious face. Blocked. Well, I will break your hand. He didn't change his move. Instead, he struck out with a more ferocious posture. Clash, a dull sound like a drum. A strong chi rippled out from the point of collision. It was as if the clouds in the sky were dispersing, and a shallow ditch was formed on the ground. Wu Shilia's face changed. His face was full of shock. The arm that collided with Qianzong trembled. He could only feel a strong force coming straight at him. He had to retreat to resolve it. Otherwise, his arm might be fractured. Wu Shilai was very cruel to himself. Although his body didn't break through the limit, the strength of his muscles and bones were far stronger than ordinary warriors. This kind of head-on battle was his best fighting style. It was also one of the reasons why he had a 1-star combat strength before reaching the peak of the 9th transformation stage. Now, in a head-on battle, he was no match for Qianzong. Moreover, there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. Killer break. His footsteps paused, and with a loud bang, dust flew everywhere. His hands crossed in front of him, bringing up layers of afterimages. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Suddenly, from among the countless afterimages, a palm that contained a terrifying amount of inner strength condensed into the shape of a blade. It tore through the air like a thin piece of paper and fiercely pierced towards Qianzong's chest. If this attack hit, it would be enough to shatter Qianzong's sternum. Great thunderclap hand, like a flash of lightning, Qianzong's palm missed Wu Shilia's breaking strike and hit Wu Shilia's shoulder. Wu Shilai was ruthless, but he was not stupid. He could not let Qianzong hit his shoulder. His other hand quickly swayed and came out from the lower side. His knuckles protruded like awls and stabbed viciously toward Qianzong's ribs. His body swayed and avoided Wu Shilia's attack. The great thunderclap hand also missed. Qianzong roughly knew that his strength should be between 1-star and 2-star combat strength if he didn't use his sword. He still didn't draw his sword. He still used the great thunderclap hand to fight Wu Shilai. Wu Shilai was very experienced in fighting. Sometimes, he even deliberately exchanged injuries for injuries. However, the parts that were attacked were deliberately exposed. The parts that were least likely to be injured would also be protected by internal strength. Qianzong's body was more agile. He didn't exchange injuries with Wu Shilai at all. He moved around calmly and gradually gained the upper hand. The surrounding disciples of the mountain overlook yard were all shocked. Qianzong could actually fight Wu Shilai to a draw. Anyway, they felt that Qianzong's aura fluctuation was indeed at the early stage of the 8th turn of the Qi refining realm, while Wu Shilia's aura fluctuation was at the late stage of the 9th turn of the Qi refining realm. There was not only a big gap between them, but also several small levels. Moreover, Wu Shilai was recognized as a martial artist with 1-star combat strength. Could it be that Qianzong, who was at the early stage of the 8th turn of the Qi refining realm, also had 1-star combat strength, and he hadn't even drawn his sword? All of them felt dizzy. This kind of thinking was too shocking. When Qianzong reached the peak of the 9th turn of the Qi refining realm, what kind of combat strength would he have? 3-star, 4-star? Would there be another genius in the mountain overlook yard who could be listed on the Dragon Rise list? Thinking of this, they felt even more dizzy. At this time, the result of the fight came out. Wu Shilai was hit in the chest by Qianzong. The strong force and internal strength burst out and sent Wu Shilai flying. His feet left deep footprints on the ground. His face was pale and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Defeated. He was defeated. Being defeated was not a big deal. Wu Shilai had been defeated before, but it was hard to accept that he was defeated by someone who was obviously weaker than him. Shadowless killing hand. In anger, Wu Shilai used his killer move. He crossed his hands and countless shadows appeared. Then, he disappeared. Qianzong could see a trace of fluctuation coming toward his chest. That was Wu Shilia's palm. This palm was very strange. It produced some kind of change that was hard to catch with one's eyes. It was impossible to guard against. Even a 2-star martial artist would be hurt if he was careless. However, Qinzong, who had broken the human body's limit, cultivated the mixed yuan body, and reached the strength of 5,000 kilograms, had very strong 5 senses. He could catch a trace of the shadow and then track it. As he retreated, Wu Shilia's killer move missed. As soon as he moved closer, Wu Shilai was hit in the chest by Qinzong before he could react. The cracking sound made people's scalp tingle. It was the sound of his sternum breaking. Like a rolling gourd, Wu Shilai rolled back a few times and fell to the ground. He spat out blood and couldn't get up. Qinzong had held back in the first attack. The second attack was more serious. This kind of injury was enough for Wu Shilai to recuperate for a while. This. Lin Ji was completely dumbfounded. So were the others. Ma Jingyang's eyes were wide open. He was in a daze. Ma Jingyang, go back and tell Ma Jingyu that I, Qinzong, want to challenge him. Qinzong's eyes were as sharp as a sword. They fell on Ma Jingyang's face. Ma Jingyang's expression changed. He couldn't help but tremble and step back. You, who do you think you are? How dare you challenge my brother? Ma Jingyang was furious. Tell him that I will apply for a challenge soon. Qinzong smiled. He didn't care about Ma Jingyang's attitude. Big news, big news. Qinzong said in public that he wants to challenge Ma Jingyu. Who is Qinzong? More than 1,000 disciples of the Mountain Overlook Yard didn't know Qinzong. But now, they knew because Ma Jingyu was ranked 89th on the mountaineering list and had a 2-star combat strength. Qinzong also went to Mentor Lu and asked for a challenge. You are really beyond my expectation. Mentor Lu already knew that Qinzong had defeated Wu Shilai. He was very surprised. But Ma Jingyu's strength is not comparable to Wu Shilia's. Are you sure you want to challenge him? Mentor, I have spread the word, Qinzong said calmly. Since he had decided to show off, there was no reason to back down. Let's start the bet. Come here if you want to bet. With brother Yang Shihua as the guarantor, we'll collect 10% of the money from the winner. We guarantee fairness. You don't have to worry about not getting money if you win. Brother Yang Shihua is the guarantor. Haha, brother Yang Shihua is ranked 5th on the mountaineering list and also on the strong dragon list. With him as the guarantor, who dares to go against us? A long table was placed beside the mountaineering battle arena. Several disciples were shouting. Qinzong challenges brother Ma Jingyu. 1 to 2, no limit. Come here if you want to make money. I'll bet 10 spirit shells, 1 to 2. I bet that Qinzong will be defeated by senior brother Ma Jingyu in 10 moves. Who dares to bet with me? A disciple took out 10 spirit shells and placed them on the table. Haha, 10 moves is too much. Who the hell would be stupid enough to bet with you? Yeah, everyone knows that Qinzong is overestimating himself. He'll be lucky if he can withstand 3 moves. 10 moves? Dream on. 1 to 3, do you dare? The disciple who put 10 spirit shells on Qinzong thought for a while and increased the bet. 1 to 5, I'll bet with you. Someone laughed. 1 to 4, at most. The disciple clenched his teeth and took out 30 spirit shells. This was all he had saved up over a long period of time. Anyway, Qinzong couldn't win, so he could earn 10 spirit shells. Why not? The spirit shells were collected by several disciples who were impartial. The 2 people who were betting were also given a bet book, which clearly stated the names of the 2 parties, the amount of moves and the ratio of the bet, and so on. Take it. When you win, you can take the money based on the bet book. The book is the only thing that matters. And the person who is betting. The result is too obvious. Qinzong is no match for senior brother Ma. I think he will be defeated within 3 moves, someone said, shaking his head. That's not necessarily true. Senior brother Ma Jingyu is a 2-star warrior, but Qinzong defeated Wu Shilai with his bare hands. This means that Qinzong is one of the stronger 1-star warriors. But Qinzong didn't draw his sword. Maybe his sword art is superb, and he can reach the 2-star level with only one sword. After hearing what this disciple said, it seemed that there really was such a thing. Could it be that Chen Zong could compete with Ma Jingyu, or even defeat him? That's impossible. Chen Zong's cultivation is only at the early stage of the 8th turn of the training force realm. Moreover, who knows if his best skill is his fist art or not his sword art? Now that he thought about it, it seemed to make some sense. 5 moves, 10 spirit shells, 1 against 2, who wants to fight? Let me do it. Brother Chen, they have underestimated you, Lin Ji said angrily. Chen Zong was also a little speechless. Those disciples who were betting all thought that they couldn't withstand 5 to 10 moves from Ma Jingyu, and the most optimistic one was only able to withstand 20 moves. Chen Zong, do you dare to bet with me? Ma Jingyang, who was in the crowd, saw Chen Zong and immediately screamed. Everyone was immediately attracted and their eyes fell on Chen Zong. He is Chen Zong. He looks ordinary. I can't feel his internal force. I guess he has practiced a cultivation method to hide his qi. Facing the attention and discussion of the crowd, Chen Zong looked indifferent and asked, how do you want to bet? I bet that my cousin will defeat you in 20 moves, 1 against 3. If he wins, these 30 spirit shells are yours. Ma Jingyang took out 30 spirit shells with a provocative face. Chen Zong shook his head. He doesn't dare to bet. He knows that he will lose. Why would he bet with senior brother Ma? He just wants to increase his fame by challenging him. 15 spirit shells, 1 against 10. Who dares to bet that I will win? Chen Zong took out 15 spirit shells and put them on the table. He glanced at them with his clear eyes and said unhurriedly. His casual look almost made people think that he had already won. Everyone was stunned. Even the disciples who were in charge of maintaining the fairness of the bet stared at Chen Zong in disbelief. Betting that he would win? He was too confident, or even arrogant. However, 1 against 10 was too big. He had to take out 150 spirit shells, which was a huge sum for most disciples. Chen Zong glanced at Ma Jingyang's face and asked with a smile, Ma Jingyang, do you dare to bet with me? Ma Jingyang's expression changed. He wanted to say yes, but he couldn't because 30 spirit shells were all he had. He couldn't take out more. Ma Jingyang, I will lend you 20 spirit shells. Someone said. Ma Jingyang's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of a way. He looked around and said, everyone, who wants to lend me some spirit shells? I will pay you back later. Haha, I have 10 spirit shells. I will lend them to you first. 15 spirit shells. I will lend them to you. Soon, Ma Jingyang collected 150 spirit shells. A pile of jade-white spirit shells was piled on the table, blinding everyone's eyes. The bet was established. Chen Zong looked at the bet book. The content was clear and detailed, so he put it away. I also bet that Brother Chen will win. 10 spirit shells, 1 against 5. Does anyone dare to bet with me? Lin Ji took 2 steps forward and put 10 spirit shells on the table. That was 50 spirit shells, which was not a small number. 10 spirit shells. Barely enough. I will take it. Someone walked out and took out 50 spirit shells. Except for Chen Zong and Lin Ji, who supported him, no one else bet on Chen Zong. At most, they bet that he would lose within 20 moves. More and more people gathered around the battle stage. They either watched or participated in the bet. Senior brother Ma Jingyu is here. Where is he? They all looked up. The disciples on the mountain climbing list usually lived in the mountain climbing list. They rarely appeared in public, which made people even more curious. Chen Zong also looked over. Through the gaps in the crowd, he saw a young man in a brown martial arts robe striding over. He was about 20 years old. He looked calm, with a chiseled face and deep eyes. His tightly pursed lips made his whole face look more resolute. He walked with majestic steps. He carried a palm-wide iron ruler on his back. It was more than 1 meter long. His palms under the robe were white and his fingers were slender and powerful. He didn't look fast, but he crossed hundreds of meters in a short time and walked to the bottom of the battle stage. Ma Jingyu stood on the battle stage without any pretense. It felt as if he had been standing there for a long time. Very fast speed and exquisite footwork. Chen Zong's pupils shrank slightly as he muttered to himself. Standing on the 2-meter-high battle stage, Ma Jingyu looked disdainfully. He said slowly with a slightly domineering voice, "Who is Chen Zong?" Chen Zong walked out of the crowd and lightly leaped up with light footsteps. He was as light as a swallow and as light as a leaf in the wind, and he silently descended onto the combat arena to face Ma Jingyu. At this moment, a figure like a giant bird with wings spread, flashed across the sky and landed on the battle stage. It was Instructor Liu. Today, Chen Zong will challenge Ma Jingyu, who is ranked 89th on the mountain climbing list. I will be the host. Instructor Liu said loudly. His words were clearly heard by everyone. Remember, no matter who wins or loses in this battle, you are not allowed to kill. Now, let's start. Draw your sword. Ma Jingyu's words were simple and domineering. Show me your weapon. Chen Zong did not draw his sword as instructed. Instead, he said slowly. Ma Jingyu's eyes flashed. He took a step forward like an arrow leaving the bow. He flipped his palm and the center of his palm caved in. It was as if a red-hot soldering iron was imprinted on a sponge. It burned through the air and hit Chen Zong's chest. Chen Zong did not draw his sword. Instead, he hit back with his palm. The two palms collided. The energy overflowed like a gust of wind blowing in all directions. The circular ripples spread out and were clearly visible. Both of them swayed, but neither of them retreated. Ma Jingyu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Although his palm was just a test move and he did not use all of his strength, it was still not something an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the ninth transformation of the Qi refining state could take. However, his opponent took it and did not move at all. Ma Jingyu could clearly feel Chen Zong's inner force was powerful and domineering. It also contained a trace of sharpness. At the same time, Chen Zong could also feel the power and toughness of Ma Jingyu's inner force. While he was thinking, Ma Jingyu had already attacked again. He threw out palm after palm attack, and the palm shadows filled up his vision. The palm wind howled, and countless cyclones appeared and disappeared in the surroundings. Every palm attack contained a horrifying power, which was enough to threaten a one-star warrior. Chen Zong still did not draw his sword. He also hit with palm after palm. The palm shadows offset each other and collided with each other. Countless energy surged in all directions like a surging tide. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 10 moves. Those who bet that Chen Zong would be defeated in 5 or 10 moves looked gloomy and scary. The person who won the bet was naturally overjoyed. At the same time, he was also very surprised. Chen Zong was actually able to withstand 10 moves from Ma Jingyu. This was too surprising. Why didn't senior brother Ma use all of his strength? Those who lost were angry. They all thought that if Ma Jingyu used all of his strength, he could definitely defeat Chen Zong in 10 or even 5 moves. Damn Chen Zong. He's best at palm techniques, not sword techniques. They all cursed. Those who bet that Chen Zong would be defeated in 20 moves also began to feel uneasy. 12 moves, 13 moves, soon, it was the 15th move. Chen Zong still did not show any signs of defeat. Instead, he and Ma Jingyu were fighting very well. It seemed that they were evenly matched. You have some strength. You are qualified to make me use the mountain measuring ruler. Ma Jingyu hit with his palm. After another collision, he took a few steps back with the help of the force. He said while holding the ruler on his back. Senior brother Ma is finally going to use his weapon. He's going to show his real strength. Haha, I'm going to win. Senior brother Ma will definitely defeat Chen Zong in the next 5 moves. Those who bet that Chen Zong would be defeated in 20 moves were overjoyed. The mountain measuring ruler was as wide as a palm and as thick as a finger. It was 1.2 meters long and brown all over. There were shadows of mountains on the ruler, overlapping each other. After pulling out the mountain measuring ruler, Ma Jingyu's aura immediately changed. It became stronger and more vigorous, like a mountain pressing down on the earth. It was full of power. As he waved it, a dull whistling sound was heard, which brought invisible pressure to the crowd. Chen Zong's sharp eyes fell on the mountain measuring ruler. He could vaguely see that the ruler was extraordinary, and he could also clearly feel the change in Ma Jingyu. He held the hilt with his right hand and slowly pulled out the red thunder sword. Senior brother Ma's mountain measuring ruler weighs 888 jin. It's hard to imagine that senior brother Ma has been carrying such a heavy mountain measuring ruler all the time except when he sleeps. The standard limit of a warrior's body was 1000 jin. Using 1000 jin of strength to carry almost 900 jin of weight was a huge burden. It might not be a big deal in a short period of time, but after a long period of time, one's whole body might be crushed. However, Ma Jingyu's strength limit was not 1000 jin, but 1500 jin. Of course, carrying almost 900 jin of weight with 1500 jin of weight was also a huge challenge. However, Ma Jingyu did not just use his body to bear the weight, he also used some of his inner strength to share the burden, allowing himself to constantly refine his inner strength. This was a method that Ma Jingyu found in an ancient book. After a long period of weight-bearing training, the inner strength that had already reached its limit would change again and become even purer. Ma Jingyu had already felt the benefits of this method. Below the battle stage, each and every one of the disciples widened their eyes in excitement. Cold face, how long do you think that Chen Zong can withstand Ma Jingyu's weight? The red-haired Xianxia said lazily. He was ranked 63rd on the mountaineering ranking. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Ma Jingyu. Under normal circumstances, he would not have come to watch the battle. However, he just happened to come back from outside and decided to take a look. Within 10 moves. Lung Dao held his long blade with both hands. His eyes were sharp, as if the blade could cut through everything. His voice was equally cold. Lung Dao was also ranked 62nd on the mountaineering ranking. Why don't we have a bet too? Yang Santian rolled his eyes and said, you think Ma Jingyu can defeat Chen Zong within 10 moves, but I think it will take 20 moves. Bet on what? Lung Dao's expression did not change. If you lose, lend me your cold light blade for a few days. As soon as Yang Santian finished speaking, a cold murderous intent fell on his body like ice water from the extreme north. Yang Santian could not help but tremble slightly. As long as the blade is here, so will the man. Lung Dao's voice was not only cold, but also murderous. Forget it, I can't communicate with you. Yang Santian did not dare to talk about the cold light blade anymore. He knew Lung Dao's temper. Take my attack. Ma Jingyu shouted in a low voice. He raised the mountain measuring ruler and slashed it down fiercely. It was like a big knife, but it gave Chen Zong a feeling that it was as if a mountain was falling down. It was so heavy that the pressure formed by the ruler directly froze the air below, making it impossible for him to breathe. He felt that his whole body was bound. Slash! The red thunder sword was completely unsheathed, turning into a red sword light. Like a red arc of light, it tore apart the invisible ruler pressure and slashed towards Ma Jingyu. Both sides were only using ordinary moves. To Ma Jingyu, winning or losing those bets had nothing to do with him. When the ruler and the sword collided, an ear-piercing sound reverberated, as if a demon's voice was piercing through one's brain. It was extremely uncomfortable. Once again, to Ma Jingyu's surprise, Chen Zong's sword was not knocked away, nor was it repelled. What a strong inner force and physical strength, Instructor Liu said to himself, but he did not doubt that Chen Zong's cultivation method was a peerless earth-level cultivation method. Swinging his sword, it was like raindrops falling from the sky. Every strike contained an extremely terrifying impact force, and the speed was even more astonishing. Dense, scarlet sword light came from all directions, like arrows shot out from a strong bow after being pulled to a full moon, shooting out in rapid succession. Ma Jingyu looked dignified. He could only feel wave after wave of horrifying power coming at him. It was forceful and fierce, as if it was going to penetrate him from all directions. Unity of essence, qi, and spirit. Measuring a mountain with a foot. With the help of his inner force, Ma Jingyu performed his moves. The mountain measuring ruler, which was originally 1.2 meters long, seemed to stretch continuously until it was the size of a door. It firmly protected Ma Jingyu and blocked all of Chen Zong's attacks from all directions. Like a mountain, it did not move an inch. Without waiting for Chen Zong's next attack, Ma Jingyu waved the mountain measuring ruler. The strong wind roared, and the mountain measuring ruler seemed to be infinitely enlarged. It soared into the sky as if it was going to measure the size of a mountain, and then it slammed down fiercely. The roar was dull like rolling thunder, and the momentum was vast as if a mountain had collapsed. Below the battle stage, many disciples felt their hearts palpitate and had difficulty breathing. Their hearts seemed to have jumped out of their throats. Chen Zong looked up slightly with a slightly dignified expression. It was very powerful. If he had not practiced the chaotic heaven-breaking energy, he would not have been able to withstand this attack. But now, lightning swept across the sky, the sword tore through the sky like lightning, and collided with the falling mountain measuring ruler. Countless forces burst out, rolling and shaking like endless waves. The two figures collided again and again in the midst of it. Sword and ruler, the moment they passed each other, they each attacked dozens of times, and countless sparks splashed out. Below the battle stage, some of the disciples' faces became more and more gloomy because a few more moves had passed. There was only one move left before the 20th move. Senior brother Ma, kill him in one move. Yes, kill him in one move. The group of disciples who bet that Chen Zong would lose in 20 moves shouted one after another, forming layers upon layers of sound. Ma Tianyu acted as if he did not hear them and was not disturbed at all. In fact, he also wanted to kill Chen Zong in one move, but Chen Zong's strength surprised him. Chen Zong was very strong, and definitely had a 2-star combat strength. What was even more strange was that from the start of the battle until now, Ma Jingyu could feel that Chen Zong's inner strength was at the early stage of the 8th cycle of the qi refining realm. In other words, Chen Zong's cultivation could really be at the early stage of the 8th cycle of the qi refining realm. A martial artist who was only at the early stage of the 8th cycle of the qi refining realm had a 2-star combat strength. When his cultivation reached the peak of the 9th cycle of the qi refining realm, how many stars would he have? He would definitely have a 3-star combat strength, and maybe even a 4-star combat strength. Ma Jingyu's heart could not help but tremble at the thought of a 4-star combat strength. The sword light was like a waterfall. Ma Jingyu quickly collected his thoughts and focused on defending. His spirit, essence, and soul combined, causing his strength to be more condensed. The mountain measuring ruler, which weighed almost 900 pounds, was as light as a feather in his hand. Slash, 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 the mountain measuring ruler was like a giant knife, slashing down continuously. It was not sharp, but it carried the weight of a mountain. 2 feet mountain movement. Ma Jingyu leaped up in the air. He held the mountain measuring ruler with both hands and channeled the astral flow force into the mountain measuring ruler. The shadows of the mountains on the mountain measuring ruler shone brightly, as if they had been activated. As the mountain measuring ruler slashed down, the shadows of the mountains appeared out of thin air, suppressing Chen Zong. Each of the shadows of the mountains carried a heavy force, weighing more than 10,000 pounds. The moment they slammed down, the force was unbelievably strong. The mountain measuring ruler had not completely slashed down, but the terrifying pressure had already landed on Chen Zong's body. Tiny cracks appeared on the hard ground of the battle stage. Ma Jingyu's move has improved again. Xianxia touched his chin and said casually. His tone was light, and he did not take Ma Jingyu seriously. After all, his strength was much stronger than Ma Jingyu's. If Chen Zong's strength is like this, it would be hard for him to block it. Leng Dao said. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong instantly entered the state of spirit, essence, and soul. An indescribable aura spread out. Perfection of spirit, essence, and soul. Instructor Lu's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Then, he became excited. This time, the mountain overlook courtyard had picked up a treasure. Xianxia and Leng Dao also widened their eyes. Because they had also reached the state of spirit, essence, and soul, they were very familiar with Chen Zong's state. Chaotic heaven-breaking energy. Lightning mountain splitting lightning. The sword light, which was red and gray, was like thunder. It tore the sky apart and descended with a destructive will. In an instant, it shattered the shadows of the mountains. The sword and the mountain measuring ruler collided, and a terrifying force burst out, causing the mountain measuring ruler to fly backward. Slash! Chen Zong roared. His sword struck down like a thunderbolt, ruthlessly slashing down. Mountain measuring ruler. Ma Jingyu's expression changed drastically. He quickly unleashed his strength and blocked the attack with the mountain measuring ruler. This was a defensive ruler technique. It could even block attacks that were slightly stronger than it. The sword slashed down, and the lightning was shattered. But this was just the beginning. Chaotic heaven-breaking energy. Limitless lightning. Chen Zong leaped up, holding the sword with both hands. He kept slashing down. As soon as a new lightning appeared, another one followed closely behind. The sword and the sword connected in an endless chain. Slash, 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 everyone's eyes widened, and they were all astonished. That's not right. Senior brother Ma Jingyu is being suppressed. How can Chen Zong be so powerful? At this moment, no one cared about how many moves Chen Zong would take. Instead, they were shocked by Chen Zong's strength, which was completely beyond their expectations. What they cared about now was whether Chen Zong could defeat Ma Jingyu. Slash after slash seemed endless. Ma Jingyu's hands trembled, and his body gradually became numb. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, and he gradually lost his strength. Lightning striking wood. Lightning mountain splitting lightning. After 2 slashes, Chen Zong leaped up again with the help of the recoil. Then, he turned around and faced down. Extreme flash thunder killing sword. With a sizzling sound, as if countless electric arcs were wandering around, they all poured into the red thunder sword, shining with dazzling light. Lightning! Someone exclaimed. That slash was like a thunderbolt that tore the sky apart, descending with endless dominance and destruction. 3 feet shattering mountains. Ma Jingyu let out a roar, and the astral flow force gushed out. The mountain measuring ruler seemed to have grown in size, and after swinging its arms in a circle, it was like a flood dragon coming out of the abyss. Shadows of mountains appeared one after another, and then, they were all shattered by the ruler. Every time a shadow of a mountain was shattered, the ruler light would become stronger, and its power would become more tyrannical. Ruler and sword, a head-on collision. The light was so dazzling that only one figure could be vaguely seen rushing up, and another figure was thrown back. Chen Zong quickly landed. His powerful strength left 2 footprints on the battle stage. The red thunder sword trembled slightly, making a slight buzzing sound. Ma Jingyu kept retreating until he reached the edge of the battle stage. His palm holding the mountain measuring ruler was cracked, and blood was dripping down. His arms were trembling, and he was weak and pale. Below the battle stage, there was no sound. Everyone could see that Ma Jingyu was completely at a disadvantage. Without saying anything, Ma Jingyu turned around and jumped off the battle stage. Everyone could see that he almost fell to the ground. He was staggering. Obviously, he was holding on. I announce that Chen Zong has succeeded in his challenge and is ranked 89th on the mountaineering list. Mentor Lu's voice was full of excitement. But the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Brother Chen, good job. Lin Ji came to his senses and shouted excitedly, which woke everyone up. Ma Jingyang looked as if his parents had died. Even his cousin, whom he always relied on, had been defeated. What else could he use to deal with Chen Zong? Now, he owed him 120 spirit shells, and he didn't know when he could pay it off. The mountain was nameless, but because of the Marquis of Linshan, it was given the honor of being on the mountaineering roll. The mountain was 990 meters high and had been remodeled. Every 10 meters was divided into a floor, and every floor had a cave residence. They were of different shapes and positions. The 89th place was 100 meters away from the mountaineering roll. This was a courtyard made of bluish-gray stone. It was squarish and simple, but it gave off a majestic feeling. Not long ago, he defeated Ma Jingyu and took his place on the mountaineering roll. He also took his place on the mountaineering roll. Here, not only was the environment elegant, but the entire floor belonged to him. There were also servants who took care of his daily life. He ate 3 meals a day with good rice, demon meat, and precious medicine. He didn't have to spend any money. Moreover, Chen Zong won the bet with Ma Jingyu. After deducting 10% of the payment, Chen Zong got back 150 spirit shells. After deducting the capital, he earned 135 spirit shells for free. He became rich all of a sudden. The scorching sun hung in the sky, and the golden light was like a sword. Zong stood on the stone roof, facing the blazing sun like a big fireball, and slowly drew his sword. The sword light reflected the sunlight, flashing and jumping in the air like lightning. There was an unpredictable power between the changes. Practicing the sword was the process of going from unfamiliar to proficient, and then to mastery. It was the process of eliminating the impurities and preserving the essence. Practicing the sword was practicing the feeling of the sword. With the sword in hand, it was like an extension of the arm. To go further, it was like an extension of the body, as if it was connected to one's blood vessels. Zong was improving every moment. Although it was very small, after a long time, the improvement was considerable. Zong liked this feeling very much. It was wonderful to accumulate bit by bit and finally break through when the conditions were right. After practicing the sword for an hour, Zong put the sword back into the scabbard. Facing the rising sun, he exhaled a breath of white air and shot out like an arrow. I feel like I'm about to reach a new level in swordsmanship, Zong said to himself. This feeling was mysterious and indescribable. It was just a feeling. Zong didn't even know when he would reach a new level. As for what the new level was, he had no idea. Ma Jingyu's strength is at the 2-star level. If a star level is divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak stage, and extreme stage, Ma Jingyu's strength should be at the middle stage of the 2-star level. There were 99 people on the mountaineer roll, and the weakest of them was an early 2-star, while the strongest was an early 4-star. Usually, there wouldn't be much of a difference in strength between those who were ranked close to each other. Thus, it wasn't easy to determine the victor. Based on the result of my battle with Ma Jingyu, my combat power should be at the peak of 2-star. A normal 9th refinement stage cultivator would have the combat power of a 1st-star warrior. Based on this, Huiji from the Eastern Continent's Overlord Martial League should have the combat power of a 1st-star warrior. The Dragon, Tiger, and Eagle generals, who were said to be invincible in the Force refinement realm, might have the battle prowess of a 2-star martial artist. Of course, whether they were or not, Xianxia had never fought with them before, so he was unable to make a definite judgment. It's said that star-level combat power is divided into 9 levels. I wonder if anyone can reach the 9-star level? Zong couldn't help but show a hint of yearning. 9-star combat strength, what kind of strength is needed to achieve that, and can a 9-star combat strength fight against a true martial realm warrior? My cultivation is at the early stage of the 8th refinement stage. The purity of my inner strength is comparable to that of a normal 9th refinement stage cultivator because of the leakless body. It might even be better than that of a normal 9th refinement stage cultivator. The 5th level of the chaotic heaven energy shattering force is even purer than that of a normal 9th refinement stage cultivator. Exquisite sword technique. Chaotic heaven energy shattering force. Perfect fusion of essence, chi, and spirit. All of this has allowed my strength to reach the peak of the 2-star level. If I use the power of the Dragon Power Bracelet, I should be able to reach the early 3-star level. If I can increase my cultivation to the peak of the 9th refinement stage, it won't be a problem for me to reach the 4-star level. If I can cultivate the chaotic heaven energy shattering force to the 6th level, sitting down cross-legged, Zong started to cultivate the chaotic heaven energy shattering force. The vigorous, overbearing, and sharp pure inner strength rushed through his bones and muscles like a tide. The primitive inner strength spread out from his body and was refined and absorbed, growing bit by bit. Then, the inner strength paused for a moment and let out a tsunami-like sound, becoming stronger and stronger. Middle stage of the 8th refinement stage, the strong chaotic heaven energy shattering force required a better cultivation method to fully stimulate its potential. It was difficult to achieve with a top-grade Earth-level cultivation method, but a peerless Earth-level cultivation method could. Since leaving the cave residence of Martial King Huntian, Zong had been cultivating intermittently and gradually improved until today, when he finally made a small breakthrough. Although this small breakthrough made Zong have a feeling that his star-level combat strength might have reached the early 3-star level from the peak of the 2-star level. It's a pity that my physical strength is still at 10,000 pounds. It seems to have reached a small bottleneck. Zong thought to himself while feeling happy. The chaotic heaven energy shattering force that broke the limits of the human body continued to strengthen in all aspects. However, it was more difficult to improve in the later stages, especially after reaching 10,000 pounds of physical strength. After cultivating the chaotic heaven energy shattering force, the body forging technique could no longer be used for cultivation. There was no suitable body forging elixir and so on. These were all limitations. Qianzong knew that if he wanted to continue to strengthen the chaotic heaven energy shattering force, there were two ways. First, to obtain a suitable body forging technique. Second, to obtain an amazing body forging elixir. There was also a third way, which was to obtain both. Otherwise, Qianzong estimated that it would not be so easy to break through this small bottleneck. It would take a lot of time. If he broke through, it was estimated that he would usher in another period of growth. Maybe I can go to the Lin Mountain Martial Arts Pavilion to see if there is a suitable body forging technique. Muttering to himself, Qianzong jumped from the roof and floated to the ground. The Lin Mountain Martial Arts Pavilion was the place in the Lin Mountain courtyard where many cultivation techniques, martial arts secret techniques, and various ancient books were stored. Ordinary disciples who entered the Lin Mountain Martial Arts Pavilion to choose martial arts had to pay spirit shells to copy them. However, those who were on the mountaineering list could borrow them for free. As for the secret techniques, they were even more precious. However, those who were on the mountaineering list could choose one for free. Ma Jingyu also had a secret cultivation technique. Unfortunately, the battle with Qianzong was too fast, and he was defeated before he could use it. Along a winding mountain road, Qianzong's figure was like the wind. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. In front of him, there were two people, a man and a woman, who looked to be in their early 20s, walking towards him. Seeing Qianzong, the woman in a red martial arts robe raised her cold eyebrows. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Her right hand touched her waist and flung out. The red color was like light and lightning, flashing in the air. It was like a red venomous snake that had locked onto its prey and attacked. It was extremely fast. As soon as the sharp sound of wind breaking rang out, Qianzong's scalp went numb. He caught a glimpse of a scarlet aurora from the corner of his eye. It was almost faster than his reaction speed. His scalp went numb. Naturally, he performed the shocking dust steps and retreated instantly. Qianzong could smell a trace of fragrance brushing past the tip of his nose, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. The tip of his nose burned as if it had been cut by a blade. As he retreated, the red color in front of him suddenly shook. In an instant, it became as straight as a sword and stabbed fiercely. It was like an arrow leaving the bow, like an aurora. Qianzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he retreated again. He performed the shocking dust steps continuously and retreated continuously. However, the scarlet shadow followed him closely like a maggot in a tarsal bone. It was difficult to dodge. He drew his sword, the sword radiance was like a red lightning bolt. It cut through the air, but it didn't hit the scarlet shadow. The scarlet shadow was extremely agile. It bypassed the sword radiance and stabbed toward Qianzong's face again. The tip of the sword radiance trembled and swung toward his cheek. Unexpectedly, Qianzong's wrist shook. The red thunder sword changed many times in an instant and split the scarlet shadow apart. However, the scarlet shadow was flexible. The tip of the sword passed over the body of the sword and swung toward Qianzong's face again. He retreated and dodged. He closed in on his opponent with the shocking dust steps and attacked with his sword. It was like a lightning bolt that tore through the sky. "How dare you!" A loud shout was heard. The blade radiance was like snow that could split the sky and was mighty like an avalanche. The scarlet shadow turned behind and swung toward Qianzong's back. A pincer attack from the front and back, whether it was the scarlet shadow or the blade radiance, both brought a strong threat to Qianzong. It was obvious that they were much stronger than Ma Jingyu. This man and woman were both stronger than Ma Jingyu. In this crisis, Qianzong had no choice but to use all of his strength to collide with the snow-white blade radiance that was slashing toward him. The blade and the sword clashed. The terrifying vibration made Qianzong feel like his body was about to be shattered. With the help of the impact of the collision, Qianzong performed the shocking dust steps. He crossed a distance of 10 meters in one step and reached 20 meters. He instantly pulled away from the two people and quickly retreated, widening the distance between them. You can actually resist my blade. The young man with the snow-white long blade looked at Chen Zong seriously with his eyes as cold as the blade. Who are you? Chen Zong's tone was cold. No one would be happy to be attacked for no reason. Moreover, Chen Zong could feel that these two people didn't have any killing intent, especially the woman who attacked first. She just wanted to teach him a lesson. This is the only daughter of the Marquis of Linshan. Why aren't you saluting? The man with the snow-white long blade said coldly. Marquis. Chen Zong was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he quickly calmed down. When Lin Ji told him that the daughter of the Marquis of Linshan had a good relationship with Zhao Ifu, Chen Zong had already prepared himself for trouble. She was wearing a red martial arts robe. Her features were clear and she had the demeanor of a man. She gave people a feeling that she was not inferior to men. She was glaring at Chen Zong. Stay where you are and let me whip you. Marquis Guan Yunqi's voice was cold as if she was giving an order. You can try. Chen Zong's voice was also cold. Marquis Guan Yunqi was also on the mountaineering list. She was ranked higher than Ma Jingyu, which meant that she was ranked higher than Chen Zong. She was ranked as high as 28th. Her combat strength had completely reached the 3-star level. As for the man with the snow-white long blade, he should be Wang Xiaolong, who was ranked 25th. Although Wang Xiaolong's strength might be above his, Chen Zong couldn't just stand there and let her whip him. If she wanted to beat him, he could, but she had to use her strength to determine who was better. Hearing Chen Zong's words, Marquis Guan Yunqi's eyebrows twitched. Her eyes became colder and colder, and a powerful aura spread out. Her red martial arts robe fluttered even though there was no wind. The red long whip in her hand seemed to come alive. It swung gently, leaving a zigzag track in the air. I advise you to be obedient. Don't ask for trouble. Wang Xiaolong looked at Chen Zong with disdain and a trace of arrogance. It sounded like advice, but it was actually full of threats. He even shook the blade in his hand, making a melodious and ear-piercing sound. Swords were drawn, the wind stopped, and even the clouds seemed to stop. The air seemed to have frozen. Chen Zong's eyes were sharp. They landed mainly on the candidate, Guan Yunqi. He also locked onto Wang Xiaolong from the corner of his eyes to prevent him from suddenly attacking. Those who were in the top 30 of the mountaineering list were definitely not as simple as beginner 3-star. They were probably more than intermediate 3-star. Any one of them could be considered a strong opponent. Maybe this time, he would have to use the power of the dragon elephant bracelet. Guan Yunqi's eyes were getting colder and colder. She was so cold that she could freeze everything. Her red martial robe fluttered as if it was hit by a strong wind. The red whip in her hand was like a snake slithering in the air. Kid, you're only in the middle of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm, but you have a fighting strength close to 3-star. This means that you're very talented. But talent is talent, and strength is strength. You'd better lower your head. Otherwise, you'll suffer if you anger junior sister Guan. Wang Xiaolong spoke again. This time, his tone was better than before. He seemed to have realized Chen Zong's amazing potential and was unwilling to be enemies with Chen Zong. But he cared more about Guan Yunqi's feelings. That was why he advised her. Chen Zong did not answer. He held the red thunder sword in front of him. And his eyes became sharper. He would fight at all costs. What are you doing? The gentle voice was slightly stern. It was familiar. Chen Zong saw Instructor Lu's figure from the corner of his eye. He was striding toward them. The aura of the genuine martial realm caused the tense atmosphere to dissipate into nothingness. Yunqi, I know you have a good relationship with Ms. Zhao and want to stand up for her. But you have to know that it was Ms. Zhao who broke the rules that day. And the rules were set by your father, the Marquis of Linshan. Instructor Lu glanced at them and knew what was going on. He said, besides, Chen Zong's potential is extraordinary. When the Marquis of Linshan returns, he will most likely summon him personally. This seemed unexpected, but it was also within reason. Guan Yunqi was the daughter of the Marquis of Linshan. Perhaps Instructor Lu could kill her with one finger. But because of his status, he did not dare to put on the airs of an instructor. He could only persuade her half softly and half harshly. Guan Yunqi didn't know if she listened to Instructor Lu's words or if she knew that she couldn't teach Qinzong a lesson because Instructor Lu was here. She shook her right hand and wrapped the red whip around her waist. He shot a final glance at Qinzong, his eyes filled with warning. It was as if he was telling Qinzong not to go to the Marquis of Linshan under any circumstances. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Goodbye, instructor. Wang Jiaolong bowed to Instructor Lu and left with Guan Yunqi. Thank you, teacher. Qinzong walked over and saluted. If Instructor Lu hadn't appeared in time, it wouldn't have been so easy. You have to be careful. Maybe next time, Guan Yunqi will find trouble with you again, and so will others. Instructor Lu smiled and said, if you can fight back, fight back. If you can't, sometimes you have to take a step back. Qinzong nodded. Oh right, you can also go to the martial arts pavilion to choose a cultivation method and martial arts. You can also choose a secret technique that can make you stronger, Instructor Lu said. Thank you, instructor. I'm going to the martial arts pavilion, Qinzong said. Go ahead. Choose a secret technique well. Instructor Lu nodded, but he didn't give Qinzong any advice. After all, he wasn't familiar with Qinzong enough. He didn't know whether his advice was good or bad. If he was wrong, he would be responsible. After saying that, Instructor Lu walked up to the mountaineering roll. Qinzong retracted his gaze and walked toward the martial arts pavilion. The martial arts pavilion was as majestic as a mountain. It stood on the ground, giving Qinzong the feeling that it was indestructible. An old man was taking a nap. He was the manager of the martial arts pavilion, an expert in the real martial arts realm. When Qinzong arrived, the old man opened his eyes. Deep in his turbid eyes, there was a glimmer of light. Qinzong took out a token. On the front was 89, and on the back was the outline of a mountain. This was the mountaineering roll token. 89 represented 89th place. New disciple on the mountaineering roll. What's your name? The old man asked. Qinzong. You can choose any cultivation method or martial arts technique. You can also choose a secret technique on the top floor, the old man said. Then he warned, remember, you can only choose one secret technique with the key. After you choose, you can't choose a second one. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yes. Qinzong nodded. He took the black key and officially walked into the martial arts pavilion. At first glance, there were books everywhere. They were unguarded and could be read at will. Qinzong's sharp eyes quickly scanned the books. Soon, he found a few books that interested him. He wrote down the names and then walked to the second floor. The second floor recorded all kinds of cultivation methods. There were human level and earth level, but there was no heaven level. With the origin-breaking force, these cultivation methods were not attractive to Qinzong, but it didn't stop him from understanding. There are 37 complete superior human-level cultivation methods, 58 incomplete superior human-level cultivation methods, 23 complete superior earth-level cultivation methods, and 36 incomplete superior earth-level cultivation methods. Qinzong was surprised. In the Eastern Land, there was only one complete superior earth-level cultivation method in the 4 great academies. Even in the real martial arts alliance, there were only 2 or 3 complete superior earth-level cultivation methods. The gap was too big. However, there was no superior level cultivation method here. On the 3rd floor, there were only human level and earth level martial arts techniques. There are 63 complete superior human level martial arts techniques, 89 incomplete superior human level martial arts techniques, 59 complete superior earth level martial arts techniques, and 73 incomplete superior earth level martial arts techniques. The level of martial arts in the Eastern Land could not be compared with here. Qinzong felt that this was the real world of martial arts. The key was the sword techniques. Great Flying Dragon Sword, Sword Technique of Cloud and Mist, Sword Technique of Light. Qinzong picked up one superior earth-level sword technique after another and read it slowly. Here, there was no time limit. He could stay as long as he wanted. This was the privilege of being a disciple of the Mountaineer list. Soon, Qinzong finished reading all the complete superior earth-level sword techniques and memorized them with his powerful memory. There were 9 of them in total. Then, he looked at the incomplete superior earth-level sword techniques. There were 15 of them. After resting for a while to organize the information, Chenzong picked up a superior earth-level sword technique and read it. His eidetic memory allowed Chenzong to memorize more sword techniques. Chenzong might not use most of the sword techniques in battle, nor would he spend time to practice them. However, he could broaden his horizons and increase his accumulation of sword techniques. The accumulation of quantity would eventually lead to a qualitative change. After memorizing dozens of superior earth-level sword techniques, Chenzong felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if too much information had been stuffed into his head. That's it for now. I'll come back later, Chenzong said to himself and went to the 4th floor. What was recorded on this level was neither cultivation methods nor martial arts, but secret techniques. At a glance, there were a total of 7 secret techniques on the 4th floor. Every secret technique was in the shape of a book and was sealed in a lattice. The surface of the lattice was covered with a layer of light. Chenzong stretched out his hand and touched it gently. The light screen was incomparably tough, preventing him from touching the secret techniques in the lattice. However, through the light screen, he could see the names and introductions of the secret techniques. Burning Blood Combat Technique: burn one's chi and blood in exchange for a short period of increase in inner strength, increasing combat strength. Those without strong chi and blood cannot cultivate this. Burning one's chi and blood to increase combat strength is many times more powerful than the burning blood technique and boiling blood technique in the chi and blood realm, Chenzong said to himself. I have pure yang chi and blood. If I use the burning blood combat technique, how much combat strength will increase? Chenzong guessed. However, he did not cultivate it, so he was not sure. Body of Tiger Strength: using extreme training methods and pills to strengthen one's body and increase the upper limit of one's physical strength. Those without great willpower cannot cultivate this. Increase the upper limit of one's physical strength. Chenzong was slightly stunned. This seemed to be easy to understand. A normal person's physical strength limit was 500 kilograms. This body of tiger strength secret technique used suitable pills and extreme training methods to increase one's physical strength limit to 2,000 kilograms, 3,000 kilograms, or even 4,000 kilograms. However, it did not break the human body's limit. I broke the human body's limit and cultivated the mixed yuan body. This body of tiger strength probably has no effect on me. Strength concentration technique: increase the purity of inner strength and increase the power of inner strength. Those without great willpower cannot cultivate this. There's such a secret technique? Chenzong was slightly surprised. If a martial artist cultivated the technique to its limit and reached the peak of the ninth transformation of the chi refining realm, cultivating the strength concentration technique would be one way to increase their strength. However, he did not know how much inner strength the strength concentration technique could purify. Wind riding technique: be as light as a swallow and ride the wind. Greatly increase movement speed. 3 changes of rotating force: increase the power of inner strength for a short period of time after use. After use, all inner strength will be exhausted. Mad demon combat technique: be like a mad demon after use. Your strength will increase greatly and your mind will be affected. You will not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. Chenzong looked at each of the techniques one by one until he reached the last one. Spirit sword: refine one's mental strength and condense it into a sword. Those without great willpower and strong mental strength cannot cultivate this technique. This secret technique is incomplete. Burning blood combat technique: strength concentration technique, wind riding technique, 3 changes of rotating force, and spirit sword. Among the 7 secret techniques, 5 of them tempted Chenzong, but he could only choose one of them. After eliminating the strength concentration technique and wind riding technique, Chenzong also eliminated the 3 changes of rotating force. Pure yang qi, blood, and mental strength were his strengths. They were stronger, more vigorous, and more tenacious than martial artists of the same level. However, he had to choose between them. Spirit sword is incomplete. Chenzong muttered to himself. Perhaps choosing the burning blood combat technique was the right choice. However, for some reason, Chenzong wanted the spirit sword more. I'll follow my heart. He picked up the secret technique key and placed it on the spirit sword's light screen. The light screen melted. Chen Zong reached out and took out the spirit sword's book. He was going to take it back and study it slowly. He went down to the first floor and took out a few books that he had memorized before. He handed them to the old man for registration. Spirit sword. The old man looked at Chen Zong in surprise. This secret technique is incomplete and extremely difficult to cultivate. If you're not careful, you might hurt yourself. I can't believe you chose it. Maybe I can master it, Chen Zong replied with a smile. The old man shook his head and did not advise him anymore. He just finished registering. Remember, these books must be returned within 3 months. The spirit sword must be returned within a month. Don't teach it to others. The old man's tone was stern. Yes. Chen Zong took the books and left the martial arts pavilion after bowing to the old man. The body of the sword was dark bronze, with an ancient design. It was as wide as a palm and 1 meter long. Including the handle, it was more than 1 meter long and weighed more than 600 pounds. This sword was called the Ancient Watchtower. It was one of the benefits of being a disciple of the mountaineering list to get a free weapon from the weapon pavilion in the mountain-facing yard. Controlling 2 swords was Chen Zong's ability, which could make him stronger. After seeing the power of Ma Jingyu's mountain measuring ruler and memorizing many sword skills, Chen Zong suddenly had an idea. Maybe he didn't need to be limited to one kind of sword. He could use more styles of swords and feel the differences himself, so as to improve his understanding of swords. Some sword skills also needed a corresponding sword to exert their power to the extreme. This kind of sudden idea might work or not, but it wouldn't hurt to try. 89th place on the mountaineering list was a bit low. Chen Zong wanted to go higher, but after seeing the strength of Guan Yunqi and Wang Jiaolong, Chen Zong knew that his current strength was not enough. He could still improve his cultivation, earth-level extreme martial arts, a lot of sword skills, and the secret spiritual sword. These all needed time. He needed to hide and cultivate carefully for a while to increase his strength. More than 100 meters above the mountaineering list, Chen Zong was practicing his sword skills on an uneven ground covered with gravel. He wasn't holding the Red Thunder sword, but the Ancient Watchtower. It was difficult to wield the heavy sword, which weighed more than 600 pounds, without enough strength, but in Chen Zong's hands, it was as light as a twig. With a slight shake of his wrist, there was an ear-piercing sound of the sword, with a trace of murky white air. Chain sword skill. This was an earth-level upper-level sword skill, which emphasized weight and strength. It couldn't be better to wield it with a heavy sword. Junior brother Zhang, I can't deal with Chen Zong by myself, so I'll leave it to you. Zhao said to Zhang Zhongling. Her eyes flickered with a sharp light. When she found out that all the people who went to find trouble with Chen Zong had been defeated, and that Chen Zong had even defeated Ma Jingyu and successfully entered the mountaineering rankings, besides being shocked, the hatred in her heart was like a torrential flame. Maybe this proved that Chen Zong's talent and potential were extraordinary, and that he was a genius. The wisest thing to do was to let it go and not pursue it. But Zhao couldn't let it go. But she was the teacher of the mountaineering. Zhao. Zhao. Mountaineering lists. Mountaineering. Zhang Zhongling was at the peak of the 9th cycle of the training realm, but he had a 3-star battle strength and was ranked 52nd on the mountaineering ranking. Most importantly, he was Zhao Qingshan's disciple, so he was naturally closer to Zhao. Senior sister, Chen Zong's talent and potential are extraordinary. He's only at the 8th cycle of Qi refining state, but he already has a 2-star combat strength. If he reaches the 9th cycle of Qi refining state, it's not impossible for his combat strength to increase by 1 star. Zhang Zhongling's eyes flashed. He said, so, it's not wise to make an enemy out of someone like Chen Zong. Do I have to give up? Zhao Ifu's face was full of unwillingness. She understood the logic. No. How dare he humiliate you, senior sister? I'll teach him an unforgettable lesson. Zhang Zhongling smiled strangely. Senior sister, leave this to me. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, junior brother. Then I'll have to trouble you. Zhao Ifu smiled. It was best to vent her anger. After Zhao Ifu left, the coldness on Zhang Zhongling's face became more obvious. Chen Zong, you can provoke anyone, but you can't provoke senior sister. So, you're dead. Senior brother Bai, I found out. Not long ago, Mountain Overlook Courtyard had a new disciple. His name is Chen Zong. He cultivates the sword. It's said that he's at the 8th cycle of qi refining state. A young man in green with a long saber on his back respectfully said to a young man in white with a long saber on his back. 8th cycle of qi refining state. He cultivates the sword. His name is Chen Zong. It's most likely him. Bai Zhenhong's eyes flashed. Senior brother Bai, let's go to Mountain Overlook Courtyard and capture Chen Zong. Another young man with a saber on his back quickly stood up and said. These 3 people were the disciples of Silver Saber Castle. When the 6th elder and the 7th elder of Silver Saber Castle returned to Silver Saber Castle, they reported the matter and proposed to cancel the Silver Saber arrest order. Because there were many concerns. Silver Saber Castle had never issued a Silver Saber arrest order to a qi refining state martial artist. Even qi refining state martial artists didn't have the qualification. If they issued such an order to kill a qi refining state martial artist, it would inevitably attract the attention of Proud Sword Villa's Mountain Overlook Courtyard. If they continued to investigate, they might find some clues. At that time, it would be even more difficult to obtain the chaotic origin-breaking energy. Moreover, if they issued the Silver Saber arrest order, Chen Zong would also know. At that time, he would hide, and it would be even more difficult to find him. With all kinds of disadvantages, they had no choice but to issue a mission within Silver Saber Castle. Mountain Overlook Courtyard had a mountain ascension list. Silver Saber Castle also had a corresponding list called the Violent Saber list. There were 99 people on the list. Bai Zhenhong was ranked 97th on the list. His battle strength was at the early 2-star level. As for the other 2 people, they weren't on the list, but their battle strength was at the 1-star level. In addition to them, there were other disciples on the Violent Saber list who left Silver Saber Castle to look for Chen Zong. Silver Saber Castle gave a very generous reward. Even the top 10 disciples on the Violent Saber list were very tempted. Bai Zhenhong and the other 2 arrived at Mountain Overlook Courtyard and showed their identity as disciples of Silver Saber Castle. They also pointed out that Chen Zong had killed many disciples of Silver Saber Castle. They were specially ordered by the elders of Silver Saber Castle to take Chen Zong back to Silver Saber Castle for investigation. With a handwritten order from an elder of Silver Saber Castle and a disciple on the Violent Saber list, Bai Zhenhong thought that this matter would at most encounter some obstacles, but he didn't expect that reality would give him a fatal blow. 89th on the Mountain Ascension list. Bai Zhenhong's face was full of horror. The 2 young people next to him were almost scared to death. The value of the mountain climbing list was not inferior to that of the Violent Blade list. The 89th rank was much stronger than Bai Zhenhong, but what shocked them even more was that Chen Zong was ranked 89th on the mountain climbing list in such a short time, and his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 8th turn of the refining power realm. Is he not the person we are looking for? Bai Zhenhong was a little absent-minded. This kind of combat power was so high that only the first person on the Violent Saber list could defeat him. Brother Bai, why don't we go back to the castle first and report this matter to the elders and then make a decision? A disciple said. All right. Bai Zhenhong recovered his consciousness and nodded. He made a prompt decision to leave. Not long after, a masked man stopped them outside the city. The Chen Zong you are looking for, does he use a red sword? The masked man's voice was hoarse. Yes. Bai Zhenhong said. He instinctively felt that the masked man was very strong, and he was not his opponent. I am afraid you still don't know the real strength of Chen Zong. The masked man's voice was low and hoarse, with a trace of a strange smile. Like a night owl, Chen Zong's combat power is at the limit of 2 stars. Without 3 stars, you can't defeat him. Limit of 2 stars. Bai Zhenhong was in a trance again. Originally, he thought that Chen Zong's ability to challenge people beyond his level was enough to be compared with the first person on the Violent Saber list. Now it seems that the first person on the Violent Saber list can't be compared with Chen Zong. Lord Marquis of Linshan is out, and I don't know when he will come back. If he comes back, he will summon Chen Zong. At that time, Chen Zong will be valued more. Now is the best time to deal with him. The masked man finished, and his figure flashed and quickly left. This man is wearing a mask, deliberately hiding his identity, and said a lot of information. He is most likely from the Linxiang courtyard. He should be a disciple of the Linxiang courtyard, and he has a grudge against Qinzong. Bai Zhenhong secretly thought, it is difficult to catch Qinzong in the Linxiang courtyard. The only way is to lure him out. Before that, I must have enough strength. Immediately contact other senior brothers. Bai Zhenhong made up his mind. If the three of them caught Qinzong and brought him back to the Silver Saber Castle, they would naturally get more rewards. But in the face of the gap in strength, they couldn't do it without the help of others. Between not being able to get the rewards and not being able to distribute the rewards, Bai Zhenhong chose the latter. The night was dark and the wind was strong, and it was hard to see the fingers of one's hand. Qinzong sat cross-legged on the stone roof, enjoying the night breeze, and a chill spread all over his body. Qinzong was motionless with his eyes closed. The red thunder sword and the ancient sword were placed on both sides, and his fingers were crossed. He looked like a flower that was about to bloom, and all his thoughts were focused on his eyebrows. This was the secret method he got from the Linshan Martial Arts Pavilion, spiritual sword. The spiritual sword was incomplete, and only the first level required great perseverance and strong spiritual will to cultivate. Otherwise, it would damage one's own spiritual will. Whether it was perseverance or strong spiritual will, Qinzong didn't lack them. This was one of the reasons why he chose the secret method of spiritual sword. The first level of cultivation was to refine one's own spiritual will, making it more condensed and pure. Then, it could be combined in a special way and shot out through the eyes to directly attack the target's spiritual will. Today was the third day Qinzong had cultivated the spiritual sword. After the initial difficulties, he was gradually getting started. He could clearly feel the chill between his eyebrows, which was the condensation of spiritual power. Spiritual willpower was essentially spiritual power. The sound of the night breeze blowing gently, and the sound of insects in the distance in the night were all clearly perceived by Qinzong. This was the effect of condensing spiritual power. This kind of sound that seemed to be able to hear everything was very beautiful. He was immersed in it until dawn. Senior Brother Chen, this is a letter for you. A disciple of the Linshan courtyard delivered a letter to Qinzong. After opening the letter and reading it, Qinzong frowned, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Someone had captured Lin Ji and used him to threaten him. Who is it? How dare they use this method against me? Qinzong thought of many possibilities, but he couldn't be sure. He took the red thunder sword and the ancient sword and walked out of the Linshan courtyard. To the west of Mountainside City, there was a forest. After passing through the forest, there was a small hill about 100 meters high. The small hill was bare, without any vegetation. Therefore, there were few people there. At this moment, there were 4 people on the nameless hill. They were all around 20 years old, and the oldest was no older than 22. They wore different colored robes and carried long sabers on their backs. They were all disciples of the Silver Saber Castle. Brother Jiang, will Qinzong really come? A disciple asked. I don't know. Brother Jiang, who was wearing a silver robe, smiled. Capturing Lin Ji and using him as a threat to lure Qinzong here was just a plan. Whether it would work or not depended on whether Qinzong valued Lin Ji enough. If this plan failed, they would have to think of another way. Brother, someone is coming. Soon, the disciple who was in charge of surveillance rushed up the hill and shouted. Is it Qinzong? I don't know. He is carrying 2 swords. The disciple was startled, and then said with some annoyance, but he looks very young, about 20 years old. I can't see his cultivation. It might be Qinzong. Everyone immediately stood up and prepared for battle. Especially Brother Jiang, who was the leader, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Qinzong was as light as the wind. He entered the forest and headed towards the small hill. When he raised his head slightly, he could see the 5 figures on the top of the small hill. Without stopping, Qinzong quickly climbed up the hill. Where is Lin Ji? As soon as he climbed up the hill, he glanced around but didn't see Lin Ji. Qinzong couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. Lin Ji was one of his friends here. The other party had captured Lin Ji to lure him. It could be said that Lin Ji was implicated by him. Therefore, Qinzong had to go there. Are you Qinzong, the one who killed several disciples of the Silver Saber Castle? Brother Zhang's name was Jiang Baichen. He didn't answer Qinzong's question. Instead, he questioned Qinzong. His tone was as cold as a knife. Where is Lin Ji? Qinzong asked again, his eyes becoming colder and colder. If Lin Ji was killed, these people would also die. What a terrifying gaze. The disciples of the Silver Saber Castle were shocked. Jiang Baichen was surprised, and his fighting spirit became stronger. A rank 8 martial artist, killing him will taint my blade. Jiang Baichen's tone grew colder and colder. He had his own pride. Capturing Lin Ji was just to lure Qinzong out. Whether he succeeded or not, he wouldn't kill Lin Ji. Qinzong, surrender, and Lin Ji can live. Bai Zhenhong pointed his long saber at Qinzong. Apart from Jiang Baichen, the others also drew their swords and pointed them at Qinzong. Their fierce auras locked onto Qinzong. Basically, the disciples of the Silver Saber Castle all cultivated the Silver Saber Force. Their aura was sharp and fierce, as if they were one. For long sabers locked onto Qinzong. Qinzong's expression didn't change. His eyes fell on Jiang Baichen's face. With his keen perception, he knew that this person was his opponent. The other 4 were nothing. Junior Bai, you can test his strength. Jiang Baichen said. Take my saber. Bai Zhenhong shouted. He jumped up, held his saber with both hands, and slashed down fiercely. This saber seemed to be able to split a small hill. It was the Silver Saber Mountain splitting saber. Compared to the young man in green, this saber was much more powerful. The saber slashed down, filling the world in the eyes. The ancient sword was unsheathed, and a dark bronze sword light flashed past. It turned into a bronze sword chi that broke through the air, as if it could break a mountain. Martial artists in the late stage of the chi refining realm could release their inner strength to attack. However, the power of the inner strength would be weakened after it left the body. The further the distance, the weaker the power. The sword chi that Qinzong hacked out with this sword, the power was extremely tyrannical. Because this sword was not just a simple internal force that left the body. It was a sword art, an earth-level upper-grade sword art, called the mountain-breaking sword chi. For the current Qinzong, he could quickly master the sword techniques below the earth level and cultivate them to perfection. Only the earth-level sword techniques required more time to comprehend and cultivate. This mountain-breaking sword chi only took a few hours to reach the perfection stage. The saber light was shattered, and the sword chi hit directly. Bai Zhenhong fell to the ground. His hands were numb, and his blood was shaking. His combat power is indeed above mine. Bai Zhenhong gasped. The other 3 disciples of the Silver Saber Castle were also shocked. Senior Bai was a master on the violent saber list, but he was repelled by the opponent's sword chi. Qinzong, you are qualified to make me use my saber. Jiang Baichen said. His words were as sharp as a saber, and his eyes were as cold as a blade. A terrifying aura burst out, like an invisible long saber, pointed at Qinzong. Qinzong's muscles unconsciously tightened, as if a sharp blade was piercing through his body. A strong enemy, this person's combat power had reached the 3-star level. Jiang Baichen pulled out the long saber on his back. The saber was glowing with a green luster, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. This was an excellent quality divine iron saber. In terms of quality, it was even better than the Red Thunder sword. It was comparable to the ancient sword. This saber is called chopping martial. Jiang Baichen's left hand gently touched the back of the saber. His eyes were filled with gentleness, as if he was caressing his lover's skin. I have used chopping martial to kill 3 or 5 2-star warriors, and 1 3-star warrior. However, I will not kill you, because I have to bring you back to the castle for trial. The sword is called Ancient Sword. Qinzong said concisely. Chop. Jiang Baichen's roar was like thunder. The moment his voice sounded, it was like thunder, shaking the eardrums and shaking Qinzong's spiritual will. In front of him, a saber light flashed. It was like the cold snow in the extreme north, but also like the frost in the sky. One saber light up the world. One saber light covered the world in front of him. One saber light divided heaven and earth into two. This saber light made Qianzong feel that he could not avoid it. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be chopped. If he could not avoid it, then he would not. His 5 fingers relaxed and clenched tightly on the ancient sword. The chaotic heaven energy was like a torrent, and the sword chi surged in the sky. Soon after, a wisp of red sword light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. It tore through the sky and soared into the clouds. Thunderous sword chi. Qianzong had obtained 2 sword chi martial arts from the martial arts pavilion in Mountain Lin. They were both of the upper earth level and had been cultivated to perfection. They were very powerful. 2 different sword chi broke through the sky and shot out. Chop! Jiang Baichen shouted for the second time. The saber light was 3 times stronger. It chopped down and destroyed the 2 sword chi. One saber cut mountain. Before the saber light arrived, the ground behind Qianzong was split open by the invisible saber pressure. A crack more than 10 meters long spread quickly. Qianzong felt like he was cut in half. Strong, very strong, he took a deep breath and focused his eyes. He stared at the saber light and jumped up. With 2 swords in hand, he suddenly slashed out. Cross space slash, this was a top-grade earth-level sword art. There was only one move, but it was suitable for dual swords. It was quite rare. The bronze and red sword light intertwined to form a thick cross sword light. It seemed to divide the sky into 4 and collided with the saber light. The saber light was shattered. The cross sword light shot toward Jiang Baichen and divided the world in Jiang Baichen's eyes into 4 flat parts. Senior brother, watch out. Several disciples of the Silver Saber Castle were shocked. Their eyes were completely filled with the cross-sword light. They could not see anything else. It seemed that the cross-sword light was the only thing left in the world. You are indeed very strong. Jiang Baichen smiled. His fighting spirit was like a saber. The silver saber force was activated to the maximum. Silver light flashed around his body and poured into the Zhongwu saber. It was like a silver sun, shining brightly. Silver saber breaking cut. Senior brother Jiang is using his unique skill. This is senior brother Jiang's famous unique skill. The Silver Saber Castle's Silver Saber skill was famous among the earth-level martial arts. It had many moves and each move was very powerful. Different disciples would often be proficient in different moves. Some disciples would even be inspired by some moves and strengthen themselves. From there, they would comprehend other saber moves that were more suitable for themselves. Silver Saber Breaking Cut was Jiang Baichen's unique skill after he cultivated the Silver Saber skill to the extreme and observed the sun. It was as if the saber could cut the sun into pieces. Of course, it was impossible to cut the sun into pieces. Even a transcendent realm master could not do it. Silver Saber Breaking Cut was just a metaphor. In other words, it was an unattainable hope. There was no doubt that the power of this saber was very strong. It was so hot that it seemed to melt him. This saber attack also showed Jiang Baichen's combat strength as a late-stage 3-star. Following the blazing saber light, Jiang Baichen's figure flashed like lightning. His saber pierced through the sky and stabbed towards Qianzong. Jiang Baichen did not kill Qianzong because capturing Qianzong alive and bringing him back to the Silver Saber Castle would give him a handsome reward. He was very tempted by the reward, but he was confident that he could injure Qianzong and make him lose his combat strength. Space-splitting cross-slash, the earth-level top-grade sword skill appeared again. The 2 swords crossed. Under the effect of the chaotic Heaven Yuan shattering force, the cross-slash was extremely powerful. It cut the sky into 4. Great Flying Dragon Sword, the dragon roar was loud and resounding, shaking everyone's eardrums. Their faces changed drastically as their blood and chi surged out of their control. Following the cross-slash that cut the sky into 4, a sword light turned into a flying dragon. It seemed to rush out of the abyss and control the 9 heavens, sweeping across the sky. The cross-slash was cut apart by the silver saber. The terrifying saber light was like a beam of sunlight, shooting in all directions. However, under an inexplicable force, it all shot towards Qianzong. It was like 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time. Each saber light contained a terrifying power that could easily injure any 2-star cultivator. The flying dragon sword light broke through the sky, shattered the saber light, and shot towards Jiang Baichen. Chen Zong waved out two sword chi and shattered the saber light. He jumped and swept out like a gust of wind, following closely behind the flying dragon sword light. The two swords in the air were like a pair of wings of a swallow, but also like a spirit snake that swayed in an unpredictable trajectory. They were going to kill Jiang Baichen. The saber light was shattered, and the flying dragon sword light collapsed. Chen Zong and Jiang Baichen approached each other. The Zhongwu saber and the red thunder sword collided. The ancient sword seemed to have broken the sky, drawing a stunning trajectory. It was like the Milky Way flowing backwards, like the blue sea, or like a mountain crashing down. It mercilessly slashed towards Jiang Baichen. This sword could not be dodged or blocked. It directly slashed onto Jiang Baichen's body. His robe was torn apart, and a terrifying sound reverberated. A shocking impact shook the ancient sword away. Jiang Baichen flew backwards and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Brother Jiang," the disciples of the Silver Saber Castle exclaimed and rushed over. "I'm fine." Jiang Baichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was slightly pale, but he was full of excitement. His fighting spirit was even stronger. His aura soared to the sky as if there was an invisible long saber hanging above his head, releasing a shocking saber pressure. Jiang Baichen's robe was torn, and a piece of metal could be seen under the robe. It was a breastplate. Many martial artists had the habit of wearing a piece of armor under their robes to increase their own protection. The breastplate that Jiang Baichen was wearing was made of divine iron. Although it was only a thin layer, it was extremely hard and had an astonishing defensive power. When Chen Zong's sword fell, Jiang Baichen couldn't dodge it, but he used some of his inner strength to cover the breastplate and further strengthen its defensive power. That sword was very powerful. The breastplate was split open, and the terrifying sword power hurt Jiang Baichen's body, causing him some internal injuries. Strong. Chen Zong couldn't help but think. When he was at the early stage of rank 8, his combat power was at the limit of 2-star, infinitely close to 3-star. When he reached the middle stage of rank 8, the small leap was like the straw that broke the camel's back. He broke through the bottleneck of his combat power and reached the early stage of 3-star. After practicing more sword techniques, his combat skills became more flexible and flexible. His understanding of swords and sword techniques improved. With the ancient imperial sword, Chen Zong's combat power surpassed the early stage of 3-star and reached the middle stage of 3-star. Jiang Baichen's strength was undoubtedly at the middle stage of 3-star. "Chen Zong, I'll show you my full power." With a loud shout, the wind whistled. Jiang Baichen's body burst out with an amazing aura. Under the impact, the aura turned into cyclones that swept across the sky. The sound of the saber rang with a violent intent. True. Secret. Frenzied. Saber. With every word, Jiang Baichen's aura became stronger. When he shouted the fourth word, his aura more than doubled. The invisible saber pressure seemed to split the sky into two. Brother Jiang is using a secret technique. Brother Jiang has cultivated the true secret frenzied saber to the 3rd level. It seems that the real secret frenzied blade is the exclusive secret technique of the Silver Saber Castle, Chen Zong said to himself. Brother Bei had used the true secret wild blade, and now this person was also using the true secret wild blade. However, Chen Zong felt that this person's true secret wild blade was even stronger. The silver blade energy surged, and his inner strength seemed like it was about to explode. The invisible blade energy surrounded his body, and the swishing sounds made people's scalps go numb. Strong, very strong, Jiang Baichen couldn't help but laugh. The true secret frenzied blade was the unique secret technique of the Silver Saber Castle, which was different from the Mountain Overlook Courtyard. The Mountain Overlook Courtyard was established by the Marquis of Mountain Overlook. It was a faction that was similar to an academy, focusing on the strengths of 100 schools of thought. It had all sorts of martial arts and cultivation techniques. It looked rather comprehensive, but there was nothing that it specialized in. The Silver Saber Castle master practiced the saber. Regardless of cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, or even secret skills, he focused on the saber. The proud sword manner focused on the sword. In terms of saber and sword, overlooking mountain courtyard was inferior to the other two. Once the true secret wild blade was used, it would obviously increase one's strength, but it would also affect one's spirit and will. It would make one lose their mind and become violent. In serious cases, they would not be able to differentiate between friend and foe, and would attack anything that moved. Of course, this kind of situation was very rare. Most of the disciples of the Silver Saber Castle who practiced the true secret wild blade would more or less maintain a trace of rationality after using it. The more profound one's control of the true secret wild blade was, the more rationality one could maintain, and the stronger one's battle strength would be. Brother Bei had only mastered the first level of the true secret wild blade, while Jiang Baichen had mastered the third level. The difference between the two was very obvious. The violent impact on Jiang Baichen's spirit and will made his face arrogant. His eyes shone with excitement and madness. His blood and qi were boiling, and his battle intent was soaring. However, his rationality allowed Jiang Baichen to control his actions, his thoughts, and his body. Cut. A low roar sounded like a thunderclap. The long saber broke through the air. In front of Chen Zong's eyes, there was only a 7-meter-long saber chopping down fiercely. It was violent, fierce, and endless. Jiang Baichen's speed was more than 3 times faster. He was approaching Chen Zong. After that saber, he launched a storm-like attack. The saber light was densely packed, like a sudden rain, and like the water of the Milky Way pouring down, it was endless. Every saber attack was a perfect combination of strength and speed. The power of each attack was more than 10% stronger than before. Late-stage 3-star battle strength, the saber was as fast as lightning, so fast that it was suffocating. Chen Zong could only use his 2 swords to block again and again. Shocking dust step, in the blink of an eye, he retreated like an aurora, trying to distance himself from Jiang Baichen. However, under the true secret wild blade, not only did Jiang Baichen's strength increase significantly, but his speed also increased a lot. First, he slashed through the air, and then the long saber suddenly pierced forward. Before the saber arrived, the terrifying sharpness made Chen Zong feel like he was going to be pierced through. The difference in battle strength made it difficult for Chen Zong to find a chance to counterattack. He could only block and dodge again and again. However, the true secret wild blade was a secret technique, and all secret techniques had a time limit. Once it was over, Jiang Baichen's strength would recover or even decrease. Then, it would be time to counterattack. Infinite saber attack. Jiang Baichen seemed to know Chen Zong's plan. He slashed lightly. This saber attack seemed to have lost all its weight, leaving only lightness. It was extremely light and extremely fast. Before he could react, the saber light had already reached him. Chen Zong could only rely on his instincts that had been tempered by life and death situations to barely block it. Fortunately, the power contained in this saber attack was very weak, so he could barely block it. However, the second saber attack had already landed. One saber attack after another, as if it was endless. The speed of the saber did not increase, but the power contained in each saber attack was constantly increasing, bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 sabers. The power was so strong that Chen Zong's face turned serious. Let's see how many sabers you can take. Jiang Baichen's tone was arrogant. The infinite saber attack did not belong to the Silver Saber Castle. It was a strange saber technique that he had encountered during one of his adventures. The first saber attack focused only on speed. It was extremely fast and abandoned all power, making it difficult for the enemy to guard against. The second attack was to maintain the speed of the saber attack and increase the power. It was the same for all the subsequent attacks. It was not so much a saber technique as it was a way to use the saber. The infinite saber attack was very difficult to practice. There was no upper limit from the first saber attack. How many saber attacks could be made depended entirely on the warrior's own ability. The more profound the mastery, the more saber attacks could be made. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Baichen had made 20 consecutive attacks. Chen Zong's hands were numb and his long sword was shaking. The saber attack was so fast that it formed a sharp saber pressure, cutting Chen Zong's sword robe into pieces. Even his skin was cut open and blood dripped. It was so fast that Chen Zong did not even have time to recover. Resisting another saber attack, Chenzong could not help but retreat. He closed his eyes and opened them in the next breath. In the depths of his clear and deep eyes, bits of silver appeared like stars in the night sky. They filled his pupils and dyed his originally black pupils silver. Cold, ruthless, this unique pair of eyes immediately startled Jiang Baichen. The madness in his eyes seemed to disappear a little. Immediately, they became more intense. Sword of Spirit. His silver eyes shone brightly like a sharp sword being unsheathed. 2 streams of invisible sword chi shot out from his eyes. Fast was not enough to describe it. Just as Jiang Baichen was about to swing his saber again, the invisible sword chi had already shot into his eyes. Jiang Baichen felt as if he had been ruthlessly pricked by a needle. The feeling of being defenseless caused him to subconsciously close his eyes. The knife also paused. Following that, a sharp pain came from his brain. It was as if his brain had been ruthlessly pierced by 2 invisible swords. Jiang Baichen screamed unconsciously. His whole body trembled, and the hand holding the saber dropped weakly. Good chance, with a swing of the 2 swords, the cross-shaped sword light broke through the air. Space-splitting cross-slash, the tyrannical cross-shaped sword light was Chenzong's counterattack after being suppressed. It exploded in an instant with astonishing power and directly slashed at Jiang Baichen's chest. The tyrannical power split open the already damaged breastplate. The blade broke through the skin and cut into the bone. Jiang Baichen flew out. Thunderous sword chi, mountain-breaking sword chi, the red sword chi and the bronze sword chi broke through the air and hit Jiang Baichen again. They went through the broken breastplate and penetrated his body. Like a ragged sack, Jiang Baichen flew out dozens of meters and fell to the ground. He rolled a few times and vomited blood. His wound was dripping with blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. Senior brother Jiang, quick, take the elixir and give it to senior brother Jiang. Bai Zhenhong and the others recovered from the shock and rushed to Jiang Baichen. They took out the elixir and put it in his mouth. Then they took out the powder and sprinkled it on his wound. You are very strong. To die under your sword, I have no regrets. Jiang Baichen spat out a pill. He knew that he would not be able to survive. Chen Zong's consecutive sword attacks had already wreaked havoc in his body, destroying his organs. There was nothing he could do. Jiang Baichen didn't hate dying under Chen Zong's sword. From the beginning, when he decided to catch Chen Zong, he might end up like this. In other words, since he stepped on the path of a warrior, he might end up like this. If he caught Chen Zong alive and brought him back to the Silver Saber Castle for trial, in the end, Chen Zong wouldn't be able to escape death. It was normal for 2 people to kill each other. Jiang Baichen understood this. Chen Zong also understood this. But some people didn't. You killed senior brother Jiang. You have to die too. Bai Zhenhong and the others were blinded by hatred. They pulled out their swords and attacked Chen Zong with all their strength. They wanted to avenge Jiang Baichen. Shocking dust step, his body was like an aurora. He shuttled through the swords of Bai Zhenhong and the others. Blood splattered everywhere. Passing by, he shook his sword gently to get rid of the blood on it and put it back into the sheath. The 3 of them opened their mouths with difficulty, but they couldn't make any sound. They tried to twist their necks, but they couldn't see the figure behind them. It was dark in front of them, as if they had fallen into an abyss. Did you know that someone in the mountain overlooked courtyard betrayed you? Before he could finish, Bai Zhenhong fell to the ground and died. Turning around to look at the bodies of the Silver Saber Castle's disciples, Chen Zong exhaled with a cold expression. Since he killed the 2 Silver Saber Castle's disciples in the chaotic Heaven Marshal King's cave, he had formed a grudge with the Silver Saber Castle. Maybe the 2 disciples' lives didn't mean anything. The main point was the chaotic heaven energy breaking technique. The Silver Saber Castle sent their disciples to catch him. They called it a trial, but in fact, it was for the chaotic heaven energy breaking technique. Now that he had killed a few more Silver Saber Castle's disciples, this Jiang Baichen was even more extraordinary. The grudge between him and the Silver Saber Castle was getting deeper. But Bai Zhenhong didn't finish his words. What did he mean? Brother Chen, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Lin Ji said apologetically along the way. After killing the 5 disciples of the Silver Blade Castle, Chen Zong found Lin Ji, who was tied up like a dumpling, behind a small hill. Lin Ji was slightly injured, but fortunately, it was not serious. "Brother Lin, the disciples of the Silver Blade Castle are looking for me. I'm sorry for dragging you into this," Chen Zong said. Chen Zong's appearance was a bit embarrassing. His sword robe was cut into pieces and covered with blood. He looked miserable, but in fact, it was only a flesh wound. Moreover, with his strong self-healing ability, he had already healed. Not even a scar was left. However, the two of them were like brothers in the same boat. They walked towards Mountain Overlook City to return to Mountain Overlook Courtyard. After Chen Zong and Jiang Baichen walked off into the distance, a figure appeared on the small hill, wearing a ghost mask. He glanced at the mounds of dirt, which were simple tombs that Chen Zong had made for Jiang Baichen and the others. To Chen Zong, Jiang Baichen was a very good opponent, a very good enemy. With such treatment, everything else was secondary. I didn't expect that Chen Zong's battle strength had reached the 3-star level. He was at least in the middle stage of the 3-star level. The last move he used was the secret technique, Spirit Sword. If he wasn't prepared, even a late-stage 3-star warrior would be affected. The masked man's tone was very serious. He didn't expect that Chen Zong would be so difficult to deal with. Otherwise, if the people of the Silver Blade Castle took away Chen Zong, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. He didn't expect that Chen Zong's true battle strength was so strong. He was only at the 3-star level, not the 2-star level. A small mistake in judgment would cause the whole situation to go wrong, and they would lose an opportunity. The battle strength of a late-stage 3-star warrior. The masked man's tone was serious. And he mastered the Spirit Sword in such a short time. Jiang Baichen's battle strength was very strong, even stronger than his. If Jiang Baichen was killed by Chen Zong, then he would only die if he fought against Chen Zong. However, Jiang Baichen was an important disciple of the Silver Blade Castle. If you kill him, the Silver Blade Castle will not let you go. I just need to tell this news. The masked man suppressed a low laugh. Inside the stone house of the mountain climbing list, Chen Zong changed into a clean sword robe and held a book in his hands. "Someone from the Mountain Overlook Courtyard wants to deal with me. Is it Zhaoifu's man? Or someone else?" Chen Zong pondered, but he lacked sufficient information and could not be sure. If he failed to deal with me the first time, there will be a second time. He will give himself away sooner or later. This was a handwritten book that had been found on Jiang Baichen's body. It contained his experiences on cultivation, mainly on saber techniques. Sabers and swords were different, but they could reflect each other. Chen Zong admired Jiang Baichen's bladesmanship very much. It was a thorough interpretation of swift and fierce, which was worth learning. Whether it's the saber technique or the sword technique, it's all related to the use of power. I just need to learn the technique of using power, Chen Zong thought to himself. He read word by word, recalling Jiang Baichen's saber art as he read, reflecting on each other and deepening his comprehension. Before he knew it, he had reached the end. Infinite slash. Chen Zong's face lit up when he heard these words. The saber art that Jiang Baichen used at the end had greatly inspired Chen Zong, but it also brought him great danger. If he had not mastered the first level of the spiritual sword and seized the opportunity to counterattack, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Infinite slash, this was undoubtedly a very powerful saber art. Chen Zong wanted to understand the mystery of it. Perhaps he could change it into infinite slash. As he read, Chen Zong showed a touch of joy. The so-called infinite slash was not a saber art, but a technique of using power. It was just that the person who created this martial art happened to practice the saber and applied it to the saber art. Therefore, it was called infinite slash. In other words, I can practice it, Chen Zong thought to himself. He did not even need to spend any effort to change it. This was a martial art without a grade, but it could also be said that it had astonishing potential. Chen Zong began to meditate. Marquis, are you injured? Vice Dean Lei Tingkong looked at the purple-robed middle-aged man who was walking over with a majestic gait. His dignified face was abnormally pale, so he quickly went up to greet him. It's just a minor injury. A smile flashed across the purple-robed middle-aged man's dignified face, and he waved his hand casually. The two of them walked into the main hall. Not long after, another old man walked into the hall with hurried footsteps. Marquis. As soon as the old man entered the hall, he quickly bowed to the purple-robed middle-aged man. No need for formalities. Vice Dean Zhao has worked hard. The purple-robed man smiled. This old man was the other vice dean of Overlooking Mountain Courtyard, Zhao Qingshan. As for the purple-robed man, he was the founder of Overlooking Mountain Courtyard, the #1 master in Overlooking Mountain County, a pseudo-transcendent realm master, and one of the most powerful figures in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, Marquis of Overlooking Mountain. After this investigation, the Demon Wind Hall's background is bigger than we thought. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Marquis of Overlooking Mountain went straight to business, his face solemn. It's very likely that they came from there. Marquis of Overlooking Mountain's words caused the two vice deans, Li Tingkong and Zhao Qingshan, to straighten their backs with solemn expressions. That place was a mysterious and powerful place. Even though the two of them were true martial realm 9th layer martial artists, they knew very little about it. The Demon Wind Hall was a force that had suddenly emerged in recent years. At first, it didn't attract much attention, but as time passed, the people of the Demon Wind Hall started doing evil everywhere. At first, they appeared in Dragon Mountain County of the Great Mountain Province, but they gradually spread to other counties, and now they had even spread to Overlooking Mountain County. The Demon Wind Hall style of doing things was unscrupulous and extremely vicious. However, they were powerful and had an extraordinary background, causing people to fear and avoid them. However, what would come would come. If the Demon Wind Hall was allowed to act unscrupulously, Overlooking Mountain County would sooner or later become chaotic and be ruled by the Demon Wind Hall. As the Marquis of Overlooking Mountain County, he was the county lord. It was impossible for him to allow such a thing to happen, so he personally led people to investigate. He didn't expect that the more he investigated, the more he found out about the horror of the Demon Wind Hall. It was like a bottomless abyss, which made him feel uneasy. When he investigated to a certain extent, he provoked the pseudo-transcendent realm masters of the Demon Wind Hall. After a battle, both sides suffered injuries. Marquis of Overlooking Mountain had to stop the investigation. On the way back, he was healing his injuries and had yet to recover. In addition, a Demon Wind Hall has appeared in our Great Mountain Province. In the other two provinces, there are similar forces, namely the Demon Cloud Hall and the Demon Blood Hall. Marquis of Overlooking Mountain's tone was even more solemn. Demon Cloud Hall and Demon Blood Hall. Li Tingkong frowned and pondered. Could these two forces have the same origin as the Demon Wind Hall? Vice Dean Zhao Qingshan exclaimed. Lord King Chongshan has decided to take action personally. Marquis of Overlooking Mountain said. King Chongshan. The two vice deans were surprised. King Chongshan was the king of the Great Mountain Province and one of the princes conferred by the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Not only did he have a high status, but more importantly, he was a master, a transcendent realm master who had surpassed the true martial realm. Pseudo-transcendent realm masters were also very powerful, but in essence, they were still at the level of the true martial realm. True transcendent realm masters had already surpassed the transcendent realm and were not on the same level. One was heaven and one was earth, one was a true dragon and one was a grass snake. Normally, transcendent realm masters would not pay attention to worldly affairs. They were wholeheartedly pursuing a higher martial Tao. Often, only major events would attract transcendent realm masters. At the same time, it also meant that a matter that required a transcendent realm master to take action was definitely a matter of great importance. However, if it involved a transcendent realm master personally taking action, they didn't need to waste any more effort. As long as they were qualified enough, they would know the results. Did anything happen in the courtyard during my absence? Marquis of Overlooking Mountain changed the topic. He had single-handedly established Overlooking Mountain Courtyard and attached great importance to it. Indeed, something happened. Vice Dean Li Tingkong was the first to speak. Not long ago, a specially recruited disciple came to Overlooking Mountain Courtyard. Marquis Overlooking Mountain listened quietly. Finally, his eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was smiling. Li Tingkong and Zhao Qingshan saw Marquis Overlooking Mountain's expression and knew that he was interested in this Qinzong. 19 years old, early 8th Revolution realm, this cultivation talent is very ordinary. Marquis overlooking mountain said neither too fast nor too slow, however, early 8th Revolution realm possesses peak 2-star combat strength. This kind of talent is very strong, not inferior to Shi Huanyu. The two vice-deans were shocked. Shi Huanyu was the first on Overlooking Mountain Courtyard's Mountain Ascension list and the only disciple with 4-star combat strength. Moreover, he was also listed on the Flood Dragon list of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. He was the pride of Overlooking Mountain Courtyard. However, thinking about it carefully, Qinzong's combat strength was indeed comparable to Shi Huanyu's, but whether it would be the same in the future was unclear. Early 8th Revolution realm, perfect essence, qi, and soul. He already has the qualifications to comprehend the truth. Marquis overlooking mountain nodded and smiled. Lord Marquis, do you want to summon Qinzong? Vice Dean Li Tingkong smiled. Lord Marquis, I don't think it's appropriate. Zhao Qingshan refuted, this Qinzong's background isn't clear enough. Who knows if he is someone secretly arranged by the Demon Wind Hall. I think we should observe him for a period of time. Zhao Qingshan, who doesn't know that Qinzong injured your granddaughter? You don't need to suppress a junior like this. Li Tingkong refuted without any trace of politeness. Nonsense. Zhao Qingshan angrily said, his beard curling up. Oh, what happened? Marquis overlooking mountain asked. Li Tingkong roughly explained what happened in the examination that day. Everyone in Overlooking Mountain Courtyard has to follow the rules set by this Marquis. Vice Dean Zhao, for your sake, I will let this matter pass. Marquis overlooking mountain said neither too fast nor too slow, but he was knocking on Zhao Qingshan's head. This kind of matter was not a big deal. It could be investigated, but it could also be ignored. Zhao Qingshan was one of the vice deans, so it was necessary to give him some face. Zhao Qingshan nodded repeatedly. In fact, with his status, it was not worthwhile for him to deal with a disciple directly. He just wanted to help his granddaughter vent her anger. But since Marquis overlooking mountain had said so, it would be untactful of him to stop him. Lord Marquis, but I still have the same opinion. This Qinzong's background is worthy of consideration. Zhao Qingshan emphasized again. I know what to do. Marquis overlooking mountain said, Vice Dean Li, please send someone to inform this disciple named Qinzong that I want to see him. Yes. Vice Dean Li Tingkong was full of smiles. Naturally, there was competition within the Overlook Mountain Courtyard. There were two factions led by the two vice principals. Mentor Lu happened to belong to Vice Principal Li Tingkong's faction. Of course, there were no flashes of swords or carnage in their faction. Instead, there was a healthy competition. This kind of competition allowed the Overlook Mountain Courtyard to maintain its vitality and develop better. The Overlook Mountain Courtyard was happy to see this. Since Marquis overlooking mountain had already made his decision, Vice Dean Zhao Qingshan did not say anything else. He just wanted to warn his granddaughter when he returned. The sky was clear and white, and the wind was blowing gently. Han Yunfei walked down from the 18th floor of the mountaineering list as fast as the wind. There were 99 floors on the mountaineering list. The highest was the first floor, and the lowest was the 99th floor. Qinzong was ranked 89th, so he lived on the 89th floor. What a lucky boy. Han Yunfei arrived at the 89th floor and walked toward Qinzong's cave residence while muttering to himself. He was the first disciple of Vice Dean Li Tingkong, and he came to find Qinzong on Li Tingkong's order. Soon, Han Yunfei saw Qinzong practicing swordsmanship on the roof. Qin Shidi, let's have a few moves. Han Yunfei jumped up as if he was riding the wind. He turned his body in the air, and his feet touched the ground lightly. He flew toward Qinzong like a dragonfly skimming the water. He waved his right hand, and the bright sword light like the rising sun slashed toward Qinzong. The sword light was fleeting, like a bird flying up, down, left, and right, and its trajectory was unpredictable. There was no killing intent in this move, and it didn't use much strength, but it contained profound skills. Qinzong turned around and fixed his eyes on the fleeting sword light. He raised his sword and slashed it down. In Han Yunfei's eyes, Qinzong's sword seemed to have cut the world in half. No matter how fleeting his sword was, it couldn't get away from the attack of Qinzong's sword. It blocked all changes. Adapt to all changes. Good. Instead of being surprised, Han Yunfei was happy. He shook his arm and his long sword. The sword light poured down like a rainstorm, breaking the blockade of Chen Zong's sword and covering it directly. Break! With a low chant, Chen Zong's vertical sword suddenly turned into a stab, and he tapped the void continuously. Every move was an ordinary move, but they all contained the mystery of the wind-cutting swordsmanship. Han Yunfei landed on the roof. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot, and was as swift and flexible as water skiing. His body moved with the sword. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Ha 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 ha, Chen Shidi, your swordsmanship is indeed superb. After dodging Chen Zong's sword, Han Yunfei lightly retreated and sheathed his sword. He laughed loudly and said, "My name is Han Yunfei. I've come to find you on my master's order." Senior Marshal Brother Han's master is? Chen Zong asked. Vice President Li, Han Yunfei said in a clear voice, "You are very lucky. Marquis of Linshan has returned. My master told the Marquis about you. After the Marquis heard about it, he was very interested in you and specially summoned you. Lord Marquis of Linshan summoned me." Chen Zong revealed a look of joy when he heard this. The reason why he chose Overlook Mountain Courtyard instead of Proud Sword Manor was because of Overlook Mountain Marquis, the #1 expert of Overlook Mountain County. Now that he had killed a few disciples of the Silver Saber Castle, the grudge between him and the Silver Saber Castle had deepened. However, it was not easy to increase his cultivation and strength, especially to the extent that he could fight against the Silver Saber Castle. He did not want to run away again like before. He could only find a backer before he became strong enough. This backer had to be strong enough. In Overlook Mountain County, Marquis of Linshan was undoubtedly the best candidate. Thank you for telling me, Senior Marshal Brother Han. I will leave now. Chen Zong said. He directly put on his two swords and tidied up his appearance. He looked clean and tidy. Let's go. Han Yunfei smiled. Chen Shidi, you are going to strike it rich. On the way, Han Yunfei laughed. His words made Chen Zong feel that it was interesting. In the entire Overlook Mountain Courtyard, other than the mentors and the vice president, even the teachers rarely get to see Lord Marquis of Linshan. Senior Marshal Brother Han, can't all disciples on the Mountain Ascension list be summoned by Lord Marquis of Linshan? Chen Zong asked. At least, that was what he thought. Haha, of course not. Lord Marquis of Linshan is in charge of the entire Overlook Mountain County. How can he have so much time? Han Yunfei laughed. The disciples on the Mountain Ascension list are mainly paid attention to by the two vice presidents. When there are better seedlings, they will report to Lord Marquis of Linshan. Lord Marquis of Linshan will then decide whether to summon them. Do you know how many of the 99 disciples on the Mountain Ascension list have been summoned by Lord Marquis of Linshan? Han Yunfei asked. He did not wait for Chen Zong to answer and said, there are only 4 in total. Including you, you are the 5th. Chen Zong was surprised. Before him, there were only 4. His luck was not bad. Han Yunfei was a little talkative. Along the way, he talked non-stop. However, his words were interesting. Moreover, Chen Zong did not know what he was talking about. Therefore, Chen Zong did not feel annoyed. On the contrary, he listened with great interest. Unknowingly, Han Yunfei led Chen Zong to the depths of Overlook Mountain Courtyard. In front of a simple courtyard. Mountain View Residence. Chen Zong raised his head slightly and looked at the 3 words on the plaque of the closed door. The words were like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. They seemed to contain some inexplicable truth. He could not understand them clearly. Those words were carved by Lord Marquis himself with a sword. Han Yunfei laughed. It is said that it contains Lord Marquis's understanding of swordsmanship. If you can understand it, it will be good for practicing swordsmanship. However, I have seen it many times and have not understood anything. Chen Zong looked at it carefully for a while, but did not understand anything. Chen Shidi, I can only send you here. Han Yunfei patted Chen Zong's shoulder and laughed. Then he turned and left. He could not enter without Lord Marquis' summon. After taking a deep breath and tidying up his clothes again, Chen Zong strode to the closed door and knocked. After a few breaths. "Who is it?" A voice came. It was a young woman with a threatening heroic spirit. Qianzong thought for a moment and knew who it was. The candidate, Guan Yunqi. The door opened. A pretty face that was not inferior to a man's appeared in front of him. "It's you." Guan Yunqi saw Qianzong and was stunned at first. Then she frowned and her pretty face was full of anger. Her eyes shone with a fierce light. She said in a cold voice, "I have warned you not to appear in front of me again." As soon as she finished speaking, Guan Yunqi slapped at Qianzong's face. Her internal force was restrained, and her palm could break a stone. Qianzong moved his body and avoided Guan Yunqi's palm. He said, "Lord Marquis wants to see me." Guan Yunqi ignored him and attacked again. Palm after palm, the wind from his palm whistled and palm prints flew out like a torrential downpour. Qianzong walked calmly and skillfully, as if he was strolling among flowers. Guan Yunqi's every palm hit nothing. Then he walked past Guan Yunqi with delicate steps and entered the Mountain View residence. Guan Yunqi's pretty face was red. She was enraged. She touched her waist with her right hand and the scarlet shadow appeared again. It was like a spiritual snake or a sharp sword piercing through the air. It hit Qianzong's back hard. Unexpectedly, it missed again. Guan Yunqi attacked again and again. The shadow of the whip danced and covered the whole yard. Two beams of sword light flashed across the sky like lightning, shattering the shadows of the whips. Qianzong broke out of the shadows and was met with another scarlet shadow. It was as if lightning had split the sky. Cut. Things were different now. Qianzong slashed apart the whip shadow with his sword and turned around to attack Guan Yunqi. Long Xian. The scarlet long whip shook, as if it had transformed into a flying dragon, descending from the sky. As the tip of the whip stretched back and forth, there was a tyrannical inner strength that was fluctuating. Long tie. The second move followed. The scarlet shadow circled around Qianzong like a dragon, trying to tie him up. The two moves came one after the other. Long Wu. Guan Yunqi used the third move. The three moves completely surrounded Qianzong. There was no way for him to dodge. The two swords crossed and the dazzling light of the cross cut through the air. Space-splitting cross cut. Under the sharp light of the cross, the air was cut open and a deep cross mark was left. It shattered Guan Yunqi's three moves. Mountain-splitting sword qi, thunderous sword. Qi, two streaks of sword qi pierced through the air as if they were the vanguard. Qianzong followed closely behind. His two swords attacked Guan Yunqi from the left and right. Guan Yunqi's face changed. She was shocked. Not long ago, Qianzong could only dodge and retreat pathetically under his long whip. At that time, he had only used an ordinary whip technique. Now, under his powerful whip technique, Qianzong was actually able to resist him. Was he hiding his strength last time? It didn't seem necessary. How could he improve his combat strength so much in such a short time? It was too shocking. Qianzong didn't know the shock in Guan Yunqi's heart. His long sword came and the two swords poured down like a storm. Guan Yunqi activated all her inner force. Her long hair fluttered and she looked valiant. She was like a female warrior on the battlefield. Her long whip was like a knife or a sword, piercing through the air like a spear. After all, this was the Mountain View residence, the place of the Marquis of Linshan. Guan Yunqi was the daughter of the Marquis of Linshan. Qianzong couldn't and didn't dare to kill or injure Guan Yunqi. However, Guan Yunqi's combat strength wasn't weak. With her full strength, besides the spiritual sword, Qianzong also had to deal with it. Sword light flashed, the shadow of the whip was chaotic, Qianzong and Guan Yunqi were fighting fiercely. However, they didn't know that two pairs of eyes were staring at them and nodding secretly. Marquis, this Qianzong can actually fight Miss Yunqi to a draw. It's really surprising. It's hard to imagine that his cultivation is only at the middle stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. Yunqi's combat strength is at the middle stage of the 3-star level. If she uses a secret technique, she can reach the late stage of the 3-star level. The Marquis of Linshan smiled and said, however, this Qianzong didn't use his full strength. The mountaineering ranking was a list that measured the combat strength of the disciples of the Linshan courtyard. It was mostly accurate, but not absolute. Some people only used their own strength when fighting for a place on the mountaineering ranking and didn't use a secret technique to increase their combat strength. However, some people increased their combat strength. For example, Chenzong was ranked 89th. However, his combat strength was at the 3-star level. If he challenged, his ranking would rise a lot. Guan Yunqi was at the middle stage of the 3-star level. However, if she used a secret technique, her combat strength could reach the late stage of the 3-star level. Marquis, are you satisfied with this Chenzong? He's alright. The Marquis of Linshan smiled and stared at him. The battle between Chenzong and Guan Yunqi became more and more intense. However, neither of them had any killing intent. Guan Yunqi's goal was to teach Chenzong a lesson and avenge her friend. As for Chenzong, he didn't want to be taught a lesson. Of course, if Guan Yunqi wasn't the daughter of the Marquis of Linshan, Chenzong wouldn't have held back. Sword light flashed, and the ground was split open by the sword pressure. The long whip pierced through the air and also cracked the ground. The energy overflowed, and the stone tables and chairs in the distance cracked and shattered. Alright, both of you stop. If you continue fighting, the Mountain View residence will be torn apart by the two of you. A gentle voice sounded with a hint of ridicule. Tearing down the Mountain View residence was an exaggeration. Chenzong quickly withdrew his sword. Guan Yunqi also stopped. 555 times of support. I wonder if people with obsessive-compulsive disorder will feel good if they see this. The leader was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with a silver flood dragon pattern. One of his dragon claws was facing his chest. The entire flood dragon was vivid and lifelike, full of spirituality. It seemed to be guarding the purple-robed middle-aged man. As the middle-aged man walked, it seemed to fly and dance in the air. He looked to be in his 40s and had a square face with distinct features. He had a kind of reserved steadiness and fortitude, containing an indescribable majesty. His calm eyes were like the deep sea, indescribably magnificent. When the other party's gaze fell on his face, Chenzong felt as if he was looking at a tall mountain and a boundless sea. Marquis of Linshan. These 3 words flashed directly in his mind. Although it was Chenzong's first time seeing this person, his demeanor and majesty, and the fact that they were in the Mountain View residence, spoke volumes of the other party's identity. Immediately, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in the Marquis of Linshan's eyes. Chenzong's body trembled uncontrollably. He straightened his back and felt that the person in front of him was not a person, but a mountain that was majestically smashing all obstacles. It came crashing down with an unstoppable momentum with a forceful and domineering attitude. Under this mountain, Chenzong seemed so small and insignificant. The chaotic heaven origin shattering energy surged and his aura rose to the extreme. His spiritual will was incomparably condensed and transformed into a sword, slashing out fiercely. The mountain was infinitely tall and the sword was extremely small, but it could not resist Chenzong's determination. Both jade and stone were destroyed. Just as the sword was about to hit the mountain, everything disappeared like a bubble. The Marquis of Linshan had already walked in front of him, with a trace of a smile in his eyes. Father. Guan Yunqi called out, then looked at the black-robed middle-aged man beside the Marquis of Linshan and bowed slightly. Uncle Wei. Mississippi, the black-robed middle-aged man smiled and nodded in greeting. Chenzong greets Lord Marquis of Linshan. After bowing to the purple-robed middle-aged man, Chenzong looked at the black-robed middle-aged man. He was not sure of this person's identity, but he was sure that he was a true martial realm expert. Greetings, senior. No need for formalities. The Marquis of Linshan nodded. The black-robed middle-aged man sized up Chenzong, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Following the black-robed middle-aged man's voice, Chen and Guan Yunqi were all seated. Calm. The Marquis of Linshans was of Linshans. Chenzong immediately used the same set of excuses that he had said before, but compared to before, it was even more rigorous. The Marquis of Linshan and the black-clothed middle-aged man listened. Chenzong was very calm under their gazes because he knew that if he revealed the slightest bit of guilt in front of these two experts, it would be seen through. Neither the Marquis of Linshan nor the black-robed middle-aged man could be compared to ordinary martial artists. From Chenzong's words, they found some suspicious points. However, to them, these suspicious points were not a big problem. In the end, asking about Chen Zong's background was just to confirm whether Chen Zong was someone arranged by the Magic Wind Hall. After some observation, the Marquis of Linshan was sure that Chen Zong had nothing to do with the Magic Wind Hall. That was enough. Guan Yunqi sat at the side without saying a word. She only stared coldly at Chen Zong from time to time. Guan Yunqi felt stifled in her heart as the outcome of the battle was not determined. She also did not manage to teach Chen Zong a lesson as she wished. Chen Zong, I never like to beat around the bush. The Marquis of Linshan spoke again, staring at Chen Zong with a solemn expression. Are you willing to be my disciple? The black-robed middle-aged man's face also turned serious. Guan Yunqi's body trembled and her face was full of shock. Disciple, the Marquis of Linshan County was the #1 expert. If he were to accept a disciple, as long as the news spread, it would immediately attract countless martial artists of the younger generation. They would scramble like ducks and fight until their heads bled. In the entire Linshan courtyard, there were 99 disciples on the mountaineering roll. Every one of them was a true genius. Everyone wanted to become the Marquis of Linshan's disciple. Unfortunately, it was difficult. As the Marquis of Linshan's daughter, Guan Yunqi knew very well that the Marquis of Linshan had only accepted a disciple once, many years ago. The black-robed middle-aged man had expected this, but when he heard it from the Marquis of Linshan, he could not help but feel surprised. Chen Zong was stunned at first. There was an indescribable shock in his heart. The more he cultivated, the more he understood how difficult it was to reach the true martial realm. The pseudo-transcendence realm was even more extraordinary. The #1 expert of Linshan County, the combined strength of the martial artists of Linshan County far surpassed that of the Eastern continent. As the #1 expert of the county, one could imagine his strength and status. Especially since he was a marquis of the entire dynasty, he held real power. In the beginning, Chen Zong only wanted to attract the attention of the Marquis of Linshan and find a backer. That was all. He did not expect the Marquis of Linshan to take the initiative to propose this. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Zong stood up and bowed to the Marquis of Linshan. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Disciple Chen Zong greets master." Good. The Marquis of Linshan calmly accepted Chen Zong's apprenticeship ceremony with a face full of smiles. On the other hand, Guan Yunqi's face was full of displeasure. Congratulations to the Marquis for having a good disciple. The black-robed middle-aged man smiled. Guan Yunqi was very depressed. She could not understand how many young talents wanted to be his disciple and were rejected. Why did he take the initiative to accept such an arrogant person as his disciple this time? What she did not know was that the Marquis of Linshan had first learned about Chen Zong from the vice principal and then witnessed the battle with his own eyes. He had also used his spiritual will to test Chen Zong and was very satisfied with the result. Yan Wei, my personal guard. We are as close as brothers. You can call him Uncle Wei in the future. The Marquis of Linshan introduced, Yunqi, my daughter, your senior sister. Uncle Wei. Chen Zong quickly bowed to the black-robed middle-aged man and then turned to Guan Yunqi with a smile. Senior sister. Young master. Yan Wei stood up and cupped his fists in return. His cultivation was at the peak of LV9 true martial realm and his combat strength was astonishing. He had followed the Marquis of Linshan for decades and had a life-and-death relationship. Just as the Marquis of Linshan said, they were as close as brothers. The Marquis of Linshan did not have a son, only a daughter. Therefore, the disciple he took was equivalent to half a son. It was normal for him to call him young master. Guan Yunqi snorted coldly. The Marquis of Linshan and Yan Wei only smiled at this. Chen Zong did not mind either. Ah Wei, inform Li Tingkong and Zhao Qingshan that Chen Zong has been accepted as my disciple. The Marquis of Linshan ordered, in addition, spread the news that I will hold a disciple recruitment ceremony in a month. Okay. Yan Wei nodded. The Marquis of Linshan accepting a disciple was a big deal. For those famous experts, once they accepted a disciple, they would hold a disciple recruitment ceremony. This was the importance they attached to their disciple. It was equivalent to announcing to other martial artists that this was their disciple. If anything happened outside, many people would give them face for the sake of the Marquis of Linshan. There would be many famous experts participating in the disciple recruitment ceremony. This was a show of respect and also a chance to build a good relationship with the Marquis of Linshan. Qinzong, you don't have any objections to my arrangement, right? The Marquis of Linshan asked. Everything is up to you, master, Qinzong said. Immediately, Qinzong thought of something. Master, disciple has something to tell you. Qinzong said. Speak. The Marquis of Linshan said directly. Not long ago, disciple killed a few Silver Saber Castle disciples. 2 of them were on the violent saber list. Qinzong said truthfully. Guan Yunqi was stunned. The Marquis of Linshan and Yan Wei were also stunned. You're good, finding trouble for me. The Marquis of Linshan laughed, but his tone didn't have the slightest hint of blame. So what if you killed them? Yan Wei laughed. Wei is right. So what if you killed them? The Marquis of Linshan said domineeringly, Situ Zhan doesn't have the courage to find trouble with me because of the lives of a few disciples. Master, I don't think the Silver Saber Castle will give up so easily. In addition, the disciples of the Linshan courtyard might be involved. Qinzong felt that it was necessary to make things clear. No matter what, he had acknowledged the Marquis of Linshan as his master. The Marquis of Linshan had also expressed that he wanted to take over the grudge with the Silver Saber Castle. There was a connection between the disciple and the master, and mutual trust was a basic prerequisite. There are also disciples of the courtyard involved. The Marquis of Linshan's expression turned cold. I will order an investigation. How big is the connection? It should be quite big. Qinzong smiled embarrassedly. It's related to a peerless earth-level cultivation technique. Peerless earth-level. Originally, the Marquis of Linshan didn't think much of it. After all, how big could the connection be between Qi refining realm martial artists? Hearing Qinzong's words, the Marquis of Linshan, Yan Wei, and Guan Yunqi were all shocked. Peerless earth-level cultivation technique. It was precisely the peerless earth-level cultivation technique that couldn't be found among all the forces in the Linshan county. Of course, in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, there were still peerless earth-level cultivation techniques, but they belonged to the royal family. Guan Yunqi also came to a realization. No wonder Qinzong's inner strength was so powerful and domineering. It turned out that he cultivated a peerless earth-level cultivation technique. A trace of envy flashed across his eyes. A peerless earth-level cultivation technique. Which Qi refining realm martial artist could resist the temptation? It should be the chaotic yuan-shattering force left behind by Martial King Hundian. Qinzong threw out another thunderbolt. Martial King Hundian. The Marquis of Linshan trembled in shock. Martial King Hundian was very famous. He was one of the top powerhouses in the transcendent realm. The cultivation technique he left behind was naturally more meaningful. Tell me what happened in detail. The Marquis of Linshan said in a deep voice. Other than not mentioning that he came from the eastern continent, Qinzong basically recounted what happened. Don't worry, leave this to me. The Marquis of Linshan said seriously and directly took over the matter. As for the peerless earth-level cultivation technique, you have to keep it a secret. Qinzong originally thought that the Marquis of Linshan would ask him for the cultivation technique. He didn't expect that the Marquis of Linshan would directly take over the matter. Master, why don't disciple give this cultivation technique to senior sister as a meeting gift? Qinzong said. A peerless earth-level cultivation technique might be very precious, but the meaning of a cultivation technique's existence was for people to cultivate. Of course, it also depended on who cultivated it. The Marquis of Linshan took over this grudge for him. Although it was because of their relationship as master and disciple, the kindness was real. Giving the cultivation technique to the Marquis of Linshan was equivalent to repaying the kindness in disguise. Guan Yunqi's eyes lit up. The Marquis of Linshan didn't say anything, but Yan Wei secretly nodded. He secretly thought that although Qinzong looked young, he did things wisely. He wasn't the kind of hothead who only knew how to cultivate and didn't know anything about the world. Unconsciously, he valued Qinzong a little more. Fu, the conflict between you and Qinzong has been written off. Vice Principal Zhao Qingshan said to the woman sitting in front of him in a strict tone, Qinzong has been accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan. You should know what that means. Zhao face was ashen as she clenched her fists. Chen Zong had actually been accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan. From then on, he had reached the heavens in one step. Regardless of status or identity, he was above her as a teacher. She had yet to vent her anger, but such a change had occurred. It was hard to accept. However, Zhao had no choice but to swallow her anger. She couldn't afford to offend the Marquis of Linshan. Her grandfather couldn't afford to offend him either. In contrast to Zhao unwillingness, the disciples of Linshan courtyard were shocked. This kid, Han Yunfei, who had brought Chen Zong to Mountain View residence, was dumbfounded when he heard the news. He didn't know what to say. Brother Chen. Brother Chen is really too powerful. Lin Ji was so excited that he was incoherent. Who was that? That was the #1 expert of Linshan Commandery, the Marquis of Linshan. Why wasn't it me? Some disciples cried out in sorrow. Why was it Chen Zong who was accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan and not them? He was actually accepted as a disciple by the Marquis. Zhang Zhongling was dumbfounded and shocked. He felt that all his plans were so childish. However, he had no choice but to dispel the idea of continuing to target Chen Zong. However, the Marquis of Linshan had already sent people to investigate. Zhang Zhongling would also be exposed and face the corresponding punishment. Who in the entire Linshan commandery would dare to touch the Marquis' disciple? Even the people of Silver Saber Castle wouldn't dare. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks seemed so laughable. Good kid. Instructor Liu was first shocked when he heard the news. Then, he felt that it was only natural. After all, the more he interacted with Chen Zong, the more outstanding he felt he was. In short, the entire Linshan courtyard was in an uproar because of this news. Soon after, the news was blown out of the Mountain Overlook courtyard and into Mountain Overlook City, causing many people in the city to be shocked. The Marquis actually accepted a disciple. Who is Chen Zong? To think that the Marquis would take a fancy to him and take him in as a disciple. 1 month later, Master Ho is going to hold a disciple recruitment ceremony for Chen Zong. It seems that Master Ho values this Chen Zong very much. He was actually taken in as a disciple by the Marquis. The Zhuge men were in a daze. As the news spread, the Silver Saber Castle, the Proud Sword Villa, and other forces also received the news. Inside the Silver Saber Fort's main castle, the Fort Master Situ Zhan and a group of elders were present. All of them had grave expressions. Jiang Baichen, Bai Zhenhong, and the other disciples all died under Chen Zong's sword. We must avenge them. That's right. Not only must we take revenge, but we must also take back the chaotic heaven origin breaching energy. The 6th elder and the 7th elder said one after another, their faces full of killing intent and hatred. Who can withstand the wrath of the Marquis of Linshan? 3rd elder spoke slowly, causing everyone's faces to turn even uglier. Marquis Linshan, these 3 words, this identity, this person was like a mountain that pressed down on the heads of all the cultivators in the Linshan county. Especially for a master like Situ Zhan, the feeling of oppression was even more obvious. Unless the Grand Elder takes action, no one in the Silver Saber Fort can compete with the Marquis of Linshan, 2nd elder said. The Grand Elder was the Silver Saber Fort's Grand Fort Master. He was also a pseudo-transcendent realm master, but he had left the Silver Saber Fort long ago to find an opportunity to break through to the transcendent realm. Therefore, not many people knew about the existence of a pseudo-transcendent realm master in the Silver Saber Fort. Do we have to admit defeat? 4th elder was very unwilling. Immediately, all the elders looked at Fort Master Situ Zhan. He was the true ruler of the Silver Saber Fort. Great Elder, what do you think? Situ Zhan asked. Chen Zong was taken in as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan. Dealing with him is equivalent to dealing with the Marquis of Linshan. This is not wise, Great Elder said slowly after pondering for a moment, but the chaotic heaven origin breaching energy is very important. We must find a way to get it back. I have a plan, Great Elder continued. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't the Marquis of Linshan going to hold a disciple recruitment ceremony a month later? That's a good opportunity, Great Elder smiled faintly with a scheming look. Great Elder means to take action during the disciple recruitment ceremony? The fort master will come forward and make a bet with the Marquis of Linshan. Let the disciples on the violent saber list compete with the Marquis of Linshan's disciple with the chaotic heaven origin breaching energy as the wager, Great Elder said with assurance. As for the revenge of the disciple, it can only be taken in the future when the time is right. Situ Zhan and the other elders all thought about it. Being able to kill Jiang Baichen means that Chen Zong's battle prowess has reached the late stage of the 3-star realm, second elder said. Who should we send to defeat him? In a month, under the guidance of the Marquis of Linshan, Chen Zong's battle prowess should have improved a little. To defeat him, to be on the safe side, we need to have at least the peak of the 3-star realm. Only the top 3 on the violent saber list can reach the peak of the 3-star realm. 4-star battle prowess was too difficult. In the entire Linshan commandery, only Shi Huanyue, who ranked first on the mountaineering list of Linshan courtyard, could reach it. In that case, let's send Yang Tianzhao, Situ Zhan said. Yang Tianzhao, the number 1 on the violent saber list. All the elders nodded. Yang Tianzhao's battle prowess was at the peak of the 3-star realm, infinitely close to the 4-star realm. Furthermore, he was Situ Zhan's disciple. At the same time, the Lord of the Proud Sword Manor and the other elders also gathered together. However, there was no conflict between the Proud Sword Manor and Chen Zong. The disciple recruitment ceremony is a good opportunity. Let Jianer challenge Chen Zong and defeat him to become famous in Linshan Commandery, Duan Aoming, the Lord of the Proud Sword Manor, said with a hearty laugh. With the young lord, Chen Zong will definitely lose. An elder chuckled in agreement. The other elders also laughed. Obviously, they were very confident in Jianer. Chen Zong, hee. How dare you kill my demonic wind hall's people? I'll let you know my power. Because of the news released by the Marquis of Linshan, the entire Linshan commandery was shaken. Chen Zong was not aware of this. At this moment, he was sitting on the stone roof of the 89th floor of the mountaineering list. Although the Marquis of Linshan's main cultivation was not the sword, he had also practiced swordsmanship. He had a unique understanding of swordsmanship and taught it to Chen Zong without any reservation. This gave Chen Zong a lot of inspiration and deepened his understanding of swordsmanship. After that, the Marquis of Linshan gave Chen Zong special privileges. He could practice all the martial arts and secret techniques in the martial arts pavilion at will. This was another surprise. For example, Chen Zong could practice the burning blood combat technique, the 3 changes of revolving force, and the wind riding technique. Thirdly, the Marquis of Linshan taught Chen Zong a very unique technique. The Little Lonely Mountain visualization technique. When he first heard this name, Chen Zong was confused. He had no idea what technique it was, but after knowing its use, he was ecstatic. Wuzhen, yes, the Little Lonely Mountain visualization technique was a technique for Wuzhen. The true martial Tao comprehending diagram that he had comprehended in the Eastern Continent's True Martial Alliance had given Chen Zong a message. A true martial realm martial artist had to comprehend the truth. Without comprehending the truth, one could not be considered a true martial realm martial artist, or rather, an incomplete true martial realm. What exactly was Wuzhen, Chen Zong did not know. He lacked sufficient information. How to Wuzhen, Chen Zong did not know either. Now that he had obtained the Little Lonely Mountain visualization technique, he finally understood. But at the same time, Chen Zong had new doubts. According to his master, the Marquis of Linshan, there were very few martial artists who could Wuzhen even in the true martial realm. First, it was talent. The essence, energy, and spirit reaching perfection was the foundation of Wuzhen. It was a necessary condition. It was not easy to achieve. Many true martial realm martial artists had not even reached the unity of essence, energy, and spirit, let alone reaching perfection. Second, it was Wuzhen techniques. Any Wuzhen technique was incomparably precious. The majority of true martial realm martial artists could not obtain it. Now, Chen Zong was trying to cultivate the Little Lonely Mountain visualization technique. According to his master, Wuzhen techniques were divided into 3 levels: low level, mid-level, and high level. The higher the level of Wuzhen technique, the better the effect of Wuzhen, but the more precious it was. The Little Lonely Mountain visualization technique was a low-level Wuzhen technique. It was not that the Marquis of Linshan did not want to give Chen Zong a high-level Wuzhen technique, but he only had the little lonely mountain visualization technique. In fact, in the entire Cloud Dragon dynasty, only the royal family had a mid-level Wuxian technique. It was 10 times more precious than a low-level Wuxian technique. Using the body as a mountain, feel the heaven and earth. This was the first sentence of the little lonely mountain visualization technique. It was easy to understand. Using oneself as a mountain, imagine yourself as a lone mountain, and from there, feel the heaven and earth. Understanding was understandable, but doing it was very difficult. A person was a person, and a mountain was a mountain. How could one treat oneself as a mountain? The Marquis of Linshan also explained the difficulties of cultivating the little lonely mountain visualization technique to Qianzong. The first point was to visualize oneself as a lone mountain. The second point was to use the lone mountain to feel the heaven and earth. Only when both points were achieved could one truly achieve Wuxian. Your essence, energy, and spirit have reached perfection. You can begin Wuxian, but Wuxian is very difficult. It might take you 3 to 5 years. This was what the Marquis of Linshan said to Qianzong. If you can achieve Wuxian, your battle strength will increase by at least 1 star. This was also what the Marquis of Linshan said. Qianzong was very tempted. Wuxian could increase one's battle strength by 1 star. What a terrifying increase. At the same time, it also showed the difficulty of Wuxian. Using the body as a mountain, Qianzong removed all distracting thoughts and silently recited the little lonely mountain visualization technique's incantation again and again, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to become even more concentrated. Time slowly passed. Qianzong sat cross-legged quietly, motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. Gradually, the sun set in the west, and the setting sun shone on Qianzong's body. It was as if he had put on a golden red gauze robe. When it shone on his face, it seemed as if there was a divine light. Suddenly, Qianzong opened his eyes. His deep eyes emitted a sharp brilliance that was as sharp as a sword, as if it was piercing through the setting sun that was shining in his face. It's actually so difficult. Qianzong sighed inwardly. He had spent more than half a day cultivating the little lonely mountain visualization technique, but he couldn't find a trace of it. Although Qianzong had mentally prepared himself, the difficulty was still too high. One must know that his cultivation had been smooth sailing all the way until now. Even if it was a peerless earth-level cultivation technique like the chaotic heaven origin breaking force, half a day was enough for Qianzong to comprehend many mysteries. However, there was no progress at all with the little lonely mountain visualization technique. The entire Linshan commandery was in an uproar because of the news that the Marquis had accepted a disciple. One could imagine that the day of the disciple recruitment ceremony would be very lively. As time passed, the discussions did not stop because of this, but instead intensified. More and more people were talking about Qianzong, and many people and matters related to Qianzong even popped up. They made groundless accusations, but their words were reasonable and well-founded. The Luo clan was now very regretful. Through various sources, they could prove that Qianzong, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan, was the Qianzong who had once entered their clan. A person who could be accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan must be very outstanding and talented. In the end, they had driven him away. The clan head and elders were all dejected, but there was no medicine for regret. It was impossible to mend their relationship because the Luo clan was no different from an ant in front of the Marquis of Linshan. Young master, how's your cultivation of the lonely mountain visualization technique? Yanwei asked with a smile when he saw Qianzong enter the Mountain View residence. I don't have a clue. Qianzong could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He had been cultivating non-stop for 5 days without any progress. This had never happened since he had obtained the mysterious sword tip. Haha, don't worry. When I cultivated the lonely mountain visualization technique, it took me a full year to get the feeling, 3 years to get the beginner, and 5 years to comprehend the truth. Yanwei smiled, his words revealing the difficulty of cultivating and comprehending the lonely mountain visualization technique. Even if the Marquis is extraordinarily talented, it still took him more than 3 years to comprehend the truth. Qianzong nodded. Although he had not made any progress for 5 days and could not help but feel a little discouraged, he was not depressed at all. Instead, his fighting spirit and determination were stimulated. After meeting the Marquis of Linshan and asking for advice, Zong took his leave and returned to his residence to continue cultivating. In addition to the lonely mountain visualization technique, Zong did not give up on cultivating the chaotic origin shattering force. Cultivation was the foundation of strength. Moreover, there was still the last layer of the chaotic origin shattering force that had not been mastered. The cultivation of this sword was also a necessity. Many of the sword techniques recorded in the martial arts pavilion had become the target of Zong's comprehension. Different sword techniques had their own uniqueness. Comprehending them would slowly accumulate, allowing Zong's comprehension of sword techniques to become deeper and more comprehensive. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. With sufficient time and abundant resources from the Marquis of Linshan, Zong's cultivation once again welcomed a breakthrough. Late stage of 8th cycle of training force. His combat strength has increased a little, but I don't think he has reached the late stage of 3-star yet, Zong said to himself. Previously, Zong's cultivation had increased from early stage rank 8 to mid-stage rank 8, and his battle strength had broken through from the limit of 2-star to 3-star because his own battle strength was infinitely close to 3-star. At this rate, by the time the disciple recruitment ceremony starts, my cultivation should be able to reach rank 8 peak stage. Zong thought to himself, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The disciple recruitment ceremony was a show of importance to him. At the same time, it was also a form of deterrence. Other than being lively, it wouldn't be so peaceful. During this half a month, Xiao Gushan's visualization technique still didn't make any progress. Many people came to visit Zong and invited Zong to various gatherings. Their goal was to befriend Zong because Zong was accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan. However, Zong rejected most of the invitations as it was too much of a waste of time. Once again, he came to Guanshan residence and greeted the Marquis of Linshan while asking for advice. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Guan Yunqi. "Junior brother, come out with me in the evening to attend a gathering." Guan Yunqi's way of doing things was similar to his father, Marquis of Linshan. He didn't beat around the bush or probe. Ever since Zong wrote down the chaotic heaven origin shattering force and gave it to Guan Yunqi's attitude slowly changed. After all, Zhaofu was a friend and it wasn't wrong to stand up for her friend. However, Guan Yunqi knew who was right and who was wrong that day. If Zong hadn't been accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan, he would have been taught a lesson. However, things were different now. After being accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan, their relationship became that of martial sister. Speaking of which, they were closer than Zhaofu. In addition, Zong's strength made Guan Yunqi realize that it would be more difficult to teach him a lesson. Moreover, the value of a peerless earth-level cultivation technique was immeasurable. Zong was naturally happy that their enmity had been eliminated and they were now slightly closer to each other. However, although he was happy, he had his own principles. Therefore, Zong directly rejected the invitation. It was too much of a waste of time to attend gatherings. "Junior brother, this time's gathering is different." Guan Yunqi seemed to have expected this and spoke again. "This gathering was started by a person with a very strong background. It will be beneficial for you to get to know him." "What's his background?" Zong was curious. "Yi Fifan," Guan Yunqi said with a serious expression. Zong was confused. Yi Fifan, the name did sound imposing, but who was this person? "There is a king in Chongshan state called King Chongshan. His surname is Yi." As soon as Guan Yunqi finished speaking, Zong's expression changed slightly. Guan Yunqi spoke again. "King Chongshan has a son and a daughter named Yi Fifan and Yi Feiying. The son of King Chongshan does have a strong background." Zong could not help but nod. "Yi Fifan has heard of your name and knows that you have been accepted as a disciple by my father. Therefore, he specially invited you to attend the gathering," Guan Yunqi said again. "How strong is Yi Fifan?" Zong asked. This was the focus of Zong's attention. As for power and status, they were all secondary. After all, even if one had great power, one would not be able to escape death if he offended an expert if he did not have enough strength. The Cloud Dragon dynasty was different from the Eastern Land. The Eastern Land was dominated by the Real Martial Arts Alliance and supported by many forces. The Cloud Dragon dynasty was a dynasty, a place where power and strength coexisted. In a sense, power was also a kind of strength. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since he had left the eastern land and came to the Cloud Dragon dynasty, he had to follow some rules before he had enough strength to change them. However, he had not changed many of his ideas since he had only been here for a short time. Or perhaps, he was not willing to change completely. However, as long as it was beneficial to him and his cultivation and would not harm his foundation, Xianxia would not reject it directly. He was willing to try. On the road of martial arts, only with the spirit of exploration and adventure could one go further and more brilliantly. 4. Star. Battle. Strength. Xianxia almost spat out the words word by word. His face was very solemn. Late stage. Late stage 4-star. Xianxia was shocked. There was a mountaineer list in the Mountain View courtyard. The first one was called Xianxia. It was said that his battle strength was at the beginning of the 4-star level. However, he was the only warrior in the Mountain View commandery who was listed on the Jiao Dragon list. Those who had a battle strength of 1 star were considered ordinary warriors. Those who had a 2-star battle strength were considered geniuses. Those who had a 3-star battle strength were considered elite geniuses. However, they were still in the normal range. After all, to reach the peak of the 3-star battle strength, one would need to have a strong cultivation method and martial arts, as well as outstanding battle awareness and skills. However, the 4-star battle strength was a breakthrough and a leap. Only super geniuses could increase their battle strength to the 4-star level. Of course, some warriors relied on some treasures to achieve the 4-star battle strength. No matter which one it was, as long as one's battle strength reached the 4-star level, it was very impressive. There was a leap from the 3-star level to the 4-star level, just like the leap from the beginning to the middle of the strength training realm, and the leap from the middle to the late stage. The gap was very obvious. The battle strength of the late stage of the 4-star level was unimaginably powerful. Thinking of this, Xianxia was even more curious and interested. He couldn't wait to fight with Yi Fifan. His blood was boiling. Xianxia had decided to attend the banquet because of Yi Fifan's battle strength of the late stage of the 4-star level. Yi Fifan also has a position conferred by the dynasty. Xianxia said again, as a nation knight, although he doesn't have political or military power, he can enjoy the corresponding treatment and resources. Nation knight. Xianxia was surprised again. Although he hadn't been here for long, he knew a lot. Nation knight, it was a kind of official position, but it was different from the official positions with real power such as generals and nobles. It was more of a symbol of status and reputation, but it had very high requirements. Most warriors didn't have the qualification to become a nation knight. It could be said that those who could become a nation knight must be a giant among men. Yi Fifan's being a nation knight also indirectly proved this point. At the same time, being conferred as a nation knight meant being valued and protected by the dynasty. What do you think? Are you going or not? Xianxia asked with a smile. She had known this junior fellow apprentice's temperament for a short period of time. Yes, Xianxia answered without hesitation. Besides you and me, Xianxia will also go. Xianxia threw out another person that Xianxia was interested in. Xianxia. Xianxia had never seen the first place of the mountaineering ranking list. He had only heard of his name, because this person had been staying at the first level of the mountaineering ranking list. A 4-star beginner. This person was also someone that Xianxia was very interested in. Besides, many people in the top 10 of the mountaineering ranking list will also go. Some of them might provoke you. Xianxia said so that Xianxia could be prepared. Some of them wanted to be my father's disciple, but they didn't succeed. Now that you are my father's disciple, many of them won't be convinced. Then I'll beat them until they are convinced. Xianxia smiled and answered in a very domineering way. Senior sister, I'll go back first. Remember, gather at the gate of the mountaineering residence at 6 o'clock in the evening. Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded and strode out of the mountaineering residence. It was just past noon, and there were still a few hours before evening. Xianxia planned to go back and practice the lonely mountain visualization technique again to see if he could get the feeling. Soon, a few hours had passed. After eating a sumptuous dinner prepared by the maid, Chenzong walked out of the stone house with the red thunder sword and the ancient sword. He walked down the mountaineering ranking list and strode towards the gate of the mountaineering residence. 4-star combat strength. Nation Knight. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the west with a red hue. The golden characters reflected the afterglow of the red hue, giving off an indescribable glory. One after another, young elites came from afar, some fast, some slow, and some fast. They passed through the grand white jade door and entered the garden. The sun was setting in the west. Chenzong and Guan Yunqi walked in the afterglow of the setting sun. The first thing they saw was the white jade steel dozens of meters away. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, it seemed to be covered with a layer of red gauze. The white and red complemented each other, giving off an indescribable magnificence. On the 6-meter-tall white jade steel, 3 golden characters were written from top to bottom. Splendid Garden. Splendid Garden was built 300 years ago and was led by 3 LV9 true martial realm martial artists. At first, it was a money-squandering establishment for high-end martial artists to enjoy themselves. However, those 3 martial artists were discovered by the Marquis of Linshan at that time and eliminated them in one fell swoop. Guan Yunqi spoke with confidence and assurance. Since then, Splendid Garden has been transformed into a gathering place for talented martial artists of the younger generation. However, only those with sufficient qualifications can apply to use Splendid Garden. Chenzong nodded. The so-called sufficient qualifications referred to status and strength. Ordinary martial artists did not have the qualifications at all. After passing through the white jade steel, there was an arched door made of white jade. On the 2 thick pillars, there were carvings of hundreds of beasts. The carvings were vivid and lifelike. The carvings wound around the pillars and reached a height of 10 meters. The arched part at the top was a hollow relief. It was magnificent and had a kind of atmosphere. Chenzong and Guan Yunqi walked through the white jade door side by side and entered Splendid Garden. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in front of them. The flowers were beautiful. It was as if they were walking in a sea of flowers. They walked along the road that was not smooth but very comfortable. After 3 turns, octagonal pavilions appeared in front of them. At a glance, there were 19 octagonal pavilions in total. One of them was the center, and the other 18 surrounded it. The pavilion in the center was the largest, and the other 18 pavilions were only half the size. In each pavilion, there was a round, quaint stone table and 4 carved stone chairs. At this moment, some of the pavilions were occupied while others were empty. Junior brother, let's sit here. Guan Yunqi walked to an empty pavilion and sat down. Chenzong didn't mind and sat down as well. People kept walking over, either alone or in groups of 3 or 2. Yunqi, so you're here. As the voice rang out, Chenzong saw Wang Xiaolong walk into the pavilion and sit down beside Guan Yunqi. Wang Xiaolong immediately glanced at Chenzong, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. It was very complicated. Chen Shidi, Wang Xiaolong greeted him. Senior brother Wang. Chenzong returned the greeting. Senior brother and junior brother were only terms of address between the disciples of Overlook Mountain Courtyard. It had a different meaning than senior sister and junior brother. At that moment, Chenzong saw Guan Yunqi and Wang Xiaolong looking in the same direction. He also turned his head and saw a man in white slowly walking towards them. Coincidentally, a ray of moonlight fell on his body. It was as if he had just arrived, and he was as light as a fairy. Her long black hair hung down behind her back. Her skin was as flawless as white jade and ruddy as the moon. Her eyes were like the silhouettes of ripples, bright and moving. Chenzong saw a trace of extreme sharpness in the depths of her clear eyes. That was the sharpness of a sword. Shi Huanyue, she really came. Wang Xiaolong's tone was low and dignified. Is she Shi Huanyue? Chenzong thought to himself. His eyes became more focused, and a trace of light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. It seemed that he was going to see through Shi Huanyue. For a moment, all eyes fell on Shi Huanyue. They were amazed, in awe, in love, and in possession of her. It was undeniable that Shi Huanyue was not only a super genius with the fighting strength of a 4-star early stage, but also a woman with an excellent appearance and figure. Such a woman would make people want to conquer her. As if she had noticed Chen Zong's gaze, Shi Huanyue slightly moved her straight line of sight and looked over. There seemed to be the sound of swords being unsheathed. 2 rays of sword light pierced through the void and came straight at them. They were too fast to be dodged. Chen Zong didn't think about dodging, and his sharp eyes met them head-on. Their eyes met, and the invisible sword light collided. There seemed to be the sound of swords clashing in the void, and countless sparks flying. Only Chen Zong and Shi Huanyue felt this. The others didn't know. Only Guan Yunxi and Wang Zhaolong, who were sitting beside Chen Zong, seemed to feel it. They only looked at each other for a moment, and then they looked away, but they left a deep impression on each other. Senior sister. Guan Yunxi and Wang Zhaolong stood up and greeted Shi Huanyue, who walked to the pavilion. Senior sister. Chen Zong also stood up. I can sit here, right? Shi Huanyue's voice didn't sound weak at all. There seemed to be an indescribable sharpness in her heroic spirit. Senior sister, please sit down. Wang Zhaolong spoke first. Senior sister, please sit down. Guan Yunxi also said, seeming a little nervous. Chen Zong, on the other hand, was calm. For a moment, many people looked over with surprise and jealousy. Shi Huanyue was sitting here, it should be known that Shi Huanyue, who had super talent, strength, and beauty, was the object of admiration of countless men. Who didn't want to get close to her? Even if they couldn't get close to her, it would be great to have close contact with her. Now, Shi Huanyue actually went to sit next to that guy. How lucky. But looking at that guy's expression, he didn't seem to be particularly surprised or excited, which made people jealous and secretly hate him. For a moment, Chen Zong could feel the eyes from all directions shooting at him like arrows, as if they were going to pierce through him. However, Chen Zong's expression didn't change at all. Of course, he knew why. It was like being shot while lying down. He could only sigh that Shi Huanyue's charm was really great. Involuntarily, Chen Zong turned his head and looked at Shi Huanyue more carefully. The more he looked at her, the more he felt she was interesting. Noticing Chen Zong's gaze, Shi Huanyue also looked over. Chen Zong smiled slightly and didn't feel embarrassed at all. Shi Huanyue was slightly stunned and also smiled slightly. Her smile was like melting ice and snow, like rolling clouds in the sky, with an indescribable charm, which made people jealous of Chen Zong even more. That's Chen Zong. Yes, he killed junior brother Jiang, junior brother Bai, and others. Here, although we can't kill him, we have to make him lose face. Among them, there were also disciples of the Silver Saber Castle. Is he the one that senior brother Jian is going to challenge? Yes. Haha, let's see if he is qualified to be challenged by senior brother Jian. This was a disciple of the Proud Sword Villa. He was the son of King Chongshan, a national knight conferred by the dynasty, with a battle strength of the late 4-star level, and a famous person on the Flood Dragon list, Yi Fifan. He came to Mountain Lin City and held a party. Everyone wanted to attend, but there were too few people who were qualified. Chen Zong glanced at them. The people who came were all young, around the age of 20. However, they were all at the peak of the 9th refinement stage. Every one of them had at least the combat power of a 3-star beginner. This was a party for geniuses. Only real geniuses were qualified to attend. Gradually, every pavilion was filled with people. In different pavilions, people were talking in low voices. It was quite noisy when they mixed together. Suddenly, the noisy discussion quieted down. It was so quiet that even a needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly. Everyone looked at one place at the same time. There, 3 people were striding over. One of them was in the lead, and the other 2 walked slightly behind him on his left and right sides. However, the leader seemed to emit a strong light, like the morning sun, which shone together with the bright moon, completely overshadowing the other 2. National Knight Yi Fifan. Someone said in a low voice, which seemed to wake everyone up. National Knight Yi, one by one, they walked out of the pavilions and saluted the newcomer. There was a rule in the dynasty that those who did not have an official position had to salute those who had an official position. No one was an exception. Of course, if the national knight was in the Qi refining realm, then the real martial arts realm did not need to salute. This was the effect of the absolute gap between cultivation and strength. After saluting, Chenzong looked at Yi Fifan carefully. Yi Fifan's name was amazing, but his appearance was ordinary. It could only be said that he was more good-looking than ordinary people. He could not be called handsome, but at a second glance, there was a strange feeling that he seemed to have a unique charm. He was like the bright moon in the sky, surrounded by stars, so bright and prominent. The charm formed by the contrast between his ordinary appearance and his unique temperament was even more eye-catching. With a smile on his face, Yi Fifan walked to the pavilion in the middle with a long sword at his waist. The two people behind him followed closely like guards. "Everyone, please take a seat." Yi Fifan opened his mouth, his voice was gentle like spring water flowing into everyone's heart. "You are all young talents of Linshan County. I feel honored to be able to attend the gathering of the National Knights. It is our honor to be able to attend National Knight Ye's gathering. Yes, many people dream of attending." Yi Fifan's words were full of flattery, and he flattered everyone. Together with his identity, it made everyone feel honored. People lived in the world for fame and fortune, for face. Ordinary people were like that, and warriors were even more so. Even warriors who had experienced the hardships of the world also had their own face. Face and who was flattering were completely different. If Yi Fifan was just an ordinary person, some people might pay attention to him when he said something like that. Chenzong and the others did not say anything, and they all sat down. "Let me introduce you." Yi Fifan opened his mouth again and pointed to a man who was about the same age to his left. "This is Qiu Honglai. He is in the early stage of the ninth transformation of the Qi refining realm. He is ranked 63rd on the powerful dragon ranking." Everyone was shocked, and they all looked at Qiu Honglai's face. Qiu Honglai smiled proudly. He was only in the early stage of the ninth transformation of the Qi refining realm, but he was ranked 83rd on the powerful dragon ranking. His battling power was at least at the peak of the 3-star level. If Qiu Honglai reached the peak of the ninth transformation of the Qi refining realm, his battling power would be able to reach the 4-star level. Amidst the compliments, the arrogant Qiu Honglai turned to look at Chenzong. His gaze was sharp, and a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Chenzong couldn't understand the inexplicable hostility in his eyes. "This is Yi Fifan, my cousin." Yi Fifan introduced the beautiful girl on the right. Her eyebrows were like a veil. Every frown and smile was as soft as smoke. Peak of the ninth transformation of the training realm, ranked 8th on the list of powerful dragons, ranked 92nd on the list of fled dragons. This time, it was even more obvious than when he introduced Qiu Honglai. The gasps were getting louder and louder. Shocked by Yi Feiyan's appearance, shocked by Yi Feiyan's identity, shocked by Yi Feiyan's strength. Another super genius on the list of fled dragons. Didn't that mean Yi Feiyan had 4-star power? Shi Huanyue's eyes looked through hundreds of meters and landed on Yi Feiyan's face. 92nd on the list of fled dragons. This ranking was very close to Shi Huanyue's because Shi Huanyue was ranked 91st. Their rankings on the list of fled dragons were close, but there wasn't much of a difference in power. At this time, maids wearing the same white gauze clothes walked in gracefully, carrying wine, fruits, snacks, and other delicacies from the left and right like spirit snakes. As the fragrance wafted past, all kinds of exquisite food appeared on the table. Chenzong could feel the fluctuation of qi and blood from each of the maids. Each of them was a warrior in the qi and blood realm. This was very unbelievable in the eastern land. "Everyone, this is the 7 fragrance drunk I brought. Please try it," Yi Fifan said. He poured himself a cup of water and gestured in the air. 7 fragrance drunk, surrounded by 7 fragrances. Just the smell alone is enough to make me unable to control myself. Look at the color. It's beautiful. Even if the wine Yi Fifan brought was hard to drink, there would still be people who would praise it. However, the 7 fragrance drunk was soft and had a unique fragrance. There were 7 different tastes in the mouth. It was very unique. "You are all geniuses of Linshan County. It's my honor to meet you all. Please allow me to play a song to liven up the atmosphere." Yi Fifan gently placed the guqin she had brought on the table in front of her. Her hand slowly lifted and fell, as light as a feather, as if she was plucking lotuses with her bare hands, making people involuntarily focus their eyes on her hands. Her hands were as white as jade, and her fingers were long and slender. This was a pair of beautiful hands. His hands landed lightly on the strings, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It glided past like a white cloud. Dong, it was clear, profound, melodious, and pleasing to the ear. It was like the first sound of spring water falling, and it directly entered one's heart. The gazes of everyone landed on Yifian as they listened attentively. The Yifian at this moment had an astonishing charm to her. The song was like the tinkling of a spring, like the trickling of a stream, and gradually like the surging of a long river, with endless waves. Gradually, everyone's attention became more and more focused. They could feel their blood and qi circulating faster and faster, almost boiling. The music gradually turned from its initial calm to a resounding pitch. It was as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping, as if the heavenly wind was blowing, as if the clouds were surging. Their hearts were filled with lofty sentiments, and their fighting spirit surged. Martial artists' blood and qi were exuberant. Martial artists' gatherings were never about dancing or talking about trivial matters. Martial artists' gatherings only had one theme: fight. Yifian's slender fingers plucked a string, and the last sound of the song was produced. It was like a powerful army, like the sound of swords clashing, melodious and resounding. A song that moved the wind and clouds. Yifian's song directly skipped the prelude and made everyone's blood boil. There was no need for more words, and there was no need for Yifian to say anything. Loud laughter sounded, and immediately after, a figure shot out from the pavilion. Like a flying bird, he landed on the open space of the pavilion. He looked around and said in a clear voice, "Let's not talk about anything else. Who will fight with me first?" Linshan Courtyard's 9th place, Chen Qingyun. Chen Qingyun, let me, Ling Yunji, have a taste of your skills. On the sight of the proud sword matter, a disciple jumped up. After his palm slapped on the pillar of the pavilion, he instantly accelerated and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Before he landed on the ground, in midair, his right hand touched his waist. A melodious sound of a sword entered the ear, accompanied by a sharp sword piercing through the air. That was a sword, a very fast sword, a sword that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Good. Chen Qingyun laughed heartily. He did not retreat, but instead advanced. He took a step forward, like a warhorse charging forward. It was unknown when, but his long saber had been raised high, and he fiercely slashed down on Ling Yunji's sword. The saber light was blazing, splitting the night into two. But the sword suddenly changed. Like a snake, it brushed past the fierce saber light and continued to stab towards Chen Qingyun. The tip of the sword flickered, and countless sword lights fell like raindrops. It was impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. Chen Qingyun did not care, as if the sword lights were fake. His long saber chopped down without hesitation, with a trace of decisiveness. This saber seemed to be able to cut down all obstacles in front of it. It pressed forward with an astonishing momentum. This saber seemed to want to exchange a life for a life. Everyone squinted their eyes. Ling Yunji didn't expect Chen Qingyun to be so decisive, but he didn't dare. His body turned in midair, and his long sword followed. After dodging Chen Qingyun's slash, it was as if he had turned back, and another slash came. Junior brother Ling's cloud swallow threefold is getting more and more refined. In the pavilion of the Proud Sword Villa, a disciple praised with a smile. The timing of this cloud-piercing strike is very good. Another disciple of the Proud Sword Villa laughed. The mountain-facing courtyard had the mountaineering list, the Silver Saber Castle had the Violent Saber list, and the Proud Sword Villa had a similar list called the Proud Sword list. Ling Yunji was ranked 8th on the Proud Sword list. The master of the Proud Sword Villa practiced the sword, and every disciple on the Proud Sword list was proficient in sword skills. They were all sword masters, and their sword skills were superb. Chen Qingyun's saber skills were not to be outdone, and there was a kind of majestic vastness. Saber light and sword shadows, and the moon was like a veil. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyun and Ling Yunji had already exchanged more than 100 moves, but it was hard to tell who was better. Originally, their battle strength was almost the same. In this kind of battle where they did not use all their strength, it was not easy to tell who was better. After dozens of moves, Chen Qingyun suddenly withdrew his saber and retreated. It was very enjoyable. Let's end it as a draw. What do you think? Chen Qingyun laughed. Then it's a draw. Although Ling Yunji wanted to defeat Chen Qingyun, he knew that it would be difficult. Chen Qingyun's saber skills and strength were indeed admirable. This battle was just the beginning. It was like throwing a brick to attract jade. When Chen Qingyun and Ling Yunji returned to their seats, someone immediately stood up and walked out like a horse trampling over mountains and rivers. He was clad in armor and had a long spear. His fighting spirit was soaring, and his eyes were sharp and overbearing, sweeping across. I, Zhou Longdao, am here. Who will fight with me? Zhou Longdao, who was ranked 7th on the mountaineering list of the mountain-facing courtyard. Zhou Longdao, don't be too arrogant. I will fight with you. Jiang Zhonghao, who was ranked 7th on the Mad Saber list, snorted coldly. 3 months ago, Jiang Zhonghao and Zhou Longdao had a conflict. In the end, Jiang Zhonghao was injured by Zhou Longdao. Now, he is going to fight back. Wang Jiaolong laughed. Different from the friendly sparring between Chen Qingyun and Ling Yunji, Jiang Zhonghao and Zhou Longdao had a conflict. Before they even started fighting, the atmosphere was tense, and there seemed to be traces of murderous intent in the air. The long saber was unsheathed, and the saber light was bright. The moonlight was reflected on it, and it flowed like cold water being blown by the wind. Zhou Longdao waved his long spear, and the wind from the spear whistled like a dragon soaring into the sky. Chop! Jiang Zhonghao leaped and raised his long saber. It was as if he was chopping down from the moon. The saber light was like a waterfall falling from the sky. The saber pressure was like an invisible mountain pressing down. Zhou Longdao raised his head, and his long spear pierced through the air like a dragon coming out of the abyss. Break! An earth-shattering roar was heard. The light was so bright that it seemed to cover the moon in the sky. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was like a demon's voice, piercing through metal and splitting stone. Jiang Zhonghao landed on the ground with the long saber in his hand. His saber art was continuous, and countless saber lights connected into one. It was like a torrential rain, and also like a meteorite falling down, swift and fierce. Its power was like fire, and its invasion was endless. Zhou Longdao's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. With the long spear in his hand, he pierced, pointed, collapsed, shook, and spun. He displayed his attainments in the spear art incisively and vividly. Every spear attack was a combination of strength and speed. It was similar to Jiang Zhonghao's saber art, but it seemed to be more tyrannical. In just a few breaths' time, both sides had already attacked dozens of times. Every time, their goal was to injure and defeat the other. Jiang Zhonghao wanted revenge. He wanted revenge for being stabbed by Zhou Longdao. That injury required him to rest for half a month before it healed. Fortunately, after the injury healed, his strength improved, and he had the ability to challenge Zhou Longdao. Only then could he take revenge for being stabbed by Zhou Longdao. The saber and the saber connected. Jiang Zhonghao's silver saber energy surged like a tide, and there was a sharp silver luster flickering around his body. On the long saber, the silver light was like a river flowing endlessly. No matter how Jiang Zhonghao attacked, Zhou Longdao appeared to be very calm. His feet stepped on the ground as if he was one with the earth. No matter how fierce the storm was, it couldn't shake him in the slightest. With the spear in his hand, it was like an iron chain that could block any attack. Jiang Zhonghao's saber was like countless soldiers, crazily charging forward. Zhou Longdao was like a war general, holding his spear and riding on a horse. He could resist thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers, blocking outside the pass. The battle between the two was more exciting than the battle between Chen Qingyun and Ling Yunji. After all, Chen Qingyun and Ling Yunji still held back in their battle. However, in the battle between Jiang Zhonghao and Zhou Longdao, except for the secret technique, everything else was used. Chen Zong stared at them without blinking, and put himself in their shoes. No matter if it was Jiang Zhonghao or Zhou Longdao, the two's battle strength was as high as the peak of the 3-star level. They had rich battle experience and great battle skills. Zhou Longdao, I must kill you. Jiang Zhonghao's tone was filled with anger. Immediately, a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. He roared out, and the aura on his body rose. True, secret, alright, such a beautiful night is not suitable for bloodshed. The gentle voice was like a spring breeze, containing a trace of calming charm. It interrupted Jiang Zhonghao's true secret frenzied blade secret technique. Yi Fifan spoke. Senior brother Yi has spoken. Are you going to go against him? Qiu Honglia's voice was cold. The battle between Jiang Zhonghao and Zhou Longdao had ended, but no one immediately challenged Jiang Zhonghao. Everyone, this gathering is for learning from each other, not revenge. It's not suitable for bloodshed. I hope you can give us some face, Yi Fifan said with a smile. Country scholar Yi is right. That's right. It's rare to have a gathering. It's not suitable for bloodshed. Immediately, someone chimed in. We've passed by Longshan County, Yuanshan County, and other counties. We've met many geniuses along the way. However, no one of the same level of cultivation can match me. Qiu Honglai spoke with an arrogant tone. His sharp and proud gaze swept across the crowd as if he was looking for someone who could rival him. I wonder if there is anyone among the geniuses of mountain overlooking commandery who can do it. Compared to Yi Fifan, Qiu Honglai was arrogant and left no good impression. However, Yi Fifan and Yi Fian did not say anything. Yi Fifan had introduced Qiu Honglai before that his cultivation was at the early stage of the ninth transformation of the qi refining realm. The same level of cultivation that Qiu Honglai mentioned was naturally referring to the early stage of the ninth transformation of the qi refining realm. It was rare to see someone at the early stage of the ninth transformation of the qi refining realm possess the combat strength of a peak 3-star. Anyone who had reached the peak of the ninth transformation of the qi refining realm had at least a 70% chance of possessing a 4-star combat strength. Being able to travel with Yi Fifan meant that Qiu Honglia's family background was not ordinary. It was not difficult for him to raise his combat strength to 4-star. No one said anything. After all, most of the people present did not possess the combat strength of a peak 3-star when they were at the early stage of the ninth transformation of the qi refining realm. Is there no one in Linshan County who dares to compete with me? Qiu Honglai glanced at the crowd as if he was looking down on the world. It's okay. I don't limit my cultivation. Anyone can fight with me. Do you from the Proud Sword Manor? Please enlighten me. In a pavilion in the Proud Sword Manor, a young-looking man stood up. Gu Yu, ranked 7th on the Proud Sword list. He was ranked above Ling Yunji, but he was younger than Ling Yunji. The delicate and pretty man with a baby face was Gu Yu. He walked out of the pavilion quietly and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the empty space in the middle. Late stage of the ninth cycle of training realm. His cultivation is higher than mine, which means that his talent is not as good as mine. However, he has the courage to stand out. Not bad. Qiu Honglai commented as if he was a senior, causing many people to frown. Qiu Honglai stood up and walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. He still had a proud smile on his face. He came from the Great Mountain Prefecture. He thinks he's better than others, Wang Xiaolong said in a low voice, feeling a little unhappy. The rich look down on the poor, and people from big places look down on people from small places. Gu Yu's brows furrowed slightly, but they soon relaxed. He pulled out his sword and placed it in front of him, as if he was lighting up an incense stick. This was the starting stance of incense in the sky. It was neutral and peaceful, and many people who practiced swordsmanship knew it. It was a very common sword move, but when it was performed by Gu Yu, it gave off a very unique feeling. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. Chen Zong had great attainments in swordsmanship. He could tell at a glance that Gu Yu's swordsmanship was extraordinary. Step by step, Qiu Honglai walked to the front of Gu Yu. They were 10 meters apart. He squinted his eyes slightly, and his sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Gu Yu. Make your move, Qiu Honglai said directly without drawing his sword. Take this. Gu Yu was not angry. He groaned and shook his wrist slightly. The sword trembled slightly and went straight to the middle. The sword seemed to be cutting and stabbing at the same time. It immediately showed his high attainments in swordsmanship. Not bad. Qiu Honglai nodded and commented again. He still did not draw his sword, but took a step to the side to avoid Gu Yu's sword. Gu Yu changed his move to a flat cut, which was dodged by Qiu Honglai again. He could not hit Qiu Honglai after 3 changes in a row, nor could he make Qiu Honglai draw his sword. Gu Yu's cheeks flushed as he was criticized one after another. "Show me what you've got, or else the consequences will be ugly," Qiu Honglai said coldly. Gu Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He entered the state of mind, body, and spirit, and mobilized all his strength. He drew his sword. The sword was like a stream of light. It was extremely fast. In a flash, it crossed a few meters and stabbed toward Qiu Honglai. Qiu Honglia's pupils contracted. It was difficult to dodge, so he had to draw his sword this time. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was like a thunder breaking through the sky. It was mighty, and the wind was roaring. It brought about an amazing sword pressure and blocked Gu Yu's sword. However, that was only the first strike. The second strike, the third strike, the fourth strike, one strike after another. Each strike was like a stream of light piercing through the sky. It turned into a straight trajectory and stabbed toward Qiu Honglai. "Brother Gu's fulling light swordsmanship has improved a little," a disciple of Aojian Villa said. Ling Yunji looked serious. He originally planned to challenge Gu Yu, defeat him, and replace him in the ranking. However, after seeing Gu Yu's fulling light swordsmanship, he knew that it would be difficult. Moreover, Gu Yu's cultivation was at the late stage of the ninth transformation of the force refining state, but his combat power was at the same level as Ling Yunji's. It was impossible for him to surpass Gu Yu unless he had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Gu Yu's sword was endless, but Qiu Honglai completely blocked it. His feet did not move at all. After about a dozen strikes, Qiu Honglai seemed to have adapted to Gu Yu's rhythm. He seized the opportunity and raised his sword. Then, he shook it and slashed it down. Finally, he stabbed it. The instantaneous sword technique of the fulling light swordsmanship immediately blocked Gu Yu's sword technique. The sword light was like a thunderbolt, but it was also like a dragon. It roared and blasted out. So strong. Gu Yu's expression changed. He immediately retreated. His body was like a stream of light, and he drew his sword at the same time. The combat power of both of them had reached the peak of the 3-star level. Their control of their inner force had also reached an extremely high level. They could condense their inner force on their weapons without dissipating and causing a meaningless waste. After his sword was blocked, Qiu Honglai took a step forward. He was like a big ship riding the wind and breaking the waves. He carried an indescribable aura as if he was going to crush all obstacles. The sword was the sharp protrusion at the front of the big ship. It was like an awl that could pierce through everything. Before the sword arrived, Gu Yu felt a terrible pressure invading his body. It was as if all the bones in his body were going to be crushed. The air behind him was compressed, forming a vacuum. The moonlight was slightly distorted. A gully appeared on the ground. It was as if there was a 100-meter wave under the sword that was going to be penetrated and crushed. Chen Zong suddenly widened his eyes. He was surprised by the pressure brought by the sword. It was very strong. How could Gu Yu resist it? With a solemn expression, Gu Yu held the sword with both hands. First, he held it vertically in front of him like an incense stick. Then, he raised it high. When he raised the sword, his movements seemed to be very slow. It was as if the sword had become hundreds of thousands of kilograms heavy. Traces of silver inner force flowed through his hands into the sword and flowed on the blade. Mountain. Slash. Every word came out of Gu Yu's mouth with an imposing aura. When the word slash was heard, it was like a thunderclap. When it fell, the sword also slashed down. Boom, it was like thunder rolling, like a tsunami, like a mountain collapsing. This sword brought about a mirage that was like a mountain. Soon after, the mountain collapsed and erupted with a terrifying power. Countless cracks appeared on the ground below. When the two swords collided, the terrible power vibrated and bounced up. The light was as bright as the sun, overshadowing the brilliance of the moon. Layers of ripples spread out. The impact of the power blasted a hole in the ground. There were countless cracks on the edge of the hole and dust was flying. "You have the ability to block my attack." Qiu Honglia's voice was heard again. His body did not move. His feet stood firmly on the ground, but the ground under his feet cracked. On the other hand, Gu Yu retreated more than 10 meters. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. The edge of the footprint was broken. It was caused by the power he could not control. His face was pale and his hands were numb. His inner strength was fluctuating and his blood was boiling. Take this. Giant shark breaks the wave. Qiu Honglai took a step forward as soon as he finished speaking. An even more terrible aura erupted. The sword was shining brightly and his inner strength was surging. The surroundings seemed to have turned into seawater. A huge and ferocious shark broke out of the sea and rushed toward Gu Yu. Junior brother Gu, be careful. The people of Aojian Villa were shocked and shouted. Gu Yu forcibly mobilized his inner strength and condensed it in his sword. He performed the mountain slash again. When the two swords collided, they were smashed by the giant shark. Qiu Honglia's body paused and stayed in the same place. The terrible pressure was like a sword that kept rushing forward, sweeping up a few meters of airwaves. Gu Yu was sent flying backward. You are no match for me. Qiu Honglai shook his head. Gu Yu was not injured, but his hands were numb and his arms were sore. He had consumed a lot of his inner strength. Gu Yu cupped his hands and returned to the pavilion without saying a word. They were both 3-star peak, but there was still a gap between them. Of course, the gap between Gu Yu and Qiu Honglai was not as big as it seemed. However, a victory was a victory and a defeat was a defeat. There were no excuses. Qiu Honglai did not challenge Gu Yu for the second time. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not dare to. He had used up a lot of his inner strength after performing his ultimate skill twice in a row. He was not in his best condition. If he provoked a strong opponent, he was afraid that he would fail miserably. Qiu Honglai came from Chongshan State. He was talented and looked down on the geniuses from other counties. He could not accept his defeat. After a while, the crowd recovered from the battle between Qiu Honglai and Gu Yu. Their eyes shone brightly as they scanned the crowd, looking for a worthy opponent. Chenzong, Chen Shidi. You must be extraordinary to be accepted as a disciple by the Marquis. Do you dare to fight with me? Wei Xiaohan said in a rough voice. Wei Xiaohan was also a disciple of Mountain Overlook Courtyard. He was ranked 10th on the mountaineering list and was also the son of a general under the Marquis of Mountain Overlook. He wanted to be the disciple of the Marquis of Mountain Overlook but was rejected. Therefore, Wei Xiaohan was not convinced and wanted to defeat Chenzong. Senior brother Wei, please. Chenzong would not back down when he was challenged. Your cultivation is at the middle stage of rank 8 and your combat strength is at the beginning stage of 3-star. I will not bully you. I will defeat you with my 3-star combat strength. Wei Xiaohan said. Middle stage of rank 8 and 3-star combat strength. Although they had heard about it, hearing it with their own ears was another thing. It was quite shocking. These twin hammers are called Qianjun hammers, each weighing 500 pounds. Wei Xiaohan said as he waved the hammers in his hands. The hammers in Wei Xiaohan's hands were 1 meter long and octagonal in shape. They were larger than a human head and were bronze in color. The tip of the hammers was as sharp as the tip of a spear. A pair of hammers weighed 500 pounds in total. The Qianjun hammers lived up to their name. Wei Xiaohan was born with divine strength, and the limit of his physique was 2,000 jin per arm. He had also cultivated the secret technique of Mountain Overlook Courtyard, Tiger Strength Body, which further increased the limit of his physique, reaching the astonishing level of 2,000 jin per arm. Red Thunder. Chenzong crossed his hands and pulled out 2 swords. The cross-shaped sword flashed in the air and said, Ancient Watchtower. Twin swords. Everyone was surprised to see Chenzong pull out 2 swords at the same time. Originally, when they saw that Chenzong had a sword on each side of his waist, they did not pay too much attention to it. This was because there were other cultivators who had 3 swords on their backs, but this was not a big deal. It could only be said that different swords used different sword techniques to create miraculous effects, or perhaps there were other special reasons. Sensationalist. Qiu Honglai snorted. His undisguised voice was heard by everyone. Chenzong did not seem to hear him and ignored him. Do you think you can control 2 swords? Chenzong did not respond. Qiu Honglai added another sentence, but Chenzong still ignored him. Qiu Honglai was annoyed. Take my hammer first. His voice was like thunder. The hammer smashed through the air like a meteorite falling from the sky. It was violent and ferocious, shattering the earth. This was just a normal hammer strike, but with Wei Xiao's Qianjun force, which was at the peak of the ninth transformation realm, and 2,000 pounds of strength, the power of the Qianjun hammer, which weighed 500 pounds, was extremely terrifying. Even a 2-star warrior would not be able to withstand it. The ancient watchtower shook and lifted from the bottom to the top. Stupid. Qiu Honglai sneered. Arrogant. The Silver Blade Castle also sneered. At first glance, one could tell that Wei Xiaohan was the kind of martial artist who was best at fighting force with force. However, Chen Zong did not seem to be that kind of martial artist. Moreover, his sword was light and graceful. Fighting force with a heavy weapon was completely unwise. Many people were disappointed. They did not know why such an unwise person was chosen by the Marquis of Linshan and accepted as a disciple. Was there some inside story? Chen Zong did not know that his actions had caused so many people to make wild guesses. The sword and hammer collided, and a cold light burst forth, turning into ripples that swept out in all directions. What was surprising was that Chen Zong's sword did not move at all, but Wei Xiaohan's 1,000-caddy hammer was bounced back. Wei Xiaohan felt a tyrannical force that almost made the 1,000-caddy hammer fly out of his hand. He quickly tightened his grip. Your strength. Wei Xiaohan was surprised. One had to know that he was born with great strength. Coupled with the tiger strength body secret technique, he had obtained his current strength. The price was a strong physique. On the other hand, Chen Zong only had a very ordinary physique. He even looked a little thin, but he actually had such great strength. Wei Xiao was certain that Chen Zong's strength was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Now, I can use my full strength. Wei Xiaohan thought to himself. He was very excited. He swung the hammers and immediately launched a real attack. Like a violent wind, the whistling sound was endless. Dust and debris rolled up like a tide. Using the Qianjun hammer technique, Wei Xiaohan's peak 3-star combat power was fully displayed. The Qianjun hammer, as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and the hammer technique were used. It was like the ability to break through 1,000 armies. The surrounding wind whistled and whirled, attacking Chen Zong from all directions. It formed a pressure that made it difficult for Chen Zong to move left and right. He could only face Wei Xiaohan's Qianjun hammer attack head-on. This was the secret of the Qianjun hammer technique. The wind was like a physical entity, circling around the area, constantly pressing down on Chen Zong, giving him a certain amount of pressure. Chen Zong's expression didn't change as he followed the wind's trajectory, moving around swiftly, as if he was riding the wind. Avoiding Wei Xiaohan's hammers, the two swords pierced through the air. The red thunder sword tore through the sky like lightning. It was the thunder sword technique. The ancient sword technique was like a mountain. It was also an earth-level sword technique, Black Mountain Sword. The sword was like an ancient black mountain. It was powerful and overbearing. Under the ancient sword technique, its power seemed to be increased. Late stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. As soon as Chen Zong showed his true strength, the fluctuation of his inner strength was felt by others. Junior brother's cultivation has increased so quickly. Guan Yunqi was surprised. Half a month ago, Chen Zong's cultivation was still in the middle stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. Now, he had reached the late stage. He can control 2 swords. This was the point that made everyone even more surprised. Controlling 2 swords and using 2 swords were 2 different concepts. One referred to being able to use 2 swords at the same time to perform different sword moves or even sword techniques. When combined, it was like 2 people with incomparable tacit understanding working together, and the power was even more powerful. The latter referred to simply using 2 swords. There was not much difference between using 1 sword and using 2 swords. It was just a habit or to complement some more special martial arts. Yi Fifan and Yi Fian were both surprised. There were very few people who could control 2 swords. It was said that it required an amazing spiritual will and the ability to do 2 things at once. Qiu Honglia's face was ashen, and his eyes were full of anger. Especially when some of the gazes swept over him, Qiu Hongli felt that they were full of ridicule, as if they were mocking him for what he had just said. He grabbed his neck and used his calloused, thick and black palms to slap him hard. His cheeks were burning and seemed to be red and swollen. Thunderous sword aura, mountain-shattering sword aura, two very different but very powerful sword auras shot out. Chen Zong's figure retreated and advanced, and the two swords crossed and chopped down. Space-splitting cross-slash, the domineering cross-sword aura, as if it could cut through mountains and break the sky, viciously attacked Wei Xiaohan. 1,000-kilogram rend. The veins on Wei Xiaohan's forehead bulged. The two hammers were like a whirlwind, and the hammerhead shone with a simple and thick luster, fiercely smashed down. The two hammers seemed to be able to break the earth and defeat thousands of soldiers. Flying dragon sword, dazzling sword shadow, sky light breaking clouds, wind chasing 18 swords, the two swords launched a violent attack, and each time he used a different sword art. It could be fierce, violent, sharp, or tricky. Different sword techniques had different styles. Two cultivators with the same combat strength but different martial arts would be able to distinguish who was better. This might be due to the principle of martial arts restraining each other. Just like between water and fire, water could extinguish fire, and fire could also evaporate water. The 1,000-kilogram hammer art was a fierce and violent martial art, and its power was violent and fierce. Every hammer was the interpretation of power. If it was used to its heart's content, the power would become more and more powerful, and the momentum would be amazing. In the end, it would defeat the enemy. But Wei Xiaohan now had a feeling that his hands and feet were tied. He couldn't completely use his power, and this feeling of being unable to use his hands and feet freely was very uncomfortable. He could only endure it because Chen Zong's sword arts had many styles and changed too quickly. In one breath, it was a fierce sword, and in the next breath, it became a gentle sword. The change in power gradually made Wei Xiaohan feel that he couldn't keep up. He could only wave the two hammers, firmly protect himself, and wait for the opportunity to counterattack. How can he know so many sword arts? The disciples of the Proud Sword Villa opened their eyes wide. If their eyes weren't blurred, they could judge that Chen Zong had used more than 20 sword arts, and each of them had reached the perfection realm, and even the hyperfocus realm. Cultivating many sword techniques was nothing to the disciples of the Proud Sword Villa. Some of them were able to do so. However, cultivating more than 20 sword techniques to the perfection stage or even the nuance stage was very inconceivable. It was known that to practice an Earth Realm sword art to the perfection realm required time. No matter how talented one was, it would take at least a month, and then to practice it to the perfection realm required time. According to the calculation of 2 months for one sword art, it would take 4 to 5 years to practice more than 20 sword arts. This was the ideal speed in theory. But in reality, almost no one was willing to spend so much time to practice so many sword arts. For most warriors, mastering 1 or 2 or 3 martial arts was enough. Not only the disciples of the Proud Sword Villa, but the disciples of the Silver Saber Castle and the Mountain Overlook Courtyard were also surprised. Shi Huanyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity, while Guan Yunqi was shocked. He didn't expect his junior brother to practice so many sword arts. Qiu Honglia's face became more and more ugly, because the more outstanding Chen Zong's performance was, the more unhappy he was. Yi Fifan and Yi Fian were also inevitably surprised. This was because Chen Zong had already performed as many as 30 sword techniques. Twining silk sword, as the two swords trembled, they seemed to lose all their hardness and became incomparably flexible. They were like the toughest and sharpest threads as they circled around. The sword light was like gossamer, flickering rapidly in the surroundings. Under the entanglement, Wei Zhao's 1,000-caddy hammer seemed to be bound by an invisible rope, becoming heavier and heavier and harder to swing. Burst, 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 the invisible silk thread was broken again and again, but it was entangled again and again. Twining silk sword, this was only an Earth Realm upper-class sword art, and Chen Zong had practiced it to the perfection realm. It had a certain restraining effect on fierce martial arts. His whole body was surrounded by the silk-like sword light, endless. Break, break, break! Wei Xiao shouted 3 times in a row, and his inner strength gushed out. He broke the gossamer sword light with his hammers again and again. Drawing shadow sword, the sword was like a pen, and the air was like paper. The pen seemed to forget to touch the ink, and there was no trace, but the sword was already there. In a hurry, Wei Xiao raised his hammers to resist. The tip of the sword was light, but it burst out with amazing power. Immediately, Chen Zong's body jumped into the air and fell straight down. Cross-drop attack, he looked up, but he couldn't see anyone. He could only see a dazzling cross-sword light, as if it was falling from the sky. Behind it, there was a bright white moon, shining faintly and dazzling, which made Wei Xiao lose his mind for a moment. Wei Xiaohan was very depressed. He clearly felt that his battle prowess was superior to Chen Zong's, but in the end, he was defeated by Chen Zong's brilliant and ever-changing swordsmanship. A defeat was a defeat, and there was no excuse for it. Thank you. Chen Zong clasped his fist. Defeating Wei Xiaohan was not easy. Using more than 30 sword techniques, he completely disrupted Wei Xiaohan's rhythm and brought him into his own rhythm. The ingenious use of the silk sword and the final cross-drop strike was like a stroke of genius, but it consumed half of his inner strength. Chen Zong, you killed the disciples of the Silver Blade Castle several times. Today, I will seek justice for my dead junior brother. Someone from the Silver Blade Castle stood up and pointed his blade at Chen Zong. But today, I will not kill you in front of Scholar Yi. I will only teach you a lesson. Shameless bastard, fight me if you dare. Guan Yunqi was angry. Chen Zong had just fought, and everyone could see that he had used up a lot of energy. Fighting him now was taking advantage of him. The disciples of the Proud Sword Manor and the mountain overlooking courtyard looked at Chen Zong with disdain. Everyone present was a genius, and they all had their own pride. They would not do something like taking advantage of others. Humph, Chen Zong and the Silver Blade Castle have a blood feud. He is lucky that I did not kill him on the spot. The disciple of the Silver Blade Castle did not feel despised at all. Instead, he sneered and walked forward step by step. His aura was like an invisible blade that locked onto Chen Zong. Chen Zong, you are at the peak of the 3-star level, and so am I. Do you dare to fight with me? If not, you will kneel down and apologize to us in front of everyone. The disciple of the Silver Blade Castle pressed on. Guan Yunqi appeared beside Chen Zong with a fragrant wind. Junior brother, let me deal with him. Guan Yunqi said. Junior sister Guan, leave him to me. A hearty voice sounded, and a shadow flashed under the moonlight. A man in a moon-white robe had a smile on his face. Xiaozun Xing, this has nothing to do with you. The disciple of the Silver Saber Castle frowned. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes as he spoke coldly. Xiaozun Xing, a disciple of the Mountain Overlook Courtyard, ranked 5th on the Mountaineering Roll. He was also ranked on the Young Dragon Roll and the Mighty Dragon Roll. Senior sister, senior brother Xia, let me deal with him, Chen Zong said. Be careful. Guan Yunqi could hear the determination in Chen Zong's calm tone. Returning to the pavilion, Xia Zuanxing ignored Chen Zong. He was here for Guan Yunqi. In just a short while, he had recovered quite a bit of his inner strength that he had used up. Good, you have some guts. The disciple of the Silver Saber Castle sneered. His long saber pierced through the air and slashed toward Chen Zong fiercely. The saber light was bright and sharp. It cut through the night sky as if it was going to cut Chen Zong in half. In an instant, Chen Zong had bypassed his opponent's blade and appeared at his side. His ancient imperial sword was like a mountain that struck down. The feeling of watching from the sidelines and fighting in person was completely different. Chen Zong also knew that his inner strength had not fully recovered. It was only about 70% of its peak state. It was not suitable for a long battle. As soon as he made his move, he attacked like a storm. Different sword techniques were used alternately. Although he knew that Chen Zong was proficient in many sword techniques and was mentally prepared, he realized that he could not keep up with the rhythm in a real battle. But this person's saber technique was superb. With a saber in hand, no matter how Chen Zong changed his sword techniques, he always defended with his silver saber. Fight, 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 saber light and sword shadow, the saber pressure filled the air and the sword chi was everywhere. Cracks appeared on the ground as a result of the impact. Compared to Wei Xiao, the disciple of the Silver Saber Castle was stronger. He seized the opportunity and immediately launched a counterattack. Silver Saber splitting mountain, shocking dust steps, Chen Zong quickly retreated and rushed forward again. His long sword was like an arrow leaving the bow. the long saber whistled like a whirlwind. The saber light raged like a storm that crushed everything. Chen Zong changed his sword technique again. Cloud and mist sword technique, the two swords seemed to disappear into the air and turned into clouds. When the wind blew, the clouds seemed to disperse. But they were bound by an invisible force. It was hard to distinguish what was real and what was not. Chen Zong's figure disappeared as if he had merged into the clouds. The clouds and mist covered the disciple of the Silver Saber Castle. They could not see him clearly and could not touch him. Only the continuous sound like raindrops hitting on iron plates could be heard. He can cultivate the cloud and mist sword technique to such a level in such a short time. Lin Mingxian was surprised. He was a disciple of the Mountain Overlook Yard and ranked 4th on the mountaineering list. He majored in the cloud and mist sword technique and had already reached the Tittle realm. Now he saw that Chen Zong's cloud and mist sword technique had reached the consummate realm and was only a step away from the Tittle realm. He could not help but be surprised. The cloud and mist sword technique belonged to the Mountain Overlook Yard and did not spread outside. Chen Zong could only master it after he entered the Mountain Overlook Yard. Suddenly, in the clouds and mist, 2 dazzling rays of light seemed to be able to cut through everything. Gold-cutting jade-breaking sword technique, this was the ultimate move of an incomplete earth-level sword technique. It was extremely sharp. Silver saber parting the sea, rolling thunder 9 strikes, the saber and sword clashed. Chen Zong held the ancient sword in front of him and blocked the opponent's saber. The red thunder sword broke through the sky and struck 9 times in an instant, forcing the Silver Saber Castle disciple to retreat. Flying Dragon Sword, the sword soared into the sky like a flying dragon. As the Silver Saber Castle disciple retreated, he hurriedly waved his saber to block, but he was knocked back again. Once, twice, thrice. Chen Zong seized the opportunity and did not give the opponent any time to recover. Not long after, the Silver Saber Castle disciple retreated to the pavilion with a pale face. Behind him was the pillar of the pavilion. There was no way out. They wanted to teach Chen Zong a lesson, but they failed. Instead, they were suppressed. Especially when Chen Zong had just fought a battle and had used up a lot of his energy. The Silver Saber Castle disciples did not look good either. Chen Zong stood in front of the Silver Saber Castle disciples' pavilion. He glanced at them and asked loudly, "Is there anyone else from the Silver Saber Castle who wants to fight with me?" Although he had less than 30% of his internal strength left, he was not afraid at all. After winning 2 battles in a row, Chen Zong's momentum had reached its peak. The combat power he could display was also 1 or 2 times stronger than usual. Chen Zong asked, but no one from the Silver Saber Castle responded. Indeed, as long as they were willing to fight, they could definitely defeat Chen Zong. However, they would not be able to regain their face. Chen Zong had used up a lot of his energy. He had already lost face once, so he could not lose face again. "Brother Chen, your swordsmanship is exquisite. I'm excited to see it. After you rest, I want to fight with you. What do you think?" A disciple from the Proud Sword Villa said with a smile. His eyes were shining. "Okay." Chen Zong looked back. He did not see any provocation in the disciple's eyes. He nodded. When he returned to the pavilion, Shi Huanyue's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration. Guan Yunqi took out a pill and gave it to Chen Zong. It was used to recover his internal strength. It was like a small farce. After that, there were people who challenged him again. Every one of them had the combat power of a 3-star warrior. Some of them were at the peak of the 3-star realm, and some were even at the peak. The battles between them were very exciting. After a while, Chen Zong's internal strength had completely recovered. As for his physical strength, he had already recovered to the peak. During the recovery period, he carefully recalled the previous 2 battles and looked for his shortcomings to improve. This kind of gathering was very rare. One had to know that not everyone could gather so many super geniuses and spar with each other. Every battle had its own uniqueness, and there were things that were worth learning from. Chen Zong also noticed that Qiu Honglai glanced at him from time to time. It was like a sharp sword that was going to pierce through him. There was an inexplicable hostility in the depth of Qiu Honglai's eyes, which confused Chen Zong. After all, it was the first time that he had seen Qiu Honglai. Where did the hostility come from? 2 more battles ended. Both of them had their own victories and defeats. However, such victories and defeats were not a big deal. After all, it was not a life-and-death battle. If it was a life-and-death battle, it was not impossible for a peak 3-star warrior to kill a peak 3-star warrior. Mr. Yi, you practice swordsmanship. We, the Proud Sword Villa, focus on swordsmanship. I, Wang Qingji, overestimated myself. I would like to ask for your permission. A disciple from the Proud Sword Villa stood up. Wang Qingji, ranked 3rd on the Proud Sword list, was also the most powerful disciple of the Proud Sword Villa who came to this gathering. He had the combat power of an extreme 3-star warrior. What was surprising was that he dared to challenge Yi Fifan. Yi Fifan had the combat power of a late 4-star warrior. The gap between a 3-star warrior and a 4-star warrior was obvious. Since you asked for it, I will help you. Yi Fifan was also stunned. He did not expect that someone would challenge him. However, he still showed respect and smiled. I will only use one sword. Please. Wang Qingji appeared more than 10 meters away from the main pavilion like a flash of light. He pulled out his long sword and held it up in front of him. It felt different from Guyu. It felt like he could attack and defend at the same time. Wang Qingji did not have the slightest intention to attack. The combat power of an extreme 3-star warrior was not weak. However, compared with a late 4-star warrior, the gap was too big. Even if he used his strongest sword art, he could not hurt Yi Fifan at all. Therefore, he would rather wait for his opponent to use his sword. Yi Fifan was still sitting on the stone chair. He had no intention to stand up. Sir, please be careful. I am going to use my sword. Yi Fifan reminded Wang Qingji. Wang Qingji squinted his eyes and stared at Yi Fifan's sword. Everyone was attracted to Yi Fifan's sword. They did not even blink. Even Shi Huanyue, a 4-star warrior, opened her eyes wide. After reminding Yi Fifan and giving him enough time to prepare, Yi Fifan's right hand slowly approached the sword hilt. Then, he opened his 5 fingers and grasped the sword hilt. A pleasant sound of the sword came into everyone's ears. It was melodious and crisp, as if it came from the sky. It moved people's hearts. For the first time, Qinzong felt that the sound of the sword being unsheathed could be so pleasant. It was like the beautiful music played by the strings of a zither. The sound lingered in his ears. The world was silent, and the darkness was boundless. It seemed that a long time had passed, so long that time seemed to have stopped, but it was only a moment. Darkness and light reappeared. The moon was still there, and the moonlight shone on the world. What happened? Many people were shocked, feeling like they were dreaming. It seems. They didn't know what to say, because they were still in a daze. Yi Fifan was still sitting on the chair. He held up the small green jade wine cup in a relaxed and elegant manner. His expression was calm, as if the sword that had been unsheathed was quietly staying in the scabbard, as if it had never moved. However, everyone was sure that Yi Fifan's attack was just beyond their imagination and beyond their vision. Shi Huanyue's beautiful eyes were full of seriousness, and there was a trace of horror in the depths. Qinzong was stunned, and his heart was in turmoil. Shi Huanyue could vaguely see the trajectory of Yi Fifan's sword because her battle strength had reached the 4-star level, and Qinzong could vaguely capture it because his 5 senses were stronger than ordinary people, and he had broken the limit of the human body, so he was much stronger than warriors of the same level. Except for the 2 of them, only Yi Fifan could see the trajectory of Yi Fifan's sword. Wang Qingji was still standing in the same place, holding his sword to the sky for an hour, and his eyes were highly focused, as if he was still waiting for Yi Fifan to draw his sword. In front of his forehead, a strand of hair slowly fell down. A strand of hair, those who discovered this immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. That strand of hair was cut off by Yi Fifan's sword, and in the dense black hair, an aurora-like sword that couldn't be seen clearly cut off a strand of hair with incomparable accuracy. What level of precision was this? What level of mastery of the sword was this? Especially the warriors who practiced the sword, they were even more shocked. Thank you for your advice. Wang Qingji finally reacted, and the feeling in his heart was very complicated. If he was an enemy of Yi Fifan, that sword would have killed him. The gap was too big. Wang Qingji returned to the pavilion and sat down, still in a trance. "Shi Huanyue, would you like to fight?" Yi Fian suddenly said, and what she said made everyone's heart beat wildly again, and they all looked at Shi Huanyue. Shi Huanyue was ranked first on the mountaineering ranking of the overlooking mountain courtyard. He was ranked 91st on the dragon ranking of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. He had an early-stage 4-star battle prowess. Yi Fian, the state scholar Yi Fifan's cousin, ranked 92nd on the Jiao Dragon ranking of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. She also had an early 4-star battle strength. Moreover, both of them were beauties. Powerful strength, proud beauty. What was more pleasing to the eyes than watching these two genius beauties fight? Everyone's expectant gazes shifted back and forth between Yi Fian and Shi Huanyue. Chen Zong was also secretly looking forward to it. Not for anything else, but because of Shi Huanyue and Yi Fian's strong fighting power. Of course, the two of them each had their own merits. No one was willing to reject beautiful things. Fine. Living up to everyone's expectations, Shi Huanyue agreed. Everyone couldn't help but cheer loudly, but that would be too much of a killjoy. Standing up, Yi Yan carried her sword and walked elegantly, as if she was strolling in the back garden. Walking out of the pavilion, Shi Huanyue's steps were light, as if she was riding the wind and treading on the moon. The night wind blew gently, blowing the two's clothes and hair, gently gliding across their white jade-like cheeks. It was like a gentle hand, making people want to replace it. Yi Fian was just like her name. She gave people a kind of delicate feeling, like a wisp of smoke that could be blown away by the wind. She was like a beautiful and slender soft sword. Shi Huanyue, on the other hand, was full of heroic spirit. Her eyebrows were sharp, explaining a unique sharpness. She was like a straight, sharp, and exquisite sword. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword hummed softly. The body of the sword swayed gently, like ripples on the water, like a light wisp of smoke. Under the bright moon, there was a trace of purple light. "This sword is called Purple Smoke," Yi Fian said. Her voice seemed to be more ethereal, and her eyes became erratic. Her breath became lighter and lighter, as if she was flying in the wind. "The sword is called White Moon." Shi Huanyue decisively pulled out her sword, like a white moon flying across the sky. Green smoke twirling fingers. Like a melody, but also like a low chant, Yi Fian's figure swayed. Her delicate body seemed to have lost weight, floating towards Shi Huanyue. The purple smoke sword shook lightly, and the sword light was like a wisp of smoke. Countless sword chi was hidden within, and attacked Shi Huanyue. Wherever the wisp of smoke passed, the air was cut apart, and it was hard to see with the naked eye. Crescent moon. Shi Huanyue unsheathed her sword, and the white moon sword seemed to be shining with the moon in the sky. The sword slashed down, and the crescent moon was sharp, as if it could cut through everything, and also cut through everyone's eyes. The terrifying sword pressure directly cut a crack in the ground, and it quickly spread back, reaching several meters. The sword technique that Yi Fian used was an incomplete peerless earth-level sword technique, called light smoke illusion sword technique, and it was passed down in her family. And the sword technique that Shi Huanyue practiced was also an incomplete peerless earth-level sword technique, called sky moon illusion sword technique. The fact that both of them could have 4-star battle power was inseparable from the incomplete peerless earth-level sword technique that they both practiced. Her body turned into light smoke, her sword turned into light smoke. When the light smoke illusory sword technique was fully displayed, combined with her inner strength and footwork, Yi Fian's entire person disappeared. Everyone could only see wisps of light smoke curling up, constantly changing in the surroundings. Yi Fian's battle power was amazing. She could see Yi Fian's figure and completely capture it. Other than that, only Chen Zong could catch a blurry figure, flickering and erratic. As for the others, they were at a loss. Even though they tried their best to open their eyes and concentrate, they could only see wisps of smoke lingering around, and could not see any trace. To be enemies with such a person, they would not even know how they died. Different from Yi Fian, Shi Huanyue seemed to be able to receive the moonlight. She and her sword bathed in the moonlight, emitting a faint white light, bright but not dazzling. When she unsheathed her sword was like a crescent moon, cutting through everything. The moonlight was like water, and the smoke was like gauze. Watching the battle between Yi Fian and Shi Huanyue, not only was it thrilling, it also had a unique beauty, pleasing to the eye. The person was beautiful, and the sword was even more beautiful. The long swords clashed, and the fire was like stars. In the end, even Shi Huanyue's figure disappeared, turning into a beam of light, like a bright moon, shuttling back and forth in the surroundings. This kind of battle, too scary. Is this the battle power of a 4-star warrior? Is this the strength of a genius on the Jiao Dragon list? In the pavilion, the top geniuses from the three forces seemed to have suffered a great blow. Chen Zong tried his best to see as clearly as possible, but the gap was very obvious. He could only see two blurry figures, and only catch two blurry flashes of sword light. He stared until his eyes were sore, but he still could not see much clearly, let alone learn anything from it. The battle continued. Gradually, Yi Fian's figure appeared again, but it was divided into 4, and each of them seemed to be real. They surrounded Shi Huanyue, who had just appeared, and attacked together. The 4 swords seemed to have turned into 4 wisps of smoke, floating towards Shi Huanyue from all directions. Each wisp of smoke was formed by countless sword chi, and each wisp of sword chi could cut through gold and jade, and could severely injure a 3-star warrior, or even kill him. Full moon. With a low chant, the white moon sword buzzed, and moonlight sprinkled down. As Shi Huanyue waved her sword, it seemed that many full moons appeared, surrounding her body, and at the same time blocking Yi Fian's sword. Double moon sinking sky. The 2 swords turned into 2 crescent moons, as if falling from the sky, with unparalleled sharpness and soul-stirring beauty, attacking the left and right sides respectively, covering all 4 Yi Fian. The 4 Yi Fian were all defeated, turning into smoke and spreading out. A wisp of sword light seemed to rush out of the endless sea of smoke, shooting down from the sky like a shooting star. After the sword light, it was Yi Fian's figure. When she appeared in the sky, except for Yi Fifan, no one knew. Chuiwei. Without any pretense, Shi Huanyue raised her sword, and like the bright moon that had just risen from the west, it became bright from the initial dim. But Yi Fian, who had been shot down from the sky, turned into a wisp of smoke again and dissipated. Another Yi Fian appeared behind Shi Huanyue, and her sword was like a dragon or a snake. The first moon shattered, as if it was an illusion. Shi Huanyue was pierced through by the sword, so easy that it was hard to believe. Yi Fian's expression changed slightly, and the smoke dispersed. Shi Huanyue, who had been pierced, disappeared like a wisp of shadow. Whether it was the light smoke illusory sword technique or the sky moon illusory sword technique, they were all inseparable from the word illusory. Illusory, hallucinatory, it was difficult to distinguish between real and illusory. Whether it was Yi Fian or Shi Huanyue, both had cultivated their sword techniques to the realm of subtlety, and had a very deep understanding of the word illusory. At this time, it was like a dream, dazzling people. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed, but the 2 sides still had not decided a winner, and did not even have the upper hand. Suddenly, Shi Huanyue's figure appeared in the air, and the white moon sword slashed down. Sky moon great sword chi, swoosh, 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 the sound of wind breaking was sharp, and rays of white sword chi like crescent moons shot down from the sky. More than a dozen rays crisscrossed, completely covering the area below, and there was no place to dodge. Smoke dragon soaring to the sky, Yi Fian seemed to have become one with the purple smoke sword in her hand, turning into a wisp of smoke, and then into a smoke dragon, and rushed up to the sky. The dragon claw shattered a ray of white sword chi, and the dragon horn shattered 2 rays of white sword chi, and pierced through. Slash, Shi Huanyue held the sword with both hands, and the bright moon behind her seemed to be blooming with endless brilliance, as if it was being absorbed into the white moon sword. As the sword slashed down with both arms, this sword seemed to be able to split the area below into 2. One sword split the dragon head in half, like a hot knife through butter. The 2 swords collided, and the scene seemed to be frozen. The shocking momentum was vast, and the air rings exploded. Yi Fian fell, and Shi Huanyue rushed up. Countless rays of sword chi shot out, piercing the air, tearing the ground, and tearing the surrounding pavilions. Okay, this battle will be considered a draw. Otherwise, if I let you continue to fight, these pavilions will be torn down. Yi Fian said with a smile, with a hint of ridicule. Since Yi Fian had spoken, this battle could not continue. Senior sister, your strength is indeed very strong. Little sister admits defeat. Yi Fian said with a smile. You are not weaker than me. Shi Huanyue's voice was clear. Mianxiu Garden fell into a strange silence. The moon was still hanging high in the sky like water, and everything was peaceful. Wonderful. After watching the battle between Miss Yi and Miss Shi, I feel that we are shallow. Compliments kept coming one after another. After watching such a battle, I don't want to make a move. I don't want to embarrass myself. There were also people who wanted to make a move. Everyone, drink first. Yi Fifan said with a smile. He knew that under the impact of the battle between two 4-star warriors, everyone needed enough time to calm down. He knew this feeling very well, because he had seen a battle between 5-star warriors, and it was the same feeling. Then, everyone tried their best to forget that feeling and influence. They stopped talking about anything related to the battle and turned to other topics. But most of the time, they heard from Yi Fifan. Except for Yi Fifan and the other two, everyone else was from Linshan County. Since they were born, they spent most of their time in Linshan County. Even if they left the county, they just went to Wushan County next door. Yi Fifan was different. He lived in Chongshan County, the head of the 6 counties in Chongshan State. He was the son of King Chongshan, and he was a state knight. Not only had he been to all 6 counties in Chongshan State, but he had also been to King City, where countless geniuses gathered. Compared with the geniuses in Linshan County, Yi Fifan was more knowledgeable. He introduced the local customs of each county and talked about King City. Everyone listened with interest and couldn't help but yearn to go there. If you have enough power, you must go there. Maybe you don't need to go to other counties, but you must go to King City. Yi Fifan said in the end. When I was young, I went to King City with my father. It was very prosperous, but that was 10 years ago. Guan Yunqi said in a low voice. King City. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. Shi Huanyue was very calm. Her eyes didn't change at all, as if she didn't feel anything. The impact of the battle between Yi Fifan and Shi Huanyue had been resolved. After the topic, everyone returned to the challenge. Chen Zong, let's have a sword battle. Jiang Linjun, who was 4th on the proud sword list, said with a smile. Nice to meet you, Chen Zong said. Jiang Linjun's combat strength had surpassed the peak of the 3-star level and had reached the peak of the 3-star level. If they were to fight in a real battle, Chen Zong might not be his opponent. However, Jiang Linjun didn't want to suppress his opponent with strength. Instead, he proposed a duel of swordsmanship, because Chen Zong's swordsmanship was not only numerous but also exquisite. Jiang Linjun walked up to Chen Zong and said with a smile, I've practiced more than a dozen earth-level sword arts. I thought that was a lot, but I didn't expect you to have even more. The body of the sword was completely black, as if it could absorb light. The edge of the blade seemed to be suffused with a halo, making it look very sharp. Step by step, Jiang Linjun walked towards Chen Zong. He didn't use his internal force because it was a sword fight. However, there was a sharp aura spreading out. It was the aura of a sword. In addition to the sharpness, there was also a dark coldness. When a swordsman's understanding of the sword and swordsmanship reached a profound level, he would naturally exude a sharp aura like a sword. He pulled out his swords with both hands. With the Red Thunder sword and the ancient sword in his hands, the aura was different. It also made Chen Zong's sharp aura carry 2 different fluctuations. It was as swift as thunder and as heavy as a mountain. Jiang Linjun suddenly stopped 5 meters away from Chen Zong. He held the black sword horizontally and pointed the tip of the sword directly at Chen Zong. Chen Zong felt like he was locked on and was about to be pierced through. He pulled out his sword, he only used the strength of his body to push. The black sword flashed and streaked through the air, leaving a black track. It stabbed towards Chen Zong at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Linjun had also practiced the secret body refining method. Although he didn't break through the human body's limits, his arm strength had increased to the level of 3,000 pounds. Many years of swordsmanship and his extraordinary talent allowed him to fully control his strength. When the strength of 3,000 pounds was displayed, it was delicate and unique. There was almost no waste. His sword was naturally as fast as lightning. It was just an ordinary stab. Any cultivator who had trained for a period of time would be able to do it. However, when Jiang Linjun executed it, it was like a dark bolt of lightning that wanted to bring Chen Zong's world into darkness. Without dodging or avoiding, the ancient sword chopped down. It was an ordinary chop, but it produced an aura that could split mountains. When practicing swordsmanship, one had to practice it to the bone marrow and to practice it to the spirit. In this kind of battle without the use of internal force, no matter how fast it was, everyone could see it clearly and capture the trajectory. Because of this, it was even more surprising. Whether it was Chen Zong or Jiang Linjun, their swordsmanship was superb. Although it was only an ordinary move, it contained a unique flavor. It was their own understanding. Intuitive and in-depth. Especially for warriors who practiced swordsmanship, it was even more profound. The black sword in Jiang Linjun's hand was sharp and cold. Every move seemed to be very direct, but there were many hidden changes. In Chen Zong's hands, the red thunder sword and the ancient sword were changeable and varied. Seeing the subtleties, people could not help but exclaim, "Chen Zong's swordsmanship is better." Yi Fifan said softly, "He is only one step away from that step." That step. Yi Fian's face was full of surprise. This boy's talent is extraordinary. Even in the capital city, he is not ordinary. Yi Fifan said again, "But it is very difficult to reach that step. Even for me, it took half a year to reach that step." This was Yi Fifan's thought, but he did not say it out loud. Qiu Honglai was first stunned, then shocked, and finally hostile. He secretly clenched his fists and made up his mind. Although Qiu Honglai had never been to the capital city, living in the Great Mountain Commandery, he naturally knew more about the capital city. He knew that geniuses gathered in the capital city. For example, most of the geniuses on the list of Jiao Dragon were from the capital city, far more than those from the Great Mountain Prefecture. There were many masters and geniuses in the capital city. 3-star warriors were everywhere, 4-star warriors were not rare, 5-star warriors were a dime a dozen, and even 6-star warriors existed. It was simply a place where monsters gathered. In that place even Qiu Honglai was nothing. However, Yi Fifan gave Chen Zong a good evaluation, which meant that Chen Zong was even better than Qiu Honglai. The battle between Chen Zong and Jiang Linjun was getting more and more intense. They were no longer limited to the basic swordsmanship, but displayed all the swordsmanship they had cultivated. Although there was no internal force, so the real power of the swordsmanship could not be exerted, the mystery of the swordsmanship was also displayed. In a duel of swordsmanship, the mystery of the swordsmanship mattered. Cloud and mist swordsmanship, the sword radiance was like clouds and mist, changing constantly. Twining silk sword, in the clouds and mist, there were also thread-like sword radiances swimming around. Jiang Linjun was getting more and more stressed. He felt that his hands and feet were tied, and he could not display his swordsmanship properly unless he used his internal force. However, this was a duel of swordsmanship. Using internal force would violate the agreement. Moreover, the purpose of dueling was to find out the shortcomings of one's own swordsmanship and absorb the advantages of the opponent's swordsmanship, so as to break through the shackles. Chen Zong's sword was getting faster and faster. Gradually, the sword disappeared, and only 2 flashes of light could be seen. Jiang Linjun was completely suppressed. All of a sudden, his momentum skyrocketed, and the strong wind whistled. The strong force forced Chen Zong to step back. "Stop!" Jiang Linjun had to shout. He originally wanted to use Chen Zong's swordsmanship to break through his own defense, but the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. He could not bear it anymore, so he had to use his internal force to force Chen Zong to step back. "Your swordsmanship is very good, even better than mine. I admit defeat." Jiang Linjun admitted that his swordsmanship was not as good as Chen Zong's. "Thank you." Chen Zong made a fist salute and put his sword back into the sheath. "When your combat power reaches the limit of 3-star, I'll fight with you with all my strength." Jiang Linjun smiled. "Okay." Chen Zong answered. It was a friendly fight. Yi Fifan clapped his hands, but it made Qiu Honglai hate him even more. "The fight between the two of you was very exciting, but I still don't feel satisfied. I wonder if anyone wants to fight with me." A strong young man smiled. He held a pair of short sticks in his hands, jumped up and landed heavily on the ground. "I'll do it." In another pavilion, a disciple of the Silver Saber Castle also jumped up and unsheathed his long saber. He held the saber with both of his hands in the air and chopped down fiercely. Without saying anything, the two of them started a fierce fight. With the short sticks in his hands, each of his strikes was very powerful. He either smashed or pointed, and his momentum was overwhelming. The disciple of the Silver Saber Castle held a long saber in his hands. The saber light danced, reflecting the moonlight. It was quite dazzling. The two of them fought fiercely for a while. In the end, the disciple of the Silver Saber Castle had the upper hand and won. The moon was high in the sky. A few hours had passed since the beginning of the gathering. There were only 2 or 3 people left who had not fought yet. Xianxia, you are only at the late stage of the 8th turn of the Qi refining realm, but you were able to fight with a peak 3-star warrior. You are indeed not bad. You are almost as good as me. Qiu Honglai suddenly opened his mouth. He seemed to be smiling, but there was a trace of coldness in his voice. Your sword art is also very good. Do you dare to fight with me? Hearing Qiu Honglai's words, some people thought he was too arrogant. Qiu Honglai was at the early stage of the 9th turn of the Qi refining realm, and his fighting strength was at the peak of 3-star warrior. Xianxia was at the late stage of the 8th turn of the Qi refining realm, and his fighting strength was also at the peak of 3-star warrior. Qiu Honglai said that Xianxia was almost as good as him. Therefore, people had a bad impression of Qiu Honglai, a genius from the Great Mountain County. Please. Xianxia did not decline or refuse. He agreed directly. Qiu Honglai was hostile to Xianxia from the beginning, which made Xianxia feel confused. Now, it was obvious that Qiu Honglai was targeting him. Draw your sword. Qiu Honglai was 10 meters away from Xianxia, and he sneered. Xianxia did not talk nonsense. He directly drew out the Red Thunder Sword and the Ancient Sword. No matter how arrogant Qiu Honglai was, Xianxia knew that Qiu Honglai was very powerful and had excellent sword art. Most of the peak 3-star warriors were not his opponents. In short, Qiu Honglai was a strong enemy who must be taken seriously. Strength had nothing to do with character. If you looked down on your opponent because you did not like his character, you would be digging your own grave. Xianxia would not make such a mistake now, and he would not make such a mistake in the future. The atmosphere was tense even before they started to fight. The night wind blew, and when it reached the two of them, it dispersed. Their hair fluttered gently, and their sharp eyes seemed to be able to shoot out invisible sword qi. When the sword qi collided in the air, there seemed to be endless crackling sounds, and there seemed to be sparks flying. One of them was a genius from Linshan Commandery, and it was not an exaggeration to call him the #1 genius, while the other was a genius from Chongshan Commandery, the #1 county in Chongshan State. Perhaps they were not the strongest among all the geniuses present, but they had great potential. It was not a fantasy that they could reach the 4-star level in the future. Without any intention of testing, Qiu Honglai drew out his sword. Like an anaconda lurking in the water, he stared at its prey and suddenly broke out of the water. The instantaneous speed was astonishingly fast and carried terrible power. Under the sword, the air rippled like water and spread out layer by layer, like ripples. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with the sword, and only a flash of sword light could be seen. Chen Zong's sword was like a thunderbolt across the sky, and the other was like a meteorite falling from the sky. After watching Qiu Honglia's fight, Chen Zong knew that Qiu Honglia's sword technique was extremely explosive and powerful. Now, he had a deeper feeling after seeing it. When the two swords collided, there was a strong impact at first, and then a second wave of power burst out. It was more powerful than the first wave, as if it was going to knock Chen Zong's sword away. It turned out that Qiu Honglia's sword was not only explosive, but also contained a second wave of power. It might have something to do with the cultivation method he practiced, but it might also have something to do with his sword technique. Chen Fan loosened and tightened his hand, and his arm stretched out like a spring to remove the impact of the power. He clasped the Red Thunder Sword again and shot out like a flash of lightning. Qiu Honglai drew out his sword again. The sword light was like a thunderbolt or a flood dragon breaking out of the water. With an astonishing roar, it rushed to Chen Zong, as if everything under the sword would be torn apart. With the dragon's roar, a flying dragon flew out as if it was riding the 9th heaven. It was Chen Zong's sword. The grand flying dragon sword, they didn't test each other's strength. Every sword strike contained terrifying power. Both Qinzong and Qiu Honglai had shown their true strength. Qinzong's advantage was that he had mastered a variety of swordsmanship. The changes in his style were often difficult for people to adapt to. The previous sword move was gentle, the next one was violent, and the next one was tricky. To deal with different swordsmanship, the normal way to deal with it was to adapt to the changes and use restraint. But Qiu Honglai didn't. Instead, he used his own swordsmanship, which was fast, fierce, and explosive. No matter how Qinzong's swordsmanship changed, it was always the same style, which was to break and destroy everything with brute force. This made Qinzong see other ways to deal with it. Practicing swordsmanship or martial arts, there was a distinction between mastery and mastery. Some people are knowledgeable but not proficient, some people are proficient but not knowledgeable, and some people are both. Qiu Honglai was proficient in mastery, and Qinzong was both. His extraordinary comprehension allowed him to master every martial art better, especially swordsmanship, which could be practiced to the consummate realm in a short time. It was easier for him to seize the opportunity to improve to the imperceptible realm. Mastery and mastery, there was no conclusion as to which was better, because each had its own merits. Qiu Honglai took a step forward, like a big ship riding the wind and breaking the waves. With an indescribable momentum, he seemed to be able to break all obstacles. His sword was the sharp protrusion at the front of the big ship, like an awl that could pierce through everything. Before the sword arrived, Qinzong felt a terrible pressure invading his whole body, as if his bones were going to be broken. The air behind him was compressed, as if it had formed a vacuum. Under the pressure of the sword, it was like a transparent awl, penetrating the air behind Qinzong. It whistled and flew away, stirring up dust all over the sky. A gully was directly torn on the ground. It was as if there was a 100-meter wave under the sword that was going to be penetrated and crushed. This was the same sword that Qiu Honglai had used to defeat Guyu and secure his victory. Now that he had used it, its power seemed to be even more powerful. In fact, Qiu Honglai did not use his full strength during the battle with Guyu. But now, he used his full strength, except for the secret technique, because he wanted to defeat Qinzong. He wanted to teach Qinzong a lesson and prove that he was better than Qinzong. Qiu Honglai had never met Qinzong. Logically speaking, he should not be hostile to Qinzong, but he was. After he came to Linshan County, he heard a lot of news about Qinzong. Some people even faintly called him the #1 genius of Linshan County. Well, Linshan County had nothing to do with Chongshan County, but some people even said that Qinzong was the #1 genius of Chongshan State. This made Qiu Honglai unhappy and inexplicably hostile. When Yi Fifeng gave Qinzong a very high evaluation, Qiu Honglai's anger reached its peak, and his hostility became stronger. He wanted to defeat Qinzong and crush Qinzong in a crushing manner. Therefore, he used his full strength. Facing Qiu Honglai's sword, Qinzong suddenly felt the pressure multiplied. His surroundings were sealed, and the omnipresent pressure pressed on him from all directions, greatly restricting Qinzong's body and making it difficult for him to move. Space-splitting cross-slash, the two swords broke through the air, as if breaking the shackles, and went against the pressure. The cross-sword light was shattered, but Qiu Honglai's sword was still coming. In terms of strength, Qiu Honglai was slightly stronger than Qinzong. He was unstoppable and merciless. Qinzong did not hesitate and attacked again. If one attack was not enough, then two. If two attacks were not enough, then three. Qinzong's extremely fast speed made his arms disappear, and so did the two swords in his hands. The terrible torrent of sword light disintegrated Qiu Honglai's sword. Giant shark breaking the wave. Qiu Honglai's face darkened when his sword was blocked. He released all his internal force and performed a more powerful sword attack. With a series of whistling sounds, the air behind him seemed to have turned into a vast sea, with waves surging. Qiu Honglai's face was full of ferocity, and his eyes were shining. He held the swords with both hands and chopped down fiercely. Suddenly, the sea behind him rippled as if a storm had swept past. It was as if a tsunami was approaching. A black shadow broke out of the sea. It was 7 or 8 meters long, with a ferocious appearance. Its sharp teeth seemed to be able to bite everything, and the fins on its back seemed to be able to cut everything. It was a shark, a huge shark, and it was aggressive like an overlord. Chen Zong's face changed, and he operated the origin-destroying force to the extreme. Thunderous sword aura, mountain-breaking sword aura, thunder splitting the sky, flying dragon sword, sky-splitting cross-slash. There was not enough time, and Chen Zong could only perform 5 sword attacks towards the giant shark breaking the wave. The sword aura shattered, the sword light dispersed, and the giant shark seemed to be broken. Qiu Honglia's sword carried a horrifying power, and it directly hit Chen Zong's 2 swords. After blocking, Chen Zong could not help but step back, and his hands were numb. At that moment, Qiu Honglia's sword exploded with 3 layers of power, one more than before. The extra attack was not only out of Chen Zong's expectation, but it was also very powerful. If it were not for his strong body, his hands would have been broken and he would have suffered internal injuries. Qiu Honglai, who performed this move, also consumed a lot of energy, and he could not perform the second move immediately. Seeing that Chen Zong was not defeated by this move, he was very surprised. He did not know that Chen Zong had broken the limits of the human body and cultivated the mixed yuan body. His body was extremely powerful, and his defense was stronger than most people's. Unless his sword attack was more powerful, it would be difficult to cause any substantial damage to Chen Zong. Infinite sword cutting, Chen Zong said to himself, and then he drew his sword. It was so fast that it seemed to break the limit, and Qiu Honglai could not react in time. However, Qiu Honglai was an experienced fighter, and he subconsciously raised his sword to block Chen Zong's first attack, but the second attack came again. The infinite sword cutting was based on the infinite saber cutting, and it used the strength of the body and the internal force skillfully. In the beginning, it pursued the extreme speed, and completely ignored the power. The second attack, on the basis of retaining the extreme speed, slightly increased the power, and so did the third attack. It could be said that every attack after that aimed to retain the original speed and increase the power. This kind of horrifying martial art, the more powerful it was, the more powerful it was. Skill, no need. Different from Jiang Baichen, Chen Zong used 2 swords to perform the infinite sword cutting, and his sword speed was twice as fast. The 2 swords kept alternating, and there was no end to them. It was more terrible than a storm. Qiu Honglai only felt that he could not breathe, and he was almost drowned by the sword light. He could only passively resist, but as the power of each attack became more and more powerful, his arms gradually became numb, and he could not bear it anymore. On the side of the Silver Saber Castle, their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were full of anger and killing intent, because they all recognized that the sword art Chen Zong used was very familiar. It was Jiang Baichen's infinite saber cutting, but it was modified into the infinite sword cutting. If Yi Fifan was not here, they would definitely pull out their sabers and cut Chen Zong into pieces. Retreat, 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 Qiu Honglai staggered as if he was drunk. His hands were numb, and his palms were cracked, and he could hardly hold the sword. Chen Zong retreated to the front of the pavilion, and then he stopped. It was clear who won and who lost. Everyone was very surprised. At first, they thought that Chen Zong might be defeated by Qiu Honglai, but the result was the opposite. Good sword art. Yi Fifan clapped his hands and smiled. Qiu Honglia's face was livid, and he was ashamed and angry. The feeling in his heart was indescribable. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in it. Scholar Yi, may I ask for your advice? Chen Zong was still holding the sword. He looked away from Qiu Honglia's face and fell on Yi Fifan's face. What he said surprised everyone. Chen Zong dared to challenge Yi Fifan. You overestimate yourself. Qiu Honglai seemed to have found a chance to fight back, and he immediately sneered. Indeed, in terms of strength, the current Chen Zong was far inferior to Yi Fifan. However, when Chen Zong saw Yi Fifan unleash his sword earlier, that sword strike was like a brand that could not be erased. It was as if there was a kind of magic that attracted Chen Zong. Everyone looked at Yi Fifan. Okay. Yi Fifan nodded and smiled. But I will only use my sword once, you have to be careful. Hearing Yi Fifan's words, Chen Zong's spirit, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. The remaining chaotic heaven energy kept circulating. He squinted his eyes and his pupils contracted to the size of needles. He stared at Yi Fifan's right hand, which was the hand that would draw the sword. Darkness covered the moon, the stars, the sky, the pavilions in all directions, all the people in the pavilions, and the earth under his feet. Darkness fell, nothing could be seen or heard. It was so quiet that it made people panic. It was as if they were locked in a small dark room, and there was no answer to their cries. Suddenly, a cold light bloomed in front of him. It was so sharp that it penetrated the darkness, as if shooting out from the endless abyss. It was fast, swift, and amazing. It was a sword light, which came from Yi Fifan's hand. That sword light contained an indescribable taste, as if it symbolized a higher realm of swordsmanship, and it had a unique charm. Chen Zong was knocked back more than 10 meters by that sword light, and he had no power to resist. Today, it had been 5 days since the gathering. Chen Zong would often recall the battles at the gathering to improve himself, especially the last sword move that he had asked Yi Fifan for guidance, which he had overestimated himself. He remembered clearly that every time Chen Zong recalled the battle, he wanted to understand the mystery of that sword light. However, there seemed to be a barrier between him and that sword light. But in general, Chen Zong could feel that his swordsmanship had improved a lot in the past 5 days, and many of his swordsmanship had been upgraded to the imperceptible realm. He had a new understanding and further accumulated his swordsmanship. Chen Zong subconsciously set the direction for himself by collecting the wisdom of the masses and learning from others' strong points. Learn from all kinds of knowledge. If you have a chance, you must go out. I hope you can come to Chongshan Commandery. When you arrive, you can find me in Chongshan Mansion. Just tell me my name. That was what Yi Fifan said to Chen Zong at the end of the gathering, which was a not-so-formal invitation. Chen Zong got up and walked down the mountaineering list. He went to Mountain View residence to greet his master, Marquis Linshan, and ask some questions about cultivation. After getting the answer, Chen Zong left Mountain View residence and went back to the mountaineering list. While walking, Chen Zong suddenly stopped and stared at the mountaineering list as if he felt something. The name was very strange, but it was a mountain. The mountain was 999 meters tall and stood behind the courtyard. There was only one mountain in all directions and nothing else. Therefore, the mountaineering list was very prominent. Lonely Mountain. For no reason, a thought flashed through Chen Zong's mind. It was as if he wanted to grasp something, but he couldn't. Little Lonely Mountain, Little Lonely Mountain, Little Lonely Mountain. The inspiration became clearer and stronger, and there was an urge to gush out. Little Lonely Mountain visualization, Chen Zong had been cultivating ever since he got it. He wanted to comprehend it as soon as possible. If he could comprehend it, his realm would be higher, and his combat strength would be greatly improved. However, it had already been 20 days, but he still couldn't find the door, and couldn't find the feeling. Chen Zong also knew that it would not be easy to practice the visualization skill on Little Lonely Mountain, so he had prepared himself for a long time. However, when he came back and saw the mountaineering list, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It was a rare opportunity. Chen Zong abandoned all distracting thoughts and carefully searched for the inspiration. His eyes seemed to be absent-minded, reflecting the mountaineering list. Using the body as a mountain, sensing heaven and earth, Lonely Mountain. There is only one mountaineering list, and it is Lonely Mountain. Chen Zong's inspiration erupted like a surging tide. However, he also knew that this was not a suitable place for him to comprehend. He immediately executed his movement technique and ascended the mountain at an astonishing speed. He returned to the 89th level and sat down cross-legged on a relatively flat surface, directly touching the mountaineering list. Sitting cross-legged, he followed the feeling just now and carefully meditated. Using the body as a mountain. The Little Lonely Mountain visualization was to imagine oneself as a lonely mountain, standing on the earth and proudly under the sky. It was the only one. A person was a person, a mountain was a mountain, and using the body as a mountain was like a change in form. It was very difficult. Fortunately, the Little Lonely Mountain visualization didn't make a person become a mountain, but imagined himself as a mountain from the spiritual level. Otherwise, no one could do it. Even if it was only on the spiritual level, it was very difficult. Following his feelings, Chen Zong gradually gained enlightenment. He forgot about everything around him, forgot about this world, and even gradually forgot about himself. In the dark, he didn't know how much time had passed. Qinzong was motionless, as if he had fallen asleep or turned into a wooden man. Unknowingly, the sun was setting in the west, and the red clouds were setting. Qinzong was wearing a red robe, and his face seemed to be full of divine light. Night fell, and the crescent moon rose in the sky. The night wind blew gently, making Qinzong's hair and clothes flutter. But he still closed his eyes and didn't move at all. Gradually, even his breathing became long and difficult to feel. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and the clouds drifted, blocking the moonlight. The world was dark. The moon set and the sun rose. A new day had come. Qinzong was still sitting cross-legged. Day after day, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qinzong was still sitting, and the maids who took care of his daily life didn't dare to disturb him. As maids on the mountaineering list, they all had some cultivation and corresponding martial arts knowledge. They knew that Qinzong was in a state of cultivation and couldn't be disturbed. On the contrary, they had to do their best to protect him. The 4th day passed, and Qinzong was still covered in dust. Xianxia came and saw Qinzong's state. She also knew that Qinzong was in a state of enlightenment, so she stayed aside. On the 5th day, a bird came from afar and landed on Qinzong's shoulder. It jumped around lightly, as if treating Qinzong as a rock. "What is junior brother cultivating?" Xianxia was surprised. Birds were naturally alert and would be frightened by the slightest movement. Under normal circumstances, birds couldn't get close to people, let alone land on them. After all, martial artists who had cultivated in the qi and blood realm had powerful qi and blood that could intimidate tigers and leopards, let alone a bird. But at this moment, 2 more birds flew over. A total of 3 birds played on Qinzong's body, as if Qinzong was a tree or a rock. It was a strange feeling. In the past, Qinzong didn't emit any aura waves, but people could still sense the natural waves of his body. But now, it felt different. Although he was alive, he seemed to have no vitality. It was very strange, like a wood or a rock. Xianxia, who was confused and a little panicked, could only instruct the maids to keep an eye on him. She quickly left and returned to the Mountain View residence to find Marquis Linshan. Yanwei also came with him. When they saw Qinzong, both Marquis Linshan and Yanwei's eyes lit up. Then, it was an indescribable surprise. "Good boy." Marquis Linshan couldn't help laughing. "Congratulations, Marquis." Yanwei smiled again, also very excited. "Father, Uncle Wei, what's going on?" Xianxia didn't know what was going on, but she could clearly see the expressions of the Marquis and Yanwei. Therefore, she guessed that it wasn't anything bad and asked curiously. "Your junior brother is practicing the Lonely Mountain visualization technique." Marquis Linshan smiled. Xianxia also knew about this technique. She could also start practicing it after her essence, energy, and spirit reached perfection, but she was still a little far away. Xianxia also knew that Qinzong was practicing the Lonely Mountain visualization technique. She also knew how difficult it was. She didn't expect that in just over 20 days, this junior brother of hers was about to achieve something. "Wei, do you remember what's the shortest time from coming in contact with the truth-comprehending technique in our dynasty?" Marquis Linshan suddenly asked. "Half a year." Yanwei answered without thinking. This was a secret among ordinary cultivators, but it was widely spread among cultivators who had already comprehended the truth-comprehending technique. Half a year to comprehend the truth-comprehending technique. A heaven-sent genius. I originally thought that no one could surpass him, but who would have thought? Marquis Linshan couldn't help but smile, but he held back the urge to laugh out loud for fear of disturbing Qinzong. Less than a month to comprehend the truth-comprehending technique. Yanwei also smiled from the bottom of his heart. "Congratulations, Marquis, for obtaining such a good disciple." When Xianxia heard that, she was so shocked that she felt dizzy. "Wei, stay here. Don't let anyone disturb Qinzong," Marquis Linshan ordered. "Rest assured, Marquis," Yanwei promised. After standing for a while, Marquis Linshan turned and left with a smile on his face. Marquis Linshan's biggest goal was naturally to break through and become a transcendent realm master, but it was too difficult. He had worked hard for many years, but he couldn't find a way. If he didn't have enough opportunities, he might not be able to break through in his lifetime. Now that he had received an outstanding disciple, according to Chenzong's performance, the possibility of him reaching the transcendent realm in the future was not small. To a certain extent, he had fulfilled his wish. Of course, if his disciple had enough ability, he might be able to help him reach the transcendent realm. No matter what, it was a dream come true to receive such an outstanding disciple. Chenzong didn't know that Marquis Linshan had come and gone. He didn't have any perception. At this moment, it was as if he was drifting in the endless darkness. On the 6th day, Chenzong's body began to emit an inexplicable aura. It was the same as the mountain under his feet, as if the two were about to merge into one. He's about to comprehend the truth comprehending technique. Yanwei nodded secretly and gradually relaxed. He, who had cultivated the little lonely mountain visualization technique, was very clear about this feeling. Using the body as a mountain. I am a mountain. In the endless darkness, a voice seemed to ring out. At first, it was very weak, but it gradually spread out, becoming more and more powerful. In the end, it was like a tsunami or thunder, resounding in the endless darkness, reverberating endlessly. In the darkness, a ray of light appeared and gradually grew bigger. In the light, there was an illusory image of a small mountain, which was slowly solidifying as time passed. In the end, the small mountain seemed to have materialized, as if it was a real mountain. It stood alone in the darkness, as if it was detached from the world. The wind and clouds changed, the sea turned into mulberry fields, and the darkness seemed to recede. The sky filled the sky and the earth appeared, as if the world was being created. After an unknown amount of time, a 10,000-kilometer wide land completely appeared. On the land stood a lonely mountain, and above the mountain was a cloudless sky. Heaven and earth, one side of the world. However, the edge of this world was still dark, as if it was broken and filled with an indescribable power. Cultivators were much more efficient than ordinary people. In just half a day, a high platform had been built in the wide martial field of overlooking mountain courtyard. Decorations were also carried out all around, making it look like a grand venue. Although the layout of the venue was simple, it gave off a grand feeling. At the front of the venue, a large red curtain was opened, as if covering the sky. Above it were 4 large golden words, Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. These 4 words constantly exuded a majestic aura, like an invisible mountain. They were written by the Marquis of Overlooking Mountain. In addition to being a pseudo-transcendent realm master, the Marquis of Overlooking Mountain was also a calligraphy master. At the entrance of Overlooking Mountain courtyard, neatly dressed young men and women were lined up on both sides to welcome the guests. Since the Marquis of Overlooking Mountain was accepting a disciple, all the influential people of Overlooking Mountain County had come to give face. Those who were a little further away had already entered Overlooking Mountain City a day in advance, waiting for the disciple acceptance ceremony to begin. There were many people gathered outside Overlooking Mountain courtyard, most of them here to watch. Not long after, someone walked out of the crowd and strode towards the entrance of Overlooking Mountain courtyard. After reporting their identity, they passed through the reception door and entered Overlooking Mountain courtyard. That's the Yang family's patriarch. That's right, it's the Yang family's patriarch and the Wang family's patriarch. The Yang family and the Wang family were all forces of Overlooking Mountain City. Although they weren't weak, they couldn't compare to the Marquis of Overlooking Mountain. Since the Marquis of Overlooking Mountain's disciple acceptance ceremony was so close, they had to come early. Otherwise, if they were targeted, it wouldn't be a good thing. The various forces of Overlooking Mountain City arrived one after another, and Zhuge Men of the Giant Gate Carriage Company was no exception. When they entered Overlooking Mountain courtyard, Zhuge Men's face was filled with emotion. That day, he had tried to recruit Chenzong into the Giant Gate Carriage Company to repay a favor. Now that he thought about it, he felt a little ashamed, but more than that, he was shocked. If the Marquis of Overlooking Mountain accepted him as a disciple, his future achievements would surpass his by countless times. In Overlooking Mountain City, there were several dozen forces that were considered top forces, and even more that weren't. Of course, unranked forces were not qualified to participate in this ceremony, even though they wanted to. At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. A group of people wearing robes of various colors and carrying long sabers walked over. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. His face was filled with determination, and he gave people a strong feeling of power. He walked like a dragon or a tiger, and he walked like the wind, as if there was a boundless sharpness contained within. Behind the middle-aged man, there were a few old men who also carried long sabers on their backs. Their backs were straight, and their gazes were as sharp as blades. Then, there was a group of young people in silver robes. There were both men and women, and they looked very neat. They seem to be from the Silver Saber Castle. That's right, they are from the Silver Saber Castle. Could it be that the leader of the Silver Saber Castle is the castle lord? As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. The Silver Saber Castle's fort lord, although not as powerful as the Marquis of Mountain Facing, was still a famous figure in Mountain Facing County. Together with the proud Sword Villa's manor lord, they were known as the strongest true martial realm masters in Mountain Facing County. Of course, pseudo-transcendents also belonged to the true martial realm, but there was a clear distinction between them. It could be said that in Mountain Facing County, the Silver Saber Castle's fort lord's prestige was very high. Why do I feel that they have come with ill intentions? Someone in the crowd whispered. Regardless, the news that the Silver Saber Castle's fort lord had come with a few elders and a group of disciples was immediately spread to many people, and they were all very excited. Fort Lord Situ. After the Silver Saber Castle's fort lord walked into the mountain-facing courtyard's disciple recruitment ceremony, many people stood up to greet him. They were all forces that were not as strong as the Silver Saber Castle, and even if they were not on good terms with the Silver Saber Castle, they still could not offend them. Facing everyone's greetings, Situ Zhan only nodded his head in response. However, no one was angry, as they felt that he was being rude. There was no other way, as strength and status determined everything. The Silver Saber Castle was one of the three great forces in mountain-facing county. Situ Zhan was the strongest true martial realm master, and he was also the fort lord of the Silver Saber Castle. The Marquis of Mountain-facing county had not appeared yet, and neither had Shenzong, but they had arranged for people from the Marquis Mansion to be in charge of receiving them. The Silver Saber Castle's fort lord, Situ Zhan, had his own seat, which was above most of the seats. Not long after, another group of people appeared outside. The leader was also a middle-aged man, but he had a long sword on his back. Following him were a few elders and some young people with long swords on their backs. It's the Proud Sword Villa's people. I see them. The Proud Sword Villa's people are also here. That must be the Proud Sword Villa's fort lord. What a sharp gaze, I feel like I have been pierced by a sword. Everyone was extremely excited. The Proud Sword Villa's people also walked into the venue, and many people's gazes landed on them. Fort Lord Situ, long time no see. The Proud Sword Villa's fort lord's gaze swept across the crowd, and landed on the Silver Saber Castle's fort lord, Situ Zhan's face. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and it was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. Fort Lord Duan, I trust you have been well since we last met. Situ Zhan's gaze was as if a long saber had been unsheathed, and it shot towards Fort Lord Duan. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and it was as if their surroundings were filled with saber light and sword shadows. It was so cold that they could not sit still. Especially when the gazes of the two true martial layer experts clashed, it seemed as if there were sabers and swords clashing. An invisible sharp light flashed past them, and it was as if they were being cut by sabers and swords. The Silver Saber Castle and the Proud Sword Villa were not mortal enemies, but they had been rivals for a long time. The battle between sabers and swords had never stopped. Especially before the mountain-facing courtyard was built, there were only two powerful forces in the entire mountain-facing county, and they were the Silver Saber Castle and the Proud Sword Villa. The competition between them was even more intense. For example, when Situ Zhan was young, he had fought with Duan Zhixing many times. They were old rivals, and after many years, they were evenly matched. In the past, whenever they saw each other, they would pull out their sabers and swords. However, after becoming the fort lord and fort lord, the two of them paid more attention to the occasion, and their statuses were different. Although they would not pull out their sabers and swords like in the past, the exchange of words and glances was inevitable. Fortunately, they also knew where they were. Therefore, after a brief exchange, they retracted their gazes. Duan Zhixing acted as if nothing had happened, and sat down on a seat parallel to Situ Zhan. He had a smile on his face, and nodded in response to the greetings of the other forces. Immediately, everyone felt flattered. His attitude was much better than Situzhan's. Putting on an act. Situzhan was secretly disdainful. This Marquis disciple acceptance ceremony, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. A majestic voice sounded. The main character had arrived. The Marquis of Linshan, Yan Wei, Guan Yunqi, and Chen Zong strode over. Greetings to the Marquis. It is our honor to attend the Marquis disciple acceptance ceremony. That's right, that's right. You should know that many people want to attend, but don't have the honor. One by one, the leaders of the forces hurriedly stood up and complimented him. Even the Lord of the Silver Saber Fort, Situzhan, and the Lord of the Proud Sword Villa, Duan Jixing, stood up. However, they did not offer any compliments. Instead, they bowed to the Marquis of Linshan. Regardless of status or strength, they had to bow to him. Everyone, please be at ease. The Marquis of Linshan chuckled. He was in a good mood. Everyone's gaze swept over and finally landed on Chen Zong's face. It was as if they wanted to see through Chen Zong. They could guess that this person should be the disciple that the Marquis of Linshan wanted to take as his disciple. Situzhan and Duan Jixing stared at Chen Zong. Their gazes were as sharp as swords, as if they wanted to see through Chen Zong. Of course, in front of the Marquis of Linshan, they did not dare to go too far. They just watched. They had already heard about the gathering from their disciples, and they were further aware of Chen Zong's terrifying potential. In the future, it would not be a problem for him to be ranked on the Jiao Dragon list. If he became a warrior of the real martial arts realm, he would become a powerful figure among the real martial arts realm warriors. Whether it was Situzhan or Duan Jixing, their limit when they were in the Qi refining realm was the 3-star limit. Both of them could not help but feel bitter in their hearts. They had been suppressed by the Marquis of Linshan. Now, was the disciple of the Marquis of Linshan going to suppress their disciples as well? The disciples of the Silver Saber Castle stared at Chen Zong with hatred, while the disciples of the Aojian Villa were curious and eager to fight. Chen Zong was not afraid of everyone's gazes. He looked straight at them. When he saw Zhuge Men, he immediately smiled and bowed. Senior Zhuge. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. The Zhuge Men's faces were flushed red, and they were grinning from ear to ear. They were so proud. He was still wondering if Chen Zongfei would pretend not to know him after his meteoric rise. Now, it seemed that he had worried too much. Chen Zongfei was a person who understood kindness. He felt that the specially recruited token was not wasted. The leaders of the other forces looked at Zhuge Men with envy. They all secretly thought that perhaps they should establish a better relationship with Zhuge Men. After all, the disciple of the Marquis of Linshan had a different identity. Moreover, it seemed that the Marquis of Linshan had a friendly relationship with Zhuge Men. As leaders of forces, they were not hotheads. It was enough to have cultivation and strength. They also needed to consider other aspects. Otherwise, their forces would have been swallowed up by others long ago. The main seat in the venue was naturally the seat of the Marquis of Linshan. Chen Zong, Yan Wei, and Chen Zong were arranged to sit on either side of the Marquis of Linshan. When the Marquis of Linshan sat down, all the voices fell silent. They all knew that the disciple recruitment ceremony was about to begin. Worship the heavens. The Marquis of Linshan's voice was as powerful as thunder. Everyone looked solemn. The ground shook slightly. The sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. Dust flew up. From a corner of the courtyard, a group of armored soldiers were carrying a huge figure. What demonic beast is that? It looks like a black saber tiger dragon. What, a black saber tiger dragon? Everyone was shocked. Even Situzhan and Duan Jixing were the same. The black saber tiger dragon was an extremely terrifying demonic beast. It belonged to the LV9 true martial realm. Most LV9 true martial realm martial artists were not its match. Although Situzhan and Duan Jixing were confident that they could kill it, killing it and capturing it alive were two different concepts. Sacrificing monster beasts to the heavens originated from ancient times. It was a custom and a symbol. It wasn't clear whether sacrificing to the heavens would allow one to sense the heavens. Perhaps it could, perhaps it couldn't. However, this custom hadn't changed and wouldn't change. It represented a major event with great significance. It was said that the stronger the monster beast used to sacrifice to the heavens, the better the effect. The black-blade tiger flood dragon was a powerful monster beast. It was a powerful monster beast that could only be captured alive by the Marquis himself. At this moment, the soldiers carrying the bound black-blade tiger flood dragon were all Marquis Linshan's personal guards. They were at least at the true martial realm intermediate stage. The black-blade tiger flood dragon's throat was cut open and blood was released. The black-blade tiger flood dragon struggled desperately but couldn't break free. It could only become weaker and weaker. The thick smell of blood permeated the surroundings. The scarlet color was shockingly thick and quickly flowed through the lines on the altar, dyeing them red. Everyone looked solemn. Sacrificing to the heavens was a very important ceremony that couldn't be disturbed. The Marquis of Linshan carried Qinzongru and flew up with the wind, landing on the altar. He looked up at the sky and opened his arms. The blood-red color on the altar flew up, as if it was rising into the air like mist. It circled around the Marquis of Linshan and continued to surge into the sky. In the sky, it formed the shadow of the black-blade tiger dragon. Following that, he began to recite an incomprehensible and mysterious funeral oration. Even though he couldn't hear it, there was a rhythm to it, as if he was chanting. With the heavens as my witness and the earth as my witness, I, the Marquis of Mountain Face, am here today to take Qinzong as my disciple. The Marquis of Mountain Face's voice was solemn and dignified, resounding in all directions and reverberating without end. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky was clear and bright, but there was the sound of rolling thunder, as if it was a response to Marquis Linshan's words. On the altar, Qinzong kowtowed to Marquis Linshan. Ha 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 ha, get up, my good disciple. Marquis Linshan laughed and reached out to help Qinzong up. Marquis Linshan was satisfied with Qinzong from the bottom of his heart, beyond his limits. Throughout the history of the Cloud Dragon dynasty, no one had been able to enter the Enlightenment realm in just a month. It represented endless potential and limitless possibilities in the future. A disciple who had great hopes of reaching the transcendent realm in the future, what could be more satisfying than this? After the ceremony ended, the Marquis of Linshan brought Qinzong back to his seat. Fine wine and delicacies were served. Everyone who came gave gifts, but they were all common gifts, such as spirit shells, weapons, etc., which had long been registered by the people of the Marquis mansion. The rest of the time was relatively free time. Everyone could talk loudly here, and the younger generation could also exchange pointers to liven things up. Marquis, can we begin? The Lord of the Silver Saber Castle, Situ Zhan, suddenly spoke. His sharp gaze swept past Qinzong and landed on the Marquis of Linshan's face. Everyone was confused. Duan Jixing was deep in thought, but he couldn't think of anything. Only Situ Zhan, the Marquis of Linshan, and Qinzong knew what was going on. Gambling battle, that's right, Situ Zhan had already looked for the Marquis of Linshan a long time ago and proposed a bet. The opponents of the bet were naturally the number one on the Silver Saber Castle's Mad Saber list, Situ Zhan's disciple, Yang Tianzhao, and the Marquis of Linshan's disciple, Qinzong. The wager was naturally the peerless earth-level martial art, the chaotic heaven energy-breaking art. However, the Silver Blade Castle had to take out a sufficient wager as well. A peerless earth-level martial art was extremely valuable. Therefore, the Silver Blade Castle had no choice but to take out a treasure, the Mingguang treasure armor. According to the Marquis of Linshan, the radiant armor was a pseudo-spirit artifact. What was a pseudo-spirit artifact, Qinzong didn't know at first, and only understood after the Marquis of Linshan's explanation. In the world of cultivators, weapons and armors were divided into two major levels. The first major level corresponded to the ordinary level. For example, the two swords used by Qinzong belonged to the first major level. The so-called ordinary iron weapons, fine iron weapons, and even divine iron weapons were the same. The second major level was spirit artifacts. According to their classification, there were spirit weapons, spirit armors, spirit treasures, and so on. To put it simply, spirit artifacts corresponded to the transcendence realm. Only Transcendence Realm Masters could truly use spirit artifacts and display the power of a spirit artifact. After many years, with the efforts of many artifact refiners, a method was found to allow cultivators below the Transcendence Realm to use the additional power of weapons. That was the Pseudo-Spirit Artifact. A Pseudo-Spirit Artifact was beyond ordinary weapons. It possessed a portion of the power of a spirit artifact, but it couldn't be compared to a spirit artifact. As long as one was a true martial realm cultivator, it would be easier for them to use the power contained in a pseudo-spirit artifact to improve themselves. Cultivators in the energy refining realm could also do it, but it was more difficult. The value of a pseudo-spirit artifact was very high, and most people couldn't obtain it. The Radiant Armor was one of the only 2 pseudo-spirit artifacts in the Silver Saber Castle. If it weren't for the Peerless Earth-Grade Heaven Chaotic Yuan Breaking Technique, and if it weren't for the Marquis of Linshan's strength and status, the Silver Saber Castle wouldn't be willing to use the Radiant Armor as a bet. If they lost, they would suffer heavy losses. But there was no other way. For the Peerless Earth-Grade Heaven Chaotic Yuan Breaking Technique, they had to take the risk. The cost and the benefits were often proportional. To gain something without risking anything, it depended on the target. Of course. The Marquis of Linshan smiled. If it was before, he might be worried that Chenzong might lose. But now, the Marquis of Linshan was full of confidence. The Silver Saber Castle's radiant armor seemed to be recruiting. Even with the Marquis of Linshan's status, he couldn't ignore the value of a pseudo-spirit artifact. Seeing the smile on the Marquis of Linshan's face, Situ Zhan didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little cold. He had a bad feeling, but since things had come to this, there was no way out. He could only hope that his disciple could defeat Chenzong. Thinking of his disciple, a trace of a smile flashed in Situ Zhan's eyes. After a month of wholehearted teaching, his disciple might not be able to reach the 4-star level, but at the 3-star level, it was definitely the limit. As long as Chenzong didn't have the strength of a 4-star, he wouldn't be a match for him. After the Marquis of Linshan agreed, the young man behind Situ Zhan took a step forward. His originally clear and calm eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. It was like a long blade being unsheathed, and it was shockingly sharp. It pierced through the air and shot towards Chenzong. Chenzong looked over without fear. The invisible sharpness collided in the air. Everyone was looking forward to it because it would be a fierce battle. And this was also the time for them to see the strength of the Marquis of Linshan's disciple. A young man stood behind the manor lord of Proud Sword Villa, Duan Jixing. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and his entire body exuded an aura that belonged to the sword. He was Duan Jixing's son, and also the number 1 person on the Proud Sword list of Proud Sword Villa, Duan Xinjian. Duan Xinjian and Yang Tianzhao could be considered old rivals. As for Chenzong, it was his first time seeing him, so he was very curious. Ha 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 ha, Marquis of Linshan, you didn't even inform me about such a big event like the disciple recruitment ceremony. A somewhat boorish laugh suddenly rang out. It was very abrupt, like the ringing of a large bell, interrupting the confrontation between Chenzong and Yang Tianzhao. It also attracted everyone's attention. The Marquis of Linshan frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. Uninvited guests. 2 people appeared at the gate of Linshan courtyard. One of them was tall and burly, like a small mountain. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. His strong body constantly exuded an astonishing pressure. Every move he made seemed to be pushing the surrounding air away. When he walked, there was a whistling sound. Everyone's pupils shrank, especially Situ Zhan and Duan Jixing. They could feel it more clearly. This was a master who could threaten their lives. At the very least, he was a pseudo-transcendent realm master. As for a transcendent realm master, that was impossible because a transcendent realm master would not appear at will, even if it was a disciple recruitment ceremony. Unless the Marquis of Linshan was also a transcendent realm master. As for the young man following beside him, although he was also very eye-catching, he was ignored for a moment. After all, if one was not a pseudo-transcendent realm master, it was impossible to steal the limelight from a pseudo-transcendent realm master. Marquis Linshan, why aren't you in your Linshan county? What are you doing here? The Marquis of Linshan did not get up. His voice was neither fast nor slow, but when it fell into everyone's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Marquis Linshan County. The identity of this extremely strong pseudo-transcendent realm master was obvious. A marquis of the same status as the Marquis of Linshan. Everyone hurriedly got up and bowed. There was no other way. This was a dynasty. The position of a marquis was very high and he had a lot of power. You accepting a disciple is such a big event. No matter what, I have to make time for it. Marquis Linshan chuckled. It sounded like an old friend coming to give his blessings, but everyone could hear the malicious intent in his laughter. Yes, Linshan County and Wushan County were neighbors. Marquis Linshan and Wushan County were not good friends. In fact, they were old rivals with similar strength. It was impossible to say who was stronger or weaker, but they would compete with each other. They could not kill or injure each other, but it was always possible to make the other lose face. This time, the purpose of Marquis Linshan's visit was to slap the face of the Marquis of Linshan. The way to slap the face naturally fell on Shenzong. Coincidentally, a few months ago, I accepted a disciple. Here, it's him. Marquis Wushan pointed to the young man standing beside him. His eyes were arrogant, and the deepest impression he gave was his pair of arms. They were very long, like the arms of an ape. He's called Fei Yuan. His strength is not bad. Fei Yuan's arrogant eyes swept across and landed on Shenzong's face. The corners of his mouth curled up provocatively. How about it, Marquis of Linshan? Let my disciple fight with your disciple. Marquis Wushan laughed. In his perception, Marquis Wushan's disciple Fei Yuan's cultivation was at the middle stage of the ninth transformation realm. As for his combat strength, he did not know. After all, it was difficult to make an accurate judgment without fighting. As soon as Marquis Wushan's words left his mouth, it immediately became a little subtle. The battle between Yang Tianzhao and Shenzong from the Silver Saber Fort had not started yet, but two unexpected guests, Marquis Wushan and his disciple Fei Yuan, had appeared. So now, who was going to fight who? Marquis Linshan frowned slightly. That sharp and cold voice sounded a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Soon after, when two black shadows passed over the walls of the courtyard like black clouds and floated over, the Marquis of Linshan's expression changed. He finally remembered. You actually dare to come to this Marquis place? Marquis Linshan was furious. This person was the pseudo-transcendent from Demon Wind Hall who had fought with him not long ago. In this world, is there any place that I, Yin Luosheng, don't dare to go? The leading black-robed man laughed strangely. Since you're here, don't even think about returning to Demon Wind Hall alive. Marquis Linshan sneered as his eyes emitted a sharp killing intent. Everyone was shocked. Demon Wind Hall, these three words were very sensitive and immediately alerted everyone. Their eyes were sharp and carried a bit of killing intent. Demon Wind Hall had been causing trouble everywhere and now they actually dared to appear here so brazenly. They were simply too arrogant. Marquis Wushan also widened his eyes and shot out a sharp killing intent, locking onto the black-robed man, Yin Luosheng. Since I dared to come, I'm confident that I can escape unscathed. You can't stop me. Yin Luosheng laughed. It sounded very unpleasant, but it was the truth. In front of a pseudo-transcendent, even dozens of true martial realm cultivators couldn't do anything to them. They could come and go as they pleased. Pseudo-transcendents might be able to defeat them, but it was extremely difficult to kill them. Even if two pseudo-transcendents joined forces, they would at most pay a small price if they wanted to escape. This was also the reason why Marquis Linshan didn't directly attack. He had fought with this person before and both sides were injured. What's your purpose? Marquis Linshan calmed himself down. As expected of a marquis. Yin Luosheng laughed strangely. It sounded like praise and sarcasm. It's very simple. I brought my disciple here to have a gambling match with your disciple. Gambling match? Marquis Linshan was puzzled. Gambling match? Situ Zhan and the others from Silver Saber Castle were secretly shocked. They thought that the people from Demon Wind Hall were also here to compete for the Peerless Earth-grade cultivation technique. Everyone was even more astonished. Another person had come for the Marquis of Linshan's new disciple. Shenzong felt helpless. He had become the target once again. A cold and sharp gaze pierced through the black robe and fell on Qianzong. Qianzong looked over, but he could not clearly see the figure under the black robe. My disciple's cultivation is still weak. His battle prowess is only at the 3-star level. Marquis Linshan frowned slightly. He couldn't figure out what the demonic wind hall was up to. My disciple's combat strength doesn't exceed 3 stars. Yin Luoxing specially explained, if my disciple wins, the celestial mountain will belong to my demon wind hall. You, Marquis of Mountain Face, cannot interfere in any way. If your disciple wins, the demon wind hall will never take half a step into Mountain Face County. They only said that the Marquis of Mountain Face could not interfere and did not mention other powers. Firstly, it was because the Mountain Face County was under the jurisdiction of the Marquis of Mountain Face, and only the Marquis of Mountain Face had this right. Secondly, even if other powers wanted to interfere, the Magic Wind Hall would not care. The stakes of this bet were not small. If they lost, the Magic Wind Hall would openly enter Mountain Face County to develop and expand. They would plunder the territory of Mountain Face County and embezzle its resources. This was not a good thing for any of the powers in Mountain Face County. However, although the current Magic Wind Hall had not developed and expanded in Mountain Face County, they were plundering everywhere and had caused quite a bit of influence. However, they did not know where they were and were not easy to deal with. If they won, the Magic Wind Hall would completely withdraw from Mountain Face County and never take half a step in again. It would not affect the other powers. Whether it was the benefits or the disadvantages, they were very direct and obvious. The Marquis of Mountain Face did not answer immediately. He was weighing the pros and cons. The significance of this bet was different from that of the Silver Saber Castle. He had to treat it seriously. Yin Luoxing did not rush him. He waited quietly, emitting traces of gloomy coldness. Marquis Wushan also stood to the side and did not speak. Although he was not on good terms with the Marquis of Mountain Face, he knew very well what to do in this situation. If not for the fact that he was not confident, he would have killed the black-robed man long ago. However, it was now up to the Marquis of Mountain Face's choice. Many gazes fell on the Marquis of Mountain Face, causing him to feel a kind of pressure. It was as if his shoulders had become much heavier. Of course, you can also choose to attack me. Yin Luoxing suddenly smiled. He was not afraid at all. Since he dared to come here, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Master, it's up to you. Sensing the gaze of the Marquis of Mountain Face, Qianzong bowed and said. In that case, let's fight. The Marquis of Mountain Face made the decision. Marquis is so bold. Yin Luoxing laughed strangely. Wait a moment. Duan Jixing suddenly spoke. He stood up and bowed to the Marquis of Mountain Face. Marquis, this is a matter of great importance. My proud sword manor is willing to contribute. Please allow my son to make the first move. Are you guys planning to take turns or join forces? Yin Luoxing's words were full of mockery, causing others to blush. Thank you, Manor Master Duan. However, Qianzong can fight this battle. The Marquis of Mountain Face said. In the end, Yin Luoxing proposed a battle between his disciple and the Marquis of Mountain Face's disciple, not anyone else. Since the Marquis of Mountain Face agreed, he could not go against it. The world of martial artists had its own rules. This had nothing to do with cultivation or status. Of course, some people would abide by it, while others would not. The Marquis of Mountain Face would abide by it. This was his personality. If you want to fight me, be prepared to die. Yin Luoxing's disciple spoke. His voice was the same as Yin Luoxing's, cold and sinister. Traces of killing intent seemed to penetrate the air and cover Qianzong. A cold wind blew. Yin Luoxing's disciple strode over. The cold and sinister aura became more intense. As the cold wind blew, the temperature of the surrounding air rapidly dropped. The one to die won't be me. Qianzong responded neither quickly nor slowly. He pulled out the red lightning sword and ancient fault sword and slowly walked towards his opponent. With each step, his aura was also raised, and his sharpness was astonishing. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Just from the aura alone, the cultivation of the Marquis of Mountain Face's disciple, Qianzong, was at the peak of the 8th transformation realm. That's right, it was the peak of the 8th transformation realm and not the late 8th transformation realm. Yin Luoxing's disciple's cultivation was at the early 9th transformation realm. Two super geniuses. Yang Tianjiao was helpless. This was supposed to be a battle between him and Chenzong. Marquis Wushan was also stunned. He was supposed to be the disruptor, but now he had become a bystander. However, it was good to watch. He was very clear about his disciple's strength, but he did not know the strength of the Marquis of Mountain Face's disciple. In this battle, he would be able to see clearly who was stronger between him and his disciple, Flying Ape. Chenzong and Yin Luoxing's disciple continued to close in on each other. When the distance was less than 10 meters, both of them entered the spirit, energy, and soul realm. Chenzong could feel that his opponent's spirit, energy, and soul realm had also reached perfection. When the distance was reduced to 10 meters, Yin Luoxing's disciple suddenly erupted. Like a black wind, he rushed over at an extremely fast speed, bringing with him a shocking chill. It was like a black wind was roaring. Chenzong only saw a black shadow flash in front of him, and his opponent had already crossed 10 meters. This speed was not inferior to his shocking dust steps. With a wave of his wide black sleeves, it brought about a series of cyclones. Chenzong even caught a glimpse of a black light shooting out from it. It was a palm print. The palm print was black, condensed with a high degree of inner strength. Its power was terrifying, and it could shatter steel with a single palm. It fiercely pressed down on Chenzong's chest. The highly condensed palm pressure directly compressed the air under the palm. Before the palm print arrived, Chenzong could feel the terrifying power contained within. If he was hit by this palm, even his mixed yuan body would not be able to withstand it. Fast, sudden, fierce. Chenzong did not panic at all. He did not dodge, and his sword pierced through the air. Like a red lightning bolt tearing through the sky, with an astonishing sharpness and overbearingness, the sword pierced towards his opponent's face. It looked like a method of mutual destruction, but Yin Luoxing's disciple had no choice but to dodge. Although the palm strike could hit Chenzong, it was not certain that it could kill him. If he was stabbed by the sword, the probability of him dying was even higher. Decisive palm, like a black cloud, quickly flew back. Chenzong's sword followed closely, and with a dazzling light, it suddenly accelerated and pierced through his opponent. Unexpectedly, it was only a shadow. The moment the sword pierced through his opponent, Chenzong knew that he had missed. Without hesitation, he turned around, the ancient sword with a powerful force like a mountain. Yin Luoxing's disciple appeared under the ancient sword, as if he had sent himself to Chenzong's sword to await death. He raised his arm, and his inner strength poured into it. It was as if it was made of steel, resisting the ancient sword's attack. The sound of metal clashing was ear-piercing. Chenzong could feel the vibration from the ancient sword. Die. Yin Luoxing's disciple blocked the ancient sword's attack with one hand, and his other hand took the opportunity to sneak out of his sleeve. Like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, he attacked Chenzong's heart from a tricky angle. Heart-shattering palm. Before the energy arrived, Chenzong already felt his heart beating violently as if it had been hit. Chaotic heaven-breaking origin. Great Flying Dragon Sword. After his cultivation reached the peak of rank 8, Chenzong's inner strength was even more powerful and domineering. It poured into the red thunder sword, and with a dragon's roar, the sword light burst out and turned into a red flying dragon. With a domineering attitude, it attacked Yin Luoxing's disciple. Peak 3-star battle strength. Whether it was Chenzong or Yin Luoxing's disciple, they all had peak 3-star battle strength. No one was surprised that Yin Luoxing's disciple had peak 3-star battle strength. It would be strange if they didn't. However, they all heard that at the gathering half a month ago, Chenzong's battle strength was only at the peak of 3-star. In just half a month, he had reached the peak of 3-star. This kind of improvement was too shocking. If this kid is given more time, wouldn't he? At least 4-star battle strength is unavoidable. A peak 3-star combat strength could only dominate a county and become famous in a province, but in the entire dynasty, it wasn't much. Only those who had attained 4-star combat strength could truly be considered to have stepped onto the stage of the younger generation of geniuses in the entire dynasty. It could be said that the current Chenzong already had the qualifications to step onto the stage of the dynasty's young geniuses. The only thing he lacked was time. According to the potential that Chenzong had shown, this time wouldn't be too long. Marquis Lin Shan, Marquis Wu Shan, and Yin Luoxing, the three pseudo-transcendent realm masters, stood in different directions, forming a triangle separated by 100 meters. For pseudo-transcendent realm masters, the difference between 100 meters, 10 meters, and 1 meter wasn't much. They could all be crossed in an instant, but at the same time, they could also react quickly and retreat calmly. In the middle of these three masters, Chenzong and Yin Luoxing's disciple were engaged in a fierce battle. The two sides had already passed the initial probing stage and the battle was becoming more and more intense. Yin Luoxing's disciple used palm techniques, each of which contained a terrifying amount of power. Under his robe, his arms were like steel, capable of resisting Chenzong's twin swords. However, the power of the Red Thunder Sword and Ancient Imperial Sword was so great that Yin Luoxing's disciple didn't dare to meet them head-on. Only when he couldn't dodge did he have no choice but to use his arms to block. Sword lights flashed like lightning, sometimes surging like a tidal wave. Chenzong had already let loose and displayed all his sword skills. Each of his sword skills had reached the subtle realm, which consumed less Saint Qi and was more powerful. Like a violent storm, like a flash of light, all of a sudden it transformed into a gentle breeze. The instantaneous change in sword skills and power caused Yin Luoxing's disciple, who had never fought Chenzong before and wasn't familiar with Chenzong, was unable to adapt. His rhythm was disrupted and he was forced into a passive position. Under his black robe, Yin Luoxing's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. Chenzong's sword skills were far more exquisite than he had expected, but his disciple wasn't so easy to deal with. Suddenly, two sword chi streaked through the air, cutting off Yin Luoxing's disciple's path of retreat. Void-splitting cross-slash, the dazzling cross-shaped sword light tore through the air, as if it was going to split the world into four. Unable to dodge, Yin Luoxing's disciple was directly struck. Good. Someone shouted in a low voice. They naturally hoped that Chenzong could win and kill him. However, Chenzong was not happy at all. The moment his two swords hit his opponent, he felt as if he had lost his target. It was very sudden, as if his swords were not under any force, and he felt as if he had let go of his target. Moreover, the black robe seemed to have a unique force that made him feel as if his strength was about to leak out, and he could not stop himself from rushing forward. The black robe that had been divided into 4 parts suddenly fluttered, as if it was infinitely enlarged. Like a dark cloud covering the sky, it covered Chenzong. A strong sense of crisis made Chenzong's eyebrows twitch. Shocking dust steps, making a prompt decision, Chenzong dashed forward in his black robe. Behind him, a chilly wind filled with murderous intent whistled. When it brushed past his back, Chenzong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His pure yang blood qi seemed to be frozen in an instant. It was fortunate that he had dodged the attack. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. Unknowingly, Yin Luoxing's disciple had appeared behind Chenzong and launched a killing move. He had thought that he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Chenzong, or at least severely injure him. He did not expect that he would still be able to dodge. Seeing that Chenzong still had not broken free from the black robe's shackles, Yin Luoxing's disciple attacked again. Like a black wind, his two palms linked together. One after another, black palm prints brought along a chilly wind and surged like a torrent. Without holding back, they all blasted towards Chenzong. The sharp sword light cut the black robe into pieces, as if the water of the Milky Way was pouring down, and the blue sea was flowing. The palm prints shattered, and the sword light collapsed. Chenzong and Yin Luoxing's disciple closed in on each other and fought in close combat. Their swords changed, and their palms linked together. Every move was extremely dangerous. The Qi-refining realm martial artists present were all horrified and broke out in cold sweat. That kind of danger was soul-stirring. What a strong strength! Yang Tianjiao whispered to himself. With this kind of strength, even he would not dare to say that he could win. At most, it would be a draw. Very strong. Marquis Wu Shan's disciple, Fei Yuan, had a solemn expression at first. Then, his arrogant eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Fighting with such a strong peer and defeating the other party gave him the greatest sense of accomplishment. Chilly wind ghost cry. Yin Luoxing's disciple, who had lost his black robe and was wearing a black armor with black armor on his arms, had an evil look on his face. With a low shout, his right hand's fist, palm, and claw instantly changed. His inner strength rushed out at different speeds and circled around his arm, bringing with it a chilly black wind that whistled. The whining sound was like the cries of evil spirits in the dark night, disturbing one's mind and making one's mind absent-minded. Chenzong only felt darkness before his eyes. Amidst the chilly wind, a ferocious face appeared out of thin air, emitting a strange and sharp cry. It was like a demon's voice piercing through one's mind. Suddenly, it opened its mouth. The pitch-black mouth was like an endless abyss that wanted to devour him. "My will is like a sword, slash." Chenzong's mind was not shaken. His spiritual will was highly condensed, and he instantly eliminated the feeling of absent-mindedness. His eyes shone with a sharp light, and his two swords slashed through the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yin Luoxing's disciple had already performed a secret technique. A black aura surrounded his body, extremely cold and gloomy. His momentum rose in a straight line, almost stepping into the 4-star level. Chilly wind 100 steps strike. 10 meters away, Yin Luoxing's disciple pressed his palm into the air. A terrible force instantly passed through the air and blasted towards Chenzong's heart. The coldness made Chenzong's heart contract instantly. Under the chaotic heaven energy breaking force, the ancient imperial sword slashed down. Chilly wind consecutive palm. After performing the secret technique, Yin Luoxing's disciple's strength increased a lot. He seemed to be able to suppress Chenzong. Once the chilly wind palm was performed, it could not be stopped at all. Carefree and unrestrained. Under the opponent's chilly wind palm, Chenzong only felt a chill all over his body. Traces of cold and gloomy chilliness kept drilling into his body through the pores all over his body, as if it wanted to freeze Chenzong from the inside out. The wind from the palm whistled, like continuous waves. Chenzong was like a small boat, drifting with the waves in the stormy sea, in danger of being overturned and shattered at any time. Pressure came from all directions. Chenzong felt that his 4 limbs seemed to have become stiff, and he was gradually at a disadvantage. "Father, is junior brother okay?" Guan Yunqi asked with a face full of concern. "He's fine," Marquis Linshan said, but he seemed to be at ease with Chenzong. "Miss, young master hasn't used his full strength yet." Yan Wei stood on the side and smiled. Hearing the words of Marquis Linshan and Yan Wei, Guan Yunqi was relieved. Burning blood battle law. Chenzong also used a secret technique. His pure yang blood qi collided violently, as if it was burning. It turned into a blood-red qi that filled his body and mixed with the chaotic heaven origin shattering force, greatly increasing its power. Chenzong's body was surrounded by a blood-red aura. It looked like a layer of faint red flames, exuding a pure yang aura. "It's the burning blood battle law. What astonishing blood qi. The strength of this blood qi." The true martial realm cultivators were surprised, while the 3 pseudo-transcendents were shocked. At the same time, a guess appeared in their minds at the same time. Pure yang blood qi. Perfect blood qi. Wu Ming, kill him at all costs. Yin Luoxing didn't know if his judgment was accurate, but as long as there was a chance, he couldn't miss it. Perfect blood qi, it was a realm that only a few proud sons of heaven could reach. It laid down an incomparably solid foundation and had even greater potential. Marquis Wushan was stunned, and a kind of jealousy grew in his heart. If it was really the perfect blood qi, then Guanzai Shan had such good luck. On the other hand, Marquis Lin Shan was pleasantly surprised. If it was really the perfect blood qi, then this disciple was even more outstanding than he had imagined. Perfect blood qi, peerless earth-grade secret art, perfect strength training. Marquis Lin Shan couldn't help but feel excited as he thought about it. Now, the key was to confirm whether Chenzong had reached the perfect blood qi. Burning blood qi was different from the burning blood technique. The burning blood battle law was a very practical secret technique. The power it produced was closely related to the strength of the cultivator's own blood qi. The blood qi of an ordinary strength training cultivator belonged to the standard level, so the effect of the burning blood battle law was only average. Some cultivators who refined their blood qi would exceed the standard level. For Qin Zong, whose blood qi was perfect and pure yang, the burning blood battle law's power was supplied to his body from his blood qi. Not only did it increase his internal strength, but it also seemed to strengthen his physique. His footsteps crisscrossed, and his figure turned into a red lightning bolt that streaked across the air. He instantly closed in on Yin Luoxing's disciple, Wu Ming, leaving a long scarlet flame trail behind him. So fast. How can he be so fast? The spectators were all shocked. Compared to before, Qin Zong's speed was at least 30% faster. A 30% increase in speed didn't have much of an effect on the weak, but the stronger the person, the more obvious the effect. Fu Jiuzhong was startled and hastily retreated to avoid the attack. Two scarlet sword lights tore through the sky before him. They were even faster than his body, and the power they contained made Fu Jiuzhong's eyelids twitch. He felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Wu Ming originally thought that he could suppress Qin Zong by using his secret technique to greatly increase his strength. He might even have a chance to kill Qin Zong. As for Qin Zong also grasping a secret technique, this was within his expectations. Unexpectedly, Qin Zong's strength increase after using his secret technique was too obvious. He was completely above Wu Ming. Wu Ming was very unwilling to accept that he had the upper hand in an instant. Moreover, his master, Yin Luoxing, had sent him a voice transmission saying that he had to kill Qin Zong at all costs. He was asking him to risk his life. As this thought flashed through his mind, Qin Zong's two swords crossed to form a scarlet sword net. It enveloped Wu Ming from the front at an astonishing speed. Every sword light in the sword net contained an extremely terrifying power, bringing a serious threat to Wu Ming. He felt the threat of death. The spectators, especially the martial artists in the qi refining realm, were all very excited. They secretly clenched their fists. From the scarlet sword net, they felt an extreme sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. All the martial artists in the qi refining realm were thinking about how they would deal with this move if they were in Qin Zong's place. Dodge, it was too late. The sword net was too fast, and it covered a large area. Face it head-on, it was very difficult. The sharp aura emitted by the sword net seemed to have an indestructible power. Yang Tianzhao and Duan Qinjian's faces were solemn. They felt that facing this scarlet sword net, only death would await them. Even if they used their secret techniques, they would not be able to avoid being injured. Fei Yuan's eyes were no longer arrogant. There was only seriousness. Under his arms that were longer than a normal person's, his hands were clenched into fists. Blue veins bulged on the back of his hands, indicating that he was extremely unsettled. This was because he felt that he had no confidence in resisting Qin Zong's move. Every strike of the scarlet sword net contained the strongest power of Qin Zong's blood-stained battle technique. There were dozens of strikes, and they were formed under Qin Zong's increased sword speed. This move did not have a name. It was a sudden inspiration from Qin Zong, and it was as powerful as a killing move. It was fast and covered a large area. Fu Jiuzhong did not dodge or retreat. Instead, he stood still and crouched slightly. His expression was cold and solemn, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness and coldness. He was like a ferocious wolf that wanted to tear everything in front of him to shreds. Fu Jiuzhong, who had assumed this posture, stretched out his arms and bent his fingers. The chilly wind around him whistled and quickly gathered toward his arms like ripples, then rushed to his palms. A scene that puzzled many people appeared. Fu Jiuzhong's palms were actually absorbing the chilly wind that was surging toward him like ripples. Marquis Lin Shan and Marquis Wu Shan's expressions suddenly changed. Yin Luoxing, who was under the black robe, seemed to let out a strange laugh. Fu Jiuzhong's reaction was very fast. By the time he finished doing all this, the scarlet sword net had arrived. "Open for me!" Fu Jiuzhong roared. As if he had used up all his strength, his 10 fingers bent like hooks, and the black gloves on his hands emitted traces of black light. His 10 fingers each grabbed the sword net, and he instantly exerted force and tore the sword net apart. The tyrannical energy fluctuations caused the remaining sword net to collapse and scatter. Countless scarlet rays of light swept past Fu Jiuzhong, but they did not cause him any harm. Pseudo-spiritual artifact. Situ Zhan said in a low voice. He actually has a pseudo-spiritual artifact. Duan Jixing said in a low voice. "In Luoxing, how dare you play such a trick?" Marquis Linshan was furious. "Hee, when did I play a trick? I've already told you before that my disciple's combat strength is not above the 3-star level," In Luoxing said with a smile. It sounded like he was defending himself, but it also sounded like he was proud of his success. Indeed, Fu Jiuzhong's combat strength was only close to the 4-star level even after using a secret technique. He had not truly reached the 4-star level, so he was not above the 3-star level. However, if he used a pseudo-spiritual artifact, it was different. His combat strength could be directly raised to the early 4-star level. Some powerful Qi-refining realm martial artists were able to unleash a portion of the pseudo-spiritual weapon's power, and the effect was very obvious. The difference between a 3-star pinnacle and a 4-star beginner was much greater than the difference between a 2-star pinnacle and a 3-star beginner. In other words, if there were no accidents, Chen Zong would be defeated and possibly killed. While everyone was still reacting to the situation, Fu Jiuzhong did not stop after tearing apart the net of swords. Instead, he charged toward Chen Zong at an incredible speed, sending out consecutive palm strikes. One after another, palm prints broke through the air. As they whistled, a chilly wind blew. The coldness seemed to seep into one's bones. Fortunately, Chen Zong had used the burning blood combat technique. Under the burning of his pure yang qi and blood, the temperature was astonishing. However, he was still slightly affected. This kind of coldness shocked Chen Zong. When the sword light pierced through the air and cut open the first palm print, Chen Zong could feel the power contained in it. It was very shocking and much stronger than before. Traces of gloomy and cold aura quickly spread from the sword to the palm. His inner force vibrated and his qi and blood erupted, destroying the cold and gloomy aura. Chen Zong also heard the crowd's exclamations. Naturally, he knew that his opponent had used a pseudo-spiritual weapon. His figure flashed, and like a red lightning bolt, he disappeared from Fu Jiuzhong's sight and reappeared in front of him in an instant. Fu Jiuzhong had activated the pseudo-spiritual weapon's power and increased the power of his attacks, but he did not increase his speed. Chen Zong was still faster than him. However, Fu Jiuzhong's reaction was very fast. The moment Chen Zong appeared in front of him, he had already finished gathering power with his palms. He sent out a palm strike, stirring up a terrifying roar of gloomy wind. Chen Zong was even faster. His pupils instantly turned silver as if they contained an extremely terrifying power. Spirit Sword, the burning blood combat technique was not the only secret technique that Chen Zong cultivated. Unlike the burning blood combat technique, the Spirit Sword was a secret technique that focused purely on one's willpower. It also attacked one's willpower. Fu Jiuzhong's attack was very fast, but Chen Zong's Spirit Sword was even faster. In an instant, 2 invisible sword-like rays of light shot out from Chen Zong's eyes. They crossed a short distance and shot into Fu Jiuzhong's eyes with indescribable speed. Fu Jiuzhong felt as if his head had been pierced by a sword. The intense pain caused his body to involuntarily tremble. His palms, which were about to strike out, also froze in midair. Fu Jiuzhong subconsciously closed his eyes in extreme pain. Fu Jiuzhong's eyes flew open in a very short moment. His eyes were bloodshot, and they contained an astonishing amount of ruthlessness and killing intent. It seemed as if they would drip blood at any moment. Fu Jiuzhong's palms, which had paused in midair, suddenly changed directions and blocked Chen Zong's 2 swords. His palms quickly moved and grabbed the blades of the 2 swords. Pseudo-spiritual weapons possessed great power. At the same time, they were extremely tough and durable. It could be said that the material of pseudo-spiritual weapons was superior to the majority of divine weapons. Although the Red Lightning Sword and Ancient Imperial Sword were very sharp, they could not cut through Fu Jiuzhong's pseudo-spiritual gloves. A contest of strength, Fu Jiuzhong tightly gripped the blades of the 2 swords. He wanted to seize Chen Zong's swords. For a swordsman, the sword was the most important component of their strength. Once they lost their swords, their combat power would immediately plummet. Chen Zong could not possibly let Fu Jiuzhong seize the 2 swords. However, Chen Zong was very surprised. One had to know that his willpower was very strong, far surpassing that of other martial artists of the same level. When he used the Spirit Sword secret technique, the impact was very strong. Even if he could not kill his opponent, he could still obstruct them, just like in his battle with Silver Saber Fort's Jiang Baichen. However, it was not very effective against Fu Jiuzhong. There were only two reasons for this. The first was that Fu Jiuzhong's willpower was extremely strong, so strong that it was not inferior to Chen Zong's or even stronger. The second was that Fu Jiuzhong already knew that Chen Zong had mastered the spirit sword's secret technique and had prepared for it. The latter was more likely. Fu Jiuzhong's spirit sword did not work. When the two swords were caught, a frigid energy continuously invaded Chen Zong's arms through the swords, trying to freeze his arms. However, it was resisted by his burning pure yang blood and qi. At the same time, it also increased the consumption of his pure yang blood and qi. Fu Jiuzhong was a very difficult opponent to deal with, especially when he had a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Chen Zong knew that he had to bring out more trump cards. The triple revolving force secret technique was an option. It could greatly increase the strength of one's inner strength, but the price was that one's inner strength would be exhausted after a short period of time. However, Chen Zong did not intend to do so. This was because the triple revolving force secret technique required some time. Moreover, he had already used the burning blood combat technique. Many secret techniques would put a burden on the body. The more secret techniques used at the same time, the greater the burden. If the burden of using one secret technique was 1, then the burden of using 2 secret techniques at the same time was not 2, but 3, or even higher. However, there were some secret techniques that did not have a burden, such as the Tiger Power Body. Of course, a secret technique like the Tiger Power Body would have to endure extreme pain during the cultivation process. The chaotic heaven-breaking energy surged and instantly poured into the quaint bracelet on his right hand. This bracelet was called the Dragon Power Bracelet. It was obtained from a cave of Martial King Hundian and was considered a gift from Martial King Hundian. At first, Chen Zong only knew that the Dragon Power Bracelet had an inexplicable power. Not long ago, when he learned about the so-called pseudo-spiritual weapon, he was sure that the Dragon Power Bracelet was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Fortunately, it was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. If it was a real spiritual weapon, Chen Zong would not be able to use half of its power. He might even get himself killed. All this time, Chen Zong had not used the power of the Dragon Power Bracelet. This time, he had no choice but to use it. A dragon's roar resounded in all directions, hitting everyone's eardrums. It was as if a dragon had awakened. A powerful force burst out from Chen Zong's right hand. A pseudo-spiritual weapon. Everyone, including Marquis Linshan, was shocked. Chen Zong actually had a pseudo-spiritual weapon. This disciple of mine is deeper than I thought. Marquis Linshan muttered to himself. Only he could hear it. Most people could not recognize a pseudo-spiritual weapon when its power was not activated. Not to mention that Chen Zong wore it on his right hand and usually covered it with his sleeve. It was even harder to notice. Marquis Linshan did not pay special attention to it. After all, in his opinion, it was impossible for Chen Zong to have a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Dragon-shaped energy burst out from Chen Zong's right hand. Under the guidance of Chen Zong's tyrannical spiritual will, it poured into the sword in his hand and immediately erupted with an astonishing power. It instantly bounced off one of Fu Jiuzhong's palms and stabbed towards Fu Jiuzhong with the power of the Dragon Power Bracelet. Fu Jiuzhong had no choice but to let go and retreat. After Chen Zong used the power of the Dragon Power Bracelet, the balance between the two sides was broken again. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Chen Zong used Infinite Sword Slash. The first slash was faster than the aurora. Fu Jiuzhong could only passively resist. Before he could adjust, the second slash arrived. The third slash, the fourth slash, the fifth slash, the faces of the Silver Saber Fort's people immediately turned gloomy. This was Jiang Baichen's Infinite Sword Slash. One slash after another, Fu Jiuzhong had no chance to counterattack. He could only retreat again and again, using his pseudo-spiritual weapon and his own power to passively defend. Some parts of his body were cut open because he could not defend in time and were dripping with blood. Chen Zong's slash became more and more powerful as it went on. Fu Jiuzhong gradually felt that he could not hold on any longer, as if the next slash would kill him. Yin Luoxing saw this and knew that the situation was hopeless. Unless Fu Jiuzhong could interrupt Chen Zong's swordsmanship, only death would await him if he continued. Could Fu Jiuzhong interrupt Chen Zong's swordsmanship? If Chen Zong did not use the power of the Dragon Power Bracelet, he could. But now, he could not. Fu Jiuzhong was like a small boat that could be destroyed by the sword light at any time. Fu Jiuzhong, kill him at all costs. Yin Luoxing's voice rang in Fu Jiuzhong's ears again. Fu Jiuzhong was slightly startled. A piece of flesh was cut off by the sword. The sharp pain woke him up. Yin Luoxing's words were equivalent to exchanging his life for Fu Jiuzhong's. Determined, Fu Jiuzhong charged at Chen Zong, allowing Chen Zong's two swords to pierce through his body. Then, with his palms brimming with the power of a pseudo-spiritual artifact, he ruthlessly slammed them at Chen Zong. Mutual destruction. Yin Luoxing's lips curled into a cruel smile. Be careful. Guan Yunqi cried out. The Marquis of Linshan instantly moved. Yin Luoxing also moved to intercept him. Yin Luoxing's figure was like a dark cloud that filled the sky. After grabbing Fu Jiuzhong's pseudo-spirit artifact gauntlet, Yin Luoxing transformed into a dozen or so figures, each of them vivid and lifelike as they charged in different directions. One of them was aimed at Chen Zong. Marquis Linshan's expression changed. He quickly changed direction and rushed toward Chen Zong to protect Chen Zong. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yin Luoxing quickly retreated. The change was too fast. From Fu Jiuzhong's desperate attempt to take Chen Zong's life, to Yin Luoxing's escape, it was only a blink of an eye. It was so fast that many people couldn't react. Marquis Linshan naturally reacted, but he didn't make a move because he knew that even if he made a move, he wouldn't be able to make the other party stay. Why waste his energy? Marquis Linshan appeared beside Chen Zong and gently patted Chen Zong's shoulder. A tyrannical energy instantly poured into Chen Zong's body, dispelling the cold energy that invaded Chen Zong's body. Fu Jiuzhong's desperate attempt wasn't in vain. At least Chen Zong was injured. However, after Marquis Linshan's help dispelled the cold energy, Chen Zong's injuries quickly healed. However, after using the burning blood combat technique, his pure yang blood essence was greatly burned, leaving him with less than 20% left. This made Chen Zong look pale, as if he had lost too much blood. He seemed weak and powerless, and his internal energy was almost depleted. In short, the battle with Fu Jiuzhong had caused Chen Zong's strength to drop to the freezing point. Even so, Chen Zong's figure stood straight, his back straight like a sword pointing to the sky. His aura was astonishing. No one dared to underestimate him because not long ago, he had displayed astonishing strength. After activating his pseudo-spiritual weapon, he even displayed a 4-star battle strength. Throughout the dynasty's history, many 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star geniuses were inseparable from pseudo-spiritual weapons. It could be said that pseudo-spiritual weapons could also be counted as part of one's battle strength. Chen Zong wasn't a 3-star battle strength now, but an early 4-star battle strength. This guy is really good at hiding, Guan Yunqi said. It sounded like a reprimand, but his face was full of smiles. The Marquis of Linshan took out a pill and fed it to Chen Zong. Instantly, the inner strength and qi and blood he had expended began to recover rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, Chen Zong's pale complexion receded and became rosy again. It took a while for everyone to recover from their shock. Fort Master Situ, how about we wait for Chen Zong to recover before starting the battle with your disciple? Marquis Linshan looked at Situ Zhan and asked. Instantly, numerous gazes descended onto Situ Zhan's face. Situ Zhan's face unconsciously twitched. Gambling battle? How were they supposed to fight? If he had known earlier that Chen Zong had this kind of strength, he would never have proposed a wager with the Marquis of Linshan. Yang Tianzhao's expression also changed. He wanted to fight Chen Zong, but he wasn't confident. After all, he had witnessed the battle between Chen Zong and Fu Jiuzhong. Based on the strength Fu Jiuzhong had displayed, Yang Tianzhao was indeed stronger than him. Even without using a pseudo-spiritual weapon, Fu Jiuzhong was still stronger than him. For this battle, the silver saber fought amidst defeat. Situ Zhan's mind spun, and he spoke word by word. He looked like he was gnashing his teeth. He knew Yang Tianzhao's strength very well. Even if he went all out, he wasn't a match for Chen Zong. Since that was the case, he might as well admit defeat to avoid losing face and the Mingguang treasured armor. farewell. Marquis Wushan said to Marquis Linshan, and he turned to leave with his disciple. The moment the flying ape turned around, a sharp light shot out from its arrogant eyes, as if it wanted to pierce through Qinzong. The meaning in its eyes was obvious. It was not convinced. It couldn't defeat Qinzong now, but in the future, it must challenge Qinzong and defeat him. With just a glance, it was clear that the flying ape was different from Yang Tianzhao. According to the content of the wager, if Qinzong lost, he would have to hand over the Origin Chaotic Breaking Force to the Silver Saber Fort. On the other hand, the Silver Saber Fort would have to hand over the Mingguang Treasured Armor, a pseudo-spiritual weapon. If Situ Zhan admitted defeat, it meant that he had lost the wager, and the Mingguang Treasured Armor would be lost. Situ Zhan and the elders of the Silver Saber Fort had ugly expressions, as if their parents had died. After all, the Mingguang Treasured Armor was one of the only two pseudo-spiritual weapons in the Silver Saber Fort. If it was lost, the Silver Saber Fort would only have one pseudo-spiritual weapon left, which was the long saber used by Situ Zhan. For a moment, the people of the Silver Saber Fort wanted to leave this sad place. Duan Xinjian also didn't challenge Qinzong because he wasn't confident. Marquis Linshan had a smile on his face, but his heart was bursting with joy. To put it bluntly, the disciple acceptance ceremony was a way for the disciple to strengthen his reputation. Unexpectedly, it was so eye-catching that even Marquis Linshan's face was shining. Not long after, the disciple acceptance ceremony also ended. The people of the Silver Saber Fort were the first to leave. When they left, they looked like they were in a hurry, as if they wished they could grow a few more legs and a few more pairs of wings. The people outside didn't know why the people of the Silver Saber Fort were in such a hurry. They even looked a little embarrassed because they couldn't see the situation inside. Marquis, farewell. After Duan Jixing bowed, he left with the people of the Proud Sword Manor. One by one, the leaders of the forces bade farewell to Marquis Linshan. They also said goodbye to Qinzong before leaving. After all, Qinzong had been accepted as a disciple by Marquis Linshan, and this disciple acceptance ceremony was of great significance. Moreover, Qinzong's talent and potential were too shocking, so it was necessary to build a good relationship with him. Some leaders were even thinking about introducing the young and beautiful women of their forces to Qinzong. It would be best if they could develop a relationship and become close to him. Qinzong didn't know that he had become a hot commodity in the eyes of many people. In other words, the pseudo-spiritual weapon, the Dragon Power Bracelet, is a treasure left behind by Martial King Huntian. Marquis Linshan's eyes lit up as he said with a smile. He's really blessed, Yan Wei said with a smile. The value of a pseudo-spiritual weapon is very high. You exposed it in front of everyone, so you have to be careful in the future. Marquis Linshan solemnly warned, however, in Linshan County, no one should dare to touch you. Linshan County was the territory of Marquis Linshan. Attacking his disciple in his own territory was the same as going against him. Thinking of Marquis Linshan's powerful strength and his personal guards and army, anyone who dared to provoke him would die. Even if the Silver Saber Fort and the Proud Sword Manor joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop Marquis Linshan's anger. Of course, Marquis Linshan was Marquis Linshan, providing Qinzong with a backer. However, in the end, Qinzong still needed to be strong. After the leaders of the various forces left, they spread the news of what happened in the disciple acceptance ceremony. Of course, they skipped the matter of the Silver Saber Fort's gambling match. Otherwise, it would be a slap to the Silver Saber Fort's face. The consequences of going against the Silver Saber Fort would be terrible. However, there was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. Gradually, the details of what happened in the disciple acceptance ceremony were known. Especially regarding Qinzong's talent and potential, he was praised time and time again. The #1 genius of Linshan County. Qinzong was crowned as the #1 genius, and no one doubted it anymore. A peak 8th transformation realm cultivator with a peak 3-star battle strength. In the history of Linshan County, this had never happened before. If he wasn't the #1 genius, then what was he? He even used the power of a pseudo-spiritual weapon and his battle strength reached the early 4-star stage. Time flew. After the disciple acceptance ceremony, Qinzong declined all invitations from the outside world and focused on cultivation. Now, He had already mastered the little lonely mountain visualization technique and had stepped into the threshold of enlightenment. However, he was still a distance away from the true enlightenment. Turning into a mountain and sensing the heaven and earth, it was as if his entire person had become one with the mountaineering list. This feeling was so wonderful that he wanted to immerse himself in it and never wake up again. But that was impossible. Cultivating the little lonely mountain visualization technique would constantly consume mental energy. The stronger one's mental energy, the longer the strange state would last, and the greater the harvest. When his mental energy was almost exhausted, Xianxia would wake up. His entire body felt comfortable and comfortable. The mental energy that he had consumed was also rapidly recovering, like the nourishment of spring water, becoming purer and more condensed. If I can achieve enlightenment, my battle strength can reach 4-star without the Dragon Force bracelet, Xianxia thought to himself. Between 4-star and 3-star, that was a true leap. Other than Wu Zhen, if my cultivation reaches the 9th refinement stage or the 6th stage of the chaotic heaven origin breaking force, my battle prowess will reach the 4-star level. Xianxia thought to himself. No matter which of the 3 paths he took, his battle strength would immediately soar. His future would be filled with hope, strength, and confidence. Everyone had their own path. While Xianxia was busy cultivating, Marquis Lin Shan and the others were also busy governing Linshan County. For Marquis Lin Shan, reaching the pseudo-transcendent realm was already his limit. Unless he had a breakthrough, it would be difficult for him to improve much no matter how much he cultivated. But cultivation was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall back. Therefore, Marquis Lin Shan also had to maintain a certain amount of cultivation time, at least to maintain his current strength. Walking out of the cultivation room, Yan Wei greeted him. Marquis. Yan Wei's expression was solemn. According to the intelligence sent back by the scouts, the magic wind hall is gradually withdrawing from Marquis Lin Shan. Yin Luoxing is still keeping his word. Marquis Lin Shan sneered, however, we can't let our guard down. Investigate strictly. This might be the other party's strategy to advance by retreating. Yes, Yan Wei replied. The day after tomorrow, I will prepare to set off for the royal capital, Marquis Lin Shan said, his eyes flashing. I will seek the position of a kingdom knight for Xianxia. Kingdom knight? Yan Wei was shocked and immediately became happy. If young master can become a kingdom knight, you will have another layer of protection. The tallest tree in the forest would be blown away by the wind. This was nature. When a cultivator was too outstanding, they would be admired and envied by others. This was also nature. Perhaps Xianxia could avoid some dangers with Marquis Lin Shan's protection, but he couldn't avoid all dangers. Moreover, cultivators needed to grow and couldn't always rely on others. Their own strength was the most important. Becoming a kingdom knight was equivalent to having a certain status in the dynasty. Not only could they enjoy the dynasty's salary, but they could also receive the dynasty's protection to a certain extent. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for Xianxia to become a kingdom knight, but if there was a recommendation, the difficulty would be reduced by a lot. When the wind blew, a few leaves that were still stubbornly hanging on the tree trunk were blown off. They turned yellow and withered, spinning in the cold wind. Circle after circle, they fell to the ground and quietly lay under the tree. Fallen leaves returned to their roots, the autumn wind blew gently, adding a bit of desolation between heaven and earth. It was late autumn. The first floor of the mountaineering list was the highest place on the mountaineering list, 990 meters. A person was standing on a cliff that protruded outwards like an eagle's beak. This person was not Shi Huanyue. Half a month ago, Shi Huanyue left the mountain overlook courtyard. It was not a temporary departure, but a separation. It was said that she was returning to her family. As soon as Shi Huanyue left, the first place on the mountaineering list was vacant. In the past, many people would have coveted this position. No one wanted to be first. But with Xianxia here, no one had a chance. Therefore, as expected, Xianxia directly became first on the mountaineering list and moved into the first floor. No one objected to it, and no one could object to it. Since moving into the first floor of the mountaineering list, Xianxia felt different, especially when practicing the lonely mountain visualization skill. He regarded himself as a mountain. When he was on the 89th floor, he was only at the lower half of the mountain. But on the first floor, he was at the highest peak of the mountain. That feeling was completely different. Qianzong even wondered if that was the real meaning of the Mountain Overlook Marquis's creation of the mountaineering list. The top of the lonely mountain, overlooking the world from above. Of course, the height of the mountaineering list was only 990 meters, which was a little low, but the lonely mountain was real. The person standing on the cliff was none other than Qianzong. He cleared away all distracting thoughts and concentrated on cultivating the lonely mountain visualization technique. From a distance, it was not a person, but a mountain, as if it was integrated into the mountaineering list. Feeling the sky above and the earth below. Infinitely high. Qianzong had been standing here for half a day. His spiritual willpower was constantly consumed. But as he practiced the lonely mountain visualization skill, although the total amount of his spiritual willpower did not increase much, it was purified and condensed again and again, so he could last longer. Gradually, Qianzong seemed to feel the movement under his feet. It was like the beating of a heart, slow, deep, and rhythmic. The fluctuation was weak at first, but it gradually became obvious. It sounded like it was ringing in his ears, and it also seemed to be beating with Qianzong's heart. Bang 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 bang, becoming one with the mountain, supporting the earth below. This was the feeling. When Qianzong wanted to continue sensing, his mental power was almost depleted, and he woke up from his cultivation. Qianzong felt a little regretful because he felt that if he had persevered for a little longer, he might have been able to comprehend the descending earth in the little lonely mountain visualization technique. However, he was not discouraged and continued to work hard. He sat down in a comfortable position, emptied his mind, and allowed his almost depleted mental power to recover on its own. After recovering, Qianzong jumped up and drew his sword in the air. Two beams of sword light streaked across the air for more than 10 meters, as if they were going to divide the world in front of him into two. Sword after sword, every sword contained many subsequent changes that could correspond to various situations. It was played down and unhurried, and there was a kind of ease to it, like the clouds were moving and the flowers were blooming and withering. This was a kind of realm. Every move was not a killing move, nor was it a sword technique, but it contained the profoundness of many sword techniques. 2 hours later, Qianzong put his sword back into the sheath. The sword light that filled the sky slowly dissipated, and the remaining sword marks also dispersed. Everything returned to normal. It feels like it's getting closer and closer. Qianzong's gaze seemed to penetrate the void and looked into the distance. Whether it was the little lonely mountain visualization technique or the realm of sword techniques, Qianzong felt that he had reached the edge of a breakthrough. Once he broke through, he would immediately enter a new realm. Now, let's break through first. Qianzong thought to himself. The cultivation of the peak of 8 transformation stage was actually the limit of 8 transformation stage. Qianzong kept condensing his inner strength, trying to condense it to the limit, and then break through. Now that he had reached the limit, it was time to break through. Sitting down cross-legged, Qianzong circulated the chaotic heaven origin shattering force, and the tyrannical inner strength surged between his bones and muscles. Wherever it passed, Qianzong's muscles seemed to tremble, bursting forth with astonishing power. The tyrannical immemorial body continuously squeezed out pure and vigorous primordial inner strength. This primordial inner strength flowed along his bones and muscles, and along with the tyrannical chaotic origin shattering force, it was quickly refined. On top of the foundation that had already reached its limit, it once again charged upwards. Between his bones and muscles, Qianzong was filled with the tyrannical origin destroying force. He felt that his body was about to burst open. The leap from 8 transformation stage to 9 transformation stage was a big leap. It was several times bigger than the leap from the late stage to the peak of 8 transformation stage. Naturally, the amount of inner strength required was much more than that. The capacity of his bones and muscles for inner strength was expanded little by little under the tyrannical impact of the origin-destroying force. It also seemed to become more tenacious. The origin-destroying force was fully activated, and traces of tyrannical aura spread out from Qianzong's body. It seemed to emit a faint halo, like a burning flame, swaying in the wind. When the capacity of his muscles and bones was expanded to a certain extent, Qianzong felt the chaotic heaven origin shattering force in his body trembling incessantly and rising steadily like a rising tide. In the end, it broke through its limits and reached a brand new height. His body that seemed to be about to burst open returned to normal, and the faint invisible aura around him was also restrained, returning to calmness. The moment he opened his eyes, two sharp lights shot out like a sword out of its sheath, leaving two long and straight tracks in the air, like sword marks. He opened his mouth slightly, and a wisp of white turbid aura shot out like a giant arrow from a siege crossbow. It pierced through the sky and shot 7 or 8 meters away before dissipating. What a powerful inner strength! Qianzong stood motionless, clenched his hands, and muttered to himself as he felt the power contained in the origin-destroying force. The amount of inner strength has doubled, and the purity has increased by 30%. My combat strength should have broken through the 3-star limit and reached the early 4-star level. Reaching the early 4-star level with the help of a pseudo-spiritual weapon and reaching the early 4-star level with one's own strength were two different concepts. Most pseudo-spiritual weapons only had one ability, such as attack, defense, speed, and so on. Among them, there were more detailed classifications. For example, the ability of the Dragon Power Bracelet belonged to the attack category, and the pseudo-spiritual weapon used by Fu Jiuzhong also belonged to the attack category. The increase in strength from a pseudo-spiritual weapon belonged to the external category, and it was only a single one. For example, it was just an attack, and there were no other aspects such as speed or defense. Although it could increase one's combat strength, it was not comprehensive. The breakthrough in cultivation was different. The inner strength would become more vigorous and pure, and it would not only increase one's attack, but also one's defense and speed. It was a more comprehensive enhancement, an internal enhancement. Both had their advantages, but overall, the internal enhancement of one's cultivation was more beneficial. The most direct way to determine whether one's combat strength had reached the early 4-star level was to attack. Previously, Qianzong had personally experienced the early 4-star level's combat strength. He did not move, but his body suddenly bounced up, and he pulled out his sword in the air. The early 9th transformation stage chaotic origin-breaking energy surged through his bones and muscles, poured into his arms, and spread to the two swords at an even faster speed. Two sword lights of different colors and thicknesses pierced through the air, turning into sword chi and shooting out. They crossed each other, as if the void in front of them was divided into 4, leaving 2 deep sword marks. Gazing at the 2 sword marks and carefully judging, Qianzong's lips curled into a smile, and in the end, he could not help but laugh out loud. The early 4-star level's combat strength, without using the Dragon Power Bracelet, he deserved to be called the early 4-star level's combat strength. With this level of combat strength, he was qualified to challenge the Jiao Dragon list of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The 4-star level's combat strength was Qianzong's recent goal. Now that he had achieved it, Qianzong was relieved. Next, he would strive for a higher goal. The peak of the 9th transformation stage, the 6th level of the chaotic origin-breaking energy, the peak of the qi refining stage, Wu Zhen. After reaching the peak of the 9th transformation stage, many qi refining stage martial artists' basic combat strength had reached the limit. If they wanted to improve their combat strength, they could only start from a few aspects. First, change to a more advanced cultivation method or martial art. Second, cultivate some secret methods to condense inner strength, making it purer and more powerful. Third, cultivate a secret method to improve one's physique. Fourth, obtain a pseudo-spiritual weapon. No matter which one it was not easy. It prevented most 9th transformation stage martial artists from improving their combat strength. Qianzong was different. His cultivation was at the early 9th transformation stage of the qi refining stage, and his cultivation method was a peerless earth level. There was still room for improvement. His essence, energy, and spirit had reached the peak, and he had begun to comprehend the truth. Qianzong had advantages that most martial artists did not. However, Qianzong also had the conditions that other martial artists had. When my cultivation reaches the peak of the 9th transformation stage, I will leave Mountain County, Qianzong thought to himself. Training was a must for every martial artist. During the training process, one would face pressure and various unexpected situations to grow. It was not only cultivation or strength, but also abilities in all aspects. The 2 swords drew 2 different sword flowers in the air. When they were sheathed, the sound of the blades rubbing against the scabbard was melodious. Turning around, he used his movement technique and quickly descended the mountain. Master, you're back. In the mountain viewing residence, Chenzong smiled and bowed when he saw Marquis Linshan. Marquis Linshan nodded. His gaze fell on Chenzong. During the time I was away, your cultivation was early 9th transformation stage. Chenzong controlled his inner strength to release a trace of aura, allowing Marquis Linshan to sense it. Not bad, early 9th transformation stage cultivation. Then your combat strength. As he spoke, Marquis Linshan's eyes were filled with hope. When he saw Chenzong nod, he smiled like a blooming flower. Early 4-star stage. You have a higher chance of obtaining the title of State Knight. State Knight. Hearing this, Chenzong was shocked. Marquis Linshan left for a period of time. Chenzong did not know where he went. Could it be related to the title of State Knight? The autumn air was crisp and clear, with no clouds for thousands of miles. It was a good time to travel. Junior brother, make a name for yourself in the capital. Guan Yunqi smiled and raised his cup to see Chenzong off. I will. Chenzong smiled and drank the wine in one gulp. Men and women of Jianghu were reluctant to part, but all affection was expressed in a cup of wine. Yan Wei followed Chenzong out of the mountain overlook courtyard with his eyes. Marquis Linshan had left once and couldn't leave again. He had to stay and guard the mountain overlook commandery. The distance between the capital and mountain overlook commandery was long, and there might be some dangers along the way. Perhaps Chenzong could deal with some of the dangers with his own ability, but some could not be resisted without the strength of the genuine martial realm. In fact, Marquis Linshan could send a team of bodyguards to escort him, but it would be too ostentatious and easy to be discovered. Moreover, after entering the capital, someone needed to be in charge. Moreover, Chenzong was not familiar with the roads, so Yan Wei's personal escort was the best choice. Only Marquis Linshan, Yan Wei, Chenzong, and Guan Yunqi knew about this trip. No one else knew. They left the mountain overlook courtyard and headed east. Yan Wei was carrying a bag with some dry rations inside. Chenzong was also carrying a bag with some dry rations inside. Night fell and the sky was full of stars. Halfway up the mountain, a bonfire burned. The dry wood crackled under the fire, and sparks drifted away. The light of the fire shone on the faces of the two, as if they were divine. One of them was Chenzong, and the other was Yan Wei. Yan Wei's cultivation was at the peak of LV9 genuine martial realm, but his strength was far superior to ordinary LV9 genuine martial realm experts. He was the #1 expert under Marquis Linshan and also the commander of his bodyguards. Uncle Wei, tell me about the genuine martial realm, Chenzong said. They had been on the road and didn't speak. Now that they were resting and cultivating, they had time to chat. Chenzong was very curious about the genuine martial realm, but he didn't know much about it. Alright, then let's talk about the true martial realm. Yan Wei smiled and said, the true martial realm and the training realm belong to two major realms. The difference is very obvious. The training realm focuses on cultivating inner strength. Inner strength comes from the bones and muscles, and from the physique. The true martial realm focuses on cultivating true power. True power is more advanced than inner strength. It is a powerful force that is produced by combining essence, energy, and spirit. In order to reach the true martial realm, one must first refine a strand of true power, which is called the primordial true power. With the primordial true power as a guide, one's inner strength and spirit will transform into true power. Uncle Wei, how difficult is it to refine true power compared to refining inner energy? At least 10 times, Yan Wei said seriously, which surprised Chenzong. 10 times was indeed amazing. It is said that a long time ago, breaking through to the true martial realm was extremely difficult, because to refine the true primordial qi, one could only rely on grinding, relying on repeated attempts. Yan Wei said, however, an ancestor created the true condensation technique, which reduced the difficulty of breaking through to the true martial realm by half. True condensation technique. Chenzong was slightly surprised. In the Eastern land, he had never heard of such a technique. Otherwise, there would be more true martial realm warriors in the Eastern land. Thinking about it, other than the 3 geniuses of the True Martial Alliance, all the true martial realm warriors in the Eastern land were not young. They were at least over 30 years old. In the Eastern Land, to be able to break through to the true martial realm before the age of 40 was considered to be very talented. However, in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, there were many warriors who reached the true martial realm before the age of 30. For example, the hidden dragon list in the dynasty corresponded to the true martial realm warriors under the age of 30, while the rising dragon list corresponded to the famous true martial realm warriors in the dynasty. Thinking about it this way, Chenzong suddenly felt that the three geniuses of the true martial alliance in the Eastern Land were indeed worthy of their name. They were very talented. If they came to the Cloud Dragon dynasty, it would be easy for them to enter the hidden dragon list. Chenzong would never belittle himself, nor would he look down on others because he thought he was better than others. However, he was still surprised by the talents of the three geniuses. "Uncle Wei, is it better to refine true power as early as possible?" Chenzong asked. "No." Yan Wei shook his head. "I heard that the realm of a warrior is divided into the transcendent realm and the transcendent realm. The Qi and blood realm, energy refining realm, and true martial realm are all below the transcendent realm. They are all realms that lay the foundation. The Qi and energy refining realm are the foundation of a warrior. The true martial realm is an extension of the foundation. It is the realm where one can truly develop one's potential. Only by laying a good foundation, casting it to the limit, and then developing one's own potential is the best." Chenzong said thoughtfully. The foundation, no matter which realm or aspect it was very important. To build a house, one must first lay a good foundation. The foundation was the foundation. Only with a good foundation and a stable foundation could the house be built higher. However, some warriors are in a hurry to seek a breakthrough before their foundation has reached the limit. They don't know that this approach is cutting off their own future. Yan Wei said seriously, "It is said that every transcendent realm cultivator casts their foundation to the limit when they are in the foundation realm. They would rather stay in the foundation realm for a long time in order to break the limit of their own foundation. The limit of the foundation is very important to the development of one's own potential. This is also why some warriors find it difficult to make progress after entering the true martial realm, while others can make rapid progress after entering the true martial realm." Chenzong nodded and remembered it. "Uncle Wei, since the true martial realm is a realm that develops one's own potential, then is the transcendent realm a realm that surpasses one's own strength?" Chenzong suddenly thought. "I remember the Marquis once said that the reason why the transcendent realm is called the transcendent realm is because the masters of this realm have mastered extraordinary power." Yan Wei's face was full of fanaticism and yearning. "It is said that it is a kind of extraordinary power. It is very magical. Transcendent power." Chenzong was speechless, but these 4 words left an indelible mark in his heart, like a brand. Chenzong had never asked the Marquis of Linshan about this information. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask, but every time he visited the Marquis of Linshan, he would have other questions about his own cultivation. Therefore, he placed them at the top of his priority list. After he finished asking, he would rush back to comprehend them, so he neglected these questions. "Let's not talk about the transcendent realm. It is too far away from us. Perhaps I will never be able to break through in my lifetime." Yan Wei smiled. "Let me tell you more about the true martial realm. The true martial realm is divided into 9 layers. The way to distinguish them is through true meridians. True meridians are hidden in the human body and cannot be detected unless one is in the true martial realm." Yan Wei continued, "Opening true meridians is the way to develop one's own potential. A true meridian represents 1 layer of cultivation. After opening 9 true meridians, one's cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the true martial realm. Uncle Wei, there is a saying of great perfection in the blood force realm and great perfection in the strength refining realm. Is there a saying of great perfection in the true martial realm?" Chenzong asked again. "It is said that there are a total of 10 true meridians in the human body, but under normal circumstances, only 9 can be opened. As for the 10th, no one knows where it is hidden." Yan Wei smiled. "As long as you find and open the 10th true meridian, you can reach the great perfection of the true martial realm. As far as I know, in the past 1,000 years, there has only been one person who has reached the great perfection in the blood force realm, strength refining realm, and true martial realm." Yan Wei's eyes flashed as he looked at Chenzong, as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong, that person is the martial king of heaven. Chenzong was surprised. Chenzong did not know how difficult it was to reach the great perfection of the strength refining realm and the great perfection of the true martial realm, but Chenzong knew that it was very difficult to reach the great perfection of the blood force realm. If it were not for a coincidence, he might not have the chance to reach it. The benefits of reaching the great perfection of the true martial realm were also great. Uncle Wei, is the martial king of heaven a member of the royal family? Chenzong was quite interested in the martial king of heaven after obtaining the chaotic yuan breaking energy and the dragon power bracelet. No. Yan Wei shook his head. Martial king of heaven has a mysterious origin, and no one knows where he came from. However, as soon as he appeared, he challenged all the transcendence of the entire dynasty. It is said that even the strongest man of the royal family was not his opponent. It is said that he was defeated in less than 10 moves. Chenzong's face was full of shock. When he heard the 3 disciples of the Silver Saber Castle talk about it before, he only felt that it was vague and did not have a clear idea. Now that Yan Wei mentioned it, it was more intuitive. There were many martial artists in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, including countless true martial realm and a considerable number of transcendents. The strongest transcendents were naturally extraordinary, but he could not even withstand 10 moves from the martial king of heaven. It was hard to imagine. Such a strong man, what kind of style was that? Chenzong could not help but yearn for it. Suddenly, Chenzong thought further. The Cloud Dragon dynasty alone was many times larger and more powerful than the Eastern continent. However, the martial king of heaven came from outside the Cloud Dragon dynasty. In other words, there were other powerful existences outside the Cloud Dragon dynasty. This was the real world of martial arts. His mood was agitated, his blood was boiling, and a powerful aura spread from Chenzong's body. This was a kind of fighting spirit that soared to the sky. Young master, I think, with your talent and potential, it is very likely that you will break through and become a transcendence. Yan Wei said. This was the unanimous opinion of him and Marquis Lin Shan. It's still early. Chenzong smiled. Although he also wanted to break through to the transcendence, there was still the true martial realm in between. What's more, he had not really reached the peak of the strength refining realm. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Chenzong did not know how much time it would take. It could be 1 year, 2 years, or even 3 years. Chenzong was not afraid of wasting time and energy. What he was afraid of was not having a direction to move forward. Uncle Wei, is the star-level division of the true martial realm the same as the strength refining realm? Chenzong asked again. The star level of the strength refining realm is modified according to the true martial realm. Yan Wei smiled and said, the true martial realm cultivates heaven-grade cultivation methods and martial arts. The peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm cultivates heaven-grade low-rank cultivation methods and martial arts to the extreme. Their combat strength is at the early stage of the 1-star realm, the most common peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm. This division is much more detailed than the strength refining realm. Chenzong smiled. With the true condensation technique, it means that the probability of a strength refining realm cultivator breaking through to the true martial realm is greatly increased. However, the breakthrough from the true martial realm to the transcendence is extremely difficult. 1 in 10,000 is not enough to describe it. In order to distinguish the strength of the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, the star-level division was created. The 9-star realm is the highest combat strength. When the 7-star combat strength reaches the level of the transcendence. Marquis Lin Shan's round trip between Mountain Overlook City and the Royal City, as well as his stay in the Royal City, took a total of half a month. If a pseudo-transcendent realm master needed this much time, then those below the pseudo-transcendent realm would need even more time. The difference in cultivation between Chenzong and Yan Wei was too great. Yan Wei had to take care of Chenzong, so his speed was even slower. Under Yan Wei's lead, the two took shortcuts, crossing mountains and ridges. They traveled at full speed during the day and only stopped late at night to rest and practice their secret arts and martial arts. Along the way, they also encountered some dangers, such as some true martial realm demonic beasts or some powerful bandits. If it was Chenzong, he would have to think of a way to kill him, but with Yan Wei, no one could stop him. After a month, Chenzong finally stepped into the king's capital. In this 1 month's time, even though Chenzong's training time had been shorter than usual due to the constant travel, he had still managed to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had reached the middle stage of the 9th refinement stage, and his battle prowess had increased by another level. Furthermore, he had witnessed Yan Wei's attacks many times and had gained some insights from them, further enriching his swordsmanship. The king's capital was a bustling area surrounded by 20-meter-high and 5-meter-thick walls. The ancient walls were modeled, telling of the vicissitudes of time. On the walls, there were sentries to monitor all movements outside. The king's capital was an important place for the king's capital and could not be lost. Most of the powerhouses and geniuses of the king's capital are concentrated in the king's capital. Yan Wei said as he led Chenzong to the huge ancient city gate, "If you want to make a name for yourself, you have to start from the king's capital." Chenzong nodded. Unlike the monster beasts in the eastern continent, the cultivators of the Cloud Dragon dynasty had never been threatened by the monster beast army. Therefore, their initial cultivation was not to resist the monster beasts, but to strengthen themselves and pursue the martial Tao, making a name for themselves. Even for many cultivators, making a name for themselves was a way to prove themselves. The imperial city is not like Linshan County. The royal family is the most powerful. There are also nobles and high officials in the imperial court. They have a lot of power and are very complicated. If you accidentally get involved, you may be swallowed whole. Yan Wei's voice was full of emotion, as if he had experienced it deeply. Young master, with your talent and potential, once you display them, there will be many people who want to rope you in. Yan Wei thought about it and continued, the Marquis also warned me that no matter who is trying to rope you in, I have to see clearly and think thrice before I act. If you are unwilling, it is best to obtain the title of State Knight and return to Linshan Commandery. Chenzong nodded. After entering the capital, let's go to the Guan mansion first. All right. The Marquis of Linshan's name was in the mountains, so he naturally wasn't a rootless duckweed. His roots were in the royal capital's Guan residence. Within the imperial capital, the Guan residence was also a well-known family. This was because the Guan residence not only had the Marquis of Mountain Front, but also another Marquis. His title was the Marquis of Xingyuan. Having two marquises in one family was very rare. One had to know that in the entire Cloud Dragon dynasty, there were more than 10,000 officials, but there were only 20 or so who had the title of Marquis. Each county had a Marquis overseeing it, while the other marquises were either in the army or within the imperial capital. Currently, there were a total of 5 marquises in the imperial capital, and the Marquis of Xingyuan was one of them. In addition to the marquises, there were also 5 kings in the dynasty. 3 of the kings were overseeing the 3 provinces, while the other 2 lived in the imperial capital. The 5 kings were all true transcendents, and were also one of the few transcendents in the dynasty. As for the 20 or so marquises, they were all pseudo-transcendents. As Yan Wei walked through the huge city gates, the roads were smooth and wide. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and it was bustling with activity. Walking on the streets, Chenzong felt the unique prosperity. This was something that even the eastern continent's true martial main city couldn't compare to, not even a tenth of it. As people came and went, Chenzong felt that many of them were emitting a tyrannical aura. It was the aura of inner force. Some of them were even tyrannical in their blood and qi. Some of them even emitted an extremely powerful aura that far surpassed inner force. The eastern continent claimed that everyone was a martial artist, but in fact, it wasn't. At least half of the people were still unable to practice martial arts. One was limited by talent, and the other was limited by resources. After all, the qi and blood realm in the martial artist system was the foundation of the foundation. It was closely related to the human body. Only by strengthening one's qi and blood qi could one become truly powerful. This required a lot of food to supplement, and in the later stages, ordinary food couldn't keep up with the body's consumption. Forcing one to cultivate would only bring unnecessary wear and tear to the body. After all, those who had the financial resources to buy herbs and so on were only a small part of the population. When one reached the qi refining realm, even if one didn't have suitable herbs or pills, they could slowly improve without harming the body. But in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, it was different. Everyone was truly a martial artist. Even if it was a peddler or a waiter in a restaurant, they were at least at the Qi and Blood realm 4th stage. With a strong Qi and a strong body, they would have a better spirit. Naturally, they would work harder, earn more money, and further promote their cultivation, forming a virtuous cycle. It could be said that the martial arts in the Cloud Dragon dynasty had already formed a virtuous cycle. Unless there was a major disaster, it would only become stronger and stronger with the passage of time. Young master, there's actually something special about the royal capital. It's divided into an inner and outer city. It's a city within a city. Yan Wei led Qinzong quickly along the wide road and said, "The outer city is where many forces gather, while the inner city is where the royal family and the marquis residences gather." The inner city was the real city of the royal capital. It was where the royal family resided, and was the most important. Walking through the bustling streets, Qinzong also saw the inner city's walls. There were no shops within 1,000 meters of the inner city's walls, and no idle people were allowed to come close. The inner city's walls were 10 meters high. Compared to the outer city's walls, although it was half the size, it was more exquisite. It seemed to be made of metal, and it looked very hard and unbreakable. The inner city's gates were made of bronze and were tightly shut. There were 2 guards standing on each side of the gate. They wore silver armor and had long swords at their waists. Their expressions were cold and solemn, and their eyes were as sharp as blades. When Qinzong and Yan Wei approached, the 2 guards' gazes immediately fell on their faces, as if they wanted to see through them. Yan Wei's expression didn't change, but Qinzong felt like he was being pointed at by a long sword, as if he was going to be pierced. 2 genuine martial realm warriors. Qinzong was surprised. Using genuine martial realm warriors as guards to guard the city gates was indeed a big deal. Qinzong could even feel even more obscure gazes coming from all directions, landing on his body. Each gaze brought about an invisible pressure, and he was sure that they were all true martial realm martial artists. They should be the so-called hidden sentries. As expected of the inner city of the royal capital. Such precautions. Qinzong couldn't help but think to himself. Stop. This is the inner city of the royal capital. Unrelated people are not allowed to approach. One of the guards said coldly. He was a member of the Imperial Guard and took orders from the emperor directly. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a king or a marquis, he would not show any mercy to anyone who violated the rules. Yan Wei took out a token from his pocket. It was the token of the Marquis of Linshan. After carefully examining the token and asking a few questions, the 2 guards opened the inner city gates and let Yan Wei and Qinzong in. There were no shops within 1,000 meters of the inner city behind the city gates. It was very spacious. The streets were as wide as the outer city, but the flooring was more exquisite. The shops on the left and right were not only larger, but also more extravagantly decorated. It was very impressive. The people entering and exiting the shops were also dressed in luxurious clothes. They were extraordinary. The Guan residence is not far from here, Yan Wei said. After leading Qinzong forward, they turned into a street on the right. Not long after, they came to a stop, and a huge mansion appeared before their eyes. Yan Wei greets the Marquis of Xingyuan. Yan Wei bowed, and Qinzong followed suit. This was the main hall of the Guan residence. At the head of the hall was a middle-aged man who looked similar to the Marquis of Linshan, but seemed more mature. He was one of the 2 marquises of the Guan residence, the Marquis of Xingyuan. He was the head of the Guan residence and also the elder brother of the Marquis of Linshan, Guan Zishan. The 2 marquises were a family of brothers. They were the Marquis of Xingyuan and the Marquis of Linshan. You may dispense with the formalities, Guard Yen. The Marquis of Xingyuan said solemnly. His imposing gaze fell on Qinzong's face. Qinzong suddenly felt like he was being seen through. However, the leakless body made Qinzong's aura restrained. Even someone as powerful as the Marquis of Xingyuan couldn't see through him. As expected, the Marquis of Xingyuan frowned slightly. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He couldn't see through him. You are Qinzong. Are you my second brother's new disciple? The Marquis of Xingyuan asked with a serious expression. Yes. Qinzong responded respectfully. This was his honored master's big brother. Just this point alone made Xianxia have to give him the corresponding respect, not to mention the other party's identity as a pseudo-transcendent realm master and a marquis of the dynasty. Second brother asked you to come to the imperial city for the state knight title. The Marquis of Xingyuan said unhurriedly. However, other than you, there are others who also want the state knight title. However, there is a limit to the number of state knights conferred by the dynasty every year. Whether you can obtain it depends on your ability. Xianxia listened quietly. In this regard, there was insufficient information, so there was no room for him to interrupt. Yanwei also listened quietly. The Marquis of Xingyuan had always lived in the inner city, so he had a clearer grasp of the dynasty's movements. In the past, there was only one state knight title every year. Only one person could obtain the state knight title. Hearing the Marquis of Xingyuan's words, Xianxia wasn't surprised because Yanwei had already told him this on the way here. One state knight title per year was the limit, and it was possible that no one could obtain it. It could be said that the dynasty would rather have nothing than something substandard, which made the state knight title even more precious. However, due to some special reasons this year, the preliminary decision was to increase the number of state knight titles to 3. As for the final decision, we will know after some time. As soon as the Marquis of Xingyuan's words came out, not only Yan Wei, but Xianxia also revealed a face full of surprise and joy. If it was only one spot, the competition would be very, very high. Xianxia actually wasn't sure whether he could obtain it. After all, there were many geniuses in the dynasty, and he wasn't the only one. However, if the number of spots increased from 1 to 3, it meant that the chances had increased by a lot. Perhaps in the end, Xianxia could obtain a spot and be conferred the title of state knight. Young master, the Marquis still needs me, so I'll be leaving first. I look forward to your good news. Outside the Guan residence, Yan Wei smiled. Uncle Wei, have a safe trip. Xianxia also smiled. By the way, tell master that I'll do my best to fight for it. Okay. Yan Wei waved his hand, turned and strode away without any reluctance. For martial artists like them, meeting and parting was normal. Parting in life and death was nothing. After Yan Wei left, Xianxia temporarily stayed in the Guan residence in the inner city of the capital. This was his master's home, so it was normal for him to stay. According to the Marquis of Xingyuan, the title of state knight was only preliminary and not final. He needed to wait. The residence that the Marquis of Xingyuan arranged for Xianxia was called Red Maple Court. Compared to the outer city, the inner city was not large, but its area was very wide. In the entire inner city, apart from the royal palace, there were also the residences of the Marquis, Marshal, and other important members of the imperial court. Each residence occupied a large area, and there were many different courtyards in each residence. Red Maple Court was filled with red maple trees. It was now late autumn, and the maple leaves were as dense as stars, covering the branches in a large patch of bright red, dazzling and dazzling. The saying that red maple surpasses fire referred to the leaves of the red maple trees. The front door of Red Maple Court was made of white jade. The round white jade complemented the red maple leaves in the garden, creating an indescribable contrast that stirred the soul. Stepping through the white jade door, Xianxia smelled a distinct and unique scent. It was the scent of red maple, and its fragrance was unique. The winding path was paved with white jade fragments. On the left and right sides, there were maple leaves drooping down. Along the path, there were a few houses built with black and red ancient wood. Red Maple Court was fully equipped. There were bedrooms and other daily necessities, as well as practice rooms. There were even people who delivered meals. The Red Maple Court was octagonal, dozens of meters wide. There were artificial mountains and flowing water all around, and maple leaves hanging down. The scenery was unique. The two sword lights of different colors were like butterflies flying through flowers. As they fluttered in the air, they had mysterious and unpredictable trajectories. The sword was fleeting and suddenly pierced forward. It was sharp and decisive, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. Just when the power was about to be exhausted, it suddenly changed and slanted downward. It was indescribably tricky and strange. The other sword appeared from a blind spot, as if it had leaped out from the sea of nothingness. It caught him off guard, but it contained a terrifying power. The combination of the two swords was perfect, as if two swordplay experts with a high degree of tacit understanding had perfectly performed their moves. Chen Zong practiced diligently. In the past month, he had seen Yan Wei fight many times. Yan Wei also intended to instruct him. Therefore, in terms of swordsmanship, Chen Zong had made significant progress, especially in the art of dual swords, which had become more exquisite. On the red maple court, countless sword lights were circling around. Some were straight and piercing, some were straight and crisscrossing, some were curved like crescent moons, and some were meandering like silk threads. They were as flexible as eels in the water. Every sword seemed to contain amazing sharpness, which could cut fine steel without causing any damage to the surroundings. It showed Chen Zong's amazing control of power. An hour later, Chen Zong put away his swords. Countless sword lights were still shuttling back and forth in the air. After a few breaths, they gradually faded and disappeared. Clap, clap, clap. Someone was clapping their hands. Chen Zong saw 3 figures walking along the winding path made of broken jade. 2 men and 1 woman, dressed in fine clothes, with a long sword at their waist and an emerald jade pendant on the other side. They were extraordinary. "What can I do for you?" Chen Zong asked unhurriedly. He had been focused on practicing his swordsmanship. The cultivation of these 3 people was not low. When they came in, they were very quiet, so he did not notice them from a distance. "I heard that you are my uncle's disciple?" One of the young men looked Chen Zong up and down, as if he was looking at goods. Chen Zong was not happy, but he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at him. According to what he said, this person should be the son of Marquis Xingyuan. The son of Marquis Xingyuan had a high status. Moreover, this person's aura fluctuation was at the peak of the 9th transformation of the qi refining state. Chen Zong did not know how strong his combat ability was, but he should not be weak. "I heard that your purpose is to get the title of State Knight." Seeing that Chen Zong did not respond, the son of the Xingyuan Marquis was a little displeased, and his face darkened. The man beside him immediately spoke with a hint of reprimand, while the woman had a playful expression, as if she was here to watch the show. "Yes." Chen Zong nodded. "I said, you have no chance. The title of State Knight is not something a bumpkin from a small place like you can covet. I advise you to go back to where you came from." The man sneered. The son of Marquis Xingyuan did not speak again, but the meaning in his eyes was the same. "You are afraid." Chen Zong ignored the young man. His eyes fell directly on the son of Marquis Xingyuan's face and said slowly. As if his thoughts were guessed, the son of Marquis Xingyuan's face darkened involuntarily. "Afraid?" The young man next to the son of Marquis Xingyuan suddenly screamed. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. "Who do you think you are? A bumpkin from a small place. Who would be afraid of you? Chen Zong, right? Since you don't want to leave, don't regret it when the time comes. The title of State Knight is not something a lucky person like you can get." The son of Marquis Xingyuan spoke again. His voice was cold and inexplicable threatening. It was quite imposing. In fact, the son of Marquis Xingyuan was not afraid. He also wanted to become a state knight, but it was not a sure thing. Naturally, he wanted to reduce as many opponents as possible. The fewer opponents there were, the greater the chance of being conferred the title of state knight. It would be best if he could drive Chen Zong away, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't. After all, he was the disciple of Marquis Linshan. This little incident did not disturb Chen Zong's cultivation plan. Chen Zong seized every minute to cultivate hard and improve his cultivation and combat strength as much as possible. As night fell, Chen Zong stood in the red maple meadow with his eyes closed, cultivating the lonely mountain visualization technique. After a month of traveling, he had no time to cultivate this enlightenment technique at all. His progress had slowed down. Chen Zong also found that the effect of cultivating the lonely mountain visualization technique here was not as good as cultivating on the mountaineering list. Maybe I should find a mountain outside the city. Chen Zong thought to himself. Who is it? As soon as he finished cultivating the lonely mountain visualization technique, Chen Zong felt a faint fluctuation. He quickly turned around. His eyes were like unsheathed swords, and the sword light flashed across the night sky. There was no reply, but a strong wind whistled. A dazzling sword light tore the night sky apart. It was sharp and decisive. In an instant, it crossed a dozen meters and slashed at Qianzong's face. As soon as the attack was made, Qianzong judged that the attack had the combat strength of a peak 3-star level. The sword art was exquisite, and the attacker was a master swordsman. The red thunder sword was unsheathed. It flashed across the sky like a red lightning bolt and hit the opponent's sword. The moment the sword was knocked away, the sword followed the trajectory and stabbed at the opponent's face. No matter who the attacker was, Qianzong would not show mercy. The black shadow made a turn in the air and dodged Qianzong's sword like a boomerang. He attacked from the other side, but what greeted him was a second sword light that slashed down as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. The sword made the black shadow feel suffocated, as if he had turned into a mountain and was about to be cut in half. He raised his sword to defend himself, but the overwhelming power was like a mountain. He was knocked away, and his long sword was trembling. The black shadow tapped on the rockery, gathered his strength, and waved his sword in the air. Whoosh! 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 3 sharp sword lights broke through the air and flew toward Qianzong. The black shadow took the opportunity to retreat at an extremely fast speed. After the 2 swords struck down and shattered the 3 sword lights, the black shadow disappeared. Qianzong chased after him for a while and found that the black shadow had disappeared completely. Qianzong did not chase after him. He returned to the red maple garden. He was sure that the black shadow must be a warrior from the Guan mansion. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with the Guan mansion. Qianzong also felt that the opponent had no intention to kill him. Maybe he came to teach him a lesson. Basically, Qianzong knew who the black shadow was. He did not intend to tell Marquis Xingyuan. It was just a small trick. With a swoosh, a black shadow flew in through the window and landed on the ground silently. "You're back. How did the test go?" Guan Yunxiao, the son of Marquis Xingyuan, poured himself a glass of wine and asked. "Young Master Xiao, Qianzong's combat ability is barely at the 4-star level." The man in black took off his mask and revealed his face. It was the young man who had scolded and mocked Qianzong many times during the day. "Barely 4-star battle strength. To be able to become my uncle's disciple, having such battle strength is not surprising." Guan Yunxiao was surprised at first, but soon after, he drank the wine in his cup and smiled. 4-star level might be rare in places like Linshan Commandery and could be called the number 1, but it was nothing in a place like the capital. Guan Yunxiao's combat ability was already at the 4-star level. "Young Master Xiao, do you think we should?" A trace of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the young man in black. "No need. No matter what, he's still my uncle's disciple. If we go too far, we won't be giving my uncle any face. My father won't be happy then." Guan Yunxiao sneered. "Originally, I wanted to give him a chance to back off, so as not to embarrass himself and ruin my uncle's reputation. Since he didn't want to and relied on his 4-star combat ability, we'll make him suffer. He also knows that the capital isn't a place where people from small places can play." "Young Master Xiao, you have a plan." The young man in black's eyes lit up and he smiled. "I have an idea, but we still need his cooperation." Guan Yunxiao smiled coldly. "It's just that whether Qianzong will cooperate or not, that's not clear." "Young Master Xiao, I have an idea. We'll make Qianzong cooperate even if he doesn't want to." The black-clothed young man rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Didn't the Marquis instruct young Master Xiao to find a time to take Qianzong to the Dragon Pavilion for the assessment? We can take this opportunity to give him a hard blow." Guan Yunxiao thought for a moment and then nodded. This method was feasible. Qianzong didn't rest for the whole night and had been cultivating. Sword technique, cultivation method, lonely mountain visualization technique, all of these must be cultivated. He can't leave any of them behind. In the blink of an eye, the sky was getting brighter. Qianzong had also finished a whole night of cultivation and was sitting cross-legged on the red maple plain. The royal capital was a gathering place for high officials and nobles. There were many places for entertainment, and 2 of them were the most famous. One was called the 100 Fragrances Association. Although the name was ordinary, it was extraordinary. The 100 Fragrances Association had a great background and was known to have countless beauties. It was the #1 place in the royal capital. Many rich people and young people would come here to spend money. At the same time, it was an excellent place to make friends. It was a veritable money-squandering establishment. The other was called the Dragon Pavilion. The Dragon Pavilion was different from the 100 Fragrances Association. Its founder came from the royal capital. It was created by a retired emperor in order to attract talents. It had a history of more than 1,000 years and had been passed down from generation to generation. The Dragon Pavilion was ancient and contained a rich aura of history. It stood alone in the outer city and was surrounded by bustling places. The atmosphere was very rich. The Dragon Pavilion had a total of 5 floors. Each floor was 9 meters tall. 9 was the extreme number and had a special symbolic meaning, especially for the royal capital. There was another reason why the retired emperor, who had founded the Dragon Pavilion, had built a 5-story pavilion with each floor being 9 meters tall. One must know that the emperor had always had another title, and that was the sovereign of the 9 and 5. The 9 and 5 was not a title that anyone could use. If an emperor did not use this title, it would be an offense and would be punished. But the retired emperor was different. In addition, the royal capital valued talents. Therefore, the Dragon Pavilion was built in the style of the 9 and 5. It symbolized that the geniuses here were all heroes and kings among men. They might even be emperors among martial artists. It was extraordinary. Walking to the outside of the Dragon Pavilion, Xianxia raised his head to take a look. The antique tall building seemed to have countless dragon carvings surrounding it from all directions, truly like a group of dragons surrounding it. At the very top, there was a round pearl the size of a human head. It was completely transparent, like a flawless gem. Under the sunlight, there seemed to be multicolored light circulating within it. That was the so-called dragon pearl. Qianzong was shocked the moment he saw the Dragon Pavilion. How is it? It's not in Linshan County, right? Very shocking, isn't it? Guan Yunxiao laughed as a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. It wasn't easy for him to bring Qianzong out. No matter what, he had to let him know that his 4-star combat strength was nothing in the capital. In fact, he couldn't ask Qianzong to come out because Qianzong had to seize the time to practice and improve his cultivation and combat strength as much as possible. Especially the practice of the Lonely Mountain visualization skill, he had to realize the truth as soon as possible. After rejecting Guan Yunxiao directly used the name of Marquis Jingyuan, stating that it was Marquis Jingyuan's idea to let Qianzong go to the Dragon Pavilion. As his master's elder brother, Qianzong had to show his respect. Qianzong accepted his suggestion after some consideration. Although cultivation was important, it was also important to meet other geniuses. Sometimes, the comprehension gained from exchanging blows with others would surpass dozens of days of cultivation. Therefore, Qianzong came. Even if Guan Yunxiao wanted to deal with him, Qianzong wasn't afraid, because no matter how he attacked, Qianzong could handle it. It was nothing more than experiencing some setbacks. Walking on this path, Qianzong had long been prepared. Go in. Guan Yunxiao said as he strode toward the Dragon Pavilion's door. The door was open as if welcoming anyone, but in fact, those who weren't qualified couldn't enter at all. Seeing Guan Yunxiao step through the door, Qianzong took a deep breath and also strode forward. With a flash, a person appeared in front of Qianzong, blocking his path. That person stared coldly at Qianzong. Guan Yunxiao stood not far away and watched with a smile on his face, as if he was watching a show. Do you have a recommendation from a pavilion member? The person who stopped Qianzong was a middle-aged man. His muscles were swollen like steel, and he looked very tough. He was as strong as an iron tower. Not just anyone could enter the Dragon Pavilion. One had to have enough qualifications. The so-called qualifications were recommendations. The people of the Dragon Pavilion were called pavilion members. If a newcomer wanted to enter the Dragon Pavilion, they needed a pavilion member's recommendation, which was equivalent to an invitation ticket and a stepping stone. Without a pavilion member's recommendation, no matter who you were, you couldn't enter the Dragon Pavilion. Looking at Guan Yunxiao's attitude now, it was obvious that he didn't have any intention of recommending him. He just wanted to watch the show and see him make a fool of himself. That's right, Guan Yunxiao had such thoughts. One had to know that the Dragon Pavilion represented the highest level of geniuses in the capital. It was the gathering place of geniuses, and also the gathering place of the highest level of geniuses in the entire dynasty. Who knew how many people longed to enter because it had an extraordinary meaning and a unique symbol? Becoming famous and stepping into the Dragon Pavilion was also a way. No matter who it was, as long as they had some understanding of the Dragon Pavilion, they would want to enter and become a pavilion member. Without a pavilion member's recommendation, you can't enter the Dragon Pavilion, the burly man said again, his eyes sharp as if he wanted to pierce Chenzong. As a guard of the Dragon Pavilion, he had seen many people who wanted to sneak into the Dragon Pavilion. Naturally, he also thought that Chenzong was such a person. Chenzong didn't respond. Instead, under Guan Yunxiao's mocking gaze, he turned around without hesitation and walked out of the Dragon Pavilion. Natural, decisive, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. It was just that simple and direct. The guard of the Dragon Pavilion was stunned. He had guarded the Dragon Pavilion for several years, but this was the first time he had seen someone who, after being stopped, turned around and left without a word of explanation. Moreover, he didn't look the slightest bit embarrassed. He was so calm, so confident, so much so that he didn't even look back. Guan Yunxiao was stunned. He had originally planned to make a fool of Chenzong, but he didn't expect that Chenzong didn't care at all. If he let Chenzong leave, not only would he not be able to explain to Marquis Jingyuan, he would also be unable to carry out the next step of his plan. Wait. Guan Yunxiao quickly reacted and hurriedly said, I brought him here. I, Guan Yunxiao, recommend him with the qualifications of a human-level pavilion member. As he spoke, Guan Yunxiao quickly took out a token from his bosom. The guard took the black iron token and looked at it. On the front was the word human level, and on the bottom were the words Yunxiao. On the edge were two dragons connected head to tail, forming a circle. On the back, there was a relief sculpture of a dragon's head, and its eyes were inlaid with red gems that seemed to sparkle. This was the exclusive token of the Dragon Pavilion. Only those recognized by the Dragon Pavilion were qualified to receive it. It was the symbol of every pavilion member's identity. Guan Yunxiao was deflated, so Chenzong naturally didn't leave. Instead, he walked into the Dragon Pavilion again. After all, his purpose in coming here was for the other geniuses. Guan Yunxiao walked in front with a cold face. He originally wanted to make a fool of Chenzong, but he didn't expect to have the feeling of shooting himself in the foot. But thinking of something, Guan Yunxiao's lips curled into a sneer. It would be best if he could enter the Dragon Pavilion. At that time, if he couldn't even pass the test of the Dragon Pavilion, that would be the biggest joke in the world. At that time, what face would he have to continue staying in the Guan residence? He would have to pack up and leave the imperial city like a stray dog and return to the mountain overlook region. Guan Yunxiao had already sunk into his own beautiful fantasy. The first floor was divided into two parts. The front part was very spacious, with only one guard. Following Guan Yunxiao, Chenzong walked to the back. The Dragon Pavilion had 5 floors, and the first floor was the largest. It was estimated that it could accommodate tens of thousands of teams at the same time. In the imperial city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was very shocking to have such a large building. Pushing open the tightly shut door, he was greeted by an antique yet simple room. Pavilion Elder, I recommend someone. Guan Yunxiao walked over, took out his token of the Dragon Pavilion, and handed it to an old man who was resting with his eyes closed. The old man was originally lying loosely on a dark red sandalwood bench, swaying leisurely, as if he had fallen asleep. Hearing Guan Yunxiao's words, he suddenly opened his eyes. The room that had seemed somewhat dark suddenly became bright. Chenzong felt 2 sharp gazes, as if piercing through him, land on his face. Immediately, there seemed to be some bewilderment, because he could not see Chenzong's cultivation. The old man was the pavilion elder of the Dragon Pavilion, one of the people sent by the imperial city to guard here, and also the person in charge of the test. The old man took Guan Yunxiao's token and looked at it, confirming that it really was the token of the Dragon Pavilion. Are you sure you want to be recommended? If you fail the test, your recommendation this year will be revoked, the old man looked at Guan Yunxiao and said sternly. I'm sure. Guan Yinxiao said in an incomparably certain tone. It was just a recommendation in exchange for an opportunity to strike Qinzong. Why not? The old man did not say anything else. He took out a piece of paper and copied the token, confirming his recommendation. Report your name, origin, and cultivation. The old man handed the token back to Guan Yinxiao and asked Qinzong. Qinzong, disciple of the Marquis of Linshan of the Linshan County, midnight transformation stage of the qi refining stage, Qinzong quickly and concisely replied. There were more than 20 marquises in the dynasty, and the old man remembered every one of them. Especially the Marquis of Linshan, who was one of the 2 marquises of the Guan residence. Qinzong was his disciple, so the old man could not help but take a second look. When he heard that Qinzong's cultivation was at the midnight transformation stage of the qi refining stage, he was a bit surprised, but he did not say anything. He had seen many geniuses, but not all of them were qualified to pass the test of the Dragon Pavilion. It must be known that the Dragon Pavilion represented the top geniuses, who had the potential of at least a 4-star battle strength. I'll go arrange the test now. Prepare yourself and wait for the notice, the pavilion elder said and turned to leave. Prepare well. Don't ruin my uncle's reputation if you can't pass the test. Guan Yinxiao sneered. Maybe I'll disappoint you. Qinzong smiled nonchalantly. He realized that even though Guan Yinxiao was targeting him, he didn't overstep his boundaries. It wasn't like he had any killing intent. It was more like he was trying to intimidate Qinzong, but he didn't want to do it himself. Qinzong was very clear about his enemies. Killing intent was a standard line. If someone wanted to kill him, Qinzong wouldn't be lenient. Even if he wasn't a match for them now, he would kill them one day. If someone didn't want to kill him, Qinzong wouldn't kill him. However, if the other party wanted to teach him a lesson, then he could teach them a lesson in return. End of chapter 250. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.